Studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back with the new logos, the new look on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. We are already in the middle of the week. And are we officially over the winter weather?
It felt like it yesterday, right?
Damn.
It was 86 degrees at one point yesterday. It was humid out there. Shorts, T-shirt weather.
Today's 75% humidity. Some sprinkles coming in.
Little sprinkles coming in. I looked at the weather this morning. It is going to have the deluge by about 10, between now and 10 o'clock, and at least at Fort Worth.
AM?
Yeah,
gonna pour.
It's supposed to rain pretty hard. A lot of dark green over the Fort Worth region. Between now and 10.
Dark green, kind of what everyone has been coughing up. The sickness has been going around.
It has, man. I got on some meds last week. I called the teledoc when I went home on Wednesday, and I was fine by like 2 days later. Like I still had frogs in my throat. I still do. But I was fine like shortly thereafter. Boy, poor Sarah. I gave it to her, and she's not going to the doctor. She said, I don't have time. I don't have time to call the teledoc. I'm like, it takes 5 minutes.
What do you mean don't have time?
It's like, it takes 5 minutes, man. Come on now. What are you doing? It takes 5 minutes. Make a call.
Just give her the same meds that you got.
She'll want to do that. It's like she wants to take what she's prescribed.
But she's not getting prescribed.
I know. So
she hasn't taken a medicine.
So I've given her like zinc, basically the COVID cocktail they told us to take when we had it. Zinc, this ortho-immune crap.
Did she get COVID tested?
No, COVID's over. No, she did not. She has not gone to the doctor, but she's been sick, like deathly sick for like 3 days in a row now. And she's not getting any better. I'm like, I gotta go to the doctor.
Stubbornness. Gotta have a Z-Pack on hand.
I tried to get a Z-Pack. I got a guy that would write me a script for one.
Oh my Lord!
But he's like, man, the FDA or the DEA or whatever it is, they're cracking down. So I lost my plug.
But then I'm like, is it the weather going back and forth making a lot of people sick? The highs this week, 78. It was just like 35 the other night when I was in Midlothian outside at the post party. 78, 72, then 54 is the high on Friday, and then back up to 77 on Sunday. So these 20-degree fluctuations messing with people. Last night, a rare night when you could just take off from DFW Sports. Obviously, the Rangers are gearing up. Mavs don't play until tomorrow. Stars play the Blackhawks tonight. What did everyone watch on TV? Pepe, let's start with you. What did you consume? What did you check out while chilling?
Some college basketball. I had to keep it sports friendly, of course, because I do sports for a living.
Oh,
so yeah.
Early guilt trip.
That's right. So no, I was watching. I had to wait till 8 o'clock, so I was watching Texas and Iowa State play, and Texas won. So
how much college basketball have you watched this year?
Oh, a lot. I'm big in once the NFL season ends and stuff, and like in December and stuff, I'll watch like the big tournaments and stuff when like Duke, North Carolina, and Kansas play and stuff.
RJ, now that you are not Mr. BetQL, that is going to the nosebleeds recently, could I venture to guess that Peyton would know more college hoops than you right now today?
Probably not.
Okay.
Probably not. I still bet. Still gambling on it. What?
No, I said
he dropped the well.
Oh, I thought you said what? I watched Tennessee A&M last night. Blew it. We blew it. And then Michigan State, whoever they played. They played somebody. Indiana. They played Indiana.
So, Peyton, the top 3 players in the country coming out for the draft, could you take us there? Ooh. Top 3 best prospects?
Well, I will say I was watching Purdue basketball the other day, and they have a 7'2" center Zach Edey, I believe, and stuff. I don't know if that's an NBA worthy. Usually tall players, they go in college and then they're done after that. They
Great
get a 9
scouting.
to 5.
Great scouting.
He's a tall player.
Yeah, but I mean, he gets a bunch of rebounds and stuff. I don't think he's a top player and stuff, but pretty good.
That's it? That's all you
He's
got?
the player of
That's
the
all
year.
you got.
He's easily the player of the year.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, I have
so
no
he's
idea.
top
I
player.
have not looked at the draft stuff. I have no idea who they project to be the best player in the country in the draft. But Zach's easily the best player of the year. The best player in the country.
All right. What did you watch?
Tennessee A&M, and then a little bit of the Michigan State game. They had a little bit of a tribute. This was their first home game since the shooting on campus. And then we watched episode 3 of the PGA Netflix Full Swing thingy. Yeah, and that's it was the first one of the Live Tour.
Okay. So I've got the feeling from you yesterday this was not as amazing as everyone else is discussing. I feel like this is probably something that we should be playing on the show.
I don't think it's that good.
Oh.
Yeah, I
So
think
it's this NASCAR thing on Netflix, or Formula One that everyone was talking about a while ago, that Sandler was raving about, Bassett was talking about it in Cross, and now it's this golf full
so it's
swing.
the golf thing. And
Is it like I'm going to watch it, but is
Okay.
it kind of like the you can give away whatever. Is it like when they followed the boxers around for the big fight build-ups? That was amazing.
Yeah, so like what they do it is that they'll pick 2 golfers per episode.
Floyd Mayweather takes a jog at 6 a.m. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like those, I can't remember what the name of that was. It'll come in on the fan text. It was the boxing, documentaries that would follow both fighters.
Was it 24/7?
Yeah, I think it was 24/7.
So, like, they'll follow two golfers around per episode. So the first episode was Spieth and Justin Thomas, and
this is just to like educate us on individual golfers.
basically it's to educate on the golfers and then like the schedule, right? Like just like how the tour works, and they really dumb it down for you. It's not really meant for people who follow golf.
And it's PGA. This is not for the live guys.
Well, because they did it. It's from last year,
So it has guys who switched over.
so. In like one of the episodes, they're talking about like they're in the middle of the spring part of the season, so they had not signed on to live yet. And then the second episode's with Koepka, the third is with Ian Poulter, and they both went. And when they were asked about it, are you going to go to live? They were like, I don't know. But like they really, really dumb it down to you. They're like, golf is a sport where you try to have less shots than the guy you're playing against. And if you don't make the cut after Thursday, Friday, you don't get paid. So, for me, I'm like, God, okay.
Yeah, right.
Like this is not really for me.
Yeah.
But it is like you do get to know the players more. Like you see, there's shots of Spieth and Thomas in their private jet and
Oh, very relatable.
very relatable. Brooks, like they take you inside his house and his relationship with Jenna Sims and just like the wall of shoes he has. So you get to know something about the guys, but like, some of it's too like elementary.
Yeah.
If you follow the sport closely.
What surprised you the most, or the biggest thing you learned about one of the guys?
Ooh.
Was it Koepka? You were devastated yesterday.
Yeah, it was probably Koepka. Like I love Brooks, and I came away, I was like, man, I didn't think that shined in a very good light.
That he cared more than you were hoping for. That's what you're disappointed by.
Well, first of all, like, Jenna's talking to him, and you could tell, like, he could give 2 S's about what she's saying. All right. And
Well, that should make you like him. Ignore the woman.
and then, he just, like, I thought he was, like, this super strong, mentally tough guy, and it turns out that he's just like everybody else. He just had a hot streak. He's just mentally like everybody else. But he cares a lot. Like, I didn't think he cared. I think he was like...
Yeah, he did come across as just nonchalant.
He did. And he still does. He comes across as nonchalant. Like, his body language.
Is he dumb?
He's a mimbo.
He's a mimbo.
He's a bit of a mimbo. They haven't really gotten into into DJ, Dustin Johnson yet. But they did Poulter, who I've never really liked. They did Scheffler, who a lot of the stuff was shot around here. Like there's literally a sign that says Fitzhugh Avenue, like in the background.
Oh, nice.
Where they're walking. So he like
right by us.
Yeah, so he lives like he's walking down Fitzhugh, eating ice cream. Or
Oh, at
whatever
the
it is.
Apple store here? You know,
Main event.
The old hot dog place right there, getting getting some chewies.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Who knows what he was doing? Him and his girl, but you know, you get inside, you get inside look. You know, like they'll show a shot. It was like 4:30 a.m. and they're up and dressed, ready to go. You know, they're up and dressed, ready to go, driving to the airport. You know, super early in the morning to get their tea time, whatever. You know, like they're.
So it's basically cribs mixed with like 24/7.
Basically, yeah. I mean, they don't do full tours of the house, but like, you know, they show you. I'll tell you, the whole episodes, all the episodes so far take place in either Dallas, Fort Worth, or Jupiter, Florida. Like, all the guys live in Jupiter. Almost all of them have a spot to live, like in Jupiter, Florida, and then the rest of them are like, you know, a lot of them live here. Like, you know, a lot of them, like Scheffler lives here, and a lot of guys live here. But most of them are like in the Florida area.
An NBA coach is gone. Always ties into a Luka Doncic comparison. This coach is gone. And yesterday we kind of shrugged it off. And now we have a second report of the Cowboys looking at another college quarterback. Hump Day edition with Sean and RJ. Just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for waking up with us here on Sean and RJ. Being a Tolo means you turn it on, leave it on. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I will forever connect Luka Doncic and Trae Young, the Dallas Mavericks, and the Atlanta Hawks. So when something happens with the Hawks, I think of Luka and the Mavericks for a career timeline comparison. And yesterday, the Hawks fired Nate McMillan. So he is gone. There had been drama throughout. There was a story about Trae, not showing up or wanting to sit out of practice. Nate McMillan just keeping him home. It appeared and sounded like Trae Young wanted Nate McMillan gone. The Hawks are 29-30, 8th place in the Eastern Conference. They already got rid of their president of basketball operations in late December. So that front office looks like a complete mess. And now they are apparently clearing the way, according to Woj, for leading candidate Quinn Snyder.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay.
So there's the Atlanta Hawks with Nate McMillan gone. I was just looking at the roster. Trae Young this year, 26 points a game. That's fantastic. 4 turnovers a game, 10 assists a game. So he's 26 and 10 this year. Very, very good numbers on paper.
It is. So both Trae and Luka, the careers, man, they're getting coaches and GMs run in their first 4 years. They had, a complete overhaul of both organizations outside of the ownership.
Yeah, I don't know if Luka got Donnie run, but
Vegas Bob probably did.
Yeah, but on the stat sheet, it's 2-2. It's a GM and a coach, and a GM and a coach on the other side as well.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, that usually when you go to a conference final, in your first 4 years as a player, the coach is safe and the GM the GM is safe, but not here, or I guess not there. Here, it was under the new regime. Both going to the conference finals under the new regime, but that was it's on the stat sheet, same thing.
Yeah, the Nate McMillan led Hawks did have that run to the Eastern Conference Finals. So again, on paper, now no one in their right mind anymore makes the argument that Trae Young is equal or better than Luka, but conference finals. McMillan had a 4-year deal. His record was 99-80 as a head coach. They're 16th in offensive efficiency, 21st in defensive efficiency. But as I look at the roster, I'm just trying to also compare help. DeJounte Murray, who they got from San Antonio, second leading scorer at 21 a game. DeAndre Hunter, Bogdanovich is there. John Collins is their 5th leading scorer. And then you have Clint Capella, who's averaging a double-double. So, roster-wise, it looks like Trae Young with a lot more help than Luka Doncic. If John Collins, who they made a mistake in paying, that was a classic example of them overachieving and then having to pay, a 3rd or even 4th level player. And John Collins is 13-7 on the year. But if he is your 5th leading scorer, you have more help than Luka Doncic, in my opinion. So Murray, Hunter, Bogdanovich, Collins, Clint Capella, all leading to a team. They got their head coach fired. So see you later, Nate McMillan.
It's not a terrible team. It's not a terrible team, but that's not a top 3 team in the conference by any stretch. But the names on that team are not bad. You could do some damage with that with the right guys.
All right, we have some complaints with the Kansas City Chiefs celebrating and the New York Mets as well being ageists.
Yes. Okay, let's start there. The Mets had a very old pitching coach, Phil Reagan. He was let go after being the interim coach in 2019. He was 82 years old at the time.
82?
He was 82. So he was a player turned coach. He served as the interim pitching coach for the Mets beginning in 2019. He was then unceremoniously let go after being the interim pitching coach. And then he has decided that he is going to file an age discrimination lawsuit against the Mets, saying that their general manager at the time, Brody Van Wagenen, said he would not return because he was, quote, too old.
He said that.
According to the suit.
According to the
suit, he said he's too old. Now, his agent or his attorney, Matthew Bilt, Says Phil's the first to crack jokes about his age. However, there's nothing funny about a person being told they're being passed over by their employer because they want someone younger. That's discrimination, plain and simple.
I mean, is it a legit case?
By the way, he's from Gaylord, Michigan. Shout out.
Who is?
Phil Reagan. He's from Gaylord.
You're still going out there?
Oh, yeah, every year. Absolutely. Golf show coming up in March.
So when is like too old? It's something you can't say in offices probably, right? Because it would be age discrimination. You got to go. And how would the employers say it? I mean, our bosses here are experts at using the handbook language. They know what words to dodge so that there's no lawsuits against the company. You know, we just need a fresh perspective.
You're past your prime.
No.
No.
Well,
no.
you can do that.
No. Hey, you would. The more I learn about you, you need to stay out of HR.
Yeah.
You need to stay far away from HR. What you did last night on the group text,
Peyton.
I'm still debating whether to bring that up or not.
Oh, yeah. That's just uncultured.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just kid. This is a young kid. I didn't know what that was when I was his age.
The food?
I had no idea it was a.
I mean, he's been living in Texas. You were in Jersey. It's different.
No, the same age. I was here.
It was that
I was
bad?
here for a decade.
Oh, at the same age.
At his age, I'd been here 10 years.
Okay.
Almost.
All right. Well, I guess we will bring it up. But age discrimination, I mean, I think technically he probably has a case, even though I'd be getting rid of him too.
Although I will say this, because first of all, how does the GM say that? How as a general manager do you say that? Because that GM was an agent. Brody Van Wagenen was a baseball agent before. But the other thing is like, you
just got to be like, we feel like you're slipping on some things.
Yeah.
We're not as sharp.
Things are falling through the cracks.
Yeah.
But he was the interim guy anyway. Like the interim guy doesn't get hired. But at the same time, isn't sports about finding the younger person? Like if you've got a guy that's batting 250 and he's 35 years old, and you can find a 25-year-old hitting 250, aren't you going with the 25-year-old?
Age discrimination, yes. Age discrimination issues more prevalent with older or younger people, would you think?
I think more older people get fired because of age. I think it's harder to get hired because of age if you're young. Oh, well, no. Hang on. Because if I was running things like, would you hire, if you're owning a company, let's just say the retirement age is 65. Would you hire somebody that's 61? Like knowing that they're probably going to retire the next 4 years? Or do you hire somebody younger hoping they stay around for 10? I don't know. I don't know what I've never hired anybody, so I have no idea.
I don't know. I'm asking all the employers out there. Are you more likely to get age discriminated against if you have zero experience or if you're possibly over the hill? So that's the New York Mets age discrimination case. Just funny, an 82-year-old. First I laughed, and then I'm like, well, technically, I guess you could argue it. Now what about KC partying?
A Karen.
Oh, in your neighborhood?
Or in this case, no. Oh, no. I'm on a gag order, Sean. I'm on a gag order. A Karen, or in this case, a Janet. Her name was Janet from Liberty, Missouri. Wrote that
Do you think that the naming of Karens has plummeted in the past 3 years?
I don't think you can ever name your daughter Karen.
Right. It has to have dropped.
I think naming your kid like a bro name now, like Chad, it puts it in a tough spot because they call bros Chads now.
Or Brandon as well.
Brandon?
With the Let's Go Brandon.
Here.
Can't name your kid Brandon
Wow,
anymore.
did you go politics on us here, Peyton? God.
There you go. Yeah. Good. I'm kind of terrified to play his audio from downstairs later. Our new segment, Life with TJ.
So Janet writes the team ownership should have prohibited alcohol during the parade. She said it looked like a college fraternity beer bust. If the Chiefs can't go a few hours without alcohol, the organization has a problem. I, for one, was sickened to see this for the second time. Some Chiefs even bragging through social media about how drunk they were. I'm ashamed that players I cheered for could barely walk after they got off the bus. No doubt the spectacle made the news in other cities. Oh, baby. Now, what would somebody that had a complaint like this, who would they contact? I'm glad you asked, Sean. They would contact what you call a newspaper. So that'll tell you about Karen, or in this case, Janet. Listen, it's not. They don't care about parenting your kids. That's your job. Okay, you gotta let them know. Once they get out of the house, once they get outside that house, it's okay. They're gonna learn stuff that you didn't want them to learn.
Yesterday, it was C.J. Stroud. There's a second report of the Cowboys looking at another highly drafted quarterback. Who and why? Next with Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, and a shout out to the 6 a.m. club. We are live as always here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station, and you're home of the Cowboys and Rangers. 105.3 The Fan, as the station is heading out to Surprise, Arizona in just a few days. So 24 hours ago, RJ Choppy, we were talking about Mike Fisher's report that the Dallas Cowboys were very intrigued by Ohio State quarterback C.J. Stroud. We then had Fish on to explain. He suggested, kind of made it known, that source did not come from within the walls in Frisco. It was another NFL source. But the immediate follow-up is, okay, why would they be looking at a quarterback who's probably going to go top 5? Are they just doing their due diligence, or is it a little bit more? And Fish left the interview suggesting that he thought it was a little bit more. That was yesterday. Well, later on in the day, another report came out attaching the Cowboys to a collegiate quarterback.
And this one would make more sense, not from the player standpoint, but from like where they're drafting and his availability standpoint. C.J. Stroud's not going to be available when the Cowboys select. This guy would, but there was a report out there that said that Hendon Hooker has met extensively with the Raiders, the Panthers, the Giants, the Saints, and the Cowboys during the pre-draft process. He's recovering from an ACL injury that he had in November. So he'll be ready. He should be ready to go by start of the year. But that raised eyebrows because this is much more likely of a person they would select if they were going that route than C.J. Stroud, because they can't get a C.J. Stroud unless something crazy happens and he pulls an Aaron Rodgers and plummets down the draft board.
Yeah.
This is a guy that if they took maybe they took him at 26, maybe they waited the second round, he's still there. Who knows? I have no idea where he's going to go. I mean, who knows?
Give us the update. Give us the rundown of your boy.
Look, he is super accurate. He Broadus said, I think it was Broadus said he throws the best deep, or was that you said he throws the best deep ball?
Was not me. He's good. Hendon Hooker's a good player.
I mean, 2 interceptions this year, 3 last year. Like, he doesn't turn the ball over. He can run.
That's Dak in a quarter.
Basically.
New Dak.
I mean, Dak throws 3 interceptions a game off his own players' hands.
All right, get it out of your system,
well,
fellas.
Those aren't on him. Those aren't on him. So he's a really nice player. I mean, is his upside as good as Bryce Young? No. He's also like 25 years old, so by the end of his rookie contract, he'll be 30.
Oh my.
Yeah, isn't this the same question y'all were asking at the end of last segment about a 61-year-old who's 4 years from retirement? Isn't that Hendon Hooker?
Yeah, but Hendon Hooker basically is like entering the end of his prime by the end of his rookie deal. But now for a quarterback, I mean,
swanky.
Yeah, for a quarterback, you don't really care about that necessarily.
Yeah.
But no, like a really nice player and a really good passer. But where's it going to go? Like, will be here around in round 2? Will still be there? I doubt it. The teams don't wait on quarterbacks.
Bucky Brooks thinks he's the number 3 quarterback in the draft. Dane Brugler doesn't list him as a top 100 prospect. So we're kind of going back and forth.
I never liked Dane anyway. So.
You never liked Dane. That's right. Go Vols.
Dane's better than Bucky.
So let's just say he's a second-round quarterback, Bobby.
Yes.
Any of your minor Dak alarms going off then?
No. So here's the way
I love how unfazed you are. Any anti-Dak thing.
No,
it's so funny. You just made up your mind.
What
nothing could. Can I finish my statement?
You can't finish.
I mean, you interrupted the question you asked me, but go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying the issue is that you take more notice of this type of report, I think, if this is the beginning of April or something like that. I believe it was February 1st was the first day that you could start calling senior prospects. So Hendon Hooker has been allowed to take phone calls for 3 weeks. He met with every single team at the Senior Bowl. Senior Bowl rules relaxed after COVID and said you're allowed to meet with every team. In fact, they want every player to meet with every team. That way you don't have to, the meetings don't matter nearly as much at Senior Bowl anymore. Everybody talks to everybody. The Cowboys are generally one of the first teams in the NFL to send out their psych eval. And so that's a Jessica McClanahan who works in the personnel department doing administrative stuff. She will contact players and then send them just, a questionnaire that helps them understand personality and things like that. So he would have probably gotten that earlier than he would from other teams because the Cowboys do that early. And then the phone calls have started in the last 3 weeks. So if the Cowboys had him on one of their ones, or if his agent was contacted, I'd especially think the Cowboys would be interested in contacting his agent and communicating with him and figuring out where's he at with the knee, how's the surgery, everything like that. And so I think it's interesting to note, and Hendon Hooker is definitely somebody that if he was there in the second round, I think they would have some interest in. I just think that I'm more interested if I hear in April after 3 months that he's like, I got a 30 with them. They talked to me at my pro day. They took me out to dinner after my pro day. Like, those are the times where it's like, okay, alarm bell's going off. This is a guy they're targeting. Now I just think it's early in the process, and Dallas has just been, one of the 6 teams that did it earlier than anybody else.
If they drafted him in the second round, you would say what?
It's a good pick.
Would that be a?
Why would that be a good pick? Now I'll cross-examine.
Because he's where are they picking there? They're picking 50. I don't remember where they're at right now in the second round. They're picking like mid-50s. Hendon Hooker's probably a top 50 player. I doubt there'd be a bunch of players better than him.
You have your quarterback signed, and you're going to give him an extension, we all think, and he's your guy. Choppy, would that be? What would you say about the team building selection of that?
Oh, from a team building standpoint, I love the team building selection of that. Your quarterback is obviously the most important position on the field, and you want upside there. And Hooker or any rookie would provide a lot of upside at the position.
Yeah, but you've always supported them not paying the backup quarterback.
Well, right, and they're not they wouldn't be paying the backup
You're
quarterback.
not paying them, but you're investing a second round pick.
True.
Which is basically, if Dak is healthy, wasting it.
Unless they don't believe in Dak, or unless they want a contingency plan if Dak doesn't perform well in the postseason again. They're like, okay, we want to move off from him. Let's just go with the young guy. Which who knows?
Who were the other teams along with Dallas?
Saints, Giants, Panthers, Raiders.
Panthers, Raiders. Okay, Raiders don't have a quarterback, for instance, right now. Let's say. So you pick Hooker. Let's maybe say you even redshirt him for a year. Just have him sit back, learn, do whatever, and then you've covered yourself. This is a very Cowboy thing to do to cover yourself in contingencies. You go, if Dak turns south or his injuries become a bigger deal, we've got a Hendon Hooker here as an insurance policy. If Dak continues to progress the way I think they believe he will, then what they have is they've got a Jimmy Garoppolo situation or a Billy Volek or Brian Hoyer. I meant Brian Hoyer. Brian Hoyer, these guys that like the Patriots have stacked up that then they flip. So you're 2 years from now, Raiders, if you figured out your quarterback situation, you liked Hendon Hooker a lot. Second round pick for Hendon Hooker, or give us a first round pick for Hendon Hooker, and then they come out even. And the Cowboys love, as we know over the last decade, Will McClay, second round pick. That's get me the medical red shirt guy. Get me the off the field issues guy. That's where I'm going to take my flyer. That's where I'm going to take my lottery ticket. And Hendon Hooker would fit that. So I wouldn't hate it. It's a fine insurance policy to have if you end up thinking you don't want Dak.
Well, that's the point. That's the alarming statement. That's the lead that you took 5 minutes to get to.
No, I don't think that. I'm saying I think that's just, it's a contingency on all bases. It's part of it, but that's not the thing that I think they would think primarily when they did it. It's more, we've got him here. You need to take a flyer on a quarterback. You need to have that lottery ticket in place. Let's do it. They took Mike White in the 4th round. We didn't freak out with that.
Not comparable.
But I'm just saying,
second round pick versus 5th round pick. All your other Will McClay examples are not at backup quarterback, which they have told us they don't care about.
They were going to take Malik Willis in the 3rd if he was there. They interviewed Jalen Hurts in 2020. You remember the meltdown everybody had when, oh my gosh, they've released this Zoom meeting with Jalen Hurts. They're talking to Jalen Hurts. Holy cow, they don't believe. That's not the way they view it, I don't think. I think they view it as, this is the way it is, and you always cover yourself with depth across everywhere in case something happens with health or things turn sideways, there's a contract negotiation. Does this matter as much? Let's say they pick Hendon Hooker after giving Dak Prescott an extension this year. If they give him an extension, I would still think they would consider Hendon Hooker in the 2nd because they want to cover bases, just like New England did consistently behind Tom.
And I would say if they gave Dak the extension and they took him in the 2nd, that would alarm me less about their view on him for the future.
That would alarm me more about picking the quarterback in the 2nd.
Well, I think what that would do is it would signify they believe in Dak. It would also tell you that they don't believe he could stay healthy. And they don't want to spend money. At this point for them, money is more important to them than draft pick or draft round. Who knows? That would mean, because what's the second rounder make? $500,000 a year, $1 million a year?
Yeah, I'd have to. It's a little more than that, but yeah.
So, I mean, you're getting as cheap of a backup as you possibly can. And then, in a couple of years, you could trade them because you could flip them down the road.
My big question is, and I agree, the majority of this right now is due diligence. I'm just wondering in the back of my mind whether they're starting to Alex Smith this thing a little bit in Kansas City.
Oh, I think they are.
And if they are, I want to give them applause. I think the San Francisco playoff game gave a lot of people the new reality that this team is not going to win it all with the current quarterback. And if you believe that, then we all say all the time you should just go find the next one. A lot easier said than done. You're in QB purgatory.
Mm-hmm. People
are fired, and you're irrelevant, and no one cares about you. So that's a scary place to be. That's why we always say, re-sign them, give them the money no matter what. I'm just wondering if they're really starting to think in that area, and if they are, that's a humongous story.
Which I don't think they are. Like I said, when I said Hendon Hooker, I think it'd be a good pick in the second. I still don't think they would take him in the second. In fact, there's 5 teams there, 6 teams there listed. I think there's a better than 50% chance that Hendon Hooker ends up with a different team. And not just because of numbers. I'm just saying this amount of evaluation this early. I know generally the guys you're going to evaluate earliest, the guys you're going to make the most contact with early are the off the field issue guys and the medical guys. Those are the guys that you need the biggest lead time of. We got to figure out what's happening there. So an ACL on a 25-year-old who blew up in his final year is one that makes you go, okay, we probably need to make sure we got this guy right.
Okay. So more of a Jalen Smith value pick.
Yes,
versus a Dak,
and it would be to me. It would be a value. Like where you're picking in the second round, he's a good player.
If he was drafted in the second, would you be like, that's a steal, or just because of the injury?
If he had stayed healthy, I mean, there was a good chance. I mean, he was the Heisman favorite when he got hurt. Like there was, I mean, how is he looked at differently if he had won the Heisman?
Where do you get in general in the draft? Where do you ever get value on quarterback? You don't. Like generally, wherever you're picking a quarterback, you're either picking where they go or you're reaching because it's a quarterback value. So if you get any value on quarterback, teams generally like. That's why Dallas, even sitting in the third round, went, if Malik Willis is sitting here, we have to take Malik Willis because quarterbacks never come at value. And I think that's how they would view Hendon Hooker.
Yeah, I just don't think. I mean, like, I don't know that he'll be available when they pick in the second round. Like all those other teams that were mentioned are going to pick in the second round before the Cowboys are. It wouldn't surprise me if Carolina didn't take him, or like you said, the Raiders or
teams that all those the rest of those teams don't have quarterbacks.
Right. And like if Hendon Hooker, or if any quarterback that is a fringe first rounder is available for me in the second round, like that, like you mentioned, and I'm the Panthers. Okay, let's go.
And then if he sits for 3 years, he's almost 30.
Yeah, I mean, like maybe that means he sees the field. Maybe his progression of, his transition into the professional ranks is smoother because he's older. And who knows? Like he played 5 years of college football. Not that many guys have done that.
Yesterday it was C.J. Stroud. Today it's Hooker. Will there be a third quarterback tied to the Cowboys later on this afternoon?
Let's go get that.
I'll make one up if you need.
Yeah.
I want to start a fake Twitter account that no one knows is fake to see how many people fall for news. Yes.
Can we do this as a bit, as
like
a show
that JPA,
bit?
I've wanted to.
Let's do it.
Because there's just obvious team source. We'll just say team source, anonymous source, says something very generic and very obvious, and watch it blow up.
I'm
for
kidding.
this silly season, it would dominate. I'm thinking about doing it.
I'm kidding.
Because we need content.
I'm kidding Cowboys PR who listens to us frequently. I would not stir stuff up with fake. I would not do that.
You should not be doing that.
We'll talk during the break.
The next rumor is going to be old Jake Haener, the Fresno State quarterback.
Oh no, the next one will be. I guarantee it'll be Anthony Richardson. Ooh, they love his athleticism.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Micah Parsons is not going to be thrilled with this news. And how did this not blow up from Deion Sanders? Wait till you hear how Deion is recruiting your son. next with Sean and RJ.
But let's get you over to Boomer Jacks.
Fan segment brought to you by Stave, the Our Way Loss, that's soda.
And Bobby Belt, whose ring I can see sliding off his finger because of soda. The face yesterday on the fan cam was slimmed down, is sporting one of the new Tolo sweatshirts from the merch store that you can find at 105throughthefan.com. Ryan, zoom in on the pecs, on the pectorals.
Those are breasts more than pectorals.
Well, I was trying to be nice.
Yeah, you don't have to. We can be honest about it.
What does the shirt say, RJ Choppy?
It is the periodic table of elements, Sean. There are 53 of them. Is that what there is? 53?
Sure, we'll go with that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's just.
It would make sense for the station.
Yep. It says, TO, element TO, is the 10th element, which I believe put it in the noble gases range. And then that's ternidonium.
Oh, well done.
And then, of course, the low, which is the 53rd element, is levodomium.
Well done.
Yes.
Which,
and then
2008, isn't that the year the station started?
yes.
So why does it say 2022?
Well, I guess we went off the air in 2022.
I guess so.
Well, that's when the Odyssey app really started working again.
I do, and you guys got the You're Appreciated hoodies yesterday, which I've been wearing. And I got questions about those at Fan Bowl. The fan text still ask about them all the time. The You're Appreciated hoodies they're slick looking.
They're fire.
So fan merch store 105throughthefan.com, and Bobby Belt is sporting his today. Micah Parsons, I tagged him in this tweet.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to be too thrilled over this news because at the Super Bowl, he told Mike Florio the one addition he wanted the Cowboys to make instantly came out of his mouth. It was Daron Payne from the Washington Commanders, and yesterday Florio reported the Commanders are virtually certain to franchise tag the big man. 99.9% likely that they'll tag the first-round draft pick from Alabama, 13th overall pick, voted to the Pro Bowl in 22, has missed only one game during his 5-year NFL career. So, Bobby, Daron Payne, as we expected, going to be off the table for Micah.
Really good player. He was a guy who was considered to be just a run stuffer and a guy who didn't have much pass rush future when he was coming out of Alabama. But he's developed into a really nice pass rusher, and he plays both spots really, really well. It's going to be an expensive franchise tag for him because that's going to be, almost $19 million?
Yeah.
I mean,
Wow.
that's a big price tag for a defensive tackle, which I know Chop would not be in favor of a $19 million defensive tackle.
No. Oh, God, no.
But he's a really good player. I mean, he would absolutely, if you're telling me, look at the free agent market, tell me which one of these players most helps Dallas immediately, Daron Payne would be way up near the top of the list in terms of just in a vacuum, how does this player impact what they do on defense or offense? He'd be near the top.
One other, I don't know why this is a Cowboy note. Well, I guess it is because of Trayvon and Stefan's brotherhood. But Florio pointed out if Stephon Diggs was traded, a trade before June 1st would trigger a cap charge of $34.7 million for Buffalo. So keep that in mind with the Stephon Diggs, Trayvon talk, DeAndre Hopkins, veteran receiver stuff. We got to get into Jalen Ramsey and what that would cost as well with some offseason funds. So two little side Cowboys stories for the offseason. And by the way, what was your take, since I know you love any and all former New York Jets head coaches, RJ. Rex Ryan interviewing with the Broncos for a second time.
It's interesting because Sean had a relationship with his brother Rob, and that was kind of a disaster there.
Not kinda. It was an absolute disaster.
So I was kind of surprised that they went down that road. But Rex does seem to have...
Well, Rex also has, a much better
track record.
resume.
Absolutely.
I think we did a bad job in the media, and no one on ESPN ever asked Rex if he was going to go back into coaching.
I know.
This whole thing just went over everybody's head.
Completely did. And, he was like, he might go. That's... I think Rex is a good defensive coordinator. I think Rex is a good coach in general.
I think Rex is a great defensive mind. I think he deserves that reputation.
I think so.
A fantastic.
I don't know if I put him in the Wade Phillips category yet. Wade's an elite defensive coordinator.
Okay.
We agree with that?
Yeah. XFL coach, Wade Phillips.
Yeah. I think Rex is
real elite. Joking.
Yeah, I think Rex is a notch below, but I think he's tremendous. So if I was, and I think he can run his life better than Rob.
Hey, now we love Rob Ryan.
We
love
do
Rob
love
Ryan's wife in particular.
We do love Rob
She
Ryan.
sent food up to the morning show.
She did.
Oh, that's
And we
nice of her.
Mrs. Rob Ryan.
I thought you were just mixing up the Ryan wives. I thought you were saying you loved Rex Ryan and his. Micah Parsons loves Rex Ryan's wife.
Yeah.
That's right.
So I think he's much better. I think him and Rob are in the same category.
Were you surprised that Rex was interviewing to get back into the league?
I'm not surprised that he is. Like, when you hear him talk, he still sounds like a guy that wants to coach. Like, even though, like you say, he hasn't been asked directly, hey, are you going to try and get back in the league or anything like that? You can still hear it when he talks. Like, he's still seems to miss the sideline, seems to miss the day-to-day grind and everything like that. It's just he's been out of the league since 16, and Jets ended so poorly, and then the Bills job was so poorly that I think it's just everybody's last memory of him is as, wow, you failed really miserably the last 3 years you were in the league, and they forget how good of a defensive coordinator he was. That Jets defense that he built when he was first there was really, really good. If they would have just had a quarterback, the Jets would have been, they very well could have won a Super Bowl with him. And so, yeah, I think he's a good name to have out there. The only thing you got to wonder about with anybody who's sat out this long is have you really kept up with the trends? Have you really kept up with all of that stuff?
What have y'all thought about him as an analyst? I thought he would be even better. I was expecting possible stardom.
I think he's okay. I think he's good in the position that he's in. I obviously he was terrible as a game analyst. Right?
Was he on a game call?
Remember he did that Monday Night Football, the second broadcast?
Yeah.
They did it. I don't remember who.
I think I blacked that out because that sounds like it would be bad.
It was either with
that wasn't over Super Bowl weekend. That was years ago.
Yeah, it was at the opening weekend of the season, that dual broadcast they used to do. He did it with either Beth Mowins or Chris Berman or something like that. I can't remember, but all I know is he was not good at all, and everybody was like, "That's disappointing." But I think he's okay on TV.
Commentator turned coach, and I think Bobby found this. I can't believe this has not blown up. Deion Sanders went on the Rich Eisen show. Great question from Rich, in my opinion. Asked Primetime what type of attributes he's looking for in recruits.
We have different attributes: smart, tough, fast, disciplined with character. Yep. We're looking at now quarterbacks are different.
Yeah.
We want mother, father, dual parent. Mm-hmm. We want that kid to be 3, 5 and up because he's got to be smart. Mm-hmm. Not bad decisions off the field at all, because he has to be a leader of men. It's so many different attributes and what we look for when we see a quarterback. And you would love a coach's son. Somewhere that the coach has coached him, and I'm not going down my road. I see you smiling because I know who your quarterback is. He's right talking now. About my son. I didn't just build a template for my son, but that's what really we look for in quarterbacks. Different positions are different. Like O-lineman, I look for dual parent homes, right? A strong father that they adhered to, right? Smart kid, at least 3.3. and above.
You're also describing Hurts.
Yeah, tough. Well. Physical. offensive lineman. Defensive lineman is totally opposite.
What do you mean?
Single mama. Trying to get it. He's on free lunch. I'm talking about just trying to make it. He trying to rescue mama. Mama barely made the flight.
Trying to get out the mud.
And I want him to just go get it. It's a whole different attributes that you look for in different positions, and we have that stuff just chronicled. We know what we want, and we go get it.
Wow. I find this fascinating.
Really?
Yeah. You don't? I'm surprised that this didn't blow up and become a problem story.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Because in a way, I think this is similar to NFL Combine questions. People get outraged. Now, prostitution is different from are your parents together, but if a prospect came out and said, I was asked, are my parents together, and I feel like that's going to be held against me, am I from a single-parent household, I think that would be a story. It has become a story with NFL draft questions. There's not a world of difference in my mind. Deion is profiling kids based upon upbringing.
See, I think when he says I don't think he's meaning your parents have to be together. I think he means mom and dad both have to be in your life.
Okay, fine.
You know what I mean? And
I don't know if that makes it that much better. He mentioned dual parent.
Yeah, I think he said dual parent house, didn't he?
I mean,
it doesn't matter. I mean, like dual parent, my kids, they don't live with me. They have dual parents,
Right, but I think when you say dual parent house, if that's what he had said, then that clearly means you're talking about the actual household, like within the home.
Yeah, maybe, but listen, the quarterback position is different. You want kids who have a high GPA, that's taking away kids who aren't that smart or in school.
But I'll take this again to the draft evaluation process with the Wonderlic, right? People are outraged and we dismiss, low Wonderlic score. That's ridiculous. You're just dismissing a kid and it's discriminatory, and all these draft evaluation fallout pieces that come. This is what Deion's discussing.
Yeah.
I haven't given an opinion, by the way, on whether I agree or disagree. I'm just surprised that the story hasn't blown up more.
Here's a quote from Nick Saban in February of 2020. If you're going to transfer to different schools throughout your high school years, I already do not want to recruit you because I know you do not have the perseverance and grit. So he doesn't take high school transfers. If you've transferred high schools.
I think that's much different, much less on the possible offensive scale. Transferring versus you being punished for your parents not being together. You see what I'm saying, Bobby?
Yeah, I do. And look, I mean, he said it like he was chuckling when he said it, but when you watch him talk about it, he genuinely does mean that's the mindset I want.
More towards the end.
Yeah, he's like that is the mindset that he's looking for. He said offensive line, parents together, 3.5 GPA for quarterbacks, more like 3.3 for offensive line. D-line though, I want,
we've always talked about that.
It's not just single mom though. It's single mom. I want free lunch. Mom barely made it on the plane.
Yeah.
And so it's he's joking around. And again, I agree with you. I'm not taking a strong position on it either. I'm just surprised that it has not become more of a thing. You know where I found this yesterday? You're gonna hate it. Deadspin.
Oh,
they presumably had a major problem with it. Right?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, now Deadspin has launched this into the universe. That it's funny. As we brought this story up, I open up Twitter and the top tweet on my timeline is Mike Freeman has just got retweeted in my timeline with the story Deion Sanders' belief about single parent families is absurd.
See?
So I think this is going to start making its trek here this week.
Let's talk. Let's talk about it a little bit more because I think it's very, very interesting. And I want to know you all whether you think it's smart or a little bit short-sighted, a little bit offensive. Deion recruiting based upon all those different attributes and factors. 877-881-1053. We also have a Michael Irvin update, and we're going to try to talk about Madden for the 40th time to make Bobby happy. It's apparently make or break for Madden. This is it. 6 a.m. Club, Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Just getting started on the Fan. Oh, man, how does that sound? all of a sudden all the TVs cut out?
Reckon it did. It's outside looking mighty wet.
I don't know. I don't have my weather map. That's only during the home
I
broadcast.
got my WAP here.
What did you say?
What does that stand for?
Weather app.
Oh, okay.
No, wet ass pavement.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's right. Wet ass pavement. Ooh, this map is not looking good. It looks like the entire DFW Metroplex is in the dark green. You got lightning striking in the Benbrook area. You got lightning. Oh, you got lightning McKinney. You got lightning everywhere. It's lightning all around, man. All around.
Nap weather for me. Peyton, what did you say about the weather when we came back?
Oh, it's pouring. I was during the break. I looked outside. I said, Ryan, I think it's raining a little hard out there. He goes, really? Thought it wasn't supposed to happen until later on in the day.
That was a great recap of y'all's conversation.
Yeah,
Thank
that was
you.
amazing. What a time you guys got going back there.
Ryan, is it raining? Wow, I just thought that would be later. Yep.
Do you ever whatever relationship you have with whatever person, like male, female, the moment that you resort to weather talk, you have to stop talking to that person. You've exhausted all other options and you have nothing in common.
I had a buddy who he was waiting for his car to get fixed one time in the middle of like snow flurries, and he was standing there and he just had this uncomfortable silence, and he just said to the mechanic, he's like, man, what's all this white stuff? Right? And then he's like, as soon as I said that, I didn't want to live anymore.
Yeah, Grandma, it is unseasonably cool.
Yeah, we should get like a top 3 or top 5 conversation eject statements. Like the number one word is, all right. Well, and you always have to say it in that tone. All right. And I can't stand people. I feel like, again, a natural gift that this show has that doesn't make us any money. It can never make us any money. Being able to tell when the conversation's over and done with.
Yeah.
Like, see you later. But there's other people who don't have that ability, and you're trapped, and it's awful. It sucks.
They got me trapped.
All right. So Deion Sanders, that Bobby's humor is a eject.
It is an eject button.
That wasn't a humor. That was just it
dismount.
triggered a Tupac lyric in my head, so I said it.
Deion Sanders on the Rich Eisen show describing what he looks for in his recruits.
We have different attributes: smart, tough, fast, disciplined with character.
Yep.
We're looking at now quarterbacks are different.
Yeah.
We want mother, father, dual parent.
Mm-hmm.
We want that kid to be 3, 5 and up because he's got to be smart. Not bad decisions off the field at all because he has to be a leader of men. It's so many different attributes and what we look for when we see a quarterback. And you would love a coach's son. Somewhere that the coaches coached him, and I'm not going down my road. I see you smiling because
I know who your quarterback is.
He's
right
talking
now.
about my son. I didn't just build a template for my son, but that's what really we look for in quarterbacks. Different positions are different. Like O lineman, I look for dual parent homes.
Right.
A strong father that they adhered to.
Right.
Smart kid, at least 3.3 and above.
You're also describing Hurts.
Yeah,
as
tough.
well. I mean,
physical. Offensive lineman. Defensive lineman is totally opposite.
what do you mean?
Single mama. Trying to get it. He's on free lunch. I'm talking about just trying to make it. He trying to rescue mama. Like mama barely made the flight.
Trying to get out the mud.
And I want him to just go get it. It's a whole different attributes that you look for in different positions, and we have that stuff just chronicled. We know what we want, and we go get it.
Make sense or a little insensitive? Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. I'm trying to guess what our Tolos. I would guess that they think any reaction to this criticizing it would be overreaction.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a bit of that. There's people that say, like, I see his point. There's people that say, like, this is dumb. You can't choose where you come from, which you can't. You can't choose who your parents are, what your parents. My kids had no say in me and their mom splitting up. They had no say in it.
And look,
and that's not their fault.
I'm sure that Deion, there's exceptions to every rule. He's not going to take you, right? If you are Kyler Murray coming out of high school and your parents are divorced, or you just have your mother or father around only, Deion's probably still going to take you. But I get and understand what he's saying. I don't have a problem with it. No, I don't have a problem with it. What?
It's just you saying this. It reminds me of what Choppy said to Mike during crosstalk yesterday. I'm not surprised you'd say that. I'm surprised you'd say it into a microphone. That's the thing. I'm not surprised Deion would say it. I'm surprised he said it to Rich Eisen, like in front of everybody.
I bet you a lot of coaches have.
Deion ain't scared.
No, he's not scared. No. And well, can he get away with saying this because maybe he comes from a different background than?
What if a white coach said this?
That's what somebody on the fan text brought up.
I mean, yeah, like who's the white coach? Like, do some have
anyone but Saban?
If Lincoln Riley says this, does it cause issues?
I think if Dabo says this, we're killing Dabo because everybody hates Dabo and he's,
I think any white coach. I think if any white coach said this, then we're looking at black households and the percentages and the rates, and now you're discriminating, and it becomes a race thing. That's why I'm surprised this has not blown up more. But I understand what he's saying. It's kind of what I say when I joke about, picking out a wife and asking, is your mom crazy?
Well, that's
I, in my mind, generally believe that if your parents are together, then you may be more stable in a relationship. Or I would circle on a piece of paper, I'd prefer for your parents to still be together versus separated. That does not automatically disqualify or dismiss people whose parents are not together.
Sure.
But I'm just being honest that I have that, whatever you want to call it, ignorance,
bias, whatever.
Bias. Yeah. I have that bias that has been ingrained in me to believe.
I don't even know that it's, I mean, I think if another white coach says this probably blows up, but I think it still blows up if, imagine when Charlie Strong was back at Texas. If Charlie Strong says this, I think this is a national deal. I think it's Deion. There's a little bit of this energy of it's Deion.
Yeah.
And so, I don't even know how much it is divided that way, because I'm thinking, what if Kevin Sumlin would have said it? What if Charlie Strong would have said it? If you had at different points, Stan Drayton at Temple. If you had, Jimmy Lake when he was at Washington. I think it's a story. It's just, I think it's Deion's persona that people just go, that's Deion. Of course Deion will say something like this.
Yeah, but if it was a white coach.
Yes. No.
This is a burning inferno then.
Probably.
Right?
Probably.
Man, I would think so.
Any other Tolo points? I understand what he's saying. We've also compared, I had a college coach once tell me what we always talk about on this show. You need a couple crazies, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, I want my defensive guys to maybe commit, violent crimes.
Right, they're
they might murder you. They might not. You never know. That's what I want on my middle linebackers.
You want them to walk that line.
Yeah, walk that line, man.
You want that craziness factor on defense.
A lot of people are coming in with you can only judge people what they can control. You can't control whether or not your dad's in the picture or your mom's in the picture. You can't control that. As a kid can't control that.
No,
you can't blame they're saying you can't blame the kid for that. You can't take it away from them.
I think you can take it away sometimes. I can't blame you. But I mean, Deion Sanders is doing it in this instance. He's like, I'm not gonna trust you as much. It's just like my relationship example where I'd be like, it's not your fault that your parents separated, but why do we make daddy issue jokes? It's a real conversation we're having right now.
Well, daddy issues are a
Dad
lot of
not
times
being around, or
they're from being around too.
Well, it's both.
Yeah, I mean, you could have a dad in the picture and still have daddy issues.
I think it's more often the dad's not there. So I disagree with that.
Mike Freeman, who was writing over at USA Today about this, like we referenced last segment, this was sort of somewhat he had to say. He said, what if a parent died when a kid was young? What if a parent left before the kid even knew the father or mother? There's a certain sense of, grossness about setting this type of artificial social construct. There's also a level of tactical stupidity here. By taking this stance, Sanders is potentially alienating a large swath of candidates from coast to coast of all economic backgrounds. One survey found that in 2022, there were about 16 million children living with a single mother and over 3 million children living with a single dad. That's a lot of potential quarterbacks Sanders could be passing up.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Tom Brady's son, technically, if he grows up to be a great quarterback, would not qualify.
No, see, he would, because it's a dual parent. That's the thing. He's got both parents in the picture. It's not, I mean, they're talking like where one dad's or the mom's just gone. Like that's what, it's, and so he's not alienating everybody, but,
right.
He also
I
is in
don't
charge.
know if all of Deion's sons are from the current, I don't know how many, remember the Deion Pilar thing? Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know how many of the kids are from Pilar.
Right, and if Deion and Pilar are in the picture, then there you go. You get your dual parent thing, even though they don't live in the same place. But Deion can also recruit whoever he wants. Dabo, if Dabo chose to just recruit Christian athletes, that's Dabo's choice. He's gonna he may have a crappy football team.
He'd get fired pretty quick if he did that. If
he
said it into a microphone,
but if
he said it into a microphone, Dabo would get fired.
He probably would, but he probably
he kind of skirts around saying it.
I think he says like this is the overarching theme of the program, but I don't think he says I recruit kids based off of this. He clearly doesn't. I've seen some of the kids that come out of Clemson.
So I just found it fascinating that he said it, that it hasn't blown up more. Do you believe in it whatsoever? That is prime time on with Rich Eisen. All right. It's apparently a make or break year for Madden. Everyone has been talking about how trash the game is. Madden 24 is a make or break. Big changes are coming. The negative response to the game, which management believes is justified, the negativity, has forced many inside EA to have a now or never mentality. So who can speak on this? Who has played Madden last in this room?
If we're including Peyton, probably Peyton, because I have not.
He's a person. He's a member.
But you said in this room, so I didn't know if you meant in here.
Sorry, on the show.
That's
I'm
right.
just an outsider for the show.
There you go, Sean.
Played or watched my kids play?
Who can speak to...
I played it. The last one I played was 21. Peyton, what was the last one you played?
When Lamar was on the cover. Is that 21?
I don't remember.
So.
What's wrong with it?
It's trash. There's no like the realism that MLB The Show tries to get into it, or NBA 2K and things like that. The attention to detail is really, really particular, down to like their shot delivery and everything else like that. The Madden game, just it's clunky gameplay. The online modes are terrible. There's always bugs there. The little updates they've tried over the last 15 years have largely been dumb. Like they had this one called Quarterback Vision, where instead of just dropping back and throwing the ball, you'd have to throw the ball within this cone and so Peyton Manning's was the width of the field, but another quarterback would be like this wide, and you'd have to swing it around, get the guy on it, and throw it. It's just been a bad game. They got lazy as soon as you had 2K and some of these other ones that lost the license.
As Madden passed away, they're like, screw it.
No,
we don't have to appease him.
It's honestly been a 16-year trash game, and it's because they as soon as they got the exclusive license and there wasn't pressure for them to innovate with other games on the market, it became awful. And every year I feel like we hear this talk from EA and other places like, oh yeah, we're doing all these things and we're taking player feedback and stuff, and then it's the same game every year.
A DFW sports owner calls all of us out. Part of Headlines on a Hump Day with Sean, RJ, and Bobby after this. But as we come out of
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Headlines on a messy hump day.
Hump day.
Here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Off to a fast start. First 90 minutes here on DFW Sports Station, home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Nobody big tagged yesterday. Thought the NFL?
Nope.
Okay.
Teams will take their time a little bit.
Lamar, what are we thinking there?
I assume he's going to get tagged at the least. Like, they're not going to let him go for nothing.
So,
Which
Bobby,
tag?
what does the exclusive tag mean? As Adam Schefter said, I don't know if the Ravens want to venture into that territory.
The exclusive tag is much more expensive for them. I think it's like 46 or something. I mean, it's a ridiculously high number, and it basically means nobody can negotiate with you. We have full control. We're not even taking draft picks. The non-exclusive franchise tag is, I believe, closer to like 33. And what it could be is like Lamar Jackson is free to also negotiate deals with other teams. And if somebody signs him, then the Ravens can either match the deal or they can say, we'll take 2 first-round picks. And so...
And everyone in sports media yesterday that I saw was basically telling Lamar, do not play. You don't get your Deshaun Watson guaranteed deal, do not step on the field for the Baltimore Ravens next season.
I wouldn't if I were him.
You know why? Because he is an injury risk.
Well,
That's why.
So is Josh Allen.
More than anybody else, though, a quarterback like that is going to be an injury risk.
Like, because he runs? Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And so, I mean, that's the thing, is that they're telling him, don't do this because you're at risk for getting injured. And that's probably also the same reason why the Ravens are hesitant to even sign him, is because he's at risk of getting injured.
Yeah.
I get it. I mean, there's obviously a risk there. When you leave the pocket, there's a risk.
There are the figures. 45.2 for the exclusive tag, 32.4 for the non-exclusive.
How is this going to sort itself out? I would normally say at the end of the day, a player like Lamar wins, that they have to pay him. They have to put him on the field. They have to have their quarterback. Do you feel different? That Lamar will end up winning this?
I mean, is there any sense of especially with the way the injury situation played out at the end, and we'd like him back in practice, and he's not back in practice, is there any sense of a Kawhi Leonard San Antonio Spurs situation here?
Possibly.
And that one, I think we all thought for a long time, like, no way this ends in divorce. And then it did. And so, I mean, it's interesting how muddy the details were about his availability at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Not that they would start Tyler Huntley next year.
But they're still consulting with him on offensive coordinator. They're still asking him his opinion. They're still trying to keep him in the loop. That's not a feeling of, screw you, we're done with you, we're shopping you. And what other teams should try to swoop in? You know, maybe we should be starting to look at these other teams Who should call the Ravens and make them an offer they can't refuse?
Panthers, Washington Commanders, Jets, Tampa, Atlanta, New Orleans, Tennessee.
Every team.
I mean, just every team out there that doesn't have a top 10 quarterback.
Oh gosh, Tennessee. You know how much Vrabel would love that?
Him and Derek
Henry.
God, there would be 75 rush attempts a game by that team.
Meanwhile, the Jets apparently were telling Derek Carr, you're a first ballot Hall of Famer. That's what we think of you. So it appears like the Jets, if you're telling Derek Carr that, have you made your Carr Aaron Rodgers decision? We think you're a first ballot Hall of Famer if you come here as his brother, David, NFL Network analyst, said this process is still going to take a while.
I think what they're doing here is like the kids do on Snapchat. They're sending what looks like a single Snapchat to you, but it's getting sent to like 5 other people.
Man, you know a lot about that.
I think that I think they tell Derek Carr that. I think they would tell any quarterback they were wooing, like, bro, we think you could be a Hall of Famer here.
And maybe that puts a little pressure on the Packers. Yo, we know you want to get rid of him. We know this is over, so we're loving this other guy. You want to accept our offer? You want to accept our picks?
But how many picks? Like, that's the thing. Like, who? There's only one team, I think, that's given up 2 picks for Aaron Rodgers. Just take Rodgers, for example. I think it's the Jets. They're the only team that's given up 2 ones.
Not the Raiders?
How much capital do the Raiders even have?
I don't know. I'd have to look.
Because, I mean, they've made the Devontae Adams trade, and I think it's insane that even if you think Aaron Rodgers has something left, I think it's insane to give up 2 first-round picks for a guy who's probably going to play a year or 2.
I totally agree. Although, wouldn't Tampa have given up 2 first-round picks knowing how the Brady era lasted? Even though it lasted 3 years.
Maybe.
They got a title out of it. I mean, would they have given up 2 first-round picks?
All right, the Mavs are going to take on the Spurs tomorrow night. The Hawks fired Nate McMillan. Tonight, the Stars return to action. They're hosting the Chicago Blackhawks, 8:30 on TNT at the AAC. But how about the comments from Stars owner Tom Ghilardi out of nowhere calling out the DFW media as cheerleaders? This was in response to a discussion. He was doing this interview, and he was asked about calling out Jamie Benn and Tyler Sagan over the summer. Remember? We're like, oh my gosh, is that firing them up? Or are you costing yourself star players? You're that outspoken. You know, let other people handle that like your head coach. So here is Stars owner Tom Ghilardi.
They've gone through stretches of their 8-year contracts where they haven't produced up to the level of their contract. And, you know, these are good guys. When I made those comments during the summer, you know, a little bit of the issue in a market like Dallas is that we don't have a media that really holds us accountable. They do to a point, but our media in the U.S. in a market like Dallas tends to be cheerleaders. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, I think sometimes these guys need a little bit of pressure and, you know, public pressure.
Woo! How about that? Interesting. That was on Vancouver, Canada Sportsnet.
I mean, he's not wrong. Like the DFW media is soft. I know people think Cowboy media is tough. Cowboy media is not tough. It's not. Like, I'm sorry. Like, it's not. There's not a lot of. Look, I grew up in the New York area. The Yankees have more beat reporters traveling to games in LA than the Cowboys have at the Star on a given day. Like, they cover the team more. It's a bigger market. Like, they're just more harsh. They criticize everything. We are cheerleaders here. We're cheerleaders with every team. We always look in certain markets in Philadelphia, New York, Boston. They always look for the negative storyline, and DFW media looks for the positive storyline. It's the reality, and it's not just DFW. It's Phoenix. It's Oklahoma City. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. I mean, it's every media that isn't on the East Coast or Canada looks for the positive storyline. That's right. That's how it is.
Is that cheerleading or not being like miserable? Like, I would think that you would think that the New York, Boston, Philly media, that's a miserable approach.
Not if you're a fan of those teams, because you want them to act as if the world is ending if they don't win.
Right.
What's tough though? Like when we say we say the Yankees beat is tough or whatever, but like generally Cowboys media, like people think it's tough. I think Cowboys media is very tough on McCarthy and has been on the coaches and the players, and I think a lot of times it's uncomfortable for the players and the coaches. I think are we confusing tone with toughness?
Yeah,
the Cowboys media asks very direct, pointed questions,
but they don't follow up and never let it go.
Ooh, I think Clarence would fit in any tough media market.
Like we've seen this. Like, you know, when Parcells got here, right? He was fresh off the Jets, where he was getting into arguments with the media every day. That didn't happen here. It just didn't happen. Like Steve Dennis would go at him, and he would have a follow up, but there was never these contentious brawls like it was there. And that's there's good and bad about that. But the Gallardi's not wrong. Like, the Stars have, like, there's hardly any media in there. They don't cover them the way they would cover the Maple Leafs or the Canadiens.
I mean, you even made the point. You said that's probably a positive for bringing Kyrie here.
That was my theory.
It absolutely is positive for bringing Kyrie here. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
I think if I'm a player,
Kyrie can float his theories and his life principles, and we're not going to destroy him and cross-examine him.
Like the fight he got in with the media member, what do you want to call it, a fight, where there was a back and forth. They kept jawing at each other. Like, that wouldn't have happened with the Mavs media.
Maybe McMahon.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
McMahon. But then DFW media versus Cowboys, Stars, Rangers, Mavs media. You know, how different are the media groups within the Metroplex?
Oh, I think when you get in the like Ranger media,
I think the Cowboys get called out to a satisfactory degree.
Far more than the others.
Far more than the others, because we care about the Cowboys the most.
The others don't get called out, really. I mean,
other than Tim McMahon. Tim will call him out, the Mavericks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who. I mean, like, the Rangers don't really get all that called out.
Right.
You know, maybe McMahon with the Mavericks.
I'll give you some examples of Tim doing it. We'll reach out during the break for permission to play his podcast clips, and I'll show you.
So the different media groups within, I don't know the Stars media that well, so I don't know if they weren't calling out Ben and Sagan at the time. But Mavs media, is Mavs media more kiss ass to Cuban versus critical? Feels like Cuban, I don't know how many I don't read the local columnists.
Because they have paywalls.
Yeah, because they have paywalls. I think Mac Engel will be critical, but I don't know, Mavs media, that's an interesting one to focus on. Have they really called out Cuban enough before the Kyrie trade in terms of leaving Luka high and dry with help? Getting on him with all the, lawsuit stories, with the, sexual allegations and all that stuff. So very interesting there from Stars owner Tom Gallardi. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on the show. 877-881-1053. Michael Irvin's attorney told Michael Gelkin he's pretty irate. He is pretty furious that the hotel videotapes have not been turned over. This was the Marriott in Arizona that was told by the court, you got to turn over the videos, and they have not done so. So what are you hiding? Why haven't you turned them over? You're currently costing our client his livelihood, his name, his reputation, and Mike's attorney said he is, quote, mad as hell over their reluctance. So that's where we stand. Michael and his team do not have the video evidence as of right now.
Which the judge said they had to turn it in by, yesterday. So I wonder why they haven't turned it in. That was what the report was on Thursday of last week. They had to have it in by Monday.
I wouldn't turn it in. The only thing my brain is telling me, if Michael's totally innocent, I'm going to be very hesitant to turn things in because Michael's lawsuit has a lot more weight and merit.
It's got 2 commas in it, man.
Got 2 commas.
It's got 2 commas.
Yep.
But, if the judge says you got to do it, I mean, I'm under the impression that you have to do it. Am I crazy?
I would think so.
You would think so.
We are a nation of laws, are we not, Choppy?
Law and order, apparently.
Headlines on a hump day.
Hump day.
On Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a TOLO. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Let's chop it up. Most text messages on the show for the Wednesday 720. Do you guys need some microphone help? I mean, the adjustment of microphones is crazy today. What's going on?
I don't know. I'm a little
Bobby, let's
fidgety.
just
I
turn
didn't
that
take
off-
my
Let's just
Adderall.
hit the off button before you do that next time.
Yeah, Peyton, I like it. Keep a standard of quality high.
Now he's tapping.
Keep it
I'll
high. Now
just do it
turn them
myself,
off.
yeah.
Now go ahead and shut them off. Let's chop it up. The relationship policy on passing gas, the things you have to do to stay happy, and everything else on RJ's mind. Let's chop it up on the fan text next. But first,
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Ooh, baby. A lot to get to in chopping it up here. How happy are you and how to maintain that happiness? If I give you a list of 7 things, you got to eliminate a couple of them.
7.
Maybe we even get into an airplane almost doing a Bobby Belt and almost crashing. His worst nightmare. But let's start with my favorite subjects. Flatulence. When did you break the barrier? When did you break the toot barrier with your significant other? How far in, Bobby?
Like me in front of her or her in front of me?
Well, both.
She still to this day will not like do it on purpose in front of me. And I don't know. Like it was a while. It was like a year probably. And I still don't generally like just aggressively do it in front of her.
But what will you do on purpose?
I mean,
knowingly.
That's a broad question.
What will you knowingly do in that area?
Nothing, because you remember I'm the one who like does the whole shower rule and everything else within 2 hours of going to the bathroom. So I don't live in those spaces much. I don't aggressively go in those. Now, see, I'll be more likely to do that with somebody like Choppy. We were at Radio Row, and I had taken my Adderall, and so my mouth dries out, and it gives you bad breath occasionally if you're not drinking enough water. Chop goes, Bobby, your breath is just too aggressive right now. So I literally
was that off the air?
Yeah, it was like we did just dealt with Eskin, and I like put my hand on like his and I like tried to lean forward, just go
to
like,
RJ.
Yeah, right in his face.
Ew.
Yeah, it was rank, man.
Yeah.
After he said it, so
It
I was
was
like, all right,
rank, bro.
but to my wife, I still won't do any of those things.
And that's a nice heads up by you. This is my least favorite subject. I know it's RJ's favorite. I'm still at a 0.
Never.
Only on accident, maybe if it's like during sleep. That's it.
Wow.
Never.
Because the average person does it like 14 times a day.
Well,
just in general.
In
general.
Somebody's doing it 0 then, and Wolchuk's making up for theirs and doing 28.
Yeah. No, never like her on purpose in front of me and vice versa.
So when you feel it coming, what do? You just step out of the room?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Every time.
Go to another room, or if you're by yourself, or go to the bathroom. Generally, but no, if she's sitting next to me on the couch and I know it's going to produce negative results, no, I will not do it right there. And definitely, she's never heard me, while conscious, she's never heard me do it in her vicinity, ever.
Wow.
Not once.
I'm kind of lucky mine don't have like a bad odor to them.
Yeah, it is kind of true. That's probably the worst, one of maybe RJ's worst characteristic. He can literally say, "My farts don't stink." The most arrogant line that anyone could say, but it's kind of true for him.
Kind of true. So I don't remember when I did it first in front of her. It was after I.
And why is this being brought up, by the way?
Well, this is being brought up because a woman wrote like one of those Dear Abby letters or whatever. And, she said that she revealed that, she one time broke wind in front of her husband. And this is a 9-year relationship. And he will not let it go. He calls it revolting.
Literally.
I know. He apparently hates public displays of bodily functions.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And, she said that one time one of her friends let out a burp, and he spent the entire trip home rehashing how gross it was.
Yeah.
And, one night her guard was down, the post-pizza gases hit, and they were lying in bed, and she accidentally let one rip, and he met her with a disgusted look, saying, that's the most unladylike thing a woman can do in front of her husband. And he called it revolting, and apparently he will not let it go. If they're watching a show and a movie and someone cuts the cheese, he reminds her how disgusting that she was that one time. Like, he will not let it go, and it's killing their marriage.
My wife sometimes will belch, and I give her a hard time. I look at her like, come on, what are you doing? That's very unladylike. So I don't gear down, and like I can't even stand watching RJ have a caffeinated drink. I can't stand it. He opens it. I can't even remember what you were driving on the way back to the airport. And
it's probably a Ghost or a C4.
So RJ can never like open something and take one sip. He like his first drink is like a chug. It's like 3, 4, 5 chugs.
Yeah.
And then it gets down to the body, and he's got a. I'm like, why are you torturing yourself with like the carbonation coming back up off of the first gulp? But
you know the 7-Up or Sprite challenge where you got to chug a whole 20 ounce of Sprite and try not to burp. No, you can't do it.
Can't do it.
You can't do it.
Yeah, no way to.
There's epic videos out there. But like, do not do this. Do not hold it in. A 19-year-old held in her gas for 2 years around her boyfriend. Took her a trip to the emergency room. They discovered her appendix had burst.
Oh.
Now, like, leading to the poor girl believing it was because she was holding in her toots. But
all right, now let's get to you.
So I think I held him in until one time I was like, look, I was like, I'm sorry, I've got to go to the bathroom. Do you mind? Like, it was in her apartment. I was like, do you mind if I use it? I've got to go. And I went in there, and the entire apartment was a contaminated zone for about 40 minutes. And after that, I was like, it doesn't matter anymore. If she's still here, it doesn't matter. So I have no problem doing that. I wish I didn't do it as much as I do. I just have gas. I'm just gassing.
Well, everyone goes to the bathroom. We're talking
no.
about
Yeah, I'm saying
passing gas in front of her.
I have no problem doing it. I don't.
You will not remove yourself from any situation. No matter what, if you guys are on the couch or if you're in the bed, you are just going to do it no matter what.
Yeah,
you're not going to remove
much.
yourself.
Pretty much. She's never done it in front of me.
No,
ever, and she says she won't.
Good for you, Sarah.
What a saint.
Now that
what a lady.
Yeah, I mean I'm sure in her sleep she has without knowing, but I've never heard anything emanate from that.
And how does she react when you do it? Knowingly.
It depends on the situation. Sometimes she laughs.
Okay.
And then other times she's like, God.
But it's nothing that could discuss. Like, I feel like I could be. This is a possible deal breaker thing for me in relationships. Like, if I started dating a girl and she was openly doing it, I really think it would push me to the point of like I wouldn't date them anymore. I'm that serious about it. It's disgusting. Yeah. It's unnecessary. It's ridiculous. And I know I'm going to get killed on the fan text. I don't care. That's the way. That's just the way it's always been in my family, man. I've never heard my mother. I've never heard my father. Never. Zero. Never just. I'm talking about like the flagrant. Just the whole thing about it is so flagrant. The RJ leg lift. The butt cheek.
I don't know why we lift.
Adjustments.
I don't know why I lift.
And then just to let you know that, yeah, like I just marked my territory. I'm like, the grunt. And then an animal. What a vulgar animal.
I am an animal.
You are an animal. But I guarantee you, the overwhelming majority of male Tolos listening agree with you, and me and Bobby are the sissies.
Yep.
I guarantee you I haven't even looked at it. Peyton, you ever have this relationship dynamic decision?
Yeah, if you give me a year and stuff, I'm comfortable in front of anyone. You know, just a year of friendship or relationship, boyfriend, girlfriend, or anything. I'll do in front of friends and stuff that are females and stuff. Now I won't like obnoxiously like turn my cheek and right in front of their face, but like if I'm up to the side, I don't mind doing it. They know what happens.
Do you do it to Ryan?
No, I've never done to Ryan.
Which one of you has worse gas, if you're honest? Have you turned around and been like, Ryan, was that you?
No, because it's always me.
It's always you.
Always you.
So, and I would like to know from the female Tolos what your approach is in the relationship with it. That's what's really interesting. If you just have carte blanche, you just have the green light to go ahead and release.
Here we go. I mean, they're flying in. Everyone does it. It can't be revolting. I had a female coworker who would let one rip anytime she needed to.
Gosh.
She said she refused to be uncomfortable and make us comfortable. Let's see. Do you know if you breathe in while you let one go, it's always going to be silent? This has been proven to be true.
What?
I don't believe that.
I'm going to try that one.
We're going to Mythbusters that.
Breathe in while it happens. That sounds like it could be like combustion.
Yeah, wife and I have no problems doing it in front of each other. Only stipulation is if I drink IPAs, she makes me leave the room. Okay. Let's see. You guys are weak. You got to let it rip. My wife and I have a contest. We've been married 5 years. Only know each other 6. They have a contest, though. If we're rolling down the road and I got to squeeze one out, you better deal with it because I'm not pulling over.
Oh, my Lord.
If you hold it in, it'll stay in your system and come out your breath.
That's the problem, the road trip.
Yeah.
That's the problem. That's the issue. So there it is. Part 1 in Chopping It Up. I knew that people would have RJ's side on this.
Okay. All right. Now, dealer choice. Eliminate 2. Happiness.
Bobby, you pick. Eliminate 2 or happiness?
Let's do eliminate 2.
Okay. Saw this on Instagram, so it has to be true. You have to delete 2 from your life forever.
Okay.
Alcohol, money, food, sex, friends, music, weed.
This is so easy.
Go.
Alcohol, weed.
You, alcohol?
Yep. I love alcohol. I love friends and music and food and money more.
Okay.
Peyton?
I mean, you can't choose money.
So you can't choose money.
How are you going to choose food?
Yeah, you have no wind down. You have no wind down release then if you eliminate alcohol and weed.
Oh, I've got a release.
You know what? I'll go weed and music. I could eliminate music. I have sports talk radio to listen to all the time.
That's right. What an employee you are.
Gosh, he's such a company man.
Weed is easy for me to eliminate. And I think I could lean towards eliminate. See, the music for me is like in social scene. I could not listen to music in the car. I could be fine with that. But if we're having a party, pool party, out in a restaurant, like the vibe, going somewhere, I don't care about concerts. I think I could lean towards eliminating music. I think I possibly could. Alcohol, not going anywhere. Money, not going anywhere. Food, not going anywhere. You know, the older you get,
the more you just want to stay home.
The more I could possibly eliminate. Friends could be. That's in my consideration. It is.
Yeah, I thought that could be in consideration as well. We got a pretty tight friend group, but it's just you and your lady. You could deal with that. You could get by with that.
Yeah.
I chose weed. Weed was a relatively easy one.
Really?
Yeah, because I have alcohol. I'm never getting rid of alcohol. I'm sorry, I will never stop drinking. Like I'm just any doctor could tell me I got to limit it to what? No, I'm just gonna keep drinking. I have to.
You've gone periods without drinking. You just have.
You notice I wasn't very happy though.
Well, I thought that was another reason. But.
Yeah, that could have been. I should have been drinking.
Yeah.
I guess I can eliminate. You can't eliminate money. You can't eliminate food. You can't eliminate relations. So those are the 3 you have to have. I will do music and weed. I love music, but I could if I had to choose one of the ones to get rid of, it'd be music and weed.
Music? You can't. No way.
I'd give up friends before music.
You could not give up. You could not give up music.
I mean, look. I have no choice. I have to give up something.
Yeah,
I suppose I suppose I can give up friends, but what's the point in having music if you don't have friends to listen to it with?
Right.
Then just give up the alcohol. Pound energy drinks and
his girlfriend works for a major distributor. That's not happening.
Yeah, it's not happening.
He'll have to move on to the next phase to give that.
Yeah,
up.
that's true. I mean, he took 6 bottles from Sandler's charity event. You can just let those go to waste.
All right, what are the most common?
Those are long gone. Trust me.
What are the most common answers on the fan text? I bet weed is not one of the. I bet weed is not a top answer.
Let me see here. We've got 2.
And by the way, if I could just swap out weed for alcohol, that is that would be very beneficial. That'd be much better. In terms of the health, in terms of all that. I don't know. I can't smoke 3 or 4. I can't take 3 or 4 hits and function, like trust myself. And, I can have 3 or 4 drinks and do that, but I'm not at that point. I'm sure I could build up the tolerance, with smoking.
Boy, it's a lot of music and alcohol.
I cannot believe music, and I'm shocked.
It'd be impossible to give it up.
Lot of music and alcohol.
I had to make a tough decision.
940 brings up a good point, though. If you remove music, you're also ruining movies because it eliminates the soundtracks off the movies.
So
and those would sound weird.
Is that what that means? Like you can't watch?
Nah,
you can't
have. That's music. Music is gone for you.
No, that doesn't
But what if
count.
you just go deaf when music plays? Can we just do that?
I think it means like you can't play music yourself, like to just sit there and play music or whatever.
Music over friends. 940 says music can't steal your girl.
Now if what would have been fascinating on here if you put television and cell phone. If you added that, because I think a lot of people, RJ would probably give up TV, although you couldn't for your job, but otherwise you'd be fine. It sounds like without television, I could not give up TV. I'd probably give up sex over TV. Actually, I wouldn't. Probably I would, and I wouldn't even hesitate.
So
I would have to have television. I love television.
214 friends and alcohol have to go. I'll miss Christian, Trey, and margaritas, but I have to do this for me.
So could you get? So you could not.
Once I had my second child, I can give up the relations for. I could never sacrifice television. Never, ever, no way. As I'm rubbing lotion on my hands,
you'll be rubbing a lot of that.
Yeah, exactly. What are you gonna ask?
I was thinking because that was talked about. Like there was this thing over the weekend. Like would you give up? Would you stop having relations during football season if it meant, or the vice versa? Like would you had to pick one for the next 6 months? You could only do one.
Football. Not even. I wouldn't even hesitate. Now you gotta understand. Like at least for me, I think I'm 41. If I was 21, I may answer differently. But, I just want to slow down a tiny bit. But not even hesitation. 6 months. Football over relations.
Oh, I thought you were saying the other. No, I give up football at that point.
I'd give up football.
You would give up football.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
There you go.
I'd give up everything. I'd give up everything. I cannot stop it again. Not stop it. All right. Been there once.
Damn bunny rabbit.
Let's go one more. Chopping it up. One more.
Let's do happiness, Sean.
All right.
An English psychologist released a study, the 4 life tips to make you happy. See if you do these, they'll make you happy. Number 1, staying active.
All right, what does that mean?
I've found that this helps happiness. I find I don't need my Adderall as much and I can't do it now, really, unless I want to get up at 4 and go to 24-hour fitness. But I found when I would get up at 6 and go exercise for an hour, then I always felt sharper and happier. And if that was first thing in the morning, go exercise, I always felt better.
Okay. So we're talking physical, we're talking exercise in
Any
this?
kind of move your body, like anything, go for a walk, play golf, play tennis, go to the gym. I found when I go on days that I go to the gym, I don't need a nap. I'm so energized, but on days that I don't, I feel sluggish and tired. So I totally get that one.
Okay, active 1. This is keys to staying happy.
Yeah. Next one, prioritizing family and friends. Or connection. Prioritize connection with somebody.
Prioritizing. That's so vague.
It is vague.
I do think that, and I think there have been studies on this too, that ever since the COVID era when we were all locked down, that they did say that lack of interaction and having those connections, those people-to-people connections, did contribute to a lot of depression and sadness and everything.
Every weekend I'm definitely out basically every weekend.
You're a very social person.
Yeah, during the week I'm the least social of probably anyone in the whole building. I'm not doing anything at 6, 7 o'clock. I'm not going to any game. It throws off my entire routine. It puts me in a bad mood. My family knows not to ask me to do anything. Maybe at 10:30 or 11 a.m. I'll do something. But otherwise, it's got to wait till Thursday at the earliest and maybe Friday to go do something that's social.
Unless it's a Wednesday blackout at Adam Sandler.
I took off the next 2 days.
He did.
I will not. I would never have gone to Adams. I don't care what you give me ticket wise. I mean, I can't even think of what would make me go to something on a weeknight if I have to work the next morning.
Courtside NBA Finals game. Mavs.
Yeah, I mean, we did NBA Finals games on a week.
Courtside NBA Finals, I would
That's
do.
work too.
Yeah, courtside NBA Finals, I would do. But yeah, like I make us get together with my parents are in Maryland. Her parents are in Irving. I make us get together with her parents way more than she does. So yeah, I prioritize that.
And you're the station mom at Thanksgiving when we're on trips. Like you're the one coordinating. Like kids, all right, we're gonna go to dinner tonight.
Yeah.
We're gonna go to this restaurant.
Yeah.
And so you do the coordination for that.
Yeah, so I would put family and friends up there.
Okay, I would too. Next one, donate your time.
Nope.
Like
To what?
To like a volunteer. I get this from this standpoint. Couple of summer, I think it was this COVID. It was 2020. In the summer, I went down to. I was helping out with. I had donated blankets to a homeless shelter.
I remember this period.
And they asked me if I would go help hand out waters in Fort Worth to the homeless. It was like 110 degrees. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll go. And I was miserable. It was 5,000 degrees, the middle of COVID. I'm wheeling this 400-pound wagon, down Lancaster. I'm just dying here. I was miserable. When I got home, I was like, wow. Like I felt like really like good about myself for like an hour.
Yeah.
For a couple hours, whatever.
But not enough to make you go back.
Well, they didn't ask me back. Okay, and I don't know if that says a lot about me or not, but they didn't ask me back. I felt I felt good about myself though. I was happy I did it. I'm glad I did it.
Yeah.
I got to see a side of the world I be honest, purposely avoided. Let's be honest. Like I got to see that side of the world. But
are these happiness keys for unemployed people? Because if you have a job and you're supposed to exercise and you're supposed to prioritize your family and friends, where is the free time to donate to a charity?
I think a lot of people do it.
Do they?
Dude,
if you have time to
people with families and jobs.
I mean, you have time to you had time to go to a TCU game the other night that you were thinking about versus Kansas.
There's not a lot of charities at 9:00 at night on a Tuesday.
You had time to go to Derek Collins' house and eat his butt.
I did. It was good.
So if you look at the time you burn in the day for your recreation, take an hour out of that. Like Skip. This guy Skip P. I'm one of our top diehard Tolos, but this guy's going straight to heaven. I mean, all he does. I'm like, do you work? Do you generate income for your family? Donation, water drive, all this. But I feel like I'm a generally happy person, and I'm not very involved in that, even though you feel guilty when you're not. So that I eliminate as a key that you have to do to be happy.
Very good.
My mother, though, she would. I mean, I know if my dad goes before my mom, all that money, all that inheritance, that's gone. See you later. She's giving it away to everyone else. It's gone.
You better hope that you've got a pie in that will.
A pie?
A piece of that section.
Oh, yeah. I'm hoping. That's why I'm bringing my parents here in March to have the talk to Dad, convince him.
I am in charge of me and my sisters are in charge of my mom right now, and her fight. She wants to remodel the kitchen, and we're like, "Whoa, hang on, what's that going to cost? Do you even cook?" And we're like, "What's going on here?"
You guys send her DoorDash. You split up DoorDash for the week,
and she's like, "I had already called two contractors." I'm like, "Ma, do you know me? Do you have any idea? Like, I can just throw one tweet out there, and you get 40% off." And then finally the last one.
The key to happiness?
The key to happiness. So we've already got staying active. We already have prioritizing connection with people, donating your time, like volunteer work. And then finally, and I cannot do this one at the moment, cuddling with a pet. Having a pet companion is one of the keys to happiness.
No, not one of the keys. I went through my whole dog saga here since the Peace-a-thon the day before Thanksgiving. We eventually found a new great home for Romeo. I thought I would be more devastated with him gone. I definitely would have if we had to put him down. I did everything possible. I spent a lot of paychecks keeping this dog alive, paralyzed with the back legs, can't control his own bladder. But I thought I would be missing him a lot more. I've always had pets, 2 cats, 3 dogs in my life, but no, I'm not devastated. So I would disagree with cuddling an animal.
I grew up with dogs. The middle one has a really bad dog allergy that when she's around them, she just gets like rashes and stuff like that and starts getting stuffy and coughing and everything. So we haven't had a dog since I've been an adult, and I honestly don't. It's not like I miss having a dog. I love dogs, but it's a lot.
I guess we should have started this whole conversation with do you consider yourself a happy person?
Oh yeah.
Oh no, absolutely not.
No?
No.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. No, I'm happy, but I'm cynical.
Yeah.
I'm very cynical.
Very cynical.
Yeah, I don't know that it means you're unhappy.
No, that's what I said. I said I'm happy but cynical.
Yeah,
I definitely.
You're just guarded against BS.
I would say you're very happy.
Yeah.
I mean, apparently there's a different RJ off the air. There's a crying, sensitive, emotional RJ that we never see.
Older,
so I don't know how you are off the air.
Choppy is probably the happiest person at the station, I feel like.
Chiafalo?
Chiafalo's very happy, but Chiafalo has 3 children under 3. I'm just waiting for him to explode.
Yeah, he can't be happy. It's a pause for him to be happy.
Yeah, I would put RJ up there.
Choppy, Chiafalo.
Peyton seems very happy.
If you want to talk about optimism, Broadus is very optimistic.
Yeah, he is.
Broadus is like,
Is
okay,
he?
okay, so you know how Broadus got his truck stolen?
Did you hear him and Dawson yesterday?
I did. Did you hear what happened to his vehicle? He got in a hit and run accident with the new car.
What?
Leaving the station, he got hit.
When?
A week ago. He's going through a whole nother car buying process, and whenever he talks about it, he's like, well, these things happen, and
See, that's old
life
Broadus.
moves
I
on,
wonder what
and-
40-year-old Broadus would have done.
Oh yeah.
Or 30. I mean, you know him. You knew that.
I knew him probably about 04, 05. He was fresh out of.
Was he a source for you?
He was not. He was fresh out of the league. I didn't meet him until he was out of the league. But I'll tell you, he was just as confrontational as he is today.
Oh, I would have thought he was more.
Maybe more. I mean, I'll never forget. I was sitting at the 50-yard line in San Antonio at Cowboys training camp, and he goes, "We got to have it out, you and I." And I don't even remember what it was about. I'd probably done something stupid, which is totally possible. But you got to have it out, you and I. And I was like, whoa, dude, it's like 10 a.m. Like, chill, man. I'm still picking crusties out of my eye. We got a practice here to deal with.
And Peyton, you're happy, right?
Yeah, I'd say I'm happy. I mean, I'm not depressed or anything, but yeah, I could use a girlfriend or something.
Oh my gosh.
God, Peyton.
He's not happy at all. That was the saddest
thing.
Well, when you have 10 friends in a friend group and they're all taken, it's like I'm the odd one out.
Gosh, Peyton, I'm gonna do for you what I did with Wolchuk, and you will actually close the deal. Okay?
It worked so well for him.
Yeah, you were 0 for 1 with Zach. 877-881-1053.
I was 1 for 1. Zach was 0 for 1.
Oh! 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. So there it is, chopping it up on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. All right, we're gearing up for spring training. We got some Texas Ranger rankings that are out there. I've heard some people say that this is as excited as they've been for the Rangers that they can think of in the past 5 to 7 years. One of you sent a Rangers rankings list.
Oh, there have been several Rangers rankings lists lately that have been rather upsetting, but we're going to talk about we can talk about the more positive aspects of these. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Be very positive.
Because we have talked about Jack Leiter recently.
Mm-hmm. That's a positive?
Well, no.
Oh.
Because Jack Leiter has, as we've discussed recently, gone from on a number of these top 100 lists being 25 to 40, somewhere around there, from 6 months to a year ago.
And DeGrom got cleared, I heard yesterday, so we're good. We dodged the first DeGrom bullet.
Are we gonna talk about Jacob DeGrom's first day of school sign at some point?
We have to. The answer.
Should we do that now?
Let's do that right now.
All right.
I don't know if we should talk about it with Peyton. RJ gave me reason to think that it's fine. Okay, so who wants to set it up? So what are these things? These are things that kids hold up for school?
Yeah, so first day of school photos, like your kids will hold up a chalkboard or something. And, the Rangers did this for, not all the players, but quite a bit of the players. So
can't say it up there.
You get the Jake DeGroms, And it says Rangers photo day, Jacob deGrom, year 9. So he's in his year 9. Now, the Rangers did them no favors whatsoever with these questions. Like, you cannot give cool things about you with these questions. Position, favorite food, I heart, favorite color, my friends are, and then childhood hero. Jake deGrom, position, right-handed pitcher. Favorite food, burger.
Okay, I didn't even think he was that interesting with food when he hopped on. I think it was with G-Bag when he first signed. He was like very boring with food.
Yeah, President say water.
Yeah.
I mean, this is basically like water, right? I love my family. Favorite color, blue.
Yeah, putting a favorite color on there, that was lame.
Yeah, favorite color, blue. My friends are teammates. Childhood hero, none.
That is that. Do we have like, you know, we always have like certain like, oh, this big NFL story's happening, let's call this person. Is it like, do we have a psychologist on standby that we got, like, what does it mean that Jacob deGrom is like, no one was my hero as a child?
Man, that's so sad.
So sad. Like, the answers to this question, it's like, in between starts, Jake deGrom spends his time being the most boring individual on the planet. Like holy cow.
Could you have said, you know, Roger Clemens?
I
like,
look up to no one.
Like, this guy.
I'm trying. These are the saddest answers ever.
Jason Garrett appeared like Jason Garrett sounds like Rex Ryan compared to this guy.
Yeah, like at least Jonah Heim said, my friends are pitchers that throw strikes. Like that's a good answer.
Creative.
There's some personality there. You know, but like
none. How many people? If you ask 100 people, childhood hero, how many would answer none?
I mean,
somebody would give you a parent or some like.
That's what I asked you guys. I'm like,
they looked up to.
I was like, let's make sure that he didn't have a devastating parent situation.
There was
Dion wouldn't recruit him.
I couldn't there was if you were to say like who my hero was, like I mean, I
Michael Jordan.
I couldn't narrow it down to one.
Michael Jordan. That's
Superman, like the Hulk, just a million things out there were my heroes.
Tony and Tammy deGrom. Okay, so I found them on Google. So it's not like I don't think it was a devastating parent situation, but none.
A grandpa in the war, like throw something out there.
There's I mean, just throw a name because just saying none, like
pretty sad.
It reads so. Yeah, which is sadder,
but
none or Peyton going, I wish I had a girlfriend.
But the most, all right, I'm going to save this.
So this is a bigger discussion.
The Adolis Garcia
one.
Are we going to let Peyton chime in?
All right, we actually, I kind of want to just I kind of want to send Peyton 5'10", like all the Rangers boards and get his natural reaction and make an entire segment of it because... Man,
let's cancel Peyton.
Let's cancel LCP. All right, LCD. Let's cancel Dak, according to another quarterback story. Yesterday it was CJ Stroud. The Cowboys are apparently looking at someone else. We have the latest mock draft from the NFL Network. Why are the Cowboys looking at a second quarterback to possibly draft? That's next on The Fan. This is next for you. It is the greatness.
DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on a hump day. Very aggressive fist pump from Roberto Belt on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. He's wearing his brand new Tolo sweatshirt that you can find in the merch store, 105throughthefan.com. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. We have a second quarterback, second straight day with the Cowboys apparently being interested in a college QB. The first one from Mike Fisher sounded very unreasonable with C.J. Stroud from Ohio State. The second one could be more in range, could make sense. I think it would be a controversy. You guys disagree. And before we give you that name and figure out what the Tolos would think, what was the C.J. Stroud follow-up yesterday? Was it a Venmo?
Well, so the Venmo from this is C.J. Stroud does not have social media during the season.
Smart.
Okay.
Smart.
So, which I found out because like NIL, like a lot of these guys are having to use social media posts to,
advertise their company.
Advertise the company or whatever they whatever fraudulent front corporation that they're promoting, which I'm cool with. But he doesn't do that during the season. So he said since he doesn't have social media, Ohio State fans, if they wanted to be critical of his play, in a related story, C.J. Stroud did not lose a game until late November, and went to the Final Four. So like whatever. I don't know how he was how much critical you could be being of him.
And what's his playoff record? Playoffs are all that matter, Chop.
That's right. But he said that fans were sending him money on Venmo just to write in the comments section of Venmo and be critical of him. And I'm like, wow. Like, if I was a professional athlete, I'd be like, dude, you got to say something to me? Like, I'm not getting I would just get off social media and I would just post a Venmo and be like, you want to say something to me? Cost you $1. Cost you $5.
Yeah, look, I mean,
sooner or later you make some money out of that.
Yeah, I mean, if we're not on the air and the fan text wants to reach us, they can. If they want to complain about something we said earlier in the day, then they can reach us that way.
Venmo.
Yeah.
So
it's clever. I mean, it probably softens the blow. Yeah, you suck, man. Here's $10.
Well, I don't think he intentionally set it up for that.
No, he didn't. But it actually, from his standpoint, if someone's gonna send you $10, I mean,
pay me to insult me.
I'll give you a free punch.
I Venmo'd Peyton $15 yesterday.
Wow,
and I already used it.
Yeah,
yeah, you did.
I bet you did.
That was amazing, and that can never be discussed on the air.
For the commercial break podcast.
Yes, for the commercial break. So, Choppy, yesterday it was Mike Fisher at this time talking about the Cowboys being intrigued by Stroud. Who's the second quarterback? Second straight day.
The second quarterback is one that this one makes me much, much happier. You all thought I was a fan of Dak Prescott a couple years ago when he was as a rookie year. Yeah, they did. I mean, I was president of the fan club. Y'all thought I was a fan of Jason Witten because he went to the University of Tennessee or Peyton Manning. Y'all ain't seen nothing yet if this story comes true. But there are reports that Hendon Hooker, Go Vols quarterback, has met extensively with the Raiders, Panthers, Giants, Saints, and Cowboys during the pre-draft process. He's expected to be healthy and ready to go for training camp. Had an ACL tear in November, but he is projected to be probably a second-round pick. Teams lose their mind with quarterbacks. He may go late first. Who knows? But the fact that the Cowboys are one of the 5 teams that have met extensively with him, where I assume they've all met with him. I mean, he's a draftable player, so I assume most teams have met with him. But the fact that the Cowboys are one of the 5 that have met extensively, and they're the only ones, Panthers, Raiders, Giants, and Saints, that don't have a quarterback. Sorry, Daniel Jones. They're the only ones that have a quarterback. So, they're the one team that you would think wouldn't have to meet with him because they have a QB. The other teams don't have quarterback.
Maybe they want to bring in. An older quarterback to impart some wisdom to Dak.
He is older.
He can take Kellen's spot from that standpoint. So look, too early for us to believe this is legitimate smoke to a fire, right? To a Dak fire. They're doing their homework, and these outlets all know if you connect the Cowboys, shows like us are going to talk about it. Where I was disagreeing with you guys at 6:00 this morning was your reaction if they ended up drafting Hendon Hooker in the second round. RJ treated it as good team building. Bobby just, okay, you go ahead and you get a backup quarterback. And I'm like, you guys are totally underplaying this. I expected that answer from Bobby because he has his Dak blinders up 24/7 no matter what.
Not accurate.
It's just like a quarterback. And Choppy, I kind of expected the team building thing, but I'm just surprised that you guys, if we're sitting here on this radio station with the draft coverage and they draft a quarterback in the second round, I'm really, really stunned that you guys wouldn't have alarms going off like I would.
I'm not saying I wouldn't have alarms going off. Would it be the smart team building move? Yes, from the standpoint that an unknown quarterback in the draft is better than a known backup.
You don't believe in the backup quarterback position.
I wouldn't pay it.
Okay, well then,
but I would draft it.
You shouldn't draft it in the second round.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
You're theoretically wasting. If all goes right, you're wasting the pick.
Maybe, but
so that's dumb team building.
But from a team building standpoint, I would argue drafting a quarterback is never a wasted pick because of the upside they bring. Hendon Hooker may be like, you may draft him and then find out, hey, he's better than Dak Prescott.
How are you gonna find that out? He's never going to see the field if Dak Prescott's healthy.
No, he's not. But you also would have practice, and you would see how he is in practice. Like they've seen,
Hendon Hooker's never going to play no matter what, as long as Dak Prescott is getting paid $40 million and can walk.
That's the point. There may be a time where you move on from him if you find out that this kid plays better,
and his value will then be lower than Hooker. His value would then be low. Let's say he never touches the field in the first 3 years. His value is not going to be a second round pick. So you've wasted a second round selection.
Garoppolo's was second.
No, I think you got to look at quarterbacks who are drafted who don't play. Like Jordan Love is not going to command the pick to where he was drafted, and Zach Wilson of Delt is not going to command the pick to where he was drafted. So you have an asset that is decreased in terms of the value. So in my opinion, that's dumb team building. That I could also applaud if they really believe that they've hit their Dak ceiling. Like if the Cowboys are sniffing around more quarterbacks because they're like, it's time to bring someone in here, I would give them credit for what the Chiefs did with Alex Smith and saying, or the Bengals, Andy Dalton, and saying, we know we've reached the end of the line. We know we've hit the ceiling. I would give them credit because I would kind of lean towards that thinking of, and let's just say you beat San Francisco. Then you had 2 more games where you really was any of us going to have great confidence in them winning the next 2 games to win it all? Maybe Philadelphia with the way you matched up and the way they scored points against them in Arlington. None of us would have felt that way against the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. So I would give the Cowboys credit if they're starting to think this way. But if they believe Dak is their guy and they took Hendon Hooker in the second, I would kill them for that.
I mean, I don't believe they're going to take Hendon Hooker. Like we said, this is something that is just, early cursory work. I think they may like him a lot. And if he's there in the second round, it may be this is too good a value to pass up, just like it would have been with Malik Willis in the third round last year. I think that
maybe we should have maybe they shouldn't draft any quarterbacks with the way they evaluate.
If they are,
my Lord.
If they are genuinely concerned about Dak's future, then it's a terrible move to draft Hendon Hooker in the second round.
Why?
Because if you're genuinely concerned about Dak's future, you go after one of these 4 quarterbacks in the first round. You make it happen and you go after them. You don't just say, well, let me take one of these dicey second rounders that have a bad history of hitting. Now, it's a lottery ticket and he's a good player, but
is he a first round pick without an ACL?
Maybe. I don't think so.
Yeah.
And so
unless you think they're all equal and, it's safer to, I agree with you. Go get your guy, go get the stud. Unless you think
they're far away though. It'd be hard for them to get that top-notch quarterback. They can't get to Stroud, they can't get to Bryce Young.
They could. You can always get to who you want to get.
You want to give your next 3 years of first-round picks, then sure you can get to Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud. You could maybe get to Will Levis, but I don't
do
think
that for the chosen one.
Yeah, do that for
Bryce
Andrew
Young.
Luck.
I don't love Bryce Young in the NFL. So none of these guys are supposed to be the chosen ones. If we're talking about Trevor Lawrence, we're talking about Peyton Manning, then do it.
If you told me Hooker winds up to be a better player than Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud, I'm not going to. I'd be like, okay. I'd be like, sure.
It's possible.
If you told me he would be a better pro than Andrew Luck at the same time, I'd be like, no, take Andrew Luck. Like, go get him. There's a difference.
Daniel Jeremiah, NFL Network, with his latest mock draft. Bobby, what jumps out?
Well, I'll tell you one thing that jumps out. We've talked before on here about Will Anderson, the Alabama edge, and what a freak he is. And for 2 years, I think people have thought that's the number one player in the draft. He is not the first edge rusher picked. It is, get your guns up, Sean Sharif.
Oh, yeah.
Tyree Wilson out of Texas Tech.
Guy on defense.
Third overall, first edge rusher pick. Tyree Wilson's a stud. Tyree Wilson, by the way, I think Tyree Wilson.
We trust Daniel Jeremiah, right?
Yes. DJ is so well connected that DJ will sometimes sandbag for his sources and put wrong picks somewhere to help. Like, hey, I'm not going to until day of, then I'll switch it up.
How many people can we actually call DJ? I think Dustin Johnson's one, and then
I don't know who that is.
And then DJ, and then DJ Tanner. Okay,
Yeah.
those are the only people you're allowed to say. Daniel Jeremiah. Let's
We all call him at NFL Network, refer to him as DJ.
Within the family?
I'm just saying that's what we refer to him as.
Sandbagging, I mean, that kind of makes his list not credible.
No, in terms of, like, I think he's giving you the right position and the right area where guys will go, but a specific team taking somebody like 14, if he knows that, he's not going to tip their hand and burn a source. He may still have the right position there and a player who goes in that general area, but he's not going to just, tag that person. So Tyree Wilson, by the way, may be joining us here at some point.
Oh.
So stopping by in studio since he's training around Dallas. But at pick 26, Cowboys are sort of wiped out in Daniel Jeremiah's mock. One pick before to the New York Giants chop, Jalen Hyatt.
That would hurt.
That would hurt you.
That would hurt. That would hurt.
You have 4 receivers going before them, 4 corners going. It's definitely a drop. And this is the first time I've seen this name mocked here. The Cowboys select Keon White from Georgia Tech, edge rusher.
Man, you got to get those Georgia Tech players in here.
I mean,
that would not fit the Cowboys' profile historically. They like their
powerhouse schools.
They like their powerhouse school players.
It's still
it's Power 5, but it's fake Power 5.
But he really came on as a 5th-year senior. He started at Old Dominion, transferred to Georgia Tech, had a breakout year this past year, and he'll test really well at the combine. He's a big guy. He's like 6'5", 285. But are we all just sitting here going like, my gosh, the Cowboys got to get more pass rushers because that's what they were missing. I know the second half of the season they weren't getting as much pressure, but to me that's not like a glaring need for this team.
I mean, they have Tank and Micah as their edge rushers. I mean, like,
and hopefully Dorrance. I would like Dorrance to come back.
That's a pretty good edge.
I don't know that I would. And again, it's inside outside versatility. He could play 3 technique. He could kick inside. He could do a lot of different things for you. Keon White could. But to me, like, you look at some of the players that go right after that. Osiris Torrance, the Florida guard, who is somebody who's been talked about a lot. That's who I believe Mel Kiper mocked to them recently. So that's a big name guard. You've got Michael Mayer. A lot of people think the top tight end from Notre Dame, who could be of interest to them. Michael Mayer most consistently, for me, when I watched him, he reminded me of he's Jason Witten, which, that's great, but I want the mismatch. I want the Kelsey type player. I don't want the 1993 tight end. I want the 2023 tight end. But then the interesting one to me was the last pick of the first round of the Chiefs and his mock, Nolan Smith, the edge rusher from Georgia, the former number 1 recruit in the country. That's a guy who plays the run really well, flashes really good pass rush ability. So if you're going to pick an edge rusher, go get Nolan Smith. Don't bring me the inside outside guy who did it for a year.
For most of us, this is a 4-day work week. Bobby has evidence that our dream, RJ, could be coming true forever. The 4-day week possibility, and was Skip Bayless right?
Oh.
Next on the Fan.
Well, let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford in Terrell.
The our weight loss, that's soda.
Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell with you on DFW Sports Station, your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. College football kegger coming up at 9 o'clock. Guys have been talking nonstop college football off the air, so we'll bring it to you at 9. What do we decide? Below the soda belt? For Bobby's
below the soda belt.
Below the soda belt. Below the NFL belt, brought to you by Soda. Every day, 8:40 with Roberto. But first, you're asking if Skip Bayless was right about something.
This is kind of scary to think about. But Jim Caldwell says he will not pursue any head coaching jobs anymore. He was up for some. He interviewed for some head coaching jobs this cycle, and he is now hired on with the Carolina Panthers. Frank Reich hired him as in an advisory role, and that's kind of where he sits right now. And he is saying that he will no longer be pursuing head coaching jobs in the future.
I would answer back with, I don't know how many teams are actually pursuing Jim Caldwell, but back to you.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for, he's on the list of Rooney Rule candidates that teams that don't have any intention of hiring a black coach are just going to go to. Marvin Lewis, Jim Caldwell. And Jim's not a bad coach. He took the Lions to the playoffs. He's not a bad coach. I don't think he's.
Didn't you destroy him?
Oh, I don't think. I would not hire Jim Caldwell to be like my program savior.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean I think he's a bad coach. I think he's fine.
62-50. He's 68 years old.
Yeah, and some of those numbers were boosted by having Peyton Manning, and then also they were destroyed the year that Manning was out, and they went like 2-14.
Right.
And then things don't help when you go to the Lions in general anyway.
Yeah.
But Skip Bayless. Skip said, is it undisputed? Is that what this show is called?
Sure.
He had a
Which
statement.
makes me hate Lil Wayne, by the way. I hate him now. Oh, God, I hate him. Being the intro guy for them.
Skip said probably the only thing I think I've ever thought is semi-intelligent and not trolly in his entire professional career.
I have been dumbfounded by it. It has been inexplicable to me, but then in the end, it's really pretty explicable because I'm sorry, I'm going to just boil it down to these older white owners just aren't that comfortable with a black head coach because they need to interact. They need to go to dinner with the wives or the significants or whatever, and they're just not that comfortable. Right. When they do have an interview, it's going to be a quicker click with a young white hot candidate than it's just culture. It's just the way life is. And I don't know how to defeat it because each of these guys is an independent owner in the umbrella of the NFL. And it's hard to legislate. You must hire a black coach, right?
No.
You can't unless it's in the man's heart to do the right thing. And every once in a while, we have the Rooneys in Pittsburgh who actually did the right thing.
And I totally understand I can totally see his point. I think it's probably the least crazy thing he's ever said. Probably the only thing that has any kind of accuracy. I was recruited to play golf, Sean.
Wow.
For a school that had a female golf coach. And I knew right away that was not the place for me. I was 17. I was 17. I wasn't mature enough to handle it. I would have made some Tiger Woods tampon joke. And I'm just being honest. I'm being honest.
Good for you being honest.
I couldn't handle it at 17. I look back on it and I'm like, today I could easily do it today. At 17, I was like, ain't no chick gonna tell me about golf.
Right.
It wasn't gonna happen. I was a 17-year-old kid coming out of high school.
What was the school?
I was Rutgers.
And
also I didn't want to be up north.
Vivian Stringer. No wonder.
I didn't want to be up north anyway. I wanted to be in the South. So I knew it was not for me. And the difference is that I was not in a position and bound by employment law when I was deciding where I wanted to go.
Or a mature adult.
Or for that matter, or a billionaire. I'm not in a position of power as a high school golfer. Jerry Jones and Dan Snyder and the Mara family and the Rooney family and that Walton dude in Denver, whatever. They're in positions of power. They're in positions of hiring. They have responsibilities to equal opportunity and that I didn't.
So Skip is saying that in a social setting, white owners are uncomfortable socializing with black coaches.
Yes, that's what he's saying. And I'm sure, like,
he's not reporting that. It's just like a theory.
It's a theory. And I look at it, okay. All right, I guess I could see an older white owner who's in their 70s or 80s who,
yeah.
I mean, I could buy that. It's not an excuse. It's not a reason. It's not a reason why they shouldn't hire him. I could see his point. I think that may be a part of the problem.
Well, I mean, you can add to my list here, Bobby, but there has to be, 3 basic reasons why we're still having this discussion and it's still a problem. 1, white owners think that black candidates are like dumber and not just as qualified. That's one possibility. 2, the number of candidates is just so far less that you're going to have more white coaches. Or 3, there is an uncomfortability. There's a discomfort when it comes to white owners interacting, connecting, and socializing with minority candidates, to which Skip is talking about.
Yeah, and
I don't know. Those are the big 3 that jump out in my mind right now, and I'm trying to poke holes in them or add.
I may say a 4th one is that the league is skewed so offensive right now that and the majority of the black assistants are the defensive side of the ball.
Yes, this was Peter King's
outside
idea.
of Eric Bieniemy and Byron Leftwich.
This was Peter King's idea of having like a program on the offensive side to where you have to have minority offensive coaches so that they come up through the ranks and then become coordinators and head coaches, and you have more balance throughout the league.
Because Mike Lombardi, and I'm not even a huge Mike Lombardi fan, but
what?
I know.
I am.
Not?
He makes a great point. He goes, it's really hard to get hired as a defensive coach because you have to answer the question that you can't answer as a defensive coach is who's going to fix the offense.
Right.
When you get hired. And if I was an owner, I'm not hiring a defensive head coach. I'm just not. I never would. Unless I was going to a team that was that had Aaron Rodgers, that had Dan Marino or whatever already there. I don't have to coach them.
What percentage of the league is black?
70%.
Players.
70,
right?
I would say around 70. I think that's fair.
So how do we not have more black offensive assistants?
58% in 2021.
Wow, that's a lot lower.
Yeah. Because if I was thinking 70 as well, so I'm like, why are there not more minority offensive coaches when the majority of the league is black?
I think you will see a shift in that because there are more.
I mean, now that is just assuming, you're going from players to coach versus just being a coach.
Right, yeah. I mean, how many coaches are former players?
Right.
Bieniemy is, Leftwich is. But, did Mike McDaniel, was he some NFL player that I don't know about?
No.
Sean McVay was a college player.
No, he just was standing next to Kyle Shanahan, which is enough to get you a job these days.
So I think now so for the history, our entire lives, the majority, they're hiring quarterback people now. Majority of the quarterbacks for most of our lives were white dudes, and now it's okay, that's not the case anymore. And I think as time goes on, this will change. But yeah, I mean, are you hiring a wide receiver coach as your head coach? No, that usually isn't right. You're hiring a quarterback.
Yeah, I think Peter King's idea is not a bad one. That I think that's a good idea to do that. I always go back to this tweet. I always have to go back and reference it whenever this conversation comes up because I think it's such a good point. Rod Babers, who used to play at the University of Texas, played in the NFL for a little bit. He now is a radio host down in Austin. He had this tweet back in 2019 where he said, quarterback is now a growth industry within the sports industrial complex. Any professional association with the position at any level puts you on the fast track. It's the equivalent of being a programmer during the 90s tech boom or being a botanist in today's legalized marijuana industry. And that's what it is. You just need to encourage more work encourage more opportunities on that side of the ball with that position specifically at quarterback, offense, things like that.
All right. So there's Skip Bayless making RJ possibly agree with him, which is a frightening reality here on Sean and RJ. Bobby, give us some 4-day work week hope.
Boy, and this is what Choppy keeps arguing for. You're going to have to make the schools match up, though. You can't just go to a 4-day work week and then, not have the kids synced up with you. But this is from the Washington Post. If the idea of working 4 days a week for the same pay sounds like music to your ears, the result of a pilot program from the United Kingdom may give you cause for hope. Dozens of companies there took part in the world's largest trial of the 4-day work week, and a majority of supervisors and employees liked it so much they've decided to keep the arrangement. In fact, 15% of the employees who participated said no amount of money would convince them to go back to working 5 days a week. Now, there's a little bit of a problem here for RJ Choppy, I think. RJ, you've said before, still work 40 hours, but make it 4 days a week.
Yeah, the problem with that is that studies show that your work decreases after X amount of hours per day.
Nearly 3,000 employees took part in the program. Companies that participated could adopt different methods to meaningfully shorten their employees' work weeks, from giving them 1 day a week off to reducing their working days in a year to average out to 32 hours per week, but had to ensure that the employees still received 100% of their pay. And during the 6-month trial, it says that companies' revenue stayed broadly the same, but rose 35% on average when compared with a similar period from previous years. Resignations decreased. So no more quiet quitting in the UK if you went to a 4-day work week.
Wow.
I just think that's such a huge cultural shift, though, that you'd have to ask for. Like, even though it's something that I'm sure people would love, like, oh, I get 3-day weekend, basically. It just feels like such a massive thing that you'd have to get the entire country to adjust to is we now have 3-day weekends, and
yeah, it's never going to happen
No,
because
it
of the
won't.
selfishness of businesses. Are you kidding me? No way.
I mean, it's just, is it selfishness or is it just the status quo and they're keeping it that way?
I mean, look, companies. Like, if I was owning a company and I had full-time employees, not hourly,
Status quo.
I would not pay. I would not pay them the same salary for 30 hours versus 40 hours. Right? You pay them for 40 hours a week. You're not paying them for 30 hours a week.
Yeah,
Right.
and this program required them to keep the pay the same and just reduce the
Which
amount
means
of
it's
time they were
subsidized by
working.
the government, which is subsidized by the people, which I'm no. I'm not paying for you to sit on your butt for 10 hours a day.
Would you like to flesh that out some more?
No.
Okay, so then we all take pay cuts and cut out a day at work.
I've worked.
That's what you just said.
Yeah, that's basically what you would do. You either take a pay cut individually, which no one's going to sign up for.
Well, you take a pay cut to get an extra day off. You pay me 4 days a week versus 5. Would you do it?
So I assume I'm taking a 20% pay cut? I assume it would be 20%?
Yeah, 5 days in the week.
I wouldn't do that.
You would not do it?
No.
I've worked 6 or 7 days a week since I was 18, like nonstop. And so
Did you
to
wear
me,
newspaper on the way? Walking?
no, I'm just saying 6-7 days. That's just honestly what I've
Uphill
done.
both ways on the
And so
way.
to me, it's like whenever I hear the 4-day work week thing, it's like, okay, cool. Even if that were to ever happen here, like I'm sure I'd still be working 6 or 7 days a week. Like just the way that I split things up and the things that I do.
Well, okay.
I'd rather work 4 days longer. I'd rather do a 6-hour show 4 days a week than a 4.5-hour show 5.
6 hours is a long time.
It's a long time. But you know what I mean? Like, I'd rather do that than take
I
20%.
don't know how y'all do 4.5.
I'll take the 20. Mr. 6 a.m. 877-881-1053. See, we want everything. We can't.
If you take the pay cut, you have less money to spend on that extra day, I guess, right? So I'd rather work longer hours. That's what that would be my choice. Let me do 4 days a week for 10 hours.
That means you're getting
whatever.
rid of a show here at the station. You're squeezing someone out since we're all doing longer shows. You never liked Kevin Gray from the jump. 877-881-1053. Sorry, get right. Number 1 at nights, by the way. That just came in yesterday. Number 1 at nights.
Crushing it.
So congratulations to the fellas. It is time for Below the NFL Belt with Roberto Kellenmore, about to steal a Dallas Cowboy, while we add an absolute rock star. Bobby explains Below the Belt next.
But let's get you over to QC Kinetics.
It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Little college football kegger provided by Deion Sanders. Wait till you hear the way that Deion is recruiting at Colorado, and Chip Kelly, maybe with life advice for all of us after Bobby Belt and his new daily football segment.
Thank you, Sean Sharif. So over at ESPN.com, they had this article yesterday. It was from Matt Bowen.
We don't have any production on this yet, Peyton? No intro?
No, we're still coming up with it.
Okay.
We could, well, no, we can't play that song. There's too many expletives in it. 2023 NFL free agency. Best team fits for top 50 available players. Do you want me to dive right in? Do you want me to go down the list, or do you want me to dive right in with the Cowboys relevant ones and then circle back to the top?
Are they starting? See, these are conversations we should have in the
I'm just giving you a choice.
Yeah, we should sort it out in the break, and then you can, boom, just dive right in. Are they starting with the best free agents at the top?
Yep.
Let's start at the top.
Okay. So I'm not going to pick the ones where they have guys who re-sign with their team. So, like, the number one free agent is Lamar Jackson, best team fit, Baltimore. Okay.
Yeah.
Number 2, Orlando Brown, Chiefs. Okay, great. So the first one, and this is relevant to your Dallas Cowboys. Number 3, Javon Hargrave, defensive tackle from the Philadelphia Eagles. His best team fit, the Seattle Seahawks. Matt Bowen says, Coach Pete Carroll and the Seahawks can upgrade the defensive front with Hargrave adding a disruptive tackle with pass rush juice.
Exodus, get him out.
This past season, Hargrave notched 11 sacks and 37 tackles in his pass rush win rate of 17.2% when lined up on the interior, ranked 3rd overall in the NFL. Get him on out of here. That'd be wonderful.
Yep.
Number 6, Derek Carr. Matt Bowen says best team fit for him is the New Orleans Saints. You say no?
Have you given up officially on your boy Jameis? Have you admitted defeat?
No. I mean, Jameis is the NFL just isn't ready for Jameis Winston.
Oh yeah, how so?
8 years later, still not ready.
No, they just don't understand. They're too hung up on interceptions. Interceptions don't matter. Okay, like they just don't.
Okay.
We've got.
So Dak played perfect this season.
Yeah, I mean, did I ever criticize it? You never heard me do that. I was defending him for half those.
Yeah,
half of them weren't even on his fault. No, I think the best fit for Carr is probably the Jets still. I mean, they've got a better roster.
So and he doesn't specify here, but this appears like he's saying the best realistic fits. To me, the best team fit for Derek Carr is still Washington. Like, in terms of Washington, if you could get somebody who's a solid quarterback, he's not going to kill you. And in terms of being a perfect ambassador for a franchise that needs a really good ambassador, Carr would be great. He would be stable. He'd be, 100% Commanders all the way, and it would give them something they've desperately needed.
The best reason for him to go to the Saints over the other two, the Commanders and the Jets,
which is the team he picked.
Right. The best reason for him to go to the Saints over the other two is that the Jets and the Commanders play in divisions that have at least one, possibly two other teams that have quarterbacks that are better than them, regardless if he goes there or not. With the Saints, he's instantly the best quarterback in the division, and they're instantly the favorites to go to the postseason year one. That's the pro of New Orleans.
Rank the rosters between the Jets, the Commanders, and the Saints. I think you're selling on the Saints a little bit.
I just Saints stink.
Yeah, I would have the Saints last.
Kamara's dead. He's done. He may never play again anyway. Didn't
they win 7 games with no quarterback?
So the Jets in a tougher division.
Yeah, but the Saints have had. Just 2 years ago, we were talking about them having one of the best rosters. They did lose Armstead to Miami. One of the top defenses. Michael Thomas has not been the same. But I'm just wondering, are we overhyping the Jets situation right now? I feel like a little bit of that is happening.
Out of those 3 teams we're talking about, I would probably have the Commanders one.
Roster-wise?
Yes.
Really? Okay.
Yes. I think the Commanders have talent pretty much across the board. They don't have a quarterback, and the offensive line's been a little spotty. But I think they've got good weapons at running back. The receivers are good. Logan Thomas is a good tight end. They've clearly got playmakers on defense. So I think the Commanders are a solid roster, and I think Carr would solidify a lot of their stuff there.
All right.
He has Saquon Barkley's best fit, Giants, as well as Daniel Jones. So those ones are boring. Number 12, Dalton Schultz.
See ya.
Best team fit, the Los Angeles Chargers.
Oh, Kellen.
Some roster cuts are anticipated in LA, which will help the team out with the cap and maybe open the door for Schultz to play for Kellen Moore, his former offensive coordinator in Dallas. In Moore's system, Schultz could be used as a seam stretcher for quarterback Justin Herbert. I mean, I like Dalton Schultz a lot. He's not stretching the seam.
No.
That's not, I mean, Kellen
That was
Moore,
Blake Jarwin. Pour one out for old Blake.
Yeah, that's just not Dalton's role. It's like,
Is Blake Jarwin done?
Yes, yeah, his that hip issue just
gone out of the league.
Yeah, I think he had a workout last year, but he's pretty much done. Dalton Schultz is a good player. Like I would love to have Dalton Schultz back here, honestly. But if you're expecting him to be somebody who's gonna average 15, 16 yards a catch, that's not it. Kellen Moore's gonna use him the same way he used him in Dallas.
I think it's a decent fit. I mean, going to a good quarterback, a system that you're familiar with, that you thrived in. He did thrive here.
Yeah.
Oh, Dalton Schultz would be better off there than here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Dak, he didn't rely on Schultz as much as I thought he was going to during the year. But look, is there one person screaming on the truckwreck.com text line to bring Dalton Schultz back? I think we're all pretty much in agreement. It will stink to lose Mrs. Schultz as a Tolo, but thank you for listening.
I mean, if you look at the way he performed over the last, the last 12 games and those were with Dak, he didn't really perform at all with Cooper Rush in there. Then his averages come out to be around 80 catches, 900 yards, and 10 touchdowns on a season.
Fantastic.
I mean, he played really well in the second half with Dak. The next name up here of relevance, Eagles, James Bradbury, Mr. Holding. Best team fit is the Arizona Cardinals. So I would love this, man. You start just picking off. It's unreal, and I'll read it down the list because number 14 is C.J. Gardner-Johnson. We talked about this a little bit yesterday with Sheil Kapadia's article. There are a ton of names here in the top 50 that are Eagles free agents. They are gonna take a hit, specifically on defense.
Yeah.
And now the thing is, if Hurts is elite, it doesn't matter.
That's right. Number 19.
Is his elite different because so much of it is running?
Perhaps. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. If he's a drop back passer, he's not nearly as threatening.
Right.
Number 19.
So what I was kind of asking is, sorry, Bobby.
No, you're good.
Do you keep that formula in mind, paying the dual threat guy versus, the special passer? Now, I guess, I don't know. I'm wondering that to myself, because they have to play in front. Otherwise, Hurts as a drop back guy theoretically gets exposed more.
Sure.
I wonder if the elite tag and thought process applies to Jalen Hurts the same as we're trying to apply it to Burrow and Allen and Mahomes.
Well, I mean, Allen runs a lot.
Yeah, but
he runs a lot.
But his are not designed like Jalen's.
Yeah, no, probably not. Maybe inside the 5, into the red zone and stuff. But yeah, I mean, Burrow and Mahomes are different, and they're just going to be different for forever.
Number 19 is Tony Pollard. His best team fit, the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys could release Ezekiel Elliott and Pollard, they wouldn't release him, who fractured his left fibula in the playoff loss to San Francisco. Would then be in line to return to Dallas on the franchise tag as the lead back in Mike McCarthy's system. Talks about while splitting touches, he still had a really good season. An explosive dual threat upside with the formation flexibility in the pass game to play a featured role in the Cowboys offense next season. So, I mean, honestly, if you want to say where he's best fit, I've said this for a while, not that they would ever sign him or anything else. I would be interested to see how would somebody like Sean McVay use him if he was in his offense? I think Sean McVay would use him similar to the way San Francisco's used Debo.
Yeah, a lot of people try to throw out Debo Pollard comparisons. By the way, talking about Jalen Hurts there, A.J. Brown had a message for Howie Roseman in Filthy when A.J. sat down for a podcast.
Listen, I love Philly, and what I'm about to say. You do not pay this man. Just ship me off wherever he finna go.
It's over with. Wherever he finna go,
I'm telling you.
package deal me with him.
Listen, so you talk about pressure, Howie, get it done.
All right, so there's a message for Howie, get it done. A.J. Brown also in this podcast talked about Nick Sirianni in a team meeting picking up dog poop to teach a team point. Did you see that?
No.
I didn't.
But it sounds like him.
I didn't pull it because it was a little bit too much cussing, but Sirianni, or it could have been Steichen. I couldn't tell, but Sirianni is what the media wrote about in the recap. AJ said Sirianni was in the team meeting, and he said, I was watching my neighbor, and we're going through the neighborhood, and she reached down, and I was studying the technique with her 4 fingers with the black bag, to reach down and pick up the dog poop. And A.J. Brown just said he's sitting there dying laughing, laugh cramps in his system.
Does she attack dog poop? That's what she
I
did. I
guess
love
so.
it.
That's your boy. So
Yeah.
I'm sure you understand
Carpe
it.
diem.
I mean, look, you could find good technique in anything. What's her technique like? Where are her feet? How are her feet positioned? Did she have a good grip on the bag? Relate anything. The greatest managers, bosses, can relate anything to anything. And that's why Nick Sirianni is a gem.
Raw Room podcast, by the way, with A.J. Brown.
Number 25, Jimmy G. They say the best fit for Jimmy Garoppolo is the New York Jets.
Huh.
Yes, the Jets could trade for Green Bay quarterback Aaron Rodgers, and Carr is visiting with them too. But if none of that comes together for New York, Garoppolo would immediately make the Jets better from an offensive perspective under new coordinator Nathaniel Hackett. Boy, that's a lot to ask.
The choppy choosing between his 2 quarterbacks, Derek Carr or Jimmy Garoppolo. Man.
Well, let's see. Carr is a better player. Jimmy was number 1 in DVOA this year in the NFL. Now, he only played 10 games.
I mean, I think it just
9 games.
There's some flaws with DVOA. But
Well, that's per play efficiency. It's not really a flaw. I would take Carr.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even hesitate at that one.
Take Carr.
I like Jimmy, but I would take Carr.
And then the last one here, I mean, there's 50 other names. I'll tweet the link. But the last one of relevance here to Dallas Cowboys fans, number 26, Odell Beckham Jr. Best team fit is the Dallas Cowboys. Both the Chiefs and the Bills are also potential landing spots for Beckham. But we know there's interest from Dallas, which has a real need to add a proven number 2 target opposite of CeeDee Lamb. Beckham missed the entire season. If the knee checks out, Beckham can still create immediate separation as a detailed and efficient route runner. In 12 games with the Rams, he caught 48 passes for 593 yards and 7 touchdowns. He would upgrade the Dallas passing game for Dak Prescott.
We already got Kyrie.
Why not?
Bring the second domino, baby.
Let's trade for Jazz Chisholm with the Rangers too.
Hey, why not? Go ahead and bring him in. Or we'll have a future Odell discussion because I'm sensing some resistance here in the room. Little college football kegger. Wait till you hear how Deion Sanders is recruiting your household. And Chip Kelly with life advice for all of us. College football kegger on Sean and RJ next.
Let's get you over to Zero Res. Look at that carpet clean. Clean Way, Green Way, Zero Res Way. RJ Choppy Fan Special. What a name. What an offer for you. 3 rooms, pre-treated clean.
fan studios secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
College football! Fist pump paused from RJ Choppy because of the college football kegger.
The number same fist pump ability.
Yeah.
With this song.
I like your pump speed there, though.
You like that?
Yeah, I think that's a more deliberate.
Every now and then,
yeah, I like the deliberate nature of your pump.
How about Jane Slater reacting to yesterday's innuendo with Derek Holland's pork butt? We were talking about, Bobby was talking about eating Derek's butt and enjoying it, and Jane tweeted back.
She said, never tried it. A lot of friends did.
Wow. Cool points there with Derek Holland. Final hour, Hump Day edition. Here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. College football rule changes that we need to know about. A lot of people are focusing on baseball with spring training in Surprise, Arizona. The radio station flying out in a matter of days on your home of the Rangers in case you're flipping around the radio and did not know and you love baseball. We are your home for Rangers baseball. So everyone focuses on the baseball rule changes. Bobby, what about college football?
So Sports Illustrated had this on Monday. College football commissioners are considering 4 changes to shorten games. And we'll see if these get our approval here. They include proposals that call for the clock to continue to run after first downs and incomplete passes. The first suggestion, according to high-ranking college football leaders that they're reviewing, 2 of them are receiving a lot of support. Number 1, prohibiting consecutive timeouts, so no more back-to-back timeouts to ice a kicker. It's fine. I'm cool with that. 2, no longer extending a first or third quarter for an untimed down if the quarter ends on a defensive penalty. The down would be clocked starting the next quarter. So this isn't end of the half or end of the game. This is just, instead of making another play with 0 seconds left on the clock in the first or third quarter, it would just start with 15 minutes left in the second or fourth.
So they're wanting to speed things along.
A little bit,
They want to decrease these game times.
College football games are too long. They're too long. They're 4.5 to 5 hours. It's too much.
5-hour games?
I went to a 5.5-hour Tennessee A&M game in 2016 in College Station. 2017, something like that. It was 5.5 hours long. Now, it went into overtime, but college overtime's nothing.
No game should be longer than a 5-hour energy drink could last you.
No game should be more than 3 hours, to be honest.
While those are considered to be incremental changes that will save only a fraction of time, the other 2 are more significant. Third proposal garnering wide support. The clock will continue to run after an offense gains a first down, except inside of 2 minutes and a half.
I love it.
Last 2 minutes of the second or fourth quarter, clock only stops then for a first down.
I don't like the college rule where you get a first down and the clock stops.
Yeah, stupid.
That's too beneficial to the better team. Upsets don't that extends the game. The more plays, the more chance Alabama has to win because their talent shines. You want more upsets. You want college football to have more parity. Shrink the game.
Also, you want to shorten the game. Stopping the clock after a first down. Keep the thing going.
Yeah.
I always hated that.
Well, and
it stops until the ball's spotted.
Yeah.
Right? It's
It's
not until the next play. So it's only a couple of seconds.
Which I think is reasonable. Like the clock is running before you're even able to snap the ball. Like I don't hate it.
I mean, when you make a basket in basketball, the clock run in the NBA, the clock stops at college the final minute. But the clock runs
until
when you
the
make a
final
basket
minute.
Until the final minute.
Yeah.
I mean, the clock runs.
The fourth most controversial proposal, and if they implemented this, I don't know. This might ruin college football for me. The clock will continue to run after an incomplete pass once the ball is spotted for play. So an incomplete pass, clock doesn't run, but as soon as they spot the ball, the clock starts up again after an incomplete pass.
I don't like that one. I don't. That's a bad one. That's the bad one.
Just make it like the NFL. Why are you being so difficult? Just make it like the National Football League. The only thing I would change about the NFL in terms of the clock, I hate the moving forward, the Dalton Schultz play.
Yeah.
Now, that was Dalton's stupidity, but if you're out of bounds, the clock stops. I give you credit. You don't have to go forward. I don't care if you're backwards. If you're out of bounds, you're out of bounds. And then in college football, change the rule to where you are down even if untouched. I hate that. It came to play that I remember the Michigan TCU game, but it's going to cost someone like a game when someone stumbles, breaking off a kickoff return or a punt return, or breaking free for an 80-yard catch, and they fall down and can't get back up and get into the end zone. I hate that rule.
I don't mind them changing that. I would not want them to change the 2 feet down on the out of bounds.
I do.
Well, it's college. Not all that takes NFL skill at times. These college kids. I mean, most of these college kids aren't playing the NFL. Give them a break.
It is a breeding ground for the next level.
It is, but not everybody is at that level. Like 2% are at that level. Like give the other 98% a prayer.
I'd like to keep the 2 feet. I mean, I'm not going to fight you on it, but I like to keep 2 feet in college. No one, when they're practicing, right, like out here in the backyard, no one practices. We all do the Chris Carter tiptoe leaning, right? No one. I mean, just keep it the same. Keep it uniform. But I'm not going to fight you on it. Is that it?
They say that a running clock after a first down would eliminate about 7 to 9 plays per game, and a running clock after an incomplete pass would eliminate almost up to 20. So you're talking about eliminating 30 plays a game if you implement those two.
Now, look, that would help with the upsets. It would help, but I think it would eliminate. I think eliminating the first down clock stoppage will eliminate way more than 7 to 9 plays a game. I mean, they're talking about a pitch clock saving 30 minutes a game. Because over 3 years, over 8,000 baseball games in the minor leagues, the 20-second pitch clock saved an average of 26 minutes per game. Now, that probably wouldn't happen at baseball in the major league level because they have more commercial timeouts, or longer ones anyway, maybe. So you're talking about 15 minutes?
My brain just can't wrap around. Some things are just so foreign you can't accept it. I can't do running clock off an incomplete pass.
That's very flag football.
Yeah,
all right.
I think that's terrible.
Is that it?
Yep, that's it.
All right, that's it for the college football rule proposals. They came out on Monday. Do we have any idea? I mean, seriousness of these passing, when they have to pass, probability?
Yeah, so it said that this is something that won't be taken up for several weeks, but that this is something that if it was approved, it would take place this fall.
Deion Sanders telling Rich Eisen what he looks for in his recruits.
We have different attributes: smart, tough, fast, disciplined with character. Yep. We're looking at now quarterbacks are different.
Yeah.
We want mother, father, dual parent. Mm-hmm. We want that kid to be 3-5 and up because he's got to be smart. Mm-hmm. Not bad decisions off the field at all, because he has to be a leader of men. It's so many different attributes in what we look for when we see a quarterback. And you would love a coach's son. Somewhere that the coaches coached him, and I'm not going down my road. I see you smiling because
I know who your quarterback is.
He's
right
talking
now.
about my son. I didn't just build a template for my son, but that's what really we look for in quarterbacks. Different positions are different. Like O lineman, I look for dual parent homes,
right?
A strong father that they adhered to,
right?
Smart kid, at least 3.3. and above.
You're also describing Hurts.
Yeah, tough.
Well. I mean,
physical. I mean, offensive lineman. Defensive lineman is totally opposite.
What do you mean?
Single mama. Trying to get it. He's on free lunch. I mean, I'm talking about just trying to make it. He trying to rescue mama. Like mama barely made the flight.
Trying to get out the mud.
And I want him to just go get it. It's a whole different attributes that you look for in different positions, and we have that stuff just chronicled. We know what we want, and we go get it.
Woo! So Deion taking it to the parents and the home structure in order to separate what he wants at quarterback, offensive line, and D-line. And we were really surprised this thing did not blow up. But now when I sit there and just search Deion Sanders, I see USA Today. Deion's belief about single-parent families is absurd and hypocritical. Fox News. Deadspin, of course, was going to have a problem with this. MSN. They all have Deion Sanders in the headline here.
I mean, listen, it's, his own son, who's the quarterback of his team, is in a similar situation. Like, we looked it up. It's Deanna Pillar's son. Right, it's like it's.
Unless you're right, what you referenced earlier, where he just means I want the parents there. They don't have to necessarily be together and growing up together.
And that's fine. Deion's parents split when he was 2. So like Deion comes from a home, like my kids do, where they have two separate residences that they live. You know, he can recruit who he wants. That's the thing. He's the GM of his program, and he's going to take the criticism for recruiting who he wants and how he wants to do it. I think it's really, really shameful to blame a kid for not having the same upbringing that Tom Brady had or Peyton Manning had. I think it's like, you know, it's not his fault. Whoever that player is, if mom or dad isn't in the child's life, that's not the kid's fault.
Yeah, but would you? I don't think that's really the point. The cutthroat point is, do you think there's likely to be a difference between one versus the other?
Sometimes, sure. Jeffrey Dahmer had both parents. Like, you know, you could find examples of kids that grew up in homes where there's no mom or dad that turned out to be great. And I think you can find examples where you had both parents there.
Okay. So you're totally dismissing Deion's approach. Has zero impact or advantage the way he does it.
I think it's dumb. I think you're alienating. Like you're gonna miss. I mean, sure. Like, is there a percentage chance that doing things this way leads to a better upbringing? Sure. Does it matter? I don't know. I mean, you gotta. I think you can't generalize like that. You got to interview each kid. You know, to say that you just eliminated them without even talking to them, that's a problem.
I don't know if he's saying that. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. What he's saying
Kyler Murray. If Kyler Murray's parents weren't together, I don't know their situation, and he was coming out of high school, I think Deion would take Kyler to play quarterback. So I'm just talking about, like, I think he's trying to say what his preferences would be. I get it. I don't feel as harshly against it as you do. Yes, stereotypes exist. Some are true and some are not true. Is it crazy to think that the leader of your program would be more likely to do so or capable coming from a stronger family background? I don't think that's an insensitive or crazy statement. Of course, it can happen in other ways, obviously. But I'm not killing Deion for this, Bobby. Are you?
I'm not killing him for it. I do think it's a little to just assume, like, or not to assume. And he kind of chuckled there at first when he said the thing about the defensive lineman. But when you say, this is what I want the mentality from defensive lineman that he's got to get out of his misery and you know, he's got to save mama, and you know, this is talking about basically he wants poor kids. You know, I want the free lunch kid. Like, that's what he's saying that he wants. Okay, Micah Parsons, who's an edge rusher and is one of the most intense players in the NFL and one of the most competitive players in the NFL, he grew up with his parents in the house and you know, having loving parents, and that's against what Deion had just laid out there. So I think it is more like what Chop said, where it's like, just evaluate their level of intensity and don't just go, well, he must be intense. He grew up poor and his dad wasn't around. That's where it's a little like, okay, dude, I get you're probably joking to an extent.
He's saying, I want an accountant at quarterback and I want a savage animal playing defense. That's what he's kind of saying in terms of the attitude and the temperament.
Why does he want the dual parent, like, accountant mentality blocking the savage, though? Because he said on offense he wants same thing.
He wants a higher GPA for the O-line.
Right.
No, he said 3.3 for.
I thought 3.3 for QB, 3.5 for O-line.
3.5 for quarterback, 3.3 for O-line. But a lot of people tell you O-line is one of the more, like, is usually one of the more higher IQ positions.
Isn't he saying that with a 3.3? He said 3.5 for quarterback and 3.3 for O-line.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what is your question?
I'm saying, why does he want the, like, quarterback, the same type generally that he said he wants for the quarterback? He wants that blocking the unrestrained animal on defense. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, why would you not want similar things in the trenches regardless?
Because I think offensive line, we associate with having to know more assignments, having to communicate more, and not just go. That's what we hear about defensive coaches. Go get the quarterback. That's it. Go sick them. Versus an O-line center. No one ever compares a D-tackle intelligence to a center. Left tackle, knowing, communicating, pulling. That's why he wants that.
I mean, there was an era where the center made the calls. Like the
sure.
I mean, a lot of centers still do.
Yeah.
I mean,
I can't imagine like a quarterback not making the calls. I know that doesn't happen, but I just can't imagine.
I mean, they call a lot of the protection.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, some quarterbacks, but yeah, the center will call a lot of the protection. I don't know. DeMarcus Ware is a really high IQ player. You have to be high IQ, I think, to be able to know how to set up a rusher and do those things. So I think it's similar.
So that's prime time on what he's recruiting. Let's see what the Tolos think. Chip Kelly with some life advice for every student and teacher listening. And a DFW sports owner calls out the media in the Metroplex. Is he right? Next on The Fan. But it's always right.
Segment here brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40. That Dion topic got Brian Broaddus to call me in the commercial break, so he was fired up with an opinion about that. Tolo reaction before we move on to Chip Kelly with maybe life advice, and then this DFW sports owner calling out the media. People offended by Dion saying that he is kind of looking for dual parent households when it comes to his quarterback and his offensive lineman. When it comes to D linemen, he wants the single moms, the free lunches, and more of that desperation.
They're kind of all over the map. From the 936, wherever that is. Dion's been around players in the locker room at every level throughout his life. Maybe you've seen a pattern with certain personality traits and home backgrounds. LeBron James comes from a single parent home, with mom.
Huntsville area. Nacogdoches, Huntsville,
Okay.
936.
All right. What he's saying is offensive players need to be smart. Defense doesn't have to be.
Yep.
Those kids can play somewhere else then. I like Dion's transparency. Let's see. Scheme is harder on offense than defense, so does that make sense? Yep, it is.
All right.
Dion's an idiot. Can't believe he gets away with these comments.
All right, so there you go. Thank you on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053. How about Chip Kelly speaking at a coaches conference? And I was like, I wonder, forget about this as just sports advice. How about for bosses and employees out here?
You're dealing with a TikTok generation. You don't have to agree with that or whatever. They learn in short bursts. That's it. There's a professor at the University of Washington named John Medina. He wrote a book called Brain Rules. He said no class should be longer than a half hour. You know why? Because they don't pay attention. So we don't meet very long. But again, that preparation part, our coaches are unbelievable at their presentation and how they present them, and they keep the players engaged. Education is the transportation of knowledge. Can I transport my knowledge to him so he knows it, we can go out in the field and we can go? Because it doesn't matter what you knew, it matters what they know. And if you keep asking questions and checking for understanding and they don't know, then maybe you're running too much. Maybe you got too much in and you got to simplify things a little bit. One of the best decisions you could ever make as a coach. That's a great play, but I don't know if we can handle it. So let's not put it in. And if you want to put something in, I learned this from Joe Paterno and Franny Gantner a long, long time ago. It's been safe. That's a great play. You want to put it in? What are we taking out? I say, what? What are we taking out? I'll put it in. Tell me what we're taking out. Well, I like that play too. Okay. What about that? No, I like that. How many can they handle?
I think it's brilliant. You cannot teach, and not everybody's the same. We've always said you can't boss somebody the same.
Yep.
Like you can't. Everybody's different, right? You got to coddle some people. You got to really step on others' throats. And you can't teach everybody the same. When I was a kid, they used to just get up in front of class and just talk, lecture, take notes. They don't do that anymore. They've done studies that kids don't learn that way anymore. You have to adapt to them. You have to adapt to how they learn. Do you know? Trivia question, Sean. What is the average human attention span?
I have no idea. Average human attention span, I'll say it is 2 minutes.
Bobby?
Is that
just in order to be able to focus on one thing without outside distraction?
Just the average human attention span.
They say men think about sex every 7 seconds, so I'll say 7 seconds.
Peyton,
close.
Peyton, what do you think? Average attention span, if you were even paying attention.
I'll go 20 seconds.
8.25 seconds is the average human attention span. The average goldfish attention span is 9. Okay. All right.
How do they know that's the goldfish attention span?
I mean, there's.
They just make it up.
Like, are they staring at the piece of food floating in the bowl?
I'm sure they have brain wave things going up on top of your head that you'll think about something else.
8 seconds average attention span.
Like, so my ex-wife's a teacher. She's like, we teach them basically 7-minute increments. We'll teach for like 5 minutes, 7 minutes, and then they do group work. Wow. And that's just how they teach now. They've adapted to the way kids learn. And the way kids learn is, my kids don't watch sporting events. They watch YouTube shorts about the game.
Does it say like what the attention span was 30 years ago?
In the year 2000.
My
it was
gosh.
12 seconds.
It's 23 years ago.
It was 12 seconds.
seconds?
So in 20 years,
How sad.
It has dropped 25% in 20 years.
So we can change the topic on the show every 8 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I'm like, do we have higher attention spans? We're forced to talk show hosts in this profession have higher attention spans. We all have to pay attention to each other in 15-minute increments.
I mean,
ideally
you would, but this is like he's coaching to the play. We always say this about coaches. Why do you not scheme to the players you have instead of force the players you have into the scheme that you run?
Yeah.
Well, this is the same thing. Why do you coach to players you don't have? You don't have players, so he keeps his meetings short. You don't have players who could sit through an hour-long meeting.
Yeah.
You have players who could sit through a 30-minute meeting. So
when
why
you guys
get the
are
diminishing returns?
When you guys are talking to your kids, after 45
I text
seconds,
them.
Are you telling me that they just like start looking somewhere else or just start ignoring you? Like, how does that work when you're talking to your kids?
I'll give you an example of me talking to my kids. Bobby, you may have the same thing.
Okay.
Hey, Luca, can you take the trash out? Hey, Luca, can you take the trash out? Luca, you take the trash out? At this point, his head has not moved.
And he's in the same room?
He's 4 feet from me on the couch. His head has not moved.
Yeah.
And then I got to get in front of him, lower my head,
yeah,
grab the front of his hair and kind of pull it up so his eyes hit me. And I say, do you mind taking the trash out? Okay. So you know what he does then? Nothing.
That sounds like an elite attention span. Like he's locked into whatever he's looking at and has no time for you.
And then eventually he'll do it. But like,
see, I'm like, is that disrespect versus attention?
I know.
Ignoring, like not taking it seriously versus attention span.
So when I
Sure,
wouldn't,
I'm sure some of it is.
When I wouldn't respond right away when I was growing up, my mom always had this dumb line that I hated, where it's like if I didn't hear her, she'd get mad at something I'd said, and I said I didn't even hear you. Like legitimately, I didn't hear you. She would say you should be in tune to the sound of my voice. It's like, that is an unrealistic expectation, lady. It doesn't work like that. My kids, the funny one is, Kristen will call them, like up front, like time for dinner. She'll be like, Addison, Laura. She'll call them a couple times. And then if she's called them twice, it's like this unspoken agreement. The third time, I will go, girls. And they go, yes, ma'am. Because they heard the first two and they didn't move, and then they heard me call for them because it wasn't yes, sir, when they hear my voice. When they hear my voice, they go, yes, ma'am, come it. They just were blowing her off for the first couple times.
Right.
So 39% of Americans have forgotten one basic piece of information or lost one everyday item in the past week.
Say that again.
39% of Americans have forgotten one basic piece of information or lost one everyday item in the past week. The average user picks their phone up 1,500 times a week, taking up an average of 3 hours and 16 minutes a day.
And that's whose fault it is.
It probably is.
Technology.
I get crushed for the cell phone by Kristen at night. She's like, you're never home. Like when you're home, you need to be home. Like get off the phone.
Like, it's women have longer attention spans than men.
You need to get that side screen to where like it darkens it. They can't. My brother-in-law had this. You can't see. Like right now, right? You can see the stock market on my phone, right?
Yep.
But if I had that cover or something, it tints it. That's how you get away with it, buddy.
There we go.
Yeah.
An individual's attention span varies depending on age. Younger people have longer attention spans, actually, according to the studies. It can
have longer?
Yeah.
Is that what you just said?
That's what it says. Younger people have usually having longer attention spans. External stimuli and activities like watching TV or playing video games can negatively impact your attention span. Obviously, we knew that one. Like the average audience attention span is 8 to 10 minutes, which means you should keep your speeches short and engaging to hold your audience's attention. So you go to a speech, you're in for 8 minutes, then you largely forget things.
How is it 8 minutes for that, but in general, it's 8 seconds?
I don't know. I think because you're purposely engaged when you go to like a speech or a class, like you're forcing yourself to be engaged. So maybe our segment should be 8 minutes long. Have like 5 8 minute
if
segments.
it's 8 second attention span, we should start measuring AQM. We'll do the average quarter minute.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up. And speaking of intelligence or paying attention, Bobby, you had a story about stupid pizza. Was it a pizza place that was putting a higher?
Oh, yeah. Let me get this one pulled up. This was a pizza place in, I believe it was in New Jersey. Where's this story?
Yeah, just stereotype pizza to Jersey.
I'm just saying, I believe it. It was there. Hold on one sec. I got to find the actual story now. Here we go. No, it was Ohio. Sorry, I did stereotype.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, Chop. Didn't mean to. An Ohio pizza shop is drawing attention for seeking to hire non-stupid people. A pizzeria in Columbus, Ohio, raising eyebrows after advertising a job to hire a specific type of applicant. Family-owned Santino's Pizzeria posted a sign reading, "Now hiring non-stupid people." The job ad has garnered social media buzz for the tiny shop on the city's southwest side. Santino's didn't immediately respond to comment Tuesday. Most customers laughed at the sign. Some others were like, that's a little like demeaning to the people. But my thing is, what kind of worker do you expect for that? This is going to be like...
But how are you judging whether they're stupid to come work in your restaurant?
This is fake. This is one of those attention-grabbing
You're not going to get like Mensa candidates to come apply for...
But how do I judge it?
Yeah.
This is like prime time pizza. This is what Dion would do.
Yeah.
He would filter you out to come work at his restaurant.
Maybe that's saying you're not actually looking for intelligence. You're looking for a type of person that would go, I want to work somewhere that talks that bluntly. Maybe that's how they're weeding them out. Not necessarily the intelligence, but more like the ideology that would put up a sign like that.
Or maybe they want attention, knowing that this is going to go viral.
Because, I mean, who goes, well, I'm not stupid. Or like, oh, I'm stupid. I can't work at Santino's.
Oh, yeah. And I just want to know what the test is.
Maybe that's the trick. Okay, so you know how they've talked about quiet quitting and people just dropping out of the workforce and stuff like that? Maybe that's their trick to get somebody off the couch. Just go, well, I'm not a stupid person, so I'll apply for this job. Is that they're trying to coax them in. But like, hey, are you smart? You should work here.
I don't think they're that smart in
they're
Ohio
not.
to do that.
Ohio, wow. Shots fired at Ohio and Derek Holland.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. Stars, Mavs, Rangers, and Cowboys media all soft, according to this sports owner in town. Let's ask KMC with Crosstalk next. It is now time for Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece with Derek Holland. Corey Majors, good morning. What's coming up?
Hey, our strikeout sexy. We asked Derek Holland today. Also at noon, the Tom Gagliardi audio is very interesting. And I do want to know from an athlete in the DFW area, mainly Derek Holland, if the fans here and the media here are too soft. And is that our responsibility to be those ones that hold them accountable in that way, or can they be better on their own? So we'll do that at noon today.
Hey, where'd you get that fancy shirt?
Oh my gosh, 1053thefan.com/merch is where I got the new KNC Masterpiece shirt. Ryan, are you back there?
No, he left.
He's here.
Okay.
Oh. Did he leave?
No, he's here.
He didn't leave.
I see him back there.
He's,
I like the design. It's nice.
Zooming in on the
I
fan
like your
cam.
shirt too, Bobby.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we discussed earlier today.
By the way, Sean, if you ever want to get scared, you don't see this. If you ever want to get scared, see Ryan on the freeway.
Oh.
I have never seen 12-inch tires move like that.
Really?
I have never seen. This kid is flying lane to lane.
He is? He's a demon out
He's like
there?
Alice or Junior. Like, I've never seen anything like it.
Really? And what is the car he has?
It's one of those like box cars,
Yeah.
like those the squirrel cars, the Souls or the Jukes or the whatever. I've never seen anything like it.
Well, he kind of blew up the crosstalk topic with Gagliardi. I was waiting for Kevin's permission to still do it, but let's talk about something.
That segment is in more than 2 hours. You can talk about it now.
All right.
Why do you need my permission?
Usually you go, it's all right, just do it. It's 2 hours
go
away.
for it.
Oh, it's fine. Stars owner Tom Gagliardi on Vancouver, Canada, talking about DFW media.
They've gone through stretches of their 8-year contracts where they haven't produced up to the level of their contract. And these are good guys. When I made those comments during the summer, I think a little bit of the issue in a market like Dallas is that we don't have a media that really holds us accountable. They do to a point, but our media in the U.S. in a market like Dallas tends to be cheerleaders, and so I think sometimes these guys need a little bit of pressure and public pressure.
Choppy, what do you think?
I mean, I think he's right. I mean,
He is right.
Right. Let's be fair. We're not a hard media. Mike knows. I mean, he played in New York. I mean, there's not. You don't.
Was your teammate a piece of crap?
We had Colby Lewis on the other day, and I always remember this. I'm pitching for the Mets in 03, and we play interleague, and it's Jose Reyes' debut in Major League Baseball here, and we crush Colby. He gives up 5 or 6 runs and doesn't make it out of the 3rd inning, and he gets a golf clap after leaving the game. Like, the Ranger fans are just like, yeah, you know what? We like Colby. He's a high draft pick. He gave it his best. Like, get him next time, buddy. Like, you get things thrown at you, and you're called every word as you're leaving the mound for the New York Mets if you gave up 6 runs in 2 1/3 innings. Like, it is what it is. And then the media is going to ask, do you belong in the big leagues? Like, what were you thinking out there? Like, did you go out last night? What did you, they're going to ask you all of these things, and off of one start on having a bad start. And for the most part, I didn't have the best start here in Texas against Tampa. It wasn't horrible. I didn't even get interviewed after the game. T.R. Sullivan, Evan Grant, they're just like, look.
They didn't interview the starting pitcher?
No, because they're like, you threw 4 innings, you gave up 3 runs. It wasn't good. It wasn't bad. We don't need to talk to him. Like, let's just move on. Like, after every start for the Mets, there was literally 10 minimum, if not 30 people around you to talk to you. Like, it was kind of that's how the New York environment is. So it is different.
Can you rank the toughest to the easiest media that you've played in?
For all the teams I play for?
Yeah.
Easiest is definitely Pittsburgh.
Okay. There's no media there.
Yeah, it's like a ghost town. Toughest, I mean, I wasn't there very long, but I could see how it was Boston. I mean, yeah, it's tough.
How about Chicago?
That wasn't too bad.
San Fran?
Do you think it would have been different if you were with the Cubs?
I was with the Cubs.
No,
hey, I'm a part of your show. Like, at least know a little bit.
That's good. Way to go there.
I thought it was the White Sox. My bad. Both?
2019 and 2017.
Dang it.
He also played for the Rangers.
I did know that.
I don't know if you knew that.
I'm sorry,
I
Derek.
was here for a
All
while.
right, so for both of you, I'm sure your answer is going to be both, but the harsher media. Elevate your game, better pressure for the team to
I don't
produce.
think it shouldn't matter anyway. You have a job to do. You're here to interview me. I got to answer the questions. It's not going to affect whether I pitch different or whatever. It's just like people trying to say.
But your anxiety, like the dread going to your post-game presser, you're like, this is
yeah, but it's
miserable.
part of it. Like if I pitch like crap, okay, that's my fault. I have to answer to that. And if I pitch good, I have to answer to that. You can't be the type of person that's like, well, when I'm good, I love that they're all over me, and then when I'm bad, they're bashing me. Like you can't do that. And to me, that's why it's like I don't ever let that affect me. It was like people trying to say, oh, well, he's doing too many impersonations, or remember JD was getting upset because I'm doing radio interviews. That has nothing to do with me being on the mound.
Did you ever get into it with anybody in the media? Like ever have an issue with somebody?
Yeah, I got into it a little bit with Evan Grant because like I showed up to spring training and he was trying to make it sound like I was fat, and I'd only gained like maybe 2 or 3 pounds from the previous year. And I was like, okay, that makes zero sense.
How do you ask it?
It was just brought up like, oh, you look a little bigger, you know.
Oh, that wasn't subtle.
You should have just said,
It was like,
well, yeah, I'm a unit, man.
Like, it was more of a fat type of comment. Like it was like a picture of me like running and just saying like, oh, some people just might not have taken this offseason serious or something like that. I'm like,
wow. Here's
But
the
caught you on an inhale,
whatever.
didn't he? They caught you on an inhale.
Yes,
that's what happens.
Here's the fan text.
That's
Brad
pretty good.
Townsend covers the Mavs. He's a mouthpiece. Evan is very good, but he may be too nice to be brutal, except for Derek's waistline, apparently. He's critical, but not in an aggressive way. Stars don't have good coverage at all. A lot of those who do cover are bloggers or people who are just asking for people to like their sport. People are critical of the Cowboys. Would it be more vicious elsewhere?
Can I ask this? For you guys, like, I get it. You know, we cover the Cowboys, the Rangers. Are we allowed to be negative? I feel like sometimes we can't give a true no. And I'm not trying. You can shut me off, whatever. But I feel like sometimes I don't think we can actually give a true opinion because we have to be a homer. Whereas,
Are you talking about us?
No, I'm asking in general as media people
Right.
that are covering this team, these teams. You have to be so nice about it. Like you can't actually be like, man, I'm sorry, he stinks.
Well, I'll say this from experience. In 2010, you were committing suicide if you criticized the Rangers at all. The fans were not having it.
Yeah.
Did not matter who. If Josh Hamilton went 0 for 4 and struck out 3 times in a bad spot, and you said anything about him, you were getting destroyed. Like you could, they were untouchable. They were the most. I've never seen a team in town that was more untouchable than the back-to-back World Series Ranger team.
We on this show, however, the KNC Masterpiece, at least, we did create the Holland inning of doom, and there was a moment where Derek would have a moment. And so, but Derek, he knew that.
That was before you went to the Cubs.
But yeah, I mean, like we were very critical of the Rangers at that time too in those moments, but it was a lot of fun to enjoy the ride that was going on at the same time.
My answer for this question every time about are you allowed, I just point to the bald guy with glasses today. Anytime someone wants to bring that up, I say, have you ever listened to Michael Bassick talk about the Dallas Cowboys? I do think.
And the Mavericks.
I mean, anybody.
The Mavericks.
Anyways, I think
Mark Cuban is not happy with me right now. I know that for a fact that he is not happy with things that I've said throughout this season.
Yeah, like if you've ever listened to Bassick, you know that there's no station mandate. The Rangers, we've gone after their ownership a ton, lack of talent, talking about, them not being interesting until they trade for DeGrom. I mean, and I've worked in a lot of other places where you did have to be more careful, but that's a credit to Jerry Jones. I don't know if the Rangers owners know what we've been saying about them. Cuban certainly does, but we don't have a Mavericks affiliation like that, so we don't care.
I promise you, on the Cowboys front, we've talked about this off the air before. They like mixing it up. They do. They like when they like the tough questions. They enjoy it. Jerry enjoys that.
Now I think for Bally TV, they have to go soft. Absolutely. Have to.
Could you imagine Eckersley on Bally?
I don't know what Eckersley does.
He says
it's terrible. We're good.
No, like he goes
need to dive
after
into
the
that
players.
One. Yeah,
No,
it's brutal.
Which I don't understand. Like, I don't understand why the TV network doesn't allow for any type of criticism whatsoever, but you can be much more on the radio. I hate that. Not to insult you all, Mike, but like it's just way too generic. Like don't tell me everything is butterflies and rainbows. That's all.
That's what I
all
want.
Bally and that's what you want.
That's what I'm trying to get is like, it
Yeah.
shouldn't be that way. Sometimes you got to be honest. You got to be truthful. Like, I know that as he said, I had those innings. It happens.
But you've definitely played with people that you know could handle a certain market compared to New York or Boston, right?
Yeah, I know people that can't handle it.
Sure.
And even like for me, like Robbie Alomar's a Hall of Famer. He's one of the 3 greatest second basemen I think of all time. But he did not like playing in New York. Couldn't stand it. Like
Yeah.
you just have certain personalities that are just like
Joey Gallo.
Yeah, that's I didn't want to say it, but yeah, he's definitely one.
It's interesting that Tom Ghilardi is like kind of asking for us to be vicious now.
Well, yeah. Now that you're almost toward the end of the Sagan and Ben contracts, which were horrid mistakes, and they have been horrid mistakes at multiple points throughout they have
Not
like
Jamie.
No, it has.
He's your captain.
I know he is.
Ride it
He
out.
is. That's
Aren't they, like,
great.
first of the West?
You paying up?
Yeah, I mean,
but
it's whatever.
Captain Ride It Out is the
That's too
strongest counter to Kevin's point.
yeah, because you're not paying all that money for captain. It looks better now, but I'm saying there was a 2 to 3 year stretch where those were 2 of the worst 5 to 8 contracts in the NHL.
What did you spill on your shirt?
Oh,
man,
no.
I think it was my
Is it the
pork
baby?
butt.
Yeah,
Was there a piece of my pork butt? Because I saw it.
You got some of his butt on his chest?
I got some of his butt. Yeah, my butt juice went on your.
Did you see Jane Slater's reaction?
Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't know how to react to that online because you got to be so careful with how everything is. She has a great personality.
As
I
you're
know
wearing
she
a hat
would be
that says "I love cart girls."
correct. But yes, thank you, Chop. But the thing is, like, she has a great personality. I can joke with her, and it's okay. It's the people that read it and they're like, "Oh my God, you can't say that." Like, no, that's not how this works. She's okay with it, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, but she's not joking.
The comment that she did make, everybody else has had some of my meat. That was actually that was good. She's got hot friends. Gotta give her that. I mean, look at her. I'm allowed to say that. I'm single.
We're just waiting.
She has smoke show friends. She knows it.
Seem a little bit uncomfortable. With,
No, I am definitely not.
You're not?
No, it was just I just didn't know how to respond to her comment because it's like I could say one thing and then somebody gets worked up about it, or I can say something else and it's not a big deal.
Welcome to the world,
Yeah,
Derek.
I know it's 2023.
Welcome
We
to
are
the-
soft.
SAWFD.
Soft.
The KMC Masterpiece is next on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up at 10. studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You have Mike Bassick, Corey Majors, and in studio with us today is also Joey Erickson, of course. But also joining us in studio is Derek Holland. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I'm just glad to be back with everybody again.
This is your second time already this week.
The damn show was really good.
I called it Dame Time. Nice. Look at you. I call it Dame Time because I included Joey. So I wanted to make sure that Joey was involved. So I'm going to call y'all show Dame Masterpiece.
Okay.
Is that okay?
I mean, you can call it whatever the hell you want. Did you guys enjoy the show on Monday, or what's on your mind right now? Those are your two options.
I thought we did pretty good. I mean, I this was more of the everything you guys taught me kind of thing, and go out there and see what we can do.
Nice.
That's lovely.
So I was trying to go with Mike on that. We talked the night before about topics and stuff. He was just showing me. Mike definitely ran the show. He did a great job with that. But yeah, I was trying to do everything you guys taught me, just try to keep the flows right.
Were you on the text that he sent us? He was like, in your face, I built a run sheet. And I was like, I feel like we support you on this, Mike.
The funniest thing is every time when you guys, even if I'm not here, Mike texts in that group chat where I'm involved as if I'm going to say something to what we got to do for the show.
If people don't know this, I used to be a producer. That's how I got into sports talk.
What?
Radio is I took a job at about $3,000 a month for producing a show. Now, the great thing is I did have to pretty much come up with the run sheet through help, but it was only 4 topics a day.
Oh, yeah. That's
right. So sometimes 5. So that makes putting together a run sheet much easier when you're like, come up with 5 topics. You're like, this is great. Now, when I come up with 16 to 20 topics, you're like, son of a bee. Like, I mean, you know, the Mavericks, how did they play last night? Nobody knows. They haven't played in a week, but they do get to play tomorrow finally. How are the Rangers doing? They're tossing the ball around.
Heck yeah. Cowboys?
How are the Cowboys doing?
Watching film.
There you are. They're in Cabo.
Are they watching film?
Will McClay's watching film right now. All right. Will McClay and some of those other people.
We are weeks away from free agency, as we call it in Dallas, free agency / Highland Park spring break.
Dude, the scouting
I just wish they didn't happen at the same time.
Yeah, I also wish that. So,
Combine's next week.
Are you excited?
Yes, it is.
Yes, dude.
Until the NFL.
We're going to be out of town the whole time, too.
Oh, my gosh. Now, there's an article in the Dallas Morning News saying strikeouts are sexy. So there's a lot to unpack here. First of all, do you think strikeouts are sexy? And also, I have numbers about how this staff could excel or fail based off of that metric.
Real quick, if nobody saw this commercial, if you're too young, I get it, because I'm going to guess it was right around the late 90s, early 2000s. Chicks Dig the Long Ball by Greg Maddux and Tom Glavine. I think those were the two guys. I know Glavine. I know Maddux 100% was. Was Smoltz in there?
I almost said Schmoltz.
It was one of the best baseball commercials ever from 2 pitchers going, chicks dig the long ball. Maybe it was all 3 Braves pitchers, but that was such a great commercial. Whoever created that commercial needs to come back to Major League Baseball and start creating more commercials.
Okay.
I think it was Glavine and Maddux. I think you're right about that. I don't remember Schmoltz being in it.
Yeah.
What about Schmoltz?
I love Schmoltz, though.
Schmoltz or Smoltz?
Smoltz was the sexiest of the 3 because he did strike out the most.
Okay.
And I always remember that guy, and he was a great he still is a great person, but in 2007
once he retired,
that's great to know. Like, that really is good to know. Like, I really admire John Smoltz. To hear that he's a good person is also awesome.
Person.
That's great.
He's, I don't know, he's in his late 30s. My last year in the major leagues in 2007, and he's throwing the ball about, at this point, he's gone back into the rotation after rotation closing, now back in the rotation. He's throwing the ball about 92, 94. And in the 3rd inning, I'm on the Nationals, and we get the bases loaded with nobody out. And this guy, who's almost 40 years old, who lives around 92 to 94 now, starts throwing the ball 96 to 99 miles an hour. And I'm like, I remember looking at my teammate going, you got to be kidding me. He can still throw it close to 100 miles an hour when he needs to?
Incredible.
I'm still throwing hard right now. We threw live BP to some guys yesterday. Delino de Shields was there, which was cool. I haven't seen him in a little bit.
His sister's playing now for the Wings.
Yep. And I was sitting 93. So I mean, we're there. We're still throwing hard.
Was it 99 though? Was it?
It's not, because I never got 99.
It's difficult to get there.
You get a chain and
I have some
everything.
stats.
It's not
real
that
quick.
hard off the bat. I've thrown plenty of 86s that end up 104.
We did a study. A few
Not
years
the same.
ago. I can't remember exactly what year it was, but there was 1 year where we looked, and every single playoff team was one of the top 8 in strikeouts.
Yeah.
Like it was 1 through 8 or 1 through 10. It was all of them were the best at strikeouts. And
Yeah.
I was like, wow, that's insane. Is that the key? And so we've been kind of tracking this, and every year about the top 5, about 5 teams are leading in strikeouts and in the playoffs and go further. Here are last year's top 10 strikeout teams, Kevin.
Ooh, okay.
Number 10, the Phillies. This is
They made it to the World Series.
Pitching strikeouts. They made it to the World Series.
So that's good.
Marlins, different story. So we'll move on from that.
That can be 10
They're an
for 10.
outlier, all right? There's always that room for
Can't be
error.
10 for 10.
The White Sox, were they good last year? Not as good as expected.
They were in the literally in the middle.
All right, they were number 8. The Padres, number 7. The Yankees, number 6. The Dodgers, number 5. Astros, number 4. Brewers, Braves, Mets. All of those teams played a significant role in last season.
Yeah.
Most of them, 4 of those teams won 100 games. The Yankees needed 1 more to get there.
Hey, how many of those teams made it to the playoffs?
I think 7 of them.
The first 7?
Yeah, I believe
Okay.
so. Mets, Braves. Did the Mets miss?
No, the Mets
they
were
were
in.
They
Mets,
were in.
Braves, Brewers, Astros, Dodgers, Yankees, Padres.
Phillies.
And then the Phillies were number 10. So
Okay. So that should
it's
tell you
showing
something.
significantly every year that if your team collects strikeouts, they're probably going to make it to the playoffs.
You're probably winning a lot of games.
Yes.
Okay. So here is the positive news.
Yes, they are sexy.
They are so sexy.
I had to do it while you were looking at me like
I appreciate that. Here's the positive, then we'll get into potentially the negative. The intended rotation, one would assume, for the Rangers is DeGrom, Heaney, Evaldi, Perez, and Gray. Those guys struck out 618 of the 2,351 batters they faced last year. If that's a lot of numbers, let me boil it down for you. That's 26.3% of the hitters that they faced. In the last 10 years, when strikeouts have really taken off, only 6 staffs in baseball have surpassed that number. And that would put them on pace to have 920 strikeouts for the Rangers. No Rangers staff has ever had 900 strikeouts. So on the surface, the potential, I use that key word, is there.
What did you just say?
That this
No Rangers
rotation has ever had 900 strikeouts. That would put this group on pace for 920. So it would be the most in Rangers history and the 7th highest strikeout percentage of the last decade for any pitching staff.
Wow.
So to Corey's numbers from last year and a couple of years ago, that would seem very promising.
So looking at the rotation, strikeout wise, you got DeGrom is definitely gonna be a strikeout machine.
Yep.
That's obvious. Evaldi will be a strikeout machine. He's gonna get things going. I can pretty much guarantee that. Gray, he can be a strikeout machine as well. He has a very, very good fastball. He's got good stuff. Being out of Colorado helps, I think, just being the adjustment here. Obviously dealt with injuries last year. He's going to be a strikeout machine. Heaney is going to be your, in my opinion, and I hope I'm wrong, I think he's your guy that's going to be the middle. He's not going to really get as many strikeouts, but he'll still, he'll hold his own. Martin Perez is going to mix and match because there's going to be days where he can strike out the world, and there's days where he just gets double plays left and right. So
Yeah.
he's the other guy. So that's your 5 guys, right? Did I name all 5?
Yep.
So I think you're definitely going to see some mass improvements of the strikeouts. That's why I keep saying the Rangers will be in the playoffs this year. Their pitching is the key. I mean, that's the main thing. Got to stay healthy. And I also want to look at, too, is what does the bullpen look like? Because that's your big key there. Sorry.
No. I want to get to that in just one second because that is a very valid point. If I have to little devil's advocate or maybe the opposite
Do
side.
it. I dare you.
That I will. I'm sorry in advance for this. That same group, DeGrom, Heaney, Evaldi, Perez, Gray. Last year, they combined for 101 starts. That's less than 2/3 of the season. So
Correct.
all of those fantastical numbers that I gave you about they could be the 7th highest percentage in this, they could be the most strikeouts in Rangers rotational history. Those are all positive things. As you brought up, the tough part.
101?
101
So
out
you
of
gotta find
162.
61 more games.
Yeah. And look, depending on what you think about Odorizzi, Dunning, Otto, whoever your group is,
Leiter.
that's not.
No,
I mean,
not yet,
I
buddy.
don't know about that. Rocker is no. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's not the group. That if you tell me that Odorizzi, Dunning, and Otto are each going to start 20 games this year, I'm going to be like,
I have concerns.
Oh crap.
Yeah.
You
got to touch your mic.
I wanted to real quick. I'm trying
There
to
it
do
gets
this. There's unfortunately the Mariners made the postseason last year, which brings up all their postseason stats, but regular season stats. Because I just want to have you, Derek.
They were 12th in strikeouts, by the way.
Okay.
total.
So if I look at their pitching, because we say, hey, the Rangers staff, and I do really like the Rangers staff. Robbie Ray, pretty darn good pitcher, right? 189 innings, 212 strikeouts. Logan Gilbert, 185, 2 innings, 174 strikeouts. I do really like him. They had a rookie come up, George Kirby, who had 25 starts, 11 quality starts, 130 innings pitched, 133 strikeouts. Marco Gonzalez is a touch and feel guy. Like he's a guy that's the ball's gonna be put in play. They traded for, people forget this, Luis Castillo, who is still there.
That's a good.
Do you like their rotation more than the Rangers' rotation? If I rank them in this order, if I go Robbie Ray 1, Luis Castillo 2, Logan Gilbert 3, George Kirby 4, Marco Gonzalez 5.
I would say right now, on paper, I'm taking the Rangers rotation.
Okay.
But again, it's going to come down to health. Now with the Mariners, those young guys getting their second year in, getting seen, getting a little more video on them, that's going to change a lot of what happens. Let's see how they rebound from that. I think they're going to deal with a little bit of adversity, but not too much, I think, just because of how the rest of that core of rotation.
Yeah, and they proved last year, right? Here's the tough thing is they proved that they can win. They've gone back-to-back years at 90 wins. One year it didn't make the playoffs for them. That's the thing is the Rangers are going to have to figure out how to get most likely to, I'll say, 87 wins. Last year, 86 was the last, because you expanded the playoffs. So 86 wins last year was your last wild card spot, I believe. So, I mean, you do have to look at it and go, look, the year before, 90 would have been the 7th place spot in the playoffs. So you are looking at
86 is right.
Yeah, you're looking at you need to be somewhere between 86 and 90 wins to get that last playoff spot.
It sounds like too much. It sounds like too much to overcome. But it's a fresh start with Bochy and everything.
And I know at noon we'll talk about the exact number and all of those things.
Oh, that changed.
Okay, so
don't worry about that. Sorry, that was a discussion based on some other things. But okay, so my question that came up on the fan text, and I'm really interested from y'all's perspective, is do you think the elimination of the shift inherently has an impact on strikeouts?
No.
I don't. Fast answer.
Yeah, because I don't think it does. It's not necessarily changing too much of what you're doing. I mean, just because I know there was times that I would have, a shift as pull, and I'm trying to get that guy to pull, but I've already set him up to where I can go off and away too. So I don't think the shift is going to change the way strikeouts are. I think it's just going to create a little bit more of the advantage for hitters. Because it's, to me,
it might increase strikeouts because now guys are more inclined to even try to pull more.
See, it could,
I don't think so, because they told, I remember CC Sabathia going hated the shift when it came into the game because he pitched in both eras, and he was like, once I was convinced by my pitching coach that it doesn't matter, you don't have to pitch to our defense. We have taught every hitter in Major League Baseball to try to pull the ball and hit the ball as far as they can, and that's the only way you can hit in Major League Baseball. He's like, well, heck, if everybody's just going to try to pull the ball and hit homers and nobody's actually going to take my fastball away and try to push the ball away, then he's like, I'm fine with this defense.
To me, I just don't like the shift. I think it's a strategic game. If you can't go the other way, that's your fault as a hitter. You need to learn to try to go the other way. COVID in here. But yeah, it's
Noah's at the doctor right now. Hopefully he doesn't have these.
True. He is at
issues.
the doctor.
But that, to me, I think strikeouts will pretty much stay the exact same. That's just, I don't feel the shift is going to make a big impact of strikeouts are going up because of that.
I think, Kevin, the most important text that's come in is from the 325. Hey, Kevin, that's 101 wins, that means we're going to the World Series.
Okay, look.
If they pitch 101 games, we're winning 101 games with that pitching staff.
I will most certainly concede that if those 5 start those games and you don't lose any of them, I will obviously concede that this team is going to be an unstoppable juggernaut.
Question on the new run sheet, because I saw the old run sheet.
It's just that one segment.
Is it eliminated? Because I want to ask.
I pushed it to tomorrow because I thought we could do it tomorrow.
So for tomorrow, I do think I was I was listening to G-Bag Nation yesterday. I was having a good time listening to G-Bag Nation in the car, and they started talking about how, Gavin Dawson, I think, was the leader of the pack, going, look, this team is going to make the playoffs. Derek is saying that too. I'm just wondering, the over-under in Vegas doesn't put the Rangers close to a play. If they're right around that number, they're middle of the pack baseball team. So I'm just wondering, are we pumping up a product that Vegas doesn't see as a competitive playoff product yet? And that's maybe for tomorrow during that topic. But
I think we did the exact same thing last year. Like, remember last year, people were like, well, obviously the Rangers have to be at least 500 or this season's a complete and total failure. And you're like, does it?
Yeah.
Is that a realistic expectation? That's a great question. You know what? Maybe we'll redo the run sheet again. I'm not against that.
We can do it tomorrow.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
We have 6 weeks till the season starts.
That's a good point. And that's one of the reasons we pushed it. In case you're wondering, the topic was going to be, we'll pull back the curtain, can the Rangers meet this win total? Well, that didn't feel like something that absolutely had to run today versus...
Especially after the Mavericks game last night.
They can't.
No, they didn't play last night.
Tonight they play.
You know what?
They play tomorrow.
They play tomorrow. You know what? I have a Mavericks topic next. I'll bump it if you want.
Take it out. Let's see how Mike
Coming up next, if Kyrie were to leave the Mavs, would this be a good consolation prize?
Who came up with this topic?
You did, Mike!
We're too tough on this guy.
Sounds like a great topic.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All day, every day, bringing you insights.
Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation, it's always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
With the rebound, and look at what Dallas has a chance to do by the end of the first half. They can take the lead, and they do! Kyrie Irving buzzer-beating three. And how on earth did Dallas do this?
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. If Kyrie were to leave the Mavericks, keep in mind this is a hypothetical, so don't overreact just yet. Would this be a good consolation prize? Now, Mike, you have been, correct me if you think I'm overstating this, okay. You have been bringing up the idea that it is at least possible, if not even probable, that Kyrie will bolt and most likely go to the Lakers in the offseason.
That's what I've been told by people that are in the know. People that are in the NBA circles, like agents who have clients. This agent does not have Kyrie and does not have Luka and does not have LeBron. Obviously, LeBron is his own agency. But most people around the league that are in the circle, that know things before it happens, still feel like at the end of the day, the Lakers aren't going to be a very good team this year. They're 5 games under 500 with 23 left to play. They have to go on an unbelievably great streak to probably get to the 6th spot, which nobody believes they can do around the league. They think that they can get into the play-in situation, but probably lose in the first round with their team that they have. If that happens, LeBron's not going to be happy about missing the playoffs last year and then pretty much getting eliminated in the play-in situation or just losing in the first round. He really wants Kyrie Irving. Kyrie really wants to be a Laker still. It doesn't mean he won't be a Maverick for the next 5 years. That could happen, but most people still believe the Mavericks are going to struggle with the team that they have because they have very little defense, very little rebounding. It's going to be tough to make a playoff run, and if it happens that they lose in the first round or lose in the play-in, and the Lakers do the same thing, that there's a good chance that Kyrie is going to find his way to the Lakers. It's not my opinion. This is not my opinion. This is the opinions of people that are inside the league.
So I just want to run off that idea. Let's just go with that hypothesis as happening. Is you asked me to go track down a couple of things, and so I decided to look into it. And there is some thought that LeBron is tired of all of the time that Anthony Davis has missed in terms of injury. And then, see, Derek, you got this down,
Derek's
man.
a pro.
He is.
He knows how to turn the mic on.
You guys taught me well.
We don't.
Jerks.
This 5 figures.
This was this was a quote from another agent and executive. I had a scout I trust say the body language by AD when LeBron broke the scoring record, because you remember the whole thing was like, we're losing the game, I want to make the playoffs, which I do get. He said the body language by AD when LeBron broke the scoring record wasn't a coincidence. And I had another scout tell me last week that Dallas is going to make a run at him. Anthony Davis believes that he has lost the trust of LeBron. So that brings in your beloved sign and trade.
Oh my gosh, you're finally admitting it, Kevin.
In terms of basketball, I will certainly concede to this. If Kyrie were to leave, would this be a good consolation prize? Would you view it as a consolation prize at all? Would you view it as an upgrade to get Anthony Davis? I'm not saying it's as simple as, oh yeah, we'll sign and trade you, we'll bring Anthony Davis in, bam, done. There'll be more parts to it, but
it's 26 points and 10 rebounds. Like that's you're helping your rebound game. Are you helping your overall game night in, night out? I don't know, because he's 33 games this year, 40 last year, 36 the year before.
He missed a lot of time.
So that was frustrating.
The last time he was healthy was COVID.
Yeah, and that was frustrating for Luka to have KP out that frequently. So how excited is he going to be to have this guy out that frequently as well? If he is out that often.
Right.
So that would be frustrating for me as a fan too, is I don't know if I can rely on this guy. But I also know when he's on the court, he can be a dominant figure on there. He can do a lot of different things too. But Mike, for me, this comes down to a question of, is this just another guy that's going to land here and then say, all right, where's my next destination?
To that point, yes, Anthony Davis got tired of the New Orleans Pelicans. Almost everybody around the league, from what I understand, say Anthony Davis is not a a personality issue at all. He is a injury concern, major injury concern, because unfortunately, if he's on your team, he, when healthy, is one of the best big men in the game. You could probably say Jokic 1, Embiid 2, and honestly, I think most people would say Anthony Davis is the third best big man in the NBA. Your issue is that he's only going to play possibly half the season. He's now had a 2.5-year stretch where you're only going to get about 40 games out of him, and that is the major issue with him, and that's why he would be available. If he was playing as well as he did in COVID year, bubble year, the LA Lakers would have a top 4 seed right now. We'd be talking about how LeBron's going for his 6th or 7th championship because he found the perfect partner in Anthony Davis to kind of take over the reins of the LA Lakers while he kind of takes a little bit of a step back or co-starring with Anthony Davis, but it hasn't happened. It's frustrated LeBron James. Anthony Davis, obviously we're hearing rumors that he's not feeling as loved in LA as he wants to, kind of in a different way, the way Kyrie wasn't feeling loved in Brooklyn the way he wanted to feel. And so for me, if Kyrie wants to be a Laker, and there's nothing we can do to keep him here, and we still have to play out this situation, but if we get to it, which everybody's talking about around the league, then I do think Anthony Davis is a good consolation prize. Because the worst thing in the world would be this. Because if somebody says, not right next to me to my left, I don't want Anthony Davis. Well, do you want nobody? Like, do you want next year, do you want no draft pick, no free agent money, and to just lose Kyrie for nothing? Because at that point, you've now told Luka you have to leave in 2 to 3 years. Like, you have no option but to leave because we are not even going to be competing in the NBA if you lose Kyrie for nothing.
I don't care. Go ahead. Fine. We lose and we get nothing. You're basically getting nothing anyway. You can't even keep him on the court. So what's the point of sign and trade and get that? Now, cool. What do we get? A pick, you said, with it or whatever?
No, you'd get nothing. Like if you say we're not trading you to LA.
If you did trade him, what do you get?
Anthony Davis.
And that's it?
Yeah, pretty much.
So
I'm not sure.
I don't want him.
I'm not 100% sure I would have to think that over just a little bit, the logistics of what, if any, draft compensation.
I didn't know that we were going to get Kai. I never would have thought.
We only have one pick left to trade, and I'm pretty sure in this situation they might not be trading.
At the beginning of the season, I never would have thought Kyrie would be on this team. So there's got to be something that I don't know that could happen. Like one of those, something wild could happen. The player, if you had the player, that's what I'm looking at the most. I'd love to see how he and Luka can work together and what they can accomplish together. Mike, but before that though, I hope, this is just my hope, is that Kyrie and Luka give everything they have through this playoff run, and that we can part ways going, man, thanks Kyrie, appreciate the run and everything, instead of, man, that dude took the jersey off, threw it in the stands, and didn't even want to play the last game of the playoffs. I'm not saying that that could happen or that he is that kind of person, but I want, man, go give us a playoff run. Give us everything you guys got.
And here's the dynasty thing with Luka, which I want it to become a dynasty here in Dallas. Nico at some point, or Mark Cuban, whoever's really running the thing, and I do think Nico has pretty good say there, is you have to start knowing who you're building around. You can't keep interchanging the second and third guys with Luka, because if you look at the Golden State Warriors, yes, they did get Kevin Durant, but their front office knew we are now building around Curry, Thompson, and Green. This is our core, and we know our 3 guys, and now it's a lot easier to know how to build the right team around these 3 guys. And if you do lose Kyrie, you have to now start all over on how you're building a team again around Luka, which becomes very tough.
Yeah, going with the Luka or Kyrie thing. Personally, I feel like, and I hope I'm right, but it's still tough because obviously he could go to the Lakers. But I hope he's just like, okay, you know what? I've won a championship with LeBron. I think I want to try to do this here. I want to see what the Mavs are trying to do. I hope that they're going to
demanded a trade last week, 2 weeks ago, before he got traded to Dallas. His demand was, I want to go to the Lakers. That was his demand. And the owner said, I want you to trade him. I'm sick of him. Do not trade him to the Lakers.
Yeah, that was
the owner.
He's
come out and said, Kyrie said, I wanted to go to really one team. I didn't want to be in Brooklyn, but I wanted to be a Laker. And then the owner said, trade him. Do not trade him to the Lakers.
And I don't want to get it twisted. I believe all of our first choices is, no, this Kyrie thing works out just great, and we roll forward. That's why we said consolation prize.
Yes.
Because I understand what you're saying, Derek, and I see the fan texts who are mad about just the prospect of Anthony Davis. I'm not suggesting that's the route you should go instead. Just if you get to the spot where he's like, I'm going to leave, do you want to get something for me or not? If that is an acceptable consolation prize.
Okay, what if Cuban just decides after the season, all right, I'm going to show you that I want to keep you here. I'll go get one more piece for us that we need, and then signs Kyrie to the long-term deal. Then what?
That'd be great. Now the problem is there's salary caps in the NBA, and we don't have like the best of picks, and you have to get somebody who wants to come here. And the NBA is so much more agent controlled and player controlled than MLB. When a player wants something and they're a free agent, they just get it in this league. Like it's amazing.
I said it's tough when
they said soft. Dang it.
No. It's tough when they are like, this is what I want. And I mean, you saw that with KD. It took 36 hours to make that happen.
If Kyrie wants to go to the Lakers in the offseason, I get they only have $34 million to spend if they let everybody go except for Anthony Davis and LeBron James. But they'd have to let every player go off of their team and have 2 players, and then they have to sign 13 league minimum guys to their team. The Lakers don't want to do that. But if Kyrie says, I want to go to the Lakers, and LeBron says, I want him here, and the Lakers say, we'll get him here, they don't have to trade Anthony Davis to us. This is the thing, is they'll just start moving around players to other teams. So if you're like, I don't want Anthony Davis, the Lakers will be like, that's fine. We'll figure out a way. Anthony Davis is wanted in this league. There will be teams, whether it's Charlotte, whether it's Boston, whether it's somebody who will go, we will figure out a way how to get Anthony Davis off of your books for somewhat nothing.
Yep.
And then Kyrie goes to LA, and the Mavericks are sitting there going, all right, next year we're looking at Luka Doncic, Josh Green, and Jaden Hardy. Luka, how you feel, buddy? And we signed Dwight Powell back. We don't even like Christian Wood, so we're not signing him back. So, and there could be more to the trade. It could be a 3-team trade. And it's a thing that you have to listen to this, Maverick fans. The Mavericks understand that Kyrie might not be here for the next 3 to 5 years. The Mavericks also want Kyrie here for the next 3 to 5 years, but they know, Nico Harrison, Mark Cuban already know there's a possibility that in the offseason, if Kyrie decides, I want to be a Laker, the Mavericks know a couple of paths to not losing Kyrie for nothing. And it might be, from what we hear, it might be that the Mavericks really do like Anthony Davis.
They do?
Yes.
You know they do.
Because they know he'd be perfect if healthy. Let's be honest here. If healthy, but that's a 50-50 proposition at best. He would be perfect for Luka.
Yes.
You would have your big guy who rebounds the ball 15 times a game. You would have a super
pick and roll
score, right? You'd have a guy who does it all defensively, who's a great offensive player. The problem is can I get 65 to 70 games out of him? If I do, he's a better compliment. Let's be honest. He's a better compliment than Kyrie Irving. If they're both completely, totally healthy, Anthony Davis is a better compliment. The issue is you're only getting half seasons out of Anthony Davis, and that's why LeBron is tired of it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Thanks, y'all, for rocking with us today. Coming up next, how about some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick and Derek Holland?
There's 2 guys that were supposed to take over the league. And why did they have a bad 22? And who could bounce back more in 23? Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick and Derek Holland.
All right, Derek Holland, I saved this for you today, and I've been wondering this. There's two players from the 2018 rookie class. Juan Soto, who by every standard, and I know my dad was like, oh, this guy and that guy. No, listen. Juan Soto had the best teenage year in Major League Baseball history. Yes, you can go look at the Ken Griffey Jr. stats versus Juan Soto stats. Even Juan Soto outperformed Ken Griffey Jr. at 19 years old. That's how good Juan Soto was when he hit the major leagues in 2018. 2019, he was a major part of the Washington Nationals winning the World Series. Then you had Ronald Acuna Jr., who actually won the Rookie of the Year in 2018. And then almost had a 40-40 year at 21 years old. If he wouldn't have got hurt in the month of September, he ended up with 37 stolen bases, and it was an injury that caused him to stop trying to steal bases late in the year. He had 41 home runs. So this is a guy at 21 years old, had 41 home runs, 37 stolen bases from the leadoff spot, and it was, here's the deal. These two guys are about to take over Major League Baseball. Yes, Mike Trout has been the best player in baseball for a while. Mookie Betts has been the other kind of outfielder guy, not comparable.
But this is who's next.
But this is who's next. And last year, Ronald Acuna Jr., coming off of a major injury, blowing out his knee in 2021, ended up playing in 119 games. In those 119 games, he had 15 home runs. He batted .266 with a .764 OPS. If you go back to his rookie, if you just go back to the year before when he got hurt at halfway through the season, 82 games, his OPS was at .990 at that point with 24 home runs and 17 stolen bases. So he wasn't trending towards his 40-40 year, but he was probably going to pop 40 home runs and steal 30 bags again. And he just had a down year. When you go to Juan Soto, obviously the big news about Juan Soto last year was he was traded from the Nationals to the San Diego Padres. But if you look at Juan Soto's numbers from, his previous years, he went to total wise. If you look at both teams, he batted .242. His career batting average is .287. In the shortened season of COVID, he batted .351. So to give you an idea, if you just look at the year before, he batted .313. So .242 was by far his lowest batting average by far. So I'm wondering, Derek, did you get to face both these guys? Mm-hmm. So they're both great hitters, very different. Obviously National League, and I know you've been recently more American League with Detroit. So I just didn't know if possibly an interleague player, whatever, you got to face these guys. But who do you think is going to have a bigger bounce back year in 2023, Acuna or Soto?
Well,
and
why?
First,
I want to say I don't know if I did face Soto.
Okay,
I think I have, but I'm not sure. But for me, who's going to have the bigger bounce back year? I honestly, the guy that's going to stand out is going to be Acuna. I think he's going to have the bigger year, but with Soto's lineup, that's where it changes for me. That's where I start to think that, Acuna is going to be the guy. But in all honesty, I think it's going to be Soto because there's so many weapons around him that you can't pitch around him to get to Machado or pitch around.
Yeah, most likely after 19 games, it will be Tatis leading off, Soto batting second, Machado batting third, and Xander Bogaerts batting fourth.
So that's why
their first four guys, all stars, all potential Hall of Famers.
That's the big key. I think that's what's going to help Soto get back to being Soto.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the more impressive, because of the numbers that you just put out there, his career batting average was .283. What'd you say Acuna's was?
I pulled up Soto. I would say Acuna's probably batting average, I'm going to guess, is in the 270s. If somebody can pull that up for me for career.
So, okay, we'll just scratch that
277.
There you go.
277. So, yeah, they're both right
287 there. So obviously Soto's on-base percentage is a lot more because he draws, the last 2 years he's drawn 180 walks in the last 2 years. Sorry, 280 walks.
I feel like Soto for the most part has a better plate discipline.
Yeah.
And I think he has more pressure to be the bounce back guy because I think he was the guy that they were trying to make into the new face of baseball.
Yeah.
Besides Tatis.
So I wanted to look at this. Obviously, we were having fun with your
awesome draft.
top players, right, at each position. So I wanted to ask you this. Right now, at catchers top 10 right now, they have JT Realmuto at number 1 and Will Smith at number 2. Do you believe those are the two top catchers in the game today? And if not, who would you have in the top 2?
Realmuto is definitely number 1. Adley Rutschman.
Rushman?
Yeah, sorry.
He's number 3.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He's at 3, and he, to me, has made the biggest improvement, especially with the rotation of the Orioles and what he's done with that. That's where I kind of feel like he should be number 2.
Okay.
Will Smith has got a good, solid veteran staff for the most part, so I would definitely. That's the only reason why I give Adley the higher hand.
What makes a good catcher for a pitcher?
Being able to have the same sequence, being on the same page, just the way he frames and sets up. I think those are the big factors for me. I don't worry about the offensive side just because you're more concerned with the defense and him knowing his pitchers, knowing your strengths, knowing your weaknesses, knowing the batter's strengths and their weaknesses versus you.
Yeah.
Like they do a lot of research.
A lot of trust then for okay.
You should be able to go out there on the mound and be like, okay, I'm good with what he calls.
I agree with all that. I think also to add to that, your kind of 6:15 meeting that you have with your, does that still happen with your pitching coach catcher? At 6:15, 7:05 first pitch, you have about a 10-minute meeting with your catcher and with your pitching coach over the whole lineup and your basic general how you're going to attack each hitter in the lineup 1 through 9. If your catcher's engaged with that and has great ideas, it makes you feel even more confident. If he's just sitting there and looking like, I don't know, like I'm a rookie or I don't know whether, then you're like, I'm going to have to shake a little bit more because either he's not confident or he's not engaged in this situation. And then you're in between innings when you're sitting down on the bench when that catcher is, hey, good job doing this, or hey, I know you're a little bit off, your breaking ball's a little bit flat right now. I'll make sure to call it in right situations. We're going to get, like stuff like that also adding to what you're talking about.
Communication's huge. And I think as a starting pitcher when I was pitching, I like to be able to talk to you in between innings for the most part. I don't like to go over too many things because I don't want to overthink it. But knowing that, hey, like Mike was saying, you come in, curveball's working, slider's a little bit off, but we're going to keep throwing it though. Don't back off of it. Let's keep going with it. Like he's giving you that confidence. Like you might be upset, like, man, this isn't really working right now, but he's telling you we're really close.
Looks
Let's
different
keep doing
from this
it.
side.
Let's keep trusting it.
Gotcha.
Shortstop. This is the toughest position in baseball to say who the top 2 are right now. They have Trey Turner and Carlos Correa as the top 2 shortstops in the game.
Yeah, Trey Turner, I'll give definitely number 1. I'm not sold on Carlos Correa. I would say I really like Lindor.
He's number 5.
I like him better. Yeah,
they
I
have
got him 4
Bogarts
on
number
this list.
3 and Seager number 4.
See, I have Tatis over here at 2 and Bichette as 3, but Bichette created a lot of errors. And I got
Where's
Bobby Witt
Tatis?
at 5.
Is he gonna?
He's off the list because he didn't play, and I don't think he's going to be shortstop anymore. So he's actually not on any of these lists on position players anymore, even though he was on the list of top 100
because
right now.
He's going to be squeezed out from there.
All right, and by the way, top 3 will be Bobby Witt Jr. will be on this list next year too. Yes. So, all right, second baseman Jose Altuve and Jeff McNeil. This isn't the strongest position in baseball. I think Altuve is really easy. Last year, Ketel Marte was number 1.
Yeah, I like Altuve, number 1. I got Marcus Semien, number 2.
They had him number 2 last year. They have him number 4 now. Third baseman.
Rangers are going to be awesome.
Your guy, not even on the list, Matt Chapman in 10.
Is that what led to the explosion about your team?
It's like Matt Chapman, Manny Machado number 1, and Jose Ramirez number 2.
I would have Jose Ramirez number 1. Rafael Devers.
Okay.
I really thought you were going to say Matt Chapman.
Oh, I was doing it to be funny.
Jose Ramirez was 1 last year, and Devers was 2 last year.
I would have also probably put as another guy up there, 2 guys that I could add: Manny Machado and Nolan Arenado.
Well, Manny Machado is number 1. Machado's 1 and Jose Ramirez is 2.
Oh, you did say 1. Okay, I was looking at my list. That's why. Sorry. He wasn't number 1.
Okay, you're looking at about 2022. Was he number 7 on that list?
Who?
Machado.
No, he's 3.
Okay. All right. First baseman, Paul Goldschmidt and Freddie Freeman. Are those the 2 best first basemen in the game today?
Yeah, I can't argue that.
Guerrero's 3, by the way. I think he gets definitely into the conversation.
I mean, Pete Alonso's in there. Yeah. I got Anthony Rizzo is a guy that I think he's got like a shovel at first.
Yeah.
I think he should be higher up than what he is. I'd say he's number 3.
How good is this position? How about this? Right field. Aaron Judge 1, Mookie Betts 2, Bryce Harper is 3, Kyle Tucker is 4, Ronald Acuna Jr. is 5. That's a strong position in the game today in right
Obviously,
field.
Bryce Harper's overrated, but I hear what you're saying.
Yep.
By the way, they did actually rate this. They actually, I didn't know this. They have Fernando Tatis Jr. at number 9.
Dang, so low. And that is a loaded position.
I can't pull up the outfielders now, so you're.
But Judge and Betts, I think that's the right 1-2 combination in right field. Center field we did earlier in the year, and that was, we were surprised at least that Byron Buxton has all the ability in the world, but I think center field is a very weak position in Major League Baseball right now. Mike Trout 1, Byron Buxton 2, Julio Rodriguez number 3.
Are we to the point where like people just kind of accept that Byron Buxton, all the talent in the world or not, will never be the idealized version of what everyone hoped he could have been?
Yeah,
because
and
of the
I know
injuries?
in a weird way it's different, but we just did a topic on
Anthony Davis,
and it's like all the abilities there, and when he is healthy, it is awesome.
Yeah,
but it's just rare that he's going to be healthy and show it. Left field is Yordan Alvarez and Juan Soto.
I don't think he belongs out there.
Because he's a DH?
Yeah, he's full-time DH. You got to give somebody else the.
Schwarber is number 3 on the list. Do you think it's Soto and Schwarber if you're going to take Yordan off the list?
Schwarber, I love the guy. That outfielding is not really his thing. I will say that. He is. He's. I hate it. I have to say something bad, but he's not the greatest of outfielders.
I'm not going to go to starting pitching because there's a lot there. How about this to finish this off real quick? Relief pitchers. Is Edwin Diaz and Emmanuel Clase the 2 best closers in baseball?
It hurts.
Cooper had that inning.
Yeah.
He was in our blue jerseys too. I think it was a Sunday day game where he had the powder blues on.
That was really nice.
Those two are definitely, I would say you're probably 1 and 2, but man, Hader's got to be really close because you got to think he was dominating. I get it. He kind of struggled this past year, but he was dominating for a while.
Yeah.
With just one pitch, basically.
He's going to walk everybody this year because they're just going to be like, beep, didn't take it. You took too much time. Beep, took too much time. Like he's going to have to cut his time in half. I've timed him before against the Rangers. He takes about 36 seconds in between pitches to throw.
Yeah. I mean, cool.
And by the way, if you want to know how steroids work, Emmanuel Clase showed how steroids work.
I mean, he's not wrong.
That dude had peg legs and then got busted for steroids, came back with thunder thighs, and then was just dominating baseball.
I got a friend that could use steroids for his legs.
Really want to point out, we're not advocating whatsoever, though.
Well.
Okay, Mike, that's not helpful.
It's illegal. Next. You can't do it.
Coming up next.
I don't approve.
Taking steroids.
No.
With Mike Bassett.
No. If you do them right.
Oh.
No.
Showed
No.
You ever wonder how they get paint up on that sign?
NBA player poll, the best city, the best trash talker, and who the players want to see win a ring, plus trash all-star ratings next right here on The Fan.
35 minutes of commercial-free Fan. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where Corey is trying to melt Twitter to the ground.
I am not trying to melt Twitter to the ground.
An Android versus iPhone debate, but also we've got the NBA player poll, best city trash talkers, and who folks are rooting for to win a ring. But Corey, I want to start this off with the All-Star ratings because this is going to make Mike super happy because it was a trash fire.
And somebody texted in and said they sent these to us earlier, and thank you. We really appreciate this. Sunday's NBA All-Star Game was the lowest rated and least watched edition of the game. And I don't know exactly what that means, but I guess like in the history of the game.
That's right.
It's according to Paulson Esmwa. And then the ratings declined 29%, viewership 27% from last year's All-Star game. So that's over a quarter of that.
Yeah, that hurts.
The record low audience places the NBA All-Star game well behind this year's NFL flag football Pro Bowl game. And this year's declines are the steepest for the game since 2000. So
awesome. I'm glad this happened. Thank you.
It's worse than the flag football thing.
Yes. Thank you, audience, for being with me and not watching that crap. I have no clue how a human being would pay money to go see that. I get that they're all on the court, but who cares? Like, they're just walking around. Hey, you want to watch them lay a ball up or kind of dunk it with no one around? You want to watch them jack up a 35-foot shot?
It's like warm-ups, right?
That's
it's
like,
I
don't get it. As I did see Stephen A. Smith say, these guys try harder in summer league games. Like they're not all-star. Like they actually play basketball. They're not going at 100% like an NBA game, but like he's just asking Stephen A. Smith's like, hey, the way you play summer league basketball when you're playing pickup basketball in the summer to get ready for the season, if you just play at that pace and at that energy level, we'll appreciate that. But that was beyond measure pathetic. And now the audience, thank God, like that the audience is saying, we're not watching this.
Do you think that not that the NBA and the All-Star game is how they decide things, but do you think they take a look at this and they go, oh, that's a lot. We should probably figure something out.
Yes, I definitely think when they see that come across their table, they go, that's not good enough. We got to fix this. What can we do? Do they want to dilute it down to a flag football game? No, but I think what Mike's saying is dead on, and you got to find some sort of competitive pride somewhere. And you thought at some point that it was going to be like, hey, you're playing for this charity, that they would give that.
Yeah.
Well, and then they're like, well, you know, it's a lot of them were just like, I can't wait to get to my vacation destination.
Right, like Luka. And I get it. That's what LeBron has decided to turn the game into. He got in charge of the game around 07, 08 as Kobe started getting not super old, but it was a little bit older. He's like, all right, I'm in charge of this thing. Here's how it's going to run now. And the players started following because he was taking over the league as the best player, and Magic and Larry wouldn't allow it. Michael Jordan and others wouldn't allow it. Kobe Bryant wouldn't allow this to happen. Now, a lot of people started tweeting out the 1993 game because that game was in Utah. It was the last time the game was in Utah. So you had Michael Jordan and Shaquille O'Neal's rookie year. He's in the game. And that game was so competitive that people were like, wow. So you have the best players in the world, like they're knocking each other to the ground, like on your ass. You're not dunking on me, you know, and you're not hitting a three in my face. I'm going to guard you. Now there weren't as many 3-point shooting, shots back then, but like it was the 24 best players picked to play in an All-Star game, all playing their asses off to win this game for no money. I think the winner got $5,000 a player to play in the game. So it was definitely West versus East pride, and you're not going to embarrass me. I'm going to cover you. And so it's kind of like, it doesn't have to be maybe that strong of a game where you're watching them play all out like it's the NBA Finals, but you got to have something else. If not, just stop the game. Just tell the players, we're not doing it anymore. And you know what? All of your contract, because they do get bonuses for making the All-Star game. You get, whether it's $100,000 bonus or $1 million bonus for making the All-Star game, there are bonuses in your contract for doing it. Just be like, we're not having the game anymore, so there's no more bonuses for even making it.
And that's why I'm kind of curious. Like, this actually segues into the player poll, and we can bounce back and forth between that and the All-Star game. Is one of the questions at the All-Star game was, do you want a mid-season tournament? And it's essentially split right down the middle. 4 said yes, 3 said no, and 4 said maybe. And these are all players across the league. And that fascinates me because what would the tournament be for? And aren't you just putting extra mileage on your legs for something that I don't like? I understand in Europe, there's all these like prestigious tournaments. I don't think whoever wins that first tournament, you're going to be like, that's like winning the final.
And the tough thing is over there's no playoffs for soccer. You win the regular season, you're the champ. So there's not a game after. Once the season ends, it's over. You were either the champion of the league or you weren't the champion of the league.
This got brought up on my podcast that the way that MLS does their All-Star game. Have you seen how they do it? I don't follow soccer
against
enough.
Another team, an outside team.
Yeah, it's from the Premier League or wherever. So that's kind of cool. I like the idea. Mike was talking about this. I think we talked about it when it was the damn show, just so that way I could throw that out there. But we talked about
the
USA, the damn masterpiece. Sorry, the USA have their All-Stars take on the World All-Stars, kind of like the futures games that we would see in baseball or whatever.
Okay,
you get that. Like Mike pointed out too. There was 5 guys. The 5 starting guys would have been the world from both teams combined. There's 5 guys from
there were 5 Americans and there were 5 world players starting the game.
So why not do that? Maybe because for a fact the world guys would want to beat the USA guys. The
I can see that. And after maybe losing, if this played out like that, maybe losing a game or losing 2 games, maybe that would light the fire under the United States, like redeem team style, and they would be like, the hell I am losing this next one.
Just a momentary break for some Jacob deGrom news.
Please let it be good.
Jacob deGrom
threw off the mound.
Is scheduled to throw his first bullpen of spring on Thursday.
Okay.
According to Bruce Bochy, who has never lied to us.
I mean, that
Bruce is phenomenal.
It's true.
I am not going to let you try to.
He's never lied
be
to us.
Be a jerk to him.
I'm not being a jerk. The dude
you are
never lied to us.
Crossing the line.
No, that's not.
You think he tried to be smart?
Yeah, he was.
Bruce Bochy's.
Why would I do? I love Bruce Bochy.
I'm going to tell him not to let you in the room.
Since you brought baseball into this conversation, and I know this will never be this because in America we like the playoffs, right?
That's true.
And baseball said, you know what? Screw it. Let's expand the playoffs. I know they'd never do this. But if you go, you know what? Here's what we're going to do for 1 year. And I know they will never do this. Top 2 teams make the playoffs in the East. Top 2 teams make the playoffs in the West. 26 teams are eliminated at the end of the year. We will allow the second place team to play the first place team. So there's conference finals.
No load management season.
All of a sudden, there's no more load management.
Yeah.
If you are not first or second in the West or first or second in the East, you're not making any playoffs. You don't get a chance to make a run at this. You better stay healthy, and you better take all 82 games seriously because there'll be no sitting out. All of a sudden, back-to-backs, I'll be damned, I'm playing in all of these games. Now, I think that would be too extreme, and they wouldn't do it, and they wouldn't even do it down to 4 teams on each side. But all of a sudden, you'll get regular season games mattering, and it stinks because, look, it's gotten to the point now where I don't blame Rick Carlisle for this. I did blame Rick Carlisle, but Jason Kidd's running into the same issue. There's already been at least 10 games this year that the Mavericks didn't care to play basketball.
Yep.
And they walked up and down the court and they lost to horrible teams or they lost by 30 to a good team. And they're like, we don't care. We don't want to play basketball tonight. And the Mavericks run into the situation where they get to play teams that they don't care about basketball on certain nights. So you literally have about a 50% chance of going to an NBA game where both teams care about playing basketball that night. That's a really bad situation the NBA has. And I don't know the in-season tournament. I don't know. But it's not, I won't pay money to go see a regular season basketball game in the NBA anymore because I did it. I paid for a 10-game package for the Mavericks, and 7 out of the 10 games, players sat out. And I didn't get to see. So I'm paying a premium amount of money to go see the Lakers or to go see Golden State or to go see this player, that player, and they refuse to play in the game because they're tired?
Yeah. And I also, this is different. I'm adding this, going back to the All-Star game. I wish it would be like how it was with baseball, and I wish baseball would bring it back that way too, is whoever wins, that's home field advantage.
You know, at the time, though, people seem to really dislike that.
But it got guys to play. I mean, out of all the All-Star games that are out there, baseball is by far the best one, competition-wise. Yes, they monitor the innings. Don't give me that death stare. They give you the show that way. Guys are getting their innings. You're playing, 1 or 2 innings. You don't have to worry about trying to get hurt or whatever it is. Like, worried about that. There's more meaningful stuff going on in the All-Star baseball game. And what I wanted to add too is, like, why not have in baseball You win the World Series. All right, let's actually win the World Series and take on Japan or their baseball
You're
champion.
the best team.
Be the best team in the world. Do that.
And the other thing is, I know this goes into, I talked about this earlier.
Wilson.
I do think that they should start doing hockey points instead of a win is a win and a loss is a loss.
I am intrigued by
I
that
talked about
idea.
that in baseball. You know how position players are pitching all the time now?
Mm-hmm.
Is if you say, you know what, if you win this game by 10 runs or more, you actually get 5 points for winning this game. It's not just a win as a win.
Points like hockey.
Yeah. Is all of a sudden, I won't pitch position players if I'm down by 7 runs because I'm like, dude, and you know what? If you lose by 10, it's not just 1 point loss. It's a 3 point loss if you lose. If you lose by 7 to 9, it's a 2 point loss. And all of a sudden, teams will be taking in baseball the last few innings seriously. If in basketball, if you win by 20 points, it's a 5 point victory. It's like
That could be bad though for guys. Like think about, man, what if you're?
I know they won't ever do it.
You
but
go
you
out
gotta,
there, yeah, but think about this. You go out there and you have an absolute terrible day, but you don't really have any arms to go out there because you've used everybody up. Now we got to make sure we don't get beat by 20, but Mike's got to stay in there and just
Or do
take
you make
the
that
abuse.
sacrifice for that one day?
Yeah, do you
say,
go,
I will
we have to lose.
sacrifice.
We have to take a 5 point loss here, as in on the record book because of that. But the problem is as we've gotten into, and I love that there's more and more money in sports, and there's all these sports talk radios, and there's YouTubes, and there's all these things to consume sports and luckily we have a job because of it. But at the same time, sports keeps getting less and less competitive unless you're talking about football, because football has the built in, it is a very violent sport, and we can only play a certain amount of games, and we can only do it once a week. And because of that, we love it, because we know when we tune in to watch, let's just say Texas A&M versus LSU in a football game, they're going to give it their all. But Texas A&M last night lost to Lamar in baseball. Well, it's a Tuesday night game. Like, it's not that big of a game in that.
And so basketball team won.
And so if you just look at, and they're 25 in the country, they beat Tennessee.
They're very good.
That's awesome. So I just look at it and go, especially basketball. Basketball has now by far the most ruined regular season over the last 5 years. And I don't know how to correct it, because I don't know why people would pay premium money unless it's the night before the game, because you don't know if LeBron actually is going to play or if Luka's actually going to play.
Can I give you a great example of that? And this will go back to the players poll. Here's an example, by the way, the players they're talking to. Drew Holiday, Tyler Hero, Donovan Mitchell, Anthony Edwards, Paul George, Tyrese Halliburton. Like, these are quality players. Should the NBA give the top 2 seeds in each conference a first round bye? So that would essentially eliminate the 7 through 10. 1 said yes, 10 said no. Just to your point about your load managing the regular season, and everybody knows you're just gearing up for the playoffs. That's a perfect example of it right there.
Yes, Derek.
Thank you. Stop letting so many teams into the playoffs. I think that's the big key. We got to shorten up how many teams are in the playoffs.
All the teams get in the playoffs.
That's what it's almost getting to.
Shorten the season into a big round robin
How many
tournament.
teams get in NBA?
Now
16 out of 30.
16.
Yeah. 20 of the
That's
30.
too many.
Yeah, only 10 teams don't make it if you include the play-in as real playoffs.
See,
hold
you're
on.
letting it's
Too
like
many
we're
for
giving
who?
out participation trophies.
But too many for who? For you?
Well, yeah, in my opinion.
Okay.
Yes, it is my opinion.
But who do you? But the
I hate
players, you know this full well. The players don't get to control that, especially in a lot of these leagues.
And TNT and all those people, they're paying billions of dollars for the playoffs. They're not paying for regular season.
I know, but you're just letting. You don't have to have necessarily, like we've seen this in the NFL, you don't even have to have necessarily a winning record and you can get in the playoffs. That's embarrassing.
It is, and I am with you. But when the next round of contractual negotiations come up, you let 2 more teams in, and you tell each player average salaries will go up by, I'm just making this number up. Average salaries will go up by $400,000.
So will playoff shares.
What's that?
Playoff shares go up too.
And so,
but that's
hard to turn down. I can imagine.
I know it's money in your pocket. I get it. But at the same time, when you continue to just let everybody get in there, it's like, well, what are you really playing for if everybody gets a chance after playing a regular season?
And that's why Luka sits out, and not totally sits out, but this is why a lot of players walk up and down a basketball court all night long. So like, I don't care to play basketball tonight. We've decided as a team we don't care to play basketball. And I mean, this I won't blame on LeBron. You know who I'm blaming on this? Greg Popovich and the San Antonio Spurs.
They started
because they won championships doing it this way. that the other teams follow. We have to copycat the champions. And what are the champions doing? They're not playing basketball. So out of 82 games, let's take 22 games and not play basketball. And now every team does it. And now you're running into, my God, what a horrible regular season product we have.
The other thing I want to add too, they talk about longevity with LeBron and everything. And I was looking at this stat yesterday with Jordan and LeBron.
Right.
How many times did LeBron play 82 games a year? I'm just saying. And then go look at Jordan how many times.
He almost always did. Yeah.
Correct. So is that truly going to say that somebody has longevity because they didn't play as many games, but they played longer years?
Once, by the way.
For LeBron.
I've once. Now, do you add all the playoff runs to his entire career too? Because that's more basketball on his
Correct.
body.
He's still getting to play. Yeah, I'm not taking that away from him, but that would be the only argument. Is I'd love, obviously LeBron's doing great. He's one of the greatest of all time, hands down. But when it comes to longevity, doesn't that count for you playing every game too? Just because you played he's about to be close to 20 years, right?
I just wonder if. And again, I think
he's trying to catch Jordan, though.
I think
so. The only thing that mattered to him was championships. So playoffs and championships were the more important thing to him. Now, still, he had 79, 80. There's a lot more we can want to discuss here, and then we got to go.
Because I think you and I are on the same side. I just think that era of you play because it's your job and you have pride in it. I just think
what Edwards said
a lot
was
of people
perfect.
don't have that anymore.
But I love what Edwards said, and I know we got to go, but Edwards made it right. There's people that are out there that are buying tickets that might not be able to afford to go to any other game. This is the one time, and all of a sudden you're a healthy scratch. That sucks to watch.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, in honor of Cocaine Bear, what is the greatest bear in media and pop culture history? That's right. We can do a lot of different things on this show. We'll do that next right here on the Fan.
Coming up on the Fan.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive the big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens if they hurt you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. That consultation, it's always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I am unreasonably excited about this segment in honor of a certain movie, and we'll play that part of that trailer in just a second. What is not Ted, and now your mic's not on.
Yeah, I knew it.
What is the greatest bear in media and pop culture history? This is, of course, leading into, we're just 2 days away to the motion picture debut of Cocaine Bear, and I believe Joey's got a little bit of that trailer for us.
A lot of cocaine was lost. I need you to go and get it.
No, don't eat that, don't eat that.
Let's see what kind of effect that has on.
The bear, he f***ing did cocaine. A bear did cocaine.
How can you not want to see this movie? My answer is I don't know.
They said,
I definitely want to see it.
The only lines in that whole trailer were a bear did cocaine.
Yeah.
This is insane to me that people are so excited about this movie.
I saw the trailer. It looks amazing. Now, it says based on a true story. All right. So let's get this out of the way. It's based on a true story in terms of a cocaine did eat some, a bear did eat some cocaine, not vice versa. But I believe the trailer is taking it in a totally different direction where I do not believe that the bear went on a serial killer-like murderous rampage. But this look, I pitched you the Killer Pants movie that some people have watched and liked. So clearly, I will watch a stupid movie. So with that in mind, and perhaps ripping off The Ringer just a little bit, what is the greatest bear in pop culture in media history?
Hey, Boo Boo.
Oh, you're a big Yogi fan, huh?
I mean, I feel like he was very popular.
Man,
That's a very strong answer.
Yogi Bear, not Yogi Berra, Yogi Bear, because Yogi Berra is not an actual bear, Kevin, despite his name.
Well, one of the answers on The Ringer was Bear Grylls. So I don't know if you want to factor that in.
Well, I mean, that's the real bear there. So, but Yogi Bear,
bear,
dominated like third and fourth grade for me. I think I was watching that every morning before school. That and Scooby-Doo. Those were the two cartoons that I was watching before I took off to school. And I was always confused as to why Boo Boo just went along with the plans. He'd say, hey, we probably shouldn't do this. And Yogi'd be like, just trust me on this one. And then he'd be like, okay. And then usually he ended up in some catastrophic situation and Yogi was over there eating a sandwich. So it was always wild to me that Yogi and Boo Boo had that kind of a relationship where he just trusted him, whatever.
The song is White Lines. It's playing, by the way.
This is amazing that I feel like you will watch this, but then there's certain things that you don't like.
I guess spoiler alert, this is going to be the #1 movie of the weekend.
Because there's no other movies.
Hey, don't worry about that.
Yeah, only one movie gets released a month nowadays.
Oh, yeah. You know what? It'll be second to Ant-Man.
In your
Excuse me.
face, Bear.
It'll be.
That movie crashed.
It will be second.
Have you seen it?
No,
will be second to Ant-Man.
God awful for it. But how about the Care Bears?
Ooh, okay. So I want to start with Yogi and Boo Boo. That was fourth on The Ringer's definitive list of bears. There are a crap ton of answers.
Yep, I got some.
Is from the 214 Da Bears, not the team, but the SNL sketch. I don't know if we will allow that. Multiple answers for Smokey the Bear.
Dude, only you can prevent forest fires. Everybody knows that.
That's
only you
true.
can because of that bear. And if you did start a forest fire, he might hit you with a shovel and eat you.
Was that the outcome of that?
Yes. Lightning can cause forest fires.
Damn it, Mike.
Mike,
You're right. So you have to be around to prevent it. From the 817, Ted is the best. From the 972, Baloo from the Jungle Book.
I love Baloo. He's in here. I got the rankings.
Oh, okay.
Of all the bears.
Okay.
Where are the Bernstein Bears on this
That's
rankings?
mine.
They are
my favorite books.
We always called it Bernstein Bears.
They're number 8.
Number 8?
Yeah, that was I know
That's
exactly
fine.
who that is. Yeah.
See, but they taught me lessons.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
don't steal.
Yep.
Don't watch. Well, that one.
bouncing here
That
and
one
there
you got
and
busted for
everywhere.
stealing. That one didn't totally
High
take.
adventure that's beyond compare.
I feel like you should have knew.
We are the
not to
Bernstein
steal.
Bears.
That's the Gummy Bears.
Ooh, Gummy Bears are up there.
That's a great cartoon also.
They would,
Gummy Bears.
You should share. You should not watch too much TV. Respect your parents. Great group
You
of
didn't
books.
learn anything
I
from
did
this.
learn those things.
Wait, how much TV do you watch?
No, that's a kid. It says nothing about how much TV you shouldn't watch. I have trouble sleeping. They didn't deal with the Bernstein Bears tackle insomnia.
If you had to guess, the person who wrote the script for Cocaine Bear, what drugs were they on? When they were like, let's do this and then
Marijuana.
present it. Marijuana.
Oh, I could see that.
Weed.
And they got it produced. And it probably is going to make, I will say this, they have promoted the living heck out of this movie. I feel like every commercial break, I'm watching the Cocaine Bear.
The gal who directed, Elizabeth Banks, she was the
I love
host
her.
of the new Press Your Luck.
Yeah.
She was in Pitch Perfect,
very
40-Year-Old
likable.
Virgin.
Very
She
likable.
is very likable.
Married to Tony Banks, right?
I
don't
Do you
know that to be the case.
Do you remember Corduroy Bear? It was a book.
No, I remember Paddington.
Yeah, he's
Paddington's dope. Those movies are fantastic.
Was that like
Paddington's number 1.
Oh, is Paddington and Corduroy were those like rivals?
Maybe.
Okay.
All I know is that the
Baloo,
two,
though, was number 2.
The 2 Paddington movies, I love them. Like, I'll
I
watch
need to
those
watch
anytime.
them.
They're fantastic, dude. They did a really good job of like incorporating the story, making the bear look real, and then the whole family. The storyline's great. If you haven't watched Paddington 1 and 2, go do it today.
Okay.
Obviously,
We have
you
a
gotta
charity
do it.
dinner,
Can't
but
do
Is there
it.
any way you won't like this movie?
Cocaine Bear?
Oh yeah, for sure. I remember. I think I was pretty hyped for Snakes on a Plane too.
Terrible.
And
Never
then
saw that.
yeah, that was worse. I mean, I knew it wouldn't be good, but I needed to at least be fun. So if Cocaine Bear, I'm not saying it's going to be amazing, but I hope it's fun.
Where does for you? Where does Kung Fu Panda sit in your lap?
Yeah, Kung Fu Panda's pretty high. He
'Cause
showed
I
you.
wasn't thinking about panda bears, but now that I am.
Yeah, he showed you that you could achieve your dreams no matter where you are. And sure,
Are you talking about Pablo Sandoval?
Kung Fu Panda just animated Star Wars? Sure. There's a little bit of that to it. Is you're actually the chosen one, you just didn't know it. And then you get this group of people to help you show up, and then you take down the evil power. Sure, that's true, but that's why I like it.
And Kung Fu Panda is also. I know this isn't like where it's from, but that's where I got the quote. Yesterday's history, tomorrow's a mystery, but today is a gift. That's why it's called the present.
Oh,
Get
that's
it?
beautiful.
Yeah, so that's where I got that from Kung Fu Panda, man.
What about the Care Bears?
I loved Care
We got
Bears.
a couple of answers for the Care
Their
Bears.
Care Bear movies terrified me because that one little girl got taken
Number
over by
7?
a ghost, but they all cared together.
Was that a girl or was that a guy?
Well-
was that at the summer camp? Help me out
It
here.
was the girl with the marble. Yeah.
Okay, there's definitely. See, okay, I always thought that was a guy, but it's been a long
Or
time.
maybe the girl got the guy out of his.
It's been a long time since I watched it, but it was like at a summer camp or something. I might be conflating multiple Care Bear movies, but Care Bears pretty high up on the list. The Bad News Bears, and some people were asking, what about Teddy Grahams? Ooh,
Man, I love
I
me
had
some
not
Teddy Grahams.
considered the Teddy Grahams.
Should have done our own poll, like our own bracket of bears.
I'm definitely going to
Who would have
ask
been the
my
best
friend
bear?
who runs How It Should Have Ended if she is going to run a How It Should Have Ended Cocaine
For
Bear.
Cocaine Bear?
Well, you can't write a script for how it should end if it's a real story, Mike.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
it just
this
ends the way it does.
I'm pretty sure this script does not end the way.
I do like
Well,
the
it
idea
might end
though.
the way
Are they
the
going to show
Cocaine
like
Bear
the bear
does.
like eating a person, or are they?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Like they're going to like
Yeah.
get like it's going to get that gory.
It's rated. It's a hard R from what I've heard. By the way, the
R like
the-
that.
Pirate? They have soft R's and hard R's. Like,
yeah, for sure.
isn't it just PG-13 or R?
Yeah, but like you've seen
R.
R-rated movies that you're like, whoa,
Triple R.
that was. I mean, not quite triple
This
R.
movie's hard. This movie's harder.
The
Is that what
Ringer,
you're saying?
Hotta.
the Ringer ranks Smokey the Bear as the 24th best bear behind Bear Grylls, and I think that's a travesty.
Because we haven't prevented enough forest fires, I'm guessing.
Ooh, what about those Coca-Cola polar bears? Do they give you the wrong idea that a polar bear is friendly, when in reality, that polar bear will kill you?
I think polar bears are the only bear that actually hunt humans.
Oh, no.
Dude, the polar bear from the compass? The golden
bear?
compass?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, he knocked the other bear's jaw off.
What?
This is insane. If you've never seen the golden compass, just watch that scene. You'll go insane. It's awesome.
What about
He just swipes, Mike. He just swipes at him. The bottom part of his jaw flies across the ice.
Ooh, the heck of a.
I don't want to see a bear eat a human being. I listen to
It's not
it
real.
from that one person that
Yeah.
used to hang out with bears in Alaska, and then the bears finally turn and like, this human needs to be eaten. And you hear the audio of them getting eaten.
Oh wow,
You know what I'm talking about,
I
right?
have no idea what you're talking
Oh
about.
yeah, there's a dude who documented living with bears in Alaska, and the last documentation we have of him is just the audio of him getting eaten as he's screaming to death because the bear has turned on him and decided, I'm hungry, it's about hibernation time, and now I will eat you.
Wow.
Oh.
How about Pooh Bear? He don't eat people.
Yeah, Winnie the
Are people
Pooh's great. He
texting
just
in what
eats
that
honey.
was? I forget the name of that show.
I'm
Timothy
sure in
Treadwell?
just a second. Now, Derek, you will be glad to know. Here's a top 5 from The Ringer, and I haven't seen any for Teddy Ruxpin. If you remember Teddy Ruxpin, that thing was terrifying. The top 5 in The Ringer were the Berenstain Bears, Yogi and Boo Boo, Baloo from the Jungle Book, Paddington Bear, and number 1, Winnie the Pooh. Not Winnie the Pooh, the blood and honey terror Winnie the Pooh that Kay Adams didn't believe us about at Radio Row, and so I had to show her the trailer. And not that one Winnie the Pooh that if you look it up, it'll ruin
Grizzly
your
Man.
childhood. Is Winnie the Pooh number 1? Is that your favorite bear? Well, what's your favorite bear then, Mike?
I don't have one.
You don't have a favorite
Walter
bear?
You had
Payton.
this entire segment. to
Walter
come up
Payton
with
was
a-
my first ever favorite
There
football
you
player.
go.
So there you go.
Thanks.
All right.
Out of the park.
I vote Berenstain Bears.
I got Pooh Bear because I have an actual Pooh Bear costume.
Costume?
Costume.
Would you
Yeah,
come to
costume.
spring training dressed up in that costume?
That's a
Costume.
lot to pack.
Yeah, it is. It's a big head.
I guess I'm going to go with Winnie the Pooh.
Weenie?
Winnie the Pooh?
What? Is that how you
Weenie?
say it? It's
Yeah.
Winnie the Pooh.
Then again, I think it's
Weenie?
Berenstain Bears. So, you know.
Berenstain Bear.
I'm a big fan of John Morant, too.
We're the because it's a grizzly.
Yeah.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
My high beams are on.
Coming up next, probably more of that. Also, it's time for Gridiron Gravy based off of what we were talking about yesterday. How many elite QBs are there actually in the NFL? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
3rd down 2. Jackson, oh my gosh, here he goes. He'll sprint. He's being chased by Howard. Looking behind. You can kiss him goodbye. Touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to thank you guys again for making this show super popular. Really appreciate that.
It's the best.
If you wonder why we get away with our shenanigans, it's because y'all make our show so popular. So
The
that's
boss
why.
is like, what can I do?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody seems to like this thing.
Exactly. That's why we can jump from NBA to Cocaine Bear to going around the entire NFL and dipping into some gridiron gravy.
Ashes.
That's a good one. That is a good
It's
one.
Ash Wednesday.
Yeah, public service announcement. We probably should have done this at the beginning of the show. If you see a coworker that has something on their forehead, do not tell them that they have some crap on their forehead, because we saw that happen at the newspaper and it was horribly awkward.
Would you suggest grabbing them by the cheeks and then rubbing your forehead on their forehead?
I don't know how that particular person would feel about that, but I guess that's better? Maybe?
What if I told you I saw somebody do that once?
Really?
And they were like, oh, you haven't been able to make it today? I got you covered.
Okay.
Does that work?
That's amazingly uplifting. I like it.
Update, Kevin. I can send texts from my iPhone to a group chat.
Yep.
Where Android users are.
Yep.
And the group chat Android users will get texts. However, if I send a text directly to an Android user, it doesn't go through. What is happening?
I didn't get your individual text.
This is driving me nuts. If y'all can help me out, 877-881-1053.
Now, we started this conversation yesterday, and then the Ravens OC, well, first of all, he said he hadn't had a chance to talk to any of his players since he was hired, but also he reveals that Lamar Jackson is underrated and elite. So my question for y'all is, we throw around that label. How many quarterbacks in the NFL do you think are actually elite, and who are they?
Mahomes. I think Burrow's made his way into that category. Turn on your mic, Gary.
Gosh, dang it, man. That's two.
I'll always say this, just so as continue your list here after saying this. I've done the history of this. At no point in any point in the NFL has there been more than 8 Hall of Famers playing at one time. So last year, you have to include Tom Brady. You have to include Aaron Rodgers. That leaves you at max 6 other guys who are going to make the Hall of Fame, and that is probably unlikely too. So you probably have to limit yourself to 5 guys.
I think it's less than that.
I don't think that Aaron Rodgers is elite anymore.
Nope.
But if you're gonna say in the grand scheme
Let's
of things,
just say right
now, I'd say that Patrick Mahomes, and I'd have Joe Burrow in there.
I think those are my only 2.
And Mike's obviously going to throw Jalen Hurts in there. So
did not finish second in MVP voting.
I mean, he did. He
but
did.
There's these borderline guys. I think Jalen Hurts is a borderline guy in that conversation. I don't think he's there yet, because if he does it back-to-back years, I think he does get into that conversation. He goes 14-3 again, makes the Super Bowl again. Hey,
does he have to make the Super Bowl though?
If the NFC's this week again, then yes. Because if you're going to lose to Brock Purdy or Trey Lance, or if you're going to lose to Dak Prescott, I would then go, you're not elite yet.
By the way,
but what if he does the same? What if he does the same performance just like he did in the Super Bowl, but he lost to, it's the Chiefs? I get it. What if this? He can't control the defense,
he's elite,
but he's still putting his numbers up. Like he loses.
Yeah, he's elite. I put him in elite category,
even if it's against Brock Purdy or whoever.
No, he has to make the Super Bowl. That's why I agree with Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow, he hasn't made the Super Bowl back-to-back, but he's done things. He went up against Patrick Mahomes and beat him. He went up against Josh Allen and beat him. He took a team that was the worst in the NFL and considered one of the worst for a decade, and literally in his second year was like, yeah, I'm taking this team to the Super Bowl. Yeah, this team that was considered trash. Like, if Trevor Lawrence couldn't accomplish what Joe Burrow did, I can't put Trevor Lawrence there yet. But if Trevor Lawrence this year goes to the conference championship game being the number one pick, taking the worst team in the NFL when he was drafted, the worst team in the NFL the year after he was drafted, and goes to the conference championship, he enters that conversation.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's something that he can't control. He still did his job, but they lost the game because the the defense couldn't contain the other side of it. So why would he be punished for not being an elite quarterback because of the defense's fault? He puts up 30 points.
Sorry, that's the way the NFL works.
But he's still considered an elite quarterback.
Who is?
Jalen, if he did that. I'm saying if he does the same thing, gets into the playoffs, but he loses to whoever, we'll say.
I think the whoever does depend. Because
but if he's putting up the numbers,
I hear you. I do.
He loses to the Falcons in the first round because they have Lamar Jackson. He's not an elite quarterback now.
Even though they put up 30 points.
Nope, not elite.
I don't like that.
He beats Mahomes in the Super Bowl, though. Does that change?
I think he makes it to the Super Bowl.
If he makes it to the conference championship or Super Bowl next year, then Jalen Hurts now has done it back-to-back years. But look, who are the Hall of Fame quarterbacks, dude? Archie Manning isn't.
Mahomes, though?
Archie Manning had great numbers. It doesn't. Hey, does it suck he played for the Saints? It does. But in our life, nobody really knows who Archie Manning is except for his dad. Isn't he his dad?
Yeah.
Was Dan Marino considered an elite quarterback?
Yes, he's the one guy human being.
That's all I needed.
All right, look, Tom Brady.
Yes.
Joe Montana.
Yep.
Patrick Mahomes now enters the conversation. Unfortunately for John Elway, he didn't enter the conversation until he won back-to-back at the end of his career. So you found the one human being. Congratulations, Derek. Yeah, Troy Aikman, because he won 3 championships during his time, was elite. When John Madden talked about his all-Madden team where he could pick one quarterback, he picked Troy Aikman for multiple years because he was winning, and he was the number one overall pick.
If Jalen continues to keep winning and putting up the numbers that he's doing, you're still not going to give him the consideration of being an elite quarterback?
I just said, but he has to win in the playoffs. Right. That's how guess what? Your guy Deshaun Watson, besides doing what he did to girls, he is not.
Oh my God.
He is not considered elite. He's made the playoffs. He's put up good numbers, but he's not elite.
You're right. Yeah. As good as we think he is, there are things that they're missing from his credentials. Yes.
I agree with that.
And I dropped Joe Burrow out of Josh Allen out of the elite category. And somebody texted in and said, I think it's only Patrick Mahomes. I see the elite potential. Like, you visit me again in a year and you tell me Josh Allen is in there, Jalen Hurts is in there. Sure. Yeah. I could absolutely see that. But for right now, I think I only have those two as elite.
In that conversation with Josh Allen, you're waiting on that. I know he did something special in that playoff, still lost. It was give him the ball one more time. Maybe it changes everything for him. But you're waiting for that drive where he says, bam, I just put my stamp on the entire NFL conversation. Joe Burrow did it, and then he was this close to – he's a throwaway. He's an Aaron Donald wrap-up away from winning the Super Bowl that year. And that changes everything, especially how he performed this year, too.
You're right. Sometimes I wonder about those one-play alternate histories does everyone love Danny White? If Dwight Clark doesn't go in the sky and catch, and it sucks. And I'm not saying it's fair, but these are the moments that pivot people's entire, if Dez makes that catch, we've talked about this a million times, not to rehash that, but I do have high ideals about where that Cowboys team could have gone.
Yeah. And the problem is there was 5 minutes left for Aaron Rodgers to go down the field and score another touchdown.
But who knows? But you don't know that. I don't know that. Nobody knows that. And the Cowboys could have bled more time off the clock. I don't know how that would have played out or if they would have got the ball back again. But that's the breaks. It sucks, but those are the breaks.
I mean, just consider this. All right. A right fielder in a baseball game reaches up and just his arm's a little bit longer and he makes a catch. How much does that story change in baseball? Just a general story, not anything specific. Maybe Game 6 of World Series.
Maybe if he gets to his position set up the correct way it was supposed to be and not moving him beforehand,
But that changes everything, right, Kevin?
There's a lot of things that happen. But let me ask this, Mike. If Dak wins,
we're all going to be nice,
Super Bowl.
Though.
Yeah.
Does he get considered elite?
No, because he wouldn't be a Hall of Famer still at that point.
Okay.
Whereas Jalen Hurts has, the second place MVP finish to go with it. I think that definitely helps. Mike, I was going to tell you something that I was going to cheer you up. I don't know how I missed this last week. Did you see what Tua said?
Cheer him up before the next segment.
What did you see?
About his head swerving everywhere?
Yeah.
Bobbleheading?
Yeah.
What?
He's taking judo this off season so he can learn how to fall better and avoid the same issues. I can't believe I missed that last week and we didn't get a chance to talk about this.
It's just amazing to me that he has played football at such a high level, like Alabama, the NFL, high school and stuff, and he could never figure out how to keep his head from popping the back of the ground. When you look at every quarterback in the NFL knows how to tuck their chin. I get, man, you get ear-holed by another guy. There's nothing you can do about that, but you'll watch every quarterback get slung around, almost once a game, and they're able to keep their head from hitting the ground, and he's just not able to do that.
I mean, I feel like most everybody is rooting for him, so I really hope this works because when we saw him play, he was really, really good. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
By the way, I looked at all the quarterbacks in the NFL history. Pretty much, Dan Marino is the one person in the history of the NFL considered an elite quarterback or a Hall of Fame quarterback that didn't win. So you did find the one.
Yep.
Or only made it to one.
Sometimes that's all it takes. What if he is the next Dan Marino?
Who?
Jalen Hurts.
Well, he's going to have to start throwing for a lot more yards than he's throwing for. Because we don't care about running quarterbacks. Ask Lamar Jackson how we care in the world, in our society, about running quarterbacks after a while.
He was good.
Coming up next,
Hot Pocket.
Is the Stars owner right? Is the DFW media soft? Maybe it's just about the Stars. Maybe it's a broader conversation. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Is the Dallas Stars owner right? Is the DFW media soft? Now, we've got some audio, I do believe.
Men's Tea Clinic can help if that's the case.
Okay, I don't mean that kind.
Sing the song.
Men's Tea Clinic. Well, I don't even know if that, because I do 972 Go Men's Tea, and that commercial has a different number.
Oh,
on
okay,
it. So
all
they
right.
might have got rid of that number.
So this starts out, we're going to play you the cut from Glardy. It's about the Stars, and we can talk about that. Then we can broaden it out to the rest of the Dallas media, or as somebody asked, what's the plural of media? I want to say media. I know that's not right, but that's what I want to say. All right, so here's the Stars owner talking about the DFW media.
They've gone through stretches of their 8-year contracts where they haven't produced up to the level of their contract. And these are good guys. When I made those comments during the summer, I think a little bit of the issue in a market like Dallas is that we don't have a media that really holds us accountable. They do to a point, but our media in the U.S. in a market like Dallas tends to be cheerleaders, and so. I think sometimes these guys need a little bit of pressure and, public pressure.
That's interesting to me. My first question is that the media's first responsibility is to apply public pressure to a player?
I don't think so.
Because doesn't that become now you are a vindictive media journalist who has a narrative that you're trying to push?
No, I agree with that, but I don't think he's wrong about the awfulness of the contracts requisite to the production. Look, the Stars are rocking and rolling right now. Like, I'm not going after what Tyler Seguin is doing in this moment, but don't forget, he's under contract after this year for 4 more years at a cap hit of almost $10 million. Whether it was last year, when I did not think that Tyler Seguin was particularly good, or obviously the year before when he was injured. There are times when Jamie Benn's contract as well and Tyler Seguin's have been a drag on this franchise. So I thought his point was not to be vindictive or anything, but to rightfully call out that these 2 contracts felt like an albatross that were preventing the Stars from going further at certain times.
Who's going to do that in hockey? In DFW media, because all I know is there's like one writer in hockey.
Who's the Stars beat writer for the Dallas Morning News? Nobody.
Yeah. And just to piggyback on this a little bit, his comments are a little tone deaf to me, because he should understand more than anybody, as someone that is from, the BC area in Vancouver, that not every decision you make in this metroplex about hockey is under a microscope, like it is everywhere else.
Yes.
And I understand the point about wanting to put pressure on Seguin and Benn. I get the contracts and everything, but at the same time, it's hard to put a lot of pressure on those guys when they were your 2 leading scorers for 6 out of the last 10 seasons. And Benn was the one that brought this team back out of, an abyss.
Absolutely.
Him and Seguin brought them back to the playoffs. They were 2 leading scorers for 6 years in their prime. And let's be honest, if we want to be critical now, front office didn't do a whole lot to put a lot of great areas around him, because we talked about it for years. Depth scoring. Their best players during that time that surrounded Benn and Seguin were Alice Hemsky. I don't think a lot of people would even probably understand that. Patrick Sharp. He's a man rocket. I'll give him that. He's really good, but they were in the back half of their careers. So I don't understand the sentiment, because he should know better than anybody. And at the same time, it's hard when Benn and Seguin, yes, they may have not been producing at a wonderful level, but at the same time, there's not a lot of Connor McDavids and Sidney Crosbys out there, and we all know it takes more than one person to win a championship. That's why Connor McDavid hasn't sniffed a cup. He's the best player on the planet.
Think about this too: is who's the major market here? Cowboys. Who would be second? Mavs, Rangers. Okay, Rangers, Mavs, whatever. That's third and fourth. The Stars are the least. Like, they don't get enough coverage here.
Yeah,
it's not a very popular sport in Texas. I guarantee if we walked out and we named some of the players, they're not going to have a clue of who it is. I hate saying that, because yes, I'm a Stars fan, but they don't get enough coverage. It's not as much hype. The other sports get to take the spotlight away from them. And it's like he was just saying, like the topics, the picks, and all that stuff about the Stars, they're not put under the microscope like the Cowboys and everybody else.
Like, for example, I do not think it's a stretch right now to say that Jason Robertson and Jake Ottinger, I'm not saying they're the best, but they're two of the better players in the NHL. Go walk downtown or go walk around the Metroplex. That would be a long walk. Just go to some spots and ask those people, do you know who they are versus even, let's just say, Simeon and Seager. I think you're going to be humbled by those results.
And that's why I have an issue with his comments, too, because that's the type of selling point that he gives to a lot of players that want to come play to Dallas. Hey, you can live a really normal life. Yes. You can go out to dinner. Yes. No one's going to bother you. Somebody's not going to look at, Yoel Kiviranta from the side of the street and say, hey, you sucked last night. I love him. He scored 3 goals, hat trick in Game 7. But
hey, look, media guy, you can't
that.
say that. You have to call him out, media guy.
Yeah, but nobody really says that into public, though. If you saw those guys out there, nobody ever says you suck.
Man, I don't know.
Like Toronto and areas like
Austin Matthews is walking around and he pisses the wrong person off. I think those Canadians in their version of being angry will let him know.
But we're trying to compare our market versus Vancouver, the hockey market up there.
And it's just not the same. And it's different because he describes it like it is. I know he said Vancouver, but like you are the Maple Leafs. I mean, the way that gets dissected here is the Cowboys. Everything that happens gets dissected like that. And that's the only spot of the DFW media that I don't think is soft in terms of asking questions and everything like that. I think the rest of the reporters do go soft. We had a Rangers media that did not think it was relevant that Corey Seager was not hanging out, spending time, or connecting with his teammates for half the season last year.
But that's the thing.
That doesn't matter.
But that's the thing is you'll get criticized if we're too hard on them. If you're too hard on teams, they're going to start complaining and say, you're being too hard on our guys. And then if we're being too nice or, buttering them up the whole time, then it's like, oh, well, we're not being biased. We're not talking crap about them when they're actually not performing. So it's like you can't win, it seems like, every time. That's why I was asking earlier in the crosstalk, is there anything that we can do that we're, as media, we can be honest and tell the truth and not have to have the consequences of, you're not making our team seem like the greatest ever.
It's tough because there are people to this day that think our job or the fans' responsibility is to hype up the teams and get them ready for Sunday or tonight or tomorrow night or whatever the case may be. And that is just factually inaccurate. You can
And when I tried that this year, the Cowboys lost. Remember, we did the
that's why
wheel,
you can't.
and then I did the speech for Coach Ballsack, and guess what happened? They lost. So I can't hype them up, Kevin, because I learned my lesson.
But I want to ask this too, with being a professional athlete. I've had to deal with it, and that's why I want to ask you with this. We've had to deal with when you're good, they ask you all the questions and hype you up, but then when you're bad, they bash you. Did that ever bother you, or were you okay with it? You know what? Hey, it's the truth. I got to face the facts. That's the way it is.
No, I felt like it was the truth, but I just remember being in Washington, D.C., to your point, and I'm in the car with my wife, and they start bashing the Washington Nationals. It's, sports talk radio, what we're doing here, and they're how bad we are, and I can't remember if they brought up my name or not, but my wife said, Mike, is this making you any better? Or is you seem to be getting a little bit mad about this.
Yeah.
And she's like, just turn it off. Don't let them affect you on how you're going to feel about these things. So I thought it was a really good kind of just reminder from an outside source on we really shouldn't matter at all to the way Luka's going to play tomorrow night or the way that Dak Prescott's going to play quarterback. We shouldn't affect. I think it's a great question, but I think you need to have people around you that say, we shouldn't make you feel good or feel bad about yourself or your team.
Yeah, but if you listen to it, if I was okay with listening to it and being okay with hearing him say great things, then I have to be okay with him saying bad 100%. Things. And if anything, cool, I would always look at it and be like, all right, you know what? They're right. I have to do better. I have to go out there and do my job. And to me, that's how I was.
Yeah.
I would use it as motivation. I really do. I need to step my stuff up and let's go. I got to do better. It's not acceptable. I'm letting the media down and I'm letting I'm letting the fans down. The media is able to take a hold of that.
I am kind of curious who in particular Gagliardi thinks needs to be the media that's pressuring them more.
All two of them?
Is it? Yeah, I mean, seriously.
No,
and he's right.
In
Mike
terms
Heika,
of beat reporters, there are two.
Mike Heika worked for the Morning News until the Morning News said we have to cut things for budgetary purposes, and there were a lot of writers cut because of that. and now he is a blogger for the Dallas Stars. And like that's internal. While Jerry Jones did a very good job of saying, Derek Eagleton, this is your baby. Take it whichever direction you want. Y'all can, and we're not going to tell you not to write things. And Broadus will say, you're kicking my ass. Jerry would come in there and say, you're kicking my ass, but you're fair and you're balanced about it. Like, that's a very valid point. So who are the media members? Is it supposed to be us when most of our listening audience does not want to hear Stars discussed? They will text in and say, I'd rather hear any football conversation than that. And that's another point there.
Which sucks, too.
Even on the own home of them, I bet they don't talk about them that much.
Yeah.
And that's, so add to that, the more the fans care about a Cowboys topic than they do a Stars topic. This sounds like it's a Gaglardi problem. That somehow he's got to get more audience members in a big way, just craving Dallas Stars hockey content in some way, shape, or form, because this has been discussed. If Jerry Jones says something anywhere in the entire world, it's going to be a topic across the entire country. If Gaglardi says something 2 months ago, you barely find out about it.
Do you also feel like this could be also his way of just throwing it out there and trying to get more of us involved, try to get more people to the attention of hockey, what's going on here with the Stars, not necessarily trying to get us to bash them, but just getting, hey, let's get a little more attention onto the Stars here. We are a part of this Metroplex. Can we get ourselves involved? Here's how we can do it. Let's just try to get the media involved this way.
Joey, I'm going to kick it back to you, but quite frankly, I think he was just trying to shirk his responsibility from a few years ago, sitting down with the team and being like, look, man, y'all get the giant cap hits and the giant contracts because you're going to carry this team. I need you to carry better.
Yeah, and one more point just to wrap it up. I think the root of this issue, like these comments are coming from Vancouver radio show. Like this isn't from a Dallas. Like that's part of the issue. He's not making himself available a whole lot.
It is so hard to get Stars people on the show compared to Mavs, Cowboys, Rangers. And if you're like, well, y'all carry the Cowboys and Rangers, it is easier to get a Mavericks player on this show than it is a Stars player.
Yeah, and I think that's a big issue. That's definitely a big issue. And yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And one other theory, kind of what Derek is saying, I wonder if this is more not about media members not putting enough pressure, but maybe he's irritated that the Stars aren't getting enough national conversation because they are the number one seed in the Western Conference. And you can be critical of a team that's, playing well, but at the same time, not a whole lot to be upset about this year for a team that a lot of people didn't expect to even maybe make it to the top three in this division. They were a fringe wild card team. That's what a lot of people thought coming into this year. So I wonder if it is, maybe he wants to get the topic of a national conversation more for his team.
Man, great back and forth, y'all.
Like that.
I really, really appreciate it.
He's right.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. When it comes to matters of hockey, Joey is frequently, if not always, right. Coming up next, does the return of Dan Quinn help the Cowboys' prospects of keeping defensive free agents? Plus, how about we do some Mike Likes It? All part of the lunch rush and a giveaway. Next, right here on The Fan.
The KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation, it's always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
3rd and 3 for Brady, left to right at his own 48-yard line. 3 receivers left, back and looking over the middle. Ball is dumped over the middle. That might be intercepted. Donovan Wilson has the Cowboys' first takeaway of the night. Don't go anywhere yet.
Don't go anywhere indeed. And by the way, this won't just be about the Cowboys, but I think the Cowboys are a fascinating springboard for this conversation. Does the return of Dan Quinn help the Cowboys' prospects of keeping defensive free agents? But I have 2 more bits of positive news for you. Didn't get to this in Gridiron. We had a very fascinating conversation. Is Peyton Hillis yesterday put out a tweet that after he was released from the hospital, he had no worries and was confident that he would make a 100% recovery. Said, I'm a very lucky and blessed man. So super positive news right there. Also positive news from the 214. I'm at Whataburger. It took only 4 minutes from the time I ordered to the time I got my food. And I said,
in your face.
Yeah.
What did he order? I need to order this.
I said, victory. And he goes, I was just as shocked. So positive news from the life-saving variety to the Whataburger variety, brought to you by the KNC Masterpiece. All right. So I'm really glad, Mike and Derek especially, that y'all are here to take part in this conversation. So I was reading the mailbag on DallasCowboys.com. You should always do. Great people on there. And one of the questions was, with Dan Quinn staying as the team's defensive coordinator, do you think that might help keep some of the Cowboys' defensive free agents? And then the thought was, Curse, Wilson, well, more specifically Wilson, but Curse became better here, and maybe Wilson would stay because he's interested in Dan Quinn. So I guess my question was, you could talk about it from the Cowboys' perspective, but from an athlete's perspective, how much of a difference does a positional or head coach make versus the dollars?
How much money have I made in my career?
Let's say not a lot.
$3 million.
Money means everything.
Is that?
I'm not going to argue that. That's
Yeah.
100%.
Because Donovan Wilson hasn't made a lot of money.
Now, if I've made $100 million and they're going to offer me a 2-year contract where I'm going to make $500,000 less, I might go, you know what, at this point, the comfort in my life of being here, knowing the system, loving this team, all that, I might be able to do it. I've made $5 million in my career, something like that, and somebody's offering me $1 million more on a 2-year contract. I need the extra $500,000 per year because my career's short.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go from making, this is the toughest thing in professional sports, I'm going to go from at some point between age 21 and 31, hopefully, making 7 figures. I'm hoping. And then at age 32, I make $0. And 33, I make $0.
Right.
And 34 years old, I make $0. So I have to find something else to possibly do. Maybe not, matters how much I made. But I think that's the deal is, yeah, we look at it, but you're not really, maybe to my left a little bit different, but you're not really, most guys are not set for life. After their career is over, 90% of us have to find something else to do because we have to find something else in our life that we want to do that we find entertaining to us. And 90% of us too, we don't have enough money to live another 50 or 60 years on.
Yeah, I mean, he's right. I mean, it's, for me personally, like I had made enough money that I was willing to, you know, if I get to come back and play here at home, like I would have taken the pay cut, whatever it would have been, just to be able to do it because I'm home, get to be in my own bed and those kind of things. But
Still
at the same
would.
time, yeah, I would give anything to be able to put that Rangers jersey on one more time. But that's like the thing is, like Mike said, money is the big key. It's gonna, you know, if I haven't made that much money, yeah, I'm gonna look for the better deal when it comes to that. So, yeah.
Kevin, before I saw this text, I was thinking this kind of same way. A lot of times, and this is where do we keep Zeke around or not comes into the conversation. Is he talented enough to be here? A lot of people would say no. And this is I know this is an offensive player, but then you look at the defensive side, and do you say I only have so much pie, and I can only pay so many of these players? Can I just, if Dan Quinn's that good of a coach, can I just rely on the fact that Dan Quinn can find another guy like that? And I don't have to worry about like the fact that Trayvon Diggs is here next year or Mike is like, I actually look at both those guys as I would uniquely want to keep them. But Dan Quinn's a good enough coach. Jerry Jones has had to shell over some money for this guy. Isn't he a good enough coach that I don't have to worry about that? I can just keep drafting and keep bringing those Jaron curses in.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair with Donovan Wilson as well, because that's an immediate counterpoint is, like you said, I'll get somebody else. Like, don't worry about it. I'll figure it out, as opposed to paying those players. I think that is, he's earned the benefit of the doubt from me.
So far.
And I figure most Cowboys fans to be like, all right, you say he's the guy. Let's see what he does.
The other thing, though, is like I'm going to go to the 2010, 2011 teams. Those are special teams. That group was special. I don't know that they all got along. I don't know that there was
100% we did.
They did?
Yeah.
Okay.
That clubhouse was unbelievable.
That was a chemistry that was important. And I think that's where, and JD, I thought, did a really good job of making sure that when they brought players in, they were going to fit in with that chemistry. I don't know how, I don't know if you had private detectives that were out there making
it's
sure.
It's more of a communication. The one thing I would say, JD, I get it. He gets criticized for, whatever towards the end, but he did a good job. He came in the clubhouse. He would interact. He would get feedback from his guys. He went to his guys when it comes to, all right, we're about to go get Cliff Lee.
Mm-hmm.
You think this is good for the clubhouse? Besides the fact of, yes, how good he is he going to fit in our clubhouse? Is he going to keep us where we are, or is he going to derail us?
Yeah, causing problems can be a huge factor.
So that's the thing. It's got to come down to talking to your players, too. You can't just throw somebody in there and be like, hey, go get him.
Yeah, no, and that's where we kind of have this Luka discussion a lot with whoever we bring into this room. But Dan Quinn's the person you're relying on for that, too. Donovan Wilson, how important is he to the culture of what your defense is? So I think those players, there's one guy you're going to be like, you got to have this guy because of this. And a lot of times making sure that he doesn't mess up the chemistry in that room's a huge factor too.
I think you guys bring up two interesting but two different points. Is I wonder if the Dan Quinn factor plays out more with like Trayvon Diggs, in terms of, hey, I know he's really good. You give me some type of asset to invest in it, I can find you somebody who can do that, versus he's going to have to drop $23 million or whatever the number would be per year. And Donovan Wilson, I would love to keep him. I just wonder if he's like, no, to Mike's point at the beginning, I haven't gotten paid, so let's go do that.
I remember watching an interview, and I believe it was with Matt Barnes. And Matt Barnes regrets, I believe, taking less money to sign with a championship contender. and Jalen Rose was part of this kind of podcast, and every player agreed. Every player who signed for less money to try to maybe win a championship that's in kind of not a Karl Malone situation or not like I've made all the money in the world. Like most players, if not all, regret signing for less money because in the end, you get to be 40 years old and you're like, I gave up how much money just so I could play on this team? Like most players would say I'd even trade in the ring for the $3 million that I gave up that year, even if they did win it. Because like $3 million.
Really?
Yeah, because ultimately I was a role player. How much do we talk about Luke Longley's ring count?
Yeah.
Like we don't care about Luke Longley. We care about Michael Jordan's ring count. So the role players are like, man, it's great. I do have a championship. Does anybody want to give me $3 million for this ring? No, nobody does because it says Luke Longley on it, not Michael Jordan.
By the way, if you type in the wrong Luke Longley, it takes you to an adult website. Just
what?
I just
Are
learned
you
that
sure it's
on
the
accident.
wrong Luke Longley?
But that's coming from players. I mean, players would be like, look, I mean, if there's a certain amount of money that I'll be like, I'd rather have that money than say I won a championship as a role player.
And whenever people say, one of the things is I do see the appeal of taking less money for the championship culture and everything like that. But if you're with let's just use the Cowboys, for example. What in the hell leads you to believe that the Cowboys would use that money and get a championship? You know, like if you're going to Trayvon Diggs or Micah Parsons or whoever, and you're like, hey, if you could take $3 million less a year, we could really build something. My follow-up question is based on what? And I cannot wait to hear what their answer is because none of that's guaranteed. And Mike makes a good point. If you're Micah, I can see how you might care about the rings because you're going to get your level of money. But what in the world leads you to believe that the Cowboys are savvy enough with that money to know what to do with it?
Well, and then obviously, like Lamar Jackson's a little different in that he doesn't have an agent, right? But most of these guys have agents that are out there going, man, you can get this money with this championship caliber team too, if that's what you want to do.
Yeah,
like what,
we can find a close enough equivalent.
The agent's responsibility, my understanding, you guys, Derek, you have an agent, and Mike, you had an agent, is they want to know what's important to you, and then go maximize that. If it's important for you to play in a certain city, they're going to go try and maximize that for you. Obviously, they want a big cut because they want their little piece too that goes along with it. But they want to make you happy because they want to keep you around as a client.
Let's go ahead.
I was going to say, for me, like looking at that, it's like, okay, where do I have the best opportunity to play? Where can I actually contribute if I'm a part of it? Because like at the end of the day too, like Mike was saying, like some guys would give up their rings just to get that extra $3 million. I wouldn't want that because that ring's going to last me forever. And the money is just goes, wherever. I want to be a part of something.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm getting that ring, I'm hoping that I contributed enough to where I can actually be like, this was me. I helped out with this. So that's the big factor for me.
It takes me back to Drew Pearson on the elevator with you. Whenever he goes, see that? That's what getting into the Hall of Fame does.
It was the best because it was right after Drew Pearson. He was up here at the Fan right after he had gotten into the Hall of Fame, and people were like, "Oh my God, Drew Pearson!" They wanted his autograph, as they should. He got into the Hall of Fame. He got into the elevator. He looks at me and he goes, "That's what getting into the Hall of Fame does for you." And I just thought it was the funniest thing ever. And his comedic timing was freaking spot on as well.
That's good. That's how it should be. I mean, you want to be a part of something. You want to say that you did something to help get to that. So for me, it's like that's where I'm looking at is where do I have the best opportunity? Yes, I'll make the most money out of it, whatever, and then go from there.
Now, real quick, we got Mike Likes It coming up. I wanted to circle back around to the rest of this NBA player poll because I thought it was fun and there were some interesting questions on there.
May I add one last thing to that, Kevin?
Sure.
On the Dan Quinn front, I think the one thing he can do is keep that culture existing, that when you do add new players into it, that it stays that way.
Yeah.
But every year, the beginning of the year and the end of the year, this same discussion happens, and that is at the end of this year, we probably won't see the same faces the next season.
Sure.
And you're seeing new faces this season as you roll in. So I understand where you were going with that topic. But I don't think it's Dan Quinn that keeps players, the defense around. I think it's more of Dan Quinn just continually reconfiguring what that chemistry and what that defense can do.
Now, who do y'all think is the best trash talker in the NBA? Or who do you think players would think is the best trash talker in the NBA? If it was the
Tim
refs,
Duncan.
it would clearly be Luka.
Honestly, if it's who talks the most, Luka's up there. I don't know how well he talks trash, but he talks quite a bit. It's fun getting to sit in Derek's seats. Like, he's not quiet during the game. And obviously, he is talking to the refs the most out of anybody on the court, more than to his teammates, more than to the other team. But he is talking to the other team at times and letting them know what he's about to do to them. So,
yeah, I don't know who I would say. I agree with Mike. He does talk a lot. I mean, they all talk, but
seems like Ja wants to talk a lot. I don't know.
Ja did get a vote, but the top two, Pat Beverly and
I would say-
Draymond Green.
So I will say, when
Pat
he was in
Beverly.
town, he talked a lot while he was out there. He'd be talking to Luka. He would hold a conversation while guarding, and that was like, it's hysterical to me. It's awesome to see because, I mean, there's times where I'd even be on the mound and I would talk to whoever's batting as long as I knew them pretty well. But that's a good one. I do like that.
Paul George says Pat Beverly is undefeated at trash talking. I like Tyrese Halliburton, to your point, Derek. And he goes, I know a lot of these guys might not agree, but Pat Beverly never stops talking, which is good, which is what the good guys do. He's like, he just never stops talking.
It doesn't matter. He can get scored on 5 buckets in a row, and then he steals a ball, and he's like, "I got you. You shut down." And you're like, "Dude, the dude is 5 of 6 right now on you."
Well, that's part of his game, though. That is definitely part of his game. And with Luka, like that's the once you were talking about Draymond, it seemed like the entire time, and I listened to his podcast during that series, he would never say anything about. He was like, he's one of those guys. He's the dude. Everybody knows he's one of those. He never said top 5 players, but he's like, that's one of those guys that you don't mess with. And he just kind of kept dropping I'm going to treat this guy so nice. I don't want to make him mad because once I make him mad,
turns it on.
Then he's gonna turn into Luka mode, and I don't want Luka mode to come out. I just want him to be out there cheerful and playing basketball. So I think Draymond definitely is one of those trash talkers, but I think he's really smart when it comes to the psychology of the game.
Should the NBA go back to a 5-game series for the first round?
Yes.
No. How are we ever going to get more Kobe and Shaq if we don't have 7 games, Kevin?
Huh.
I don't know about that.
It does give the lesser team a better chance. That's why they went to 7 games. They started going, hey, there's too many upsets happening here in a short series, because if you play 2 at home as the higher seed, and then you lose one of those games at home and the other team has a great home court advantage, that's why they went to 7, to try to make it more difficult. So you would get more upsets in the playoffs, which then teams would care even less about seeding.
Jason Tatum said no. Not surprisingly, Paul George said yes. He goes, I would like it because of how long the season is. And Jaren Jackson Jr. said, who's in favor of that? How many games should a player have to play to be the MVP?
70.
Okay.
I think 70 is a good number.
I'm okay with that.
All right.
That would be missing approximately 2 games a month.
And so 62 was the leading vote getter, and that's 3/4 of the season, essentially.
And you could have a bad injury or a little injury that takes a couple weeks for you to kind of get back and get going and everything in an MVP season.
But to me, if you play 62 and another guy plays 72, I'm voting for the 70. Like, it's going to be close. It's not like right now, nobody's run away with the MVP. I don't think Luka can get it because of team record.
Sure.
But I mean, if you look at Giannis, Jokic, Embiid, kind of, I mean, obviously, you just look at a few other guys. Yeah, you're just like Tatum. Yeah, you know what? I love the Tatum pick. I just think that if one guy plays 10 more games than the other guy, I'm going to vote for, and I think a lot of people would vote for the guy who played 10 more games.
You're going to hate this answer. So remember, there's only 11 players that were in this, but one said 75 games, one said 82, one said 42. The top 2 vote getters.
Was that Paul George who said 42?
I could see that. I'll go back and check that.
I think, was it Kawhi Leonard who said 12?
62 got 4 votes, no minimum. Got 3 votes. So 7 of the 11 players said 3/4 of the season or less would be just fine for them. And then last one, I really like this question. Besides yourself, if there's a player in the league you'd love to see win a ring, who would it be? Who's the NBA player you would love to see win a ring. Like, let's take the Mavericks out of it.
I'm going to say this name because I think Derek's going to agree with me. Because of his loyalty and how hard he plays, I would say Damian Lillard would be a really cool guy to win a ring.
That's exactly who I would pick.
LeBron. He doesn't
God.
get enough credit. But yes, it's Damian Lillard. He's my favorite player in the NBA.
Damian Lillard's the top vote getter, tied with who would you
Shai
guess?
Gilgeous-Alexander.
It is not. Although I will
Donovan
tell you
Mitchell.
this. One person voted for Cade Cunningham. I was like, what? Get out of here. Are you serious?
That's Cade's mom, you said?
Maybe. These are supposed to be players.
Embiid?
Chris Paul.
No, screw that.
I think you have to. I think if you're looking, I can't believe Cade Cunningham. I feel like you
I
have to
couldn't
be like
understand it.
about 10 years in the league because, like, if you say Luka, like, wait, Luka should have another 10 premium years in the league. So it's like you see Lillard in his situation, you go, he's probably not going to come close to winning one.
What do you
So it'd
think
be
about
really cool.
this quote from Colin Sexton? It's CP3. He's one of those guys who comes in and does the work and never complains. But the top 3 vote getters were Damian Lillard, Chris Paul, and Russell Westbrook. There was one vote for Luka.
I would love to
Same as
see
Cade
what Russell
Cunningham.
Westbrook get one too. Have you seen the video on all like the good stuff that he's done since he's become a Laker in the community?
Who's this?
Russell Westbrook.
And I believe that
Like,
for sure.
There was some really good stuff. I was like, oh man, I knew nothing about this. All I know is that the dude just can't get it together.
He's not a bad guy.
No.
He's just
not at all.
Kind of a dumb basketball player.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike likes it in about, let's say, 10 seconds. 877-881-1053. Caller number 10
Now.
will win a 4-pack of tickets to the Frisco Baseball Classic March 1st, March 3rd games at Rough Riders Field in
Is there no March
Frisco.
2nd?
No March 2nd.
There's no games on March 2nd.
Either that or we're not doing the
Okay.
giveaway as far as I know. March 1st and March 3rd games in Frisco. We'll be doing this giveaway all week long. 877-881-1053. Now, how about some Mike Likes It?
All right, Kevin, you're going to love Mike Likes It because I'm going to give you the floor.
Oh, dear.
Nate McMillan has been fired as the Atlanta Hawks head coach. Now, this didn't just happen. It's not breaking news, but
it was last night.
Yes,
Yesterday
but
afternoon.
Nate McMillan, we didn't get to discuss this yesterday. It hadn't broke yesterday when we went off the air at 2 p.m. But so the Hawks, who are fighting for kind of play-in situation, maybe even 6 seed, they could maybe make it up to like 6 seed at the end of this situation of the season. Trae Young is getting a lot of criticism right now for this situation because you know what? Nate McMillan was brought in and did a great job with that organization. And now Nate is having to get fired because Trae, I'm going to give you the floor here, seems like is getting the criticism, which I don't disagree with, can't lead a team and is not a good enough player to build around.
He is not a good enough player to build around. That's a fact. All right. I know people look at his gaudy points per game and look, he is a good player. I'm not saying he's not a good player. He's not the guy I would build my franchise around. He is a very, very, very inefficient scorer. For somebody who people talk about what incredible range he has, okay, then you could chalk it up to bad shots. He is not a good shooter, all right? He can hit more three-pointers than the average person from half court, sure, but he makes less three-pointers than at a percentage base than the average NBA player, and he shoots a lot of them, and that's a problem. He shoots 7 per year this season and makes 32%. And if you think that's an outlier, he shoots 7 per game for his entire career at 35%. He's not a good shooter. And for people, the thing that really set me off is when, did you say it's Keyshawn?
So Keyshawn Johnson this morning, Jay Williams is on vacation, so he had to try to carry basketball talk. Keyshawn Johnson, because Seth Greenberg, who is an NBA analyst, really a lot more college analyst than NBA, but Keyshawn said, I don't get why you're saying all these things about Trae Young because Luka and Trae Young are the same player.
That is bananas. Okay, what do we say about Luka? He's not a good three-point shooter, and people say Trae Young is an elite shooter. Trae Young, for his career, his three-point percentage is 1% higher than Luka. And keep in mind, we bang Luka. Well, hold on.
Whoa. What happened
I'm going to change that to bash. That would have got me in trouble for that.
Bang!
And
You
he's
bang,
so
bang.
close to what supposedly Trae Young's elite skill level is. Oh, Trae Young's one of the best players in the NBA. That's true. One time he was all NBA third team. So one time he was considered one of the 15 best players in the league, whereas Luka has been on first team all NBA 3 times.
Yeah.
There is a world of difference between them. Trae Young is a good basketball player, but I'm tired of this nonsense about how, he's one of the top 10 players in the league. He's top 15. My ass he is.
Well, just to give you an idea, CBS has their rankings of the top 50 players in the NBA from preseason to now.
Okay.
And Trae Young went from the 14th ranked player in the preseason to the 28th player now.
And I think that is perfectly, if you tell me you think he's a top 30 player in the league, top 25 player in the league, sure. Let's have a conversation about that. I think that's fair.
And Seth Greenberg, who obviously is following
Yeah.
the NBA, that's his job to do. It's not Keyshawn's job to do, is he said, look, man, you shouldn't compare Trae Young to Luka. I get that Luka is not the best defender, but Seth Greenberg, who follows the league, said, here's the deal. He said Trae Young can only guard one person on the court. Because of his size, he can only guard the smallest guy on the other team, and he can't really do that at all. And the smallest guy on the team is usually the point of attack player. And when you can't guard that person, it breaks down your whole defense every time. He said, with Luka, you can go put him on other defenders, so you don't have to put him on the point of attack guy. And then he said, Luka's going to grab you 10 rebounds a game. Trae Young is really, the ball kind of finds him for rebounds, not that he can go get rebounds. And then he said, when Luka gets switched, you're not totally dead. If he gets switched onto a big guy, he's physical enough to kind of handle the physicality of the big guy. If he gets switched on a small guy, you're in a little bit of trouble, but he's showing the ability at times to stay in front of that guy when he wants to. Trae is Seth Greenberg, not me. He was saying Trae's never shown the ability to keep the guy in front of him.
He's an awful defender.
So that's where, Keyshawn was kind of just like, but I still think they're both the worst defensive player. And then it's like, Keyshawn, like, you gotta, Seth Greenberg's almost like, Keyshawn, you shouldn't ever really compare Trae Young and Luka Doncic as basketball
Agreed.
players.
They are not comparable players.
Okay, so I just gave you that Trae Young is now ranked the 28th best player in the NBA, like right now. We just did the MLB right now, so they literally, CBS did the NBA right now. I would like for you guys to take a guess on where you think Kyrie Irving is on the list of players right now. And do you want me to give you where he was preseason ranked?
Yeah, I think that will help.
Preseason ranking, Kyrie Irving was ranked the 31st best player in the NBA coming into the season.
He's been playing really well.
I'm going to say 22.
27.
25.
22 is exactly
Wow.
correct. Right behind him is Paul George, who is preseason ranked number 11. So because of his injuries
26.
and lack of playing. And then 21 right ahead of him is Bam Adebayo.
Do you have Brunson on there? I don't know. Sorry, I didn't ask you that ahead of time.
Brunson was, I believe, preseason ranked number 60.
Whoa.
And he is now number 29.
Okay. Wow. Holy smokes. Man, do you think we'll get to a point where Brunson's being compared to Trae Young? Like, I know CBS has them back to back. I'm not saying that.
I think if the Atlanta Hawks don't turn around after firing Nate McMillan, I think going into next year, Jalen Brunson will go from 29 to possibly, let's say, 25. And I think Trae Young will go from like 28 to like 35. So I do think Jalen Brunson will end up, I think, being ranked higher going into next season than Trae Young, unless the last 20 games or so go differently than how they've been going. Now, before I get to where Luka is ranked, I know that there are a lot of Anthony Davis bashers in this room named Derek Holland. Where do you think Anthony Davis is ranked among the top 50 players now in the NBA?
39.
Okay.
Ooh, I was going to say higher. Okay.
Do you want to know before? I'll let you re-guess.
Nope, I don't want to.
All right.
Because I don't care.
Do you want to know his preseason rank, Corey?
I'm going to say 20 before you tell us that.
Preseason rank was 12.
All right. That's close. It was 16 going into the year.
And right now, I'll say 38.
23.
17.
Wow, that is...
Didn't move very much, huh?
Yeah, that's bad.
Because he hasn't played much, so they're like, we can't judge him based on that.
That feels wrong. That's not how that works.
He should be fired.
Wow.
He is averaging 26 and 12
He's
right
also
now. But
averaging 3 minutes, too.
True. By the way, I did see where number 44 is Porzingis. So he has moved. He's moved quite a bit up the list throughout this season. Now, we get to our top 5 players by CBS Sports right now. Number 1 is...
I think the best player in the league, I know y'all are going to crap on this, I think it's Jokic.
You are correct. He was number 4 coming into the year.
Okay.
So they had him preseason ranked number 4. They have him right now number 1. And it talks about, look, it's going to be very tough for him to win 3 MVPs in a row because that's reserved for guys like Larry Bird in the 80s. It's just very tough to do, but they're saying what he's doing is giving himself a great chance, having the best record in the Western Conference with injuries around him.
Pretty good
still.
margin, I think.
Yeah, so he's still had injuries around him and still looking like he's going to get the number 1 seed.
Even if you don't agree, you don't think it's crazy to say Jokic is the best player in that?
Not at all. All right, number 2, Corey, would you like to take a guess at the number 2 player right now in the NBA?
Luka.
According to CBS.
Luka.
No, it's preseason ranked number 1, moving down a spot, Giannis.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So they have Jokic number 1, Giannis number 2.
What did he say he was number 1?
Derek Holland, do you think Luka is number 3 in the NBA right now?
Yeah.
You are correct. He was preseason number 5. So they've actually moved him from number 5 to number 3. Kevin, who is number 4 right now ranked in the NBA? I'll give you his preseason ranking just to give you a
What
hint.
if I told you I don't think I need it?
All right, you don't need
I think it comes down to 2 people.
All right.
I think it's either Embiid or Tatum.
All right.
I'm going to say Tatum.
You're correct. Preseason ranked number 9. So he's gone from number 9 to number 4.
That seems right to me.
Number 5, Corey. You might have gotten a lot of help from the last guy here.
Oh, am I right? Yes.
Luka.
Yes, you're correct.
What?
Joel, and what are you, Giannis picking the All-Star game? Joel Embiid is number 5. He was preseason ranked number 6. Kevin Durant is number 6. Steph Curry is number 7, preseason ranked number 2, just because of injury. And then their team success hasn't been good. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has the huge jump from preseason ranked number 36 to now number 8.
Wow.
Wait, can I ask one guy where he's at? Because I love watching him play too. It's not Lillard.
Lillard's number 9, by the way.
That's good. I'd like to see that. Donovan Mitchell.
John Morant is number 10. LeBron is number 11. Donovan Mitchell, number 12. He went from preseason number 22 to number 12. So I know they don't do this, but if you were going kind of all NBA, it would be the 5 guys that I named, and then second team would be the other 5 guys I named. If you were going to go third team all NBA right now, it would be LeBron James, Donovan Mitchell, Jaylen Brown, Domantas Sabonis, and number 15, I don't know how he makes an all-NBA team because he plays 1 game a year, Kawhi Leonard. So you want to make fun of Anthony Davis. Would you rather have real quick, we're out of time. Would you rather have Kawhi Leonard next year on the Mavs or Anthony Davis?
Kawhi.
Who knew he was going to say
No,
that?
who would you?
Kawhi.
Thank you.
I think I would pick Kawhi just because I think it's his choosing as opposed to actual injury. It's still the agitating.
Well, he hates the state of Texas, so he ain't coming here.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Deion Sanders and Coyotes next to The Fan.
We're heading back out.
Go Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
This is not going to be a choose-your-own adventure, but I do have 3 things that I would like to get to in this conversation, Kevin. One, mock draft. I do have a mock draft, Mike, that I know you're a huge mock draft fan.
This is the one where we get Stroud?
No, that's a different
He falls
one.
to 26?
Cowboys are intrigued.
We trade up to 25?
No, we're not doing that. Coyotes and Deion Sanders.
Because we're going to Phoenix.
Yes, we are going to Phoenix, but this is a local Coyote situation that I'll.
The Coyotes are moving to Dallas?
They are not
Dallas
moving.
Zoo
Two
again.
hockey teams here. There's no. I don't know if they're from the zoo. I don't think that we have there's barely enough interest for one hockey team.
So why not get 2?
Would you rather try to kill a coyote or a bobcat?
I have tried to attack a coyote before. I will
catch
get to
him?
that story momentarily, Mike. Thank you for asking. Before we get to that, Deion Sanders. This is from the Super Bowl, I believe. Maybe
he was there.
Maybe one of the other things.
Oh, okay.
I saw this on TikTok, and this is. I think this is his
on that thing still.
Joey, is this the TikTok the TikTok link that I sent you this morning? Did you get that audio?
Yes.
All right. Here is Deion Sanders talking
Hold on,
about.
how many TikTok links do you send?
Well, the thing is, he's an Android user, so now I'm having trouble
Some
sending
of it's
Joey
in the
stuff
cloud,
too.
but the TikToks are in the balloon, right?
Yeah, they're in the balloon. So here is
balloon, I
Deion
like
Sanders
it.
talking about the way, kind of the way he recruits.
Oh, hold on. This is not the right one.
Oh no!
I don't know. Hold on.
Because you do send him too many TikToks.
This is not the right one. Give me a moment. Give me a moment.
Oh,
Delay.
My goodness. How
Wrong
many
balloon.
TikToks a day do you think you send, Joey?
One.
Okay.
How many
Liar.
TikToks do you watch a day?
50.
We can look here at the maybe 50 sounds about right.
50 a day?
They're like 4 seconds, and you go on to the
Okay.
next one. Like
Okay.
I can do 5 minutes of TikToking.
Are you on the toilet when you look at those?
No, I'm usually like chilling with the wife.
Best time to do it is on the toilet.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sometimes, yeah. Sometimes I'm doing that too. So that's I'm still waiting on Joey to see
Or
if
do
he
you play
can
game? I know
ever
we're
find this
stalling.
email.
He got all excited because you said coyotes, and then he
Uh-huh.
thought we were doing another hockey segment. And
That's a great point.
And Kevin,
so this is not a hockey
I
segment?
curate your content from TikTok.
Every time Corey sends me a TikTok, I know it's something I should watch. And it is always something that I'm like, I am interested in this topic.
you don't talk me?
Are you interested in me talking to you?
Yeah, send me some TTs.
Do you have
Stop?
Do you have TikTok?
You're
TikTok?
doing right.
Like,
now.
Mike, if I-
You shorten it. You shorten everything.
Everybody
And it's
likes
just too,
TTs.
to say TikTok is just way too long. So let's just call them TTs.
All right, I got a thumbs up from Joey.
On the
Here
TTs?
is Deion Sanders and
On?
kind of the approach to recruiting.
Somewhere that the coaches coached him, and I'm not going down my road. I see you smiling because I know
Why?
what
'Cause
you.
I know who
He's talking about-
your quarterback is
He's
right
talking
now.
about my son. I didn't just build a template for my son, but that's what really we look for in quarterbacks. Different positions are different. Like O lineman, I look for dual parent homes,
Right.
A strong father that they adhered to,
Right.
Smart kid, at least 3.3 and above.
You're also describing Hurts.
Yeah,
as well.
tough.
I mean,
physical. I mean, offensive lineman. Defensive lineman is totally opposite.
what do you mean?
Single mama, trying to get it. He's on free lunch. I mean, I'm talking about just trying to make it. He trying to rescue mama. Like mama barely made the flight.
Trying to get out the mud.
And I want him to just go get it. It's a whole different attributes that you look for in different positions, and we have that stuff just chronicled. We know what we want, and we go get it.
That is honest and real. And Kevin, we talked with Bobby Bowden about how he recruited, and what did he tell us? I'm trying to get close to their mamas. That's exactly what he told us, because he was like, most of the guys that I was recruiting, he said this. Most of the guys he was recruiting, he wanted to let their moms know that he was going to try to be a father figure to them. And what Deion just said is a very honest approach to I'm looking for not only whenever I'm talking to the player, because the player's sitting there telling you everything you want to hear a lot of times.
Sure.
But you got to look around the room now and say, okay, what's going on? Who is this person? How do they influence what he's doing? Who's that person? What type of influence do they have? And how are they going to respond whenever I come down on them? Or how are they going to respond whenever I'm nice to them? If I'm nice, are they going to take advantage of it? And you can get a lot of that by looking in the room and seeing how people were raised, because we are subject to what our environments are. Do you have a question?
I do have a question. I have not looked for reactions, so this is my predictive reaction. Are people angry about this?
I have not seen that.
Okay.
From the 325, that's not what Dion was saying, Corey. Okay.
All right.
What was he saying then? And somebody said he skipped the part where he talks about what he looks for in a quarterback. And there were some significant things in the quarterback that he was looking for as well. But yeah, man, I think it's an interesting approach. That's part of the conversation is you kind of look around the room. Now, you talk about defensive linemen, you want them, they're sacrificing everything to go out there and get after somebody, right? Oh,
I'm sorry.
Are people really mad
Corey,
about Deion right now?
So I just typed in Deion Sanders. Nothing else. Just typed in Deion Sanders. Here are the first 3 things that have popped up in my Google search.
Uh-oh.
USA Today, Deion Sanders' belief about single-parent families is absurd and hypocritical. Next one from MSN, Deion Sanders' recruiting philosophy perpetuates racist stereotypes.
Very interesting.
And contradicts his family structure. And then Deion Sanders faces backlash over his dual parent versus single mother. Because that's what I thought when I heard this. Like, outside of that, the content and my thoughts about it all is I thought that sounds like the type of statement that people will get angry about.
Mm-hmm. Until they win.
Oh, sure.
Then if they win, is he right? Or is he he can go back and be like, I don't care what anybody says. This is what I'm looking for whenever I walk in to recruit somebody and whenever I'm looking at a player. This is the way goes back to the guy what was the guy that said, hey, if you have certain types of legs or ankles, I can tell if you're going to be an athlete for me or not. Right? And Deion
comes from Alabama, yeah.
Based on the audio that I got there,
that's why
he was
Kevin
saying,
never wears shorts. He never wants anybody to judge him by his ankles.
That's so true. I also think there's a difference.
I also didn't say Deion was saying he wants to be the father figure. I said that's what Bobby Bowden told us.
That is absolutely.
There was an approach that he took whenever he was recruiting.
When he was on our show, he goes, "Oh, I go right after their mamas."
Yeah,
that's not a good Bobby Bowden, but he said that. I also think there's a difference between single parents. Like, if you'll hear me out for just 1 second, there's a difference between, me and Brandon's mom are not together. And sometimes we were not best friends by any stretch of the imagination. But we co-parented. He would spend some time over there. He would spend time with me. I think there's a difference between people just say single parent as if that's a catch-all. I think there's a difference between single parent in terms of the other parent, for whatever reason, is not in the picture single parent versus this couple is not together, but we still co-parent. That's another difference. I know that's probably not a fun radio topic.
I think that what Deion said, there was a lot of generality in the conversation.
Sure.
I mean, every specific individual is a different individual.
Sure.
That's what Ted Lasso has taught us.
Season 3
is that every human is a different human. And so I think that that part of I'm interested in how many other coaches out there look at each one of these players and go, okay, this is his story, and this is how I can kind of not manipulate it, but this is how I can get the most out of him. And I watched Prime on Amazon Prime, and there's a lot of problems with him and Jackson State. But the big factor is he got that program to win and win consistently. Now, whatever he does in Colorado, can he do the same thing there? That's going to go back to this conversation. This is honesty. And Kevin, this is what somebody said. This is what Kevin says all the time. America can't handle 100% honesty.
Whether or not you agree with it, because I honestly had not heard those comments is I guarantee you he is not the only person that thinks that. Like the only coach, not person.
Yeah.
He's not the only coach
I'm sure
who breaks it down like that. They might not all specifically be the exact same way, but I guarantee you coaches look at like specific different multi-tiered family structures and said, yes, no, yes, because of this, no, because of that. And it might not play out the way you think.
Well, and just like, I mean, even in football scouting that Broadus does, they have boxes that they're like, all right, he checks this, and this, right? And if he doesn't check this one, this is a big factor for me. And it's all physical tools. This is all, like sociological, socioeconomic, where it's even on a deeper level. And Dion could be wrong completely on a player. Maybe he reads the room completely wrong. I think that whenever it comes to football, what he's saying is you have the expectation of your quarterback here. You have the expectation of certain ones of these guys. They're going to be outliers. They're going to be different people that fall into the category there. But man, like if he's right, then is everybody like, are they going to say, man, we should do a more in-depth discussion on this? And really have an understanding about this.
You can't.
Why not?
You can't.
I think a college campus should open up a course about that and have the conversation.
That's great. But I'll tell you this, Corey, I've believed this to my core.
Because that's a sociology class right there.
When people say they want to have a conversation about, I'm not just talking about this, whatever your controversial issue of the day is. When they say they want to have a conversation about it, what they usually mean is, no. I want you to sit and listen to the reasons why I'm right and your point of view is wrong. And I don't want any pushback. If it was a real conversation, I would love for that to be the case. But like I said, people who disagree with Deion Sanders, whether you agree with him or disagree with him, the first three headlines I see are racist, stereotype, backlash. And I mean, those are the first three headlines I saw.
And I can't say that that this text is alone. A white person could not say that. How many texts have I seen already that have said, what if a white coach said this? How would it be looked at differently? It probably would be.
I hadn't even thought about that.
And that's why I say this is why I would love, and if there's a professor out there that's already doing something like this, I would love the sociology of sports in a locker room. I want to know what the sociology is. What's the conversations whenever you're talking about the different economic backgrounds, the different racial backgrounds, the different cultural backgrounds that the athletes are coming from? I'd love to hear what they've learned over that time and if they've learned anything at all, because I think that would be a fascinating discussion. And I'm sure Reggie already has that. Like he has a book that he's like, here, Corey, just read this, because Reggie's a big sociology guy. So I would love to hear that conversation, but a lot of people just can't handle it.
If there's somebody who could sit down, I would love to take the person who wrote the article. I will admit, I just saw the headline. I have not read the article as I'm just now learning about all this from USA Today that says, these type of racial stereotypes set people back. I would like for that person to sit down with Deion Sanders and see how that conversation goes. Like, Deion, why did you say what you said? Will you give me a little bit more detail? That sometimes you can't get to on the radio. Okay, tell me why you wrote the article saying that I perpetuated racial stereotypes. And go from there. At least hear each other's mission statement out and then kind of go from there.
I would love to hear Jimmy Johnson's approach to what he wanted in certain players. Because I guarantee a lot of the times he's going, how can I use my psychology background to motivate that player to be better? I mean, look at that offensive line that we always tout so much, and how many first-round picks were on that offensive line.
Sure.
How many were there?
Not a lot.
Okay, yeah, because a lot of those guys were undrafted free agents that he was like, you're going to go get better.
Yeah.
And I would be very fascinated to see Jimmy Johnson's. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go look in his book Swagger and see if there's an approach on that comes up at all. I saw a couple coyotes in my neighborhood the other night in Plano.
And you tried to kill one?
Okay, so Mike, this has happened before. I moved into the first house and saw a coyote.
What a thing to put on your resume.
Or I saw
killed a coyote with my bare hands.
I saw a rabbit sitting there.
The coyote was fine.
And I went to go say hello to this little rabbit on the other side of my trash cans. And right about that time, I heard a growling to my left. And I had these big stones. And I saw this coyote leap at the rabbit, and I picked up the stone and I smacked him across the face as hard as I could, and he took off running. And that was the first interaction I've ever had with a coyote. My second one was when my dog Landry wanted to attack a coyote, and that was a situation in and of itself as well. He did not, by the way. And then the other night, I saw 2 coyotes running up. We chased them off into the creek in my neighborhood. So I just wanted to point out there are coyotes in the neighborhood in Plano. So be careful late at night, all right?
And in Irving.
And in Irving?
Mm-hmm.
They're everywhere, Kevin.
Bobcat.
I think they're just kind of like walking up and down the creeks. As long as there's water, they're going to follow that path.
I was literally walking Bruce, and a bobcat was in front of me.
Man,
nothing happened though.
Bruce is little.
Yeah, I know he is.
You think he could take that coyote?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
I'll be honest.
I don't know how dogs like those actually survived. I feel like in the survival of dogs, the way their mouth is and everything, I don't know how they survived.
Have you ever tried to play with him? Like take his toy from him?
Yeah, he's
pretty strong. Lockjaw.
Yeah. I just feel like catching animals and stuff seems tough with their mouth. Like there's no snout. There's no, like, you know what I'm saying? Like it just seems like, hey, go catch a squirrel. I feel like Bruce is going to fail.
He has. He hasn't got one yet.
From the 817, my Jack Russell Rat Terrier saw 2 coyotes running down the street, chased after him, wanted to play. And from the 903, you heard it from 105.3 The Fan first. Coyotes exist. It's official.
Wow. Do we have to hit the sounder for that? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This is not related. Hold on. As long as we're talking about this, what's the cougar situation in Derek's neighborhood? That is not what we're talking about.
There are some.
Coming up next.
They're nice.
Conspiracy in the NFL. Which fan bases most believe the NFL is rigged? Plus, what the hell is the Alabama basketball coach doing? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Listen. Stream The Fan 24/7 all day, every day. Download the Odyssey app or listen live at 1053thefan.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey, you sent this tweet along. I believe it was from Mark Lane. I found it to be very interesting. Which NFL fan bases are most likely to believe in conspiracies? 877-881-1053. While y'all think about that and we get some of those fan texts and those Twitch and those Twolos going, I wanted to bring something else up. I found this to be a shocking statement from the Alabama basketball head coach. We're going to get to cut one in just 1 second. But here's the situation, if you haven't been paying attention, is Alabama had a couple of basketball players that were implicated in a murder. And so Miles and Michael Buzz Davis have been charged with capital murder in the death of a 23-year-old in Tuscaloosa. And so one of the players has been dismissed from the team because he's he's probably going to be up for trial for capital murder, while another player on the team provided the gun that was used in the murder. And police testified that Miller asked for the gun, to which this other player replied, "The heat is in the hat," later adding, "There's one in the head," signaling that the gun was loaded.
Yeah.
All right. And so Miller was not charged in the killing. He provided the gun, but he's not charged as part of this. And I get all of that. Here's the Alabama head coach's take on everything that was said in the testimony and what has been learned about this situation.
We knew about that. I mean, you can't control everything anybody does outside of practice. Nobody knew that was going to happen. College kids are out. Brandon hasn't been in any type of trouble, nor has he in any type of trouble in this case, in the wrong spot at the wrong time.
So one of the players on your team provided somebody else with a gun, and that gun got used for a murder, allegedly. I get it if you want to support the kid and be like, I'm surprised he hasn't been a problem, but to say college kids are out, you can't control everything that happens. It just feels
They're
like
trying to deflect the program being responsible for it by any means, which they shouldn't be.
Which is so weird because somebody died. I feel like you would have been like, well, yeah, it's I can't believe it happened. We had a lot of
hell.
Yeah.
I can't. Are you serious? That's where I would be in that. I understand what you feel there, man. That's when I look. I think his immediate thing is I have to protect program. Yeah. I have to protect what we're about. I mean, this is a very different situation. Well, kind of similar situation to the way that Art Briles approached protecting their program and what they were doing at the time, but very different. Bart Briles was protecting that in a manner of saying, we're going to cover up all these things. I think he's sitting here going, hey, man, I don't know what the question was either.
Sure.
What exactly was the question that led to that answer? I just
don't know what that question would be.
Oh,
you're like, hey, look, hey, kids are out.
Or maybe it was why didn't you take care of this before it happened? I don't know if that was a question. That would probably be my answer too. Is I coach these kids, but I have no clue what they're doing whenever it comes to their text messages back and forth. That's going to lead to a murder. I get that part of it.
This is weird and it's not sports related, but I'll just tell you, I had an experience conducting one of these interviews once, and it was one of the more difficult things I ever had to do. Is you remember years and years ago, I think it's 2010, I want to say, when the mayor of Capel and her daughter, the mayor of Capel killed her daughter and then committed suicide, if I recall correctly. And I talked to somebody else who is a public figure who gave the mayor that gun because they had been going to a shooting range every week or however often. And this person didn't think anything of it at the time because they were like, hey, I'm trying to get better. I might go to, the mayor said, I'm going to go to another shooting range. Ended up killing her daughter and herself. And I just remember asking him about that, and it was just awful, awful, awful. And he goes, you can't help but think, like, if you didn't do this, maybe it never happened, or it's just, we talked about it for a while, and I'm not saying the Alabama coach has to be that same way, but it does seem oddly flippant to be like, hey, look, what can you do?
Yeah.
Kids do stuff.
Yes, I agree with you.
That's a weird take.
I want to talk to him more about this conversation. Let's have him on the show and see if we can recreate that question.
I would be all about talking to him about that. Now, this doesn't surprise me, but it does make me sad. The prevalence of the NFL being scripted conspiracy among fan bases. And this is based on the percentage of overall tweets from these fan bases. So how many times did you see the wording or phrasing about conspiracy come up through NFL fan bases?
I do want to point out, I think that Kay Adams has had a lot in is like helping this thing go along. There've been, and even ESPN with their, hey, the script says this, like they're all using the script exists as a, like, it's fun to
if the
play
Super
along.
Bowl would have ended 37-34, I know it's only a point off. That would have been a disaster. For the NFL.
It would have been the worst. They would, but I've actually seen Wikipedia have that happen a couple times before, where they've kind of gone that direction. They've never been right, by the way. But
never. Okay.
And when it comes to the script, Kevin, when I saw these numbers, I felt like it was skewed because all Cowboys fans are saying the same thing. They're not saying that it's scripted against the Cowboys. All Cowboys fans are saying that it can't, can't be scripted, because if it was scripted, then the NFL would want all the Cowboys to be there all the time. That's what I think is happening here, Kevin, because the Jets are the lowest. The Jets don't believe in the script. They're just like, we're just a wacky franchise that's never been able to figure it out.
Hey, Derek, your fan base is pretty low. They're only 5th highest on the conspiracy list.
What do y'all think about your team?
Super Bowl every year.
Uh-huh.
I get it.
Sound like the Cowboys, right?
I get it.
No.
Especially like, 95 through 2000. Felt good about that.
Nick Saban and Bill Belichick.
Never been a time we didn't say we were going to go to Super Bowl.
What about when you didn't have a team?
I know. We still thought we were going to Super Bowl. But the funniest thing is, like, every time in my group chat with my buddies back home, we're all Browns fans. It's so funny. As soon as we win one game, Super Bowl, we are Super Bowl bound every single time.
I could absolutely see that. Now, here are the top 5, some of which make more sense to me than others. Number 5, most conspiracy believing fan base, the Seahawks.
What?
Okay.
Here's why.
Mike, oh my God.
He knows.
Mike is ready.
Okay.
The Pittsburgh Steelers had a whole bunch of favorable things go their way in the Pittsburgh Steelers-Seahawks Super Bowl. Watching that game, I remember going, I feel like they're giving this to Pittsburgh. I feel like the referees are giving this game to them.
Okay.
So if you're a Seattle Seahawks fan, just like we're a Dallas Maverick, I'll go to my dying, I don't care what anybody tells me. David Stern fixed the 2006 NBA Finals.
Oh, the script.
I really believe that David Stern, he hated Mark Cuban that much. He needed, because of the death of kind of, not Michael Jordan the person, but because of the death of the popularity of the NBA through Michael Jordan in 98, retiring somewhat as a Bull. I know he came back. But he needed LeBron, Carmelo, and Wade to be the next wave of Jordan and Jordan and Magic and Larry. He needed one of those guys to win, and he got Wade there, and he's like, I got to finish this off. That Wade has to be the champion, and I think even more, he hated Mark Cuban so much at that time that he was just like, I got to get Wade one, and more importantly, I can't give this guy who is just so arrogant and wants to ruin the NBA in ways that he doesn't even understand how he's kind of doing it through saying the refs stink and all this stuff. So I believe that, and I know I'm going off topic here, but I remember that Super Bowl going, Seahawk fans.
But that makes sense to me.
Probably feel the way I feel about the Heat beating the Mavs in 06.
Number 4 is the Arizona Cardinals. Especially your tweets this year, like your team wasn't good.
I don't know where Arizona, obviously they made one Super Bowl. I just don't remember their moment where they could say it's fixed.
Yeah.
But I can remember the Seahawk moment.
Number 3, the Denver Broncos. Do they think giving Russell Wilson to them was a fix?
I don't know. I don't know their moment either.
How would that be scripted? They were just bad offensively this year.
Well, number 2 makes no sense to me at all. It's the Rams. The Rams just won a Super Bowl. How?
Oh, no, the Spygate. Sorry,
Spygate.
Spygate.
Yeah.
So,
I know there's a lot of Tom Brady scandals. It's hard to keep them all straight.
Yeah.
Okay, I believe that. And number
what would be the argument against for the Rams fans that like Matt Stafford's arm fell apart and that was scripted?
Are people still tweeting about Spygate?
Does it have to be about? You're taking it from 2022. I'm taking it overall.
I am going based on Mike that the script conversation really ramped up this year, and this is based on how many times
I know who number one is.
How many times you saw tweets about the script on your team in the final month of this regular season.
Let me guess who number one is. Okay. Because over the last 5 years, things have gone crazily wrong for them in the playoffs, and it seems almost scripted, is the New Orleans Saints.
Man, that's
pretty good.
The pass interference situation, the crazy-ass touchdown to Diggs when Minnesota, it wasn't really the NFL's fault. It was their fault for running into each other, but I feel like the Saints might be. They suspended Sean Payton, so I'm going to guess the
Mike,
Saints.
You know what? You're wrong, but even still.
Dang it.
Well, this was just the past month of NFL information. But Kevin, you don't need everybody to have the script, just a few key contributors. And what Mike just said pointed out that the missed tackle, that's not necessarily like the whole team needed the script. Just the one guy needed to miss that tackle.
So believe it or not, the Saints are 9th from last, and the Bills are 6th. I thought the Bills might have been first, but you should know it by now. We've talked about this a million times. I should have asked for the Kurt Menefee audio saying the NFL is not rigged or else the Cowboys would always win. Number one, by a wide margin, is Dallas Cowboys fans think the NFL is scripted and there's a conspiracy against them from the NFL.
I'm not going to lie. I absolutely do believe that there is what Mike just said about Mark Cuban. I think that Goodell doesn't love Jerry Jones so much, and there are some other owners out there that are kind of like, I don't ever want to see him have another Super Bowl because then he'll be right and he'll never let us live it down and he'll want his own Hall of Fame.
I just think it's put Jimmy Johnson in the
Ring of Honor.
Cowboys will win.
That's all it's going to take.
That's their Billy Goat.
Curse. Yeah,
that's their Babe Ruth.
Oh yeah. That's all it's going to take, man. But do you think Jerry would do that for one Super Bowl?
Because then Jimmy would get credit again. You know that's what would happen.
Yeah, if they did, I mean, you put him in, and all of a sudden they win. Yeah, 100%.
If they want to get to that Super Bowl, the Cowboys, I think I like the rumor. Let's dot that I, Derek, and let's get Stroud.
Stop it.
That is such a dumb rumor. No. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
That's where you're born.
Chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, let's talk about...
Found.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time to chit-chat with only Gavin Dawson. Where is the rest of your show?
I don't know. Is this some sort of intervention?
It's an intervention, Gavin.
What are we intervening about?
I have no clue. So Broadus, whenever Derek's in, Broadus usually doesn't jump in on
he's usually on the
crosstalk
couch.
because he's like, there's not enough microphones. And Zach and Eric were like, Zach just disappeared. And then Eric and Derek were having a great conversation. Yeah. And in the middle of Derek talking to Eric,
he just left.
He just walked out of the room and left.
Walchuk said, "Come here. You got to take this picture." He Walchuk's got the biggest grin on his face.
Should we shut the door?
Yeah. Well,
he
I'm not sure
how'd it go?
Walchuk went out of his way to get a Super Bowl shirt for a lovely Grande lady, and
Date on your time.
And
You know what
it
Grande
looks like
means, right?
it looks like Walchuk got a pick with the T.
We have Nancy, who is our coworker over at La Grande down the hallway. She's
Nancy.
awesome. She talks with us every single day.
She is super nice.
And she's from Arizona. So the thing was, we were just hopeful. She is a Niners fan. So we were kind of, we were feuding when the Cowboys and Niners were playing. But then once the Niners lost, it was okay. Everything, we were back being friends again. So, Nancy, you pop it in here?
Yeah, come on,
Nancy, come on in. Come on in. We're talking about you, Nancy.
100%.
So if the fellas might have some questions. Oh no, are you shy now? You talk on the radio.
Yeah, you work in radio.
She's a professional.
Hi guys, how are you?
Very good. Hey Nancy, how's it going?
Great. Here, just
Can you
working.
confirm the story that Zach is explaining about your T-shirt and how it all came about?
No, well, I was trying to go to the Super Bowl, but at the end, my team didn't make it.
Mm-hmm.
So then I was telling all of the boys, I was like, well, you can always bring me something from Arizona. And I just said it like very, just vague, just something to say. And yeah, sure enough, I have it right here.
There it is. There's the shirt. And
You're
Mike,
such a
did you
gentleman.
Mike, did you find that shirt for her?
No, I didn't find it.
Okay.
I went to the shop and I was taking pictures of everything. And I was just trying to take pictures of everything because you guys were on the air, and I went into the big shop that they had for all Super Bowl stuff and just showing you pictures of what they had. So.
Isn't this amazing?
It's a
I
nice
love
shirt.
it.
Nice shirt.
I love it. And it has my favorite color.
If you want any Philadelphia Eagles gear that have Super Bowl logos on it, it's all 50% off now
Only
at
50?
NFLshop.com.
So he was y'all were taking a picture. That's why he wasn't here for the start of Crosstalk.
Yes, well, I'm
Gotcha.
going to post my picture in my Instagram, Nancy and Prado. So go follow me and go see the picture. And I'm going to tag you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Please
What
tag
a
me.
moment.
I need to get those followers up.
Tag him for sure.
Thank you.
Thank
What's
you guys.
amazing
All
is
right.
yesterday I was walking out and Nancy's doing a video
into
with
that
TJ, our security guard downstairs. She
Yeah.
was putting some content up with him, so that was pretty amazing.
TJ
too.
is hilarious.
He is.
I know you were just leaning into the microphone, but
He was
it
getting a
felt
quick
like a
smell of it.
moment was about to happen because you just need to talk into the mic. But it felt like
It was
you
a
smell
moment.
it was a moment.
It was a vibe.
It was a
vibe.
moment.
Yeah.
You're a gentleman. Do you
Well,
guys
I also
wanna-
got a hat for Joe, our sales guy,
How
and a
much?
koozie
Good
for
cover.
somebody else.
And the thing was Joe didn't have to pay Walchuk back either.
I had this yesterday.
Nobody did.
Or
You
did
know
he?
of.
If the Cowboys were in the Super Bowl and the Cowboys would have lost the Super Bowl, let's just say you didn't buy any Super Bowl gear at the Super Bowl. How much Super Bowl gear that had Cowboy stuff would you be buying today if it was 50% off, but they lost the Super Bowl? So you're buying a losing product, but it is your team.
Is there NFC title game swag I can get?
I'd have to go
yeah.
check, but
Yeah.
at least
NFC champions.
on NFLshop.com, all Eagles Super Bowl
That's
gear
how
is
you
all
play.
50% off.
I think it'd be pretty cool to have down the road, like
Yeah.
15, 20 years from now to remember.
Like, yeah, you have a Jalen Hurts jersey.
Yeah.
It's Jalen Hurts jersey. It just has the Super Bowl logo on it. It's 50% off.
Yeah, when you get to the World Series per se and you don't win it all, it's still pretty awesome. You know, it's oftentimes the best thing that you experience as a fan of a team.
And Walchuk's got a bunch of Cowboy Wild Card Championship shirts.
Yeah,
he loves those things.
Just more so division championship shirts.
Who are you going to
Wild
give those
Card round
shirts to?
champions.
I'm probably gonna give those to Nancy too.
Your high beams are on too now.
I'm ready to just
How
cut
excited
ice
are
right
you
here.
now?
I'm really excited.
Well,
Please don't
Chuck's already
pan
thinking about
downstairs.
giving away half his future money. Is all right. So, do you want to talk about bears or cell phones?
Cell phones.
Okay.
I was going for Bears.
We got time to talk
And
about
Lions
bears.
and Tigers.
Bad quarterback.
Corey has got an issue with his cell phone because he has the inferior Apple product, and so he cannot send text messages.
Only to Android users. I can send to group chat. So we have a group chat with Kevin, Mike, and Derek. Derek is an iPhone user. Mike and Kevin are Android users.
Samsung.
Oh, whatever.
That is an Android.
Yeah.
No, it says Samsung on it.
Oh, that's great, Mike.
Good
All right,
clarification, Mike.
So when I send,
don't have an Android.
everybody in the group gets the text that I send to the group.
Yeah.
But when I send Kevin an individual text, nothing. If I send Mike an individual text, nothing. If I send individual to Derek, he gets it. I can't
blocked
figure
us.
out what's wrong.
Check our number. I've ran into this problem before too. If you just click on our number and click on like something like edit or something like that, it'll show that for some reason you've accidentally turned something off.
Yeah.
Because I just sent Corey a text message yesterday, and he goes, "Hey, did you get my response? What do you think about that segment idea?" I go, "Huh? I did not get a text back."
Yeah, so this has been
Either
a
that or
struggle
I
all day for
deleted
me.
them just to mess with his head.
Wait, have you tried turning it off and then turning it back on?
As a former IT employee, that was the first step in every single process. I have at the moment.
Is
I have,
iMessage on?
These are all the texts I've sent to you during the show today.
I have
Kevin,
gotten
and you've
none of
gotten
those.
Not a single
The
one
last
of them.
text between just you and I was yesterday at 3:57
Don't
when
read
I
that out
sent a
loud.
text
Don't read that
out.
out loud.
It's you and not me because we are working. Like ours are working. Yours is not working to us. So you've accidentally done something on your phone. If it was just me and you, I'd say maybe it's something on my phone that I've blocked you because I block a lot of people.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah,
I've
I don't
seen that
mute them
before.
or anything like that. Like I'm like, listen, if my tweeting is so bad, I'm going to help both of our lives out, especially yours because you've decided that you hate me. Blocked, and now you never have to see anything that I put out there again.
Would you pay like a couple bucks a month to every time you block somebody, it also sends them like a Matumbo finger wag?
Yes.
Would you pay? Because I feel like you would, like $5-10 bucks. That might be
just
worth
so
it.
they know.
Yeah,
I won. I won for I blocked you. I won.
Yes, you did
forever, and they can't
Like
get to you.
I don't follow Skip Bayless. I find it interesting that people will follow me and go, "You're stupid. I don't listen to you." And I'm like, but why are you following me on Twitter? Let me just help you out. I've now blocked you. I've helped you by blocking me.
Such a gentleman. It's common courtesy. Did Corey take the cartridge out and blow on it?
I have not blown on it yet. That is definitely not. That's the way that you fix.
That's how you
always
fix everything.
Nintendo, Sega.
That's how you fix everything.
Or your SMS texts enabled.
Yes, they are.
I'll tell you what really stinks is my wife has a iPhone, and anytime that she is like at a kid's game and I can't be there, or like this weekend we might have to, I want to watch my kid play baseball, but we're flying to Arizona, so she'll send me videos of Cal's at bats, but they don't show up on my phone. They're just blurry things, and I don't know how they figured that out. How if your family has a different phone, they won't allow videos to be sent to each other.
If it's like Samsung to Samsung, it's crystal clear.
Perfect.
But if it's anything else, it's bad.
And what about that dreadful, you get a separate text message saying, so-and-so liked your text message, and then it repeats all the thing? Come on, Apple people.
No, see, that's an Android
Catch the
thing.
revolution.
I do find it interesting. I feel like the Baskies have an interesting dynamic that maybe most families don't have, where they're on opposite ends of the phone spectrum.
My wife also has an iPhone, so she goes, "It would make my life easier if you got an iPhone." I said, "Why?"
That's a
because it'll
first
be the
date
same
question,
color
bro.
in the group chats or whatever.
Yes, dude. That's a first date question.
That's a deal
I'm
breaker?
iPhone. You're Android.
My first date.
Thanks for coming.
It is not a deal breaker.
Yeah.
Wait, did you ask Nancy that?
Is Nancy an iPhone girl?
Nancy?
She is a.
Oh.
I don't know if you should
can't
just
confirm?
beckon
You
out
can't
the
confirm?
door for a woman.
We usually just like slide into each other's DMs. We don't text.
So,
Oh yeah, you want to use Skype messaging, Mike. That's the hack through that.
Oh,
okay,
okay.
so instead of like Skype teleconferencing, send the video through Skype back and forth, and it'll
Oh,
be
thank
great.
you.
Yeah,
That's
you
great
bet.
because that'll help me this Sunday.
You got it, buddy. I know. I feel your pain.
Man, you're doing good work today.
That's
I'm
the
trying.
thing. Android users are living in a Skype world. We're zooming, boys
In
and
your
girls.
face,
We're
iPhone.
FaceTiming.
Yeah. Well, guess what?
dogs.
Zoom just let go of like 20% of their workforce. So how's that working out for you?
And did Skype do something in the past? I'm sure. I'll dig it up.
They're doing great.
We're digging now.
2 questions. What do you guys got coming up on the program today, and how long do you think it will take for Zach to ask her out on a date?
Probably 30 seconds. I think as soon as this segment's over, we'll
Okay.
get a full update on that right out of the gates, how that whole situation is progressing.
That's a top story of the day.
And we'll have the Texas Rangers today coming up at 3:40.
All right.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
He didn't say it.
So do you think it's going to be
Pure gold as always.
There
Thanks
we
for
go.
asking.
I was scared for the show right there.
It's a Mail It In Wednesday.
Oh, no.
We're having a
That's-
silver show.
In every way.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say, help me just fix this, Kevin.
You're our only hope.
A bear did cocaine.
Be a part of the show. fan studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We're off and running. I think we have an update of what just transpired at the Halls. If you were listening for crosstalk and wondering if Wolchuk would really do it, we have an answer in a few seconds. There is Brian Broaddus, former NFL scout and executive. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup, sipping his coffee. And he has the G-Bag of the day coming up here at 2:30. LA Live with Lucius Alexander, 5:40. Here is Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video, 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. I'm Gavin Dawson, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Did you really go ask Nancy out from La Grande?
I did. I immediately went down the hall. The pressure was on, and
Friends are for.
Got her number.
I just threw that out there.
She was down. She was like, I got, it's National Margarita Day. She was like interested to go tonight.
Yeah.
She said, I do have plans though. I was like, okay, well,
good, because I need a haircut.
Because I do.
Yeah.
And I was going to go on Saturday right before we flew out.
Shower.
And I can't even drink the margaritas because it's not soda approved, and I've got
skinny ones these days.
Got to weigh.
What stopped you from that?
I've got to weigh in on Saturday, Brian, and I am trying to do very, very well.
Nancy, man. Come on.
Thank you. It's Nancy.
It's Nancy.
Come on, dog.
She's like the funnest person at this station.
The exception to the rule.
But yeah, the answer was yes, so we'll work something out.
So what do you think generally about dating at work at 877-881-1053?
Oh, crap.
You might find some people with common interests.
Right.
Might find all kinds of stuff. It's a veritable Pandora's box. Could have you in your own personal dating hell, I believe. Or it could have you in paradise.
Yeah, I mean, the options here are endless here, good and bad. But this is one that you take that leap of faith.
She could just walk down the hall and look in that window and check you out,
I know.
She's got eyes and ears on you at all times.
Exactly, yeah.
But that might be worth
But
it.
I will say, so do the majority of the women that you date in this, doing radio.
Yeah.
I mean,
they listen?
Or somebody that they know.
That happens.
So, a parent will be listening.
214 says, good job, Wolchuk. LFG Wooly Bully says the 432. Yeah, you should Google Nancy from La Grande.
She's a sweet.
She's a very talented lady.
Yeah, very nice lady.
Awesome, Zach. So proud of you, my man. Don't do it, Wolchuk. Okay.
That was Nancy's mom.
They have skinny margaritas now. LOL, says the 469.
That's what I'm saying, dude. The options are there. And mine and Wolchuk's personal love guru just texted us and said, "Come on, bleep the soda and go drink with her."
Yeah.
It's Nancy bleeping Prado.
Might be a cheat day.
I mean, come on, dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna work something out here.
Okay.
I think Soda will understand if you explain.
Unless you're giving
a
a
picture of her. You're like, look, this is what I.
Yeah, the 214 says if she looks as good as Nancy, dating at work is just fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't think Wolchuk's giving up beautiful women for Lent or anything. Go ahead and party, bro.
Okay, into the Pimp Cup we go, where Lucius Alexander is. He's feathering his nest, I believe, over there. What sage words of wisdom do you have for young Wolchuk over here when it comes to dating at work?
Shoot your shot, man. That's about it, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, you shoot your shot.
I'm shooting. Man.
He shot.
You can find a good relationship at work. I think some people are pretty nervous about it because it could create drama, but any relationship can create drama in your life, really.
The thing that I don't want to be selfish about this, Wolchuk, but the idea that she could infiltrate your work wife that has already been established, obviously being me.
Okay.
So
are you envious?
I'm not trying to be C blocker here, and I won't be, but I just want to understand the love triangle dynamic that we're putting ourselves into.
Yeah.
Here.
What are you doing over there?
I'm just talking to my guy.
Good clarification. I think he's asking for Eric. Zach, how do you feel about that?
You don't have anything to worry about, babe. It's all good. All right. You have a special place.
Okay, here we go. Marriott has not turned over the video evidence a judge requested in connection with the Michael Irvin lawsuit.
Uh-oh.
So the streak is alive. Every time we talk about this, the allegations against the playmaker seem more misplaced. And we are standing by waiting for the Marriott to prove their actions were justified in any way, throwing Michael Irvin out of their hotel, calling the NFL to tell on him. And now a lawyer believes the video would clear his name. Judge said, give us the video. Their deadline was yesterday. Marriott produced no video. Instead, they issued an explanation for why they wouldn't submit the video.
Do you feel like that Marriott is about to settle with Michael Irvin?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He slapped him with $100 million,
That's
right?
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Michael Irvin, he's made a lot of big plays in his life. This is about to be a huge.
They call him the playmaker for a reason, huh?
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's about to have a big off season. Lawyer tells the Morning News, I'm mad as hell that they're hiding this stuff that is so relevant to my client's livelihood. McCarthan, is his last name, said in a phone interview with the Morning News. I think it's terrible they're doing that. I don't know what's on the video. None of us have gotten to see it, but I sure think that at a minimum, Michael has got a right to see the video. So it's a defamation of character and wrongful interference in a business relationship. They contacted the NFL about the incident, and they told him to get off of Radio Row and that he wouldn't be working. And obviously his reputation took a significant hit as a result of this. So, yes, I would think the NDA and like a settlement is probably in the not too distant future if they can't produce this video. They're scared of what's on it.
They're scared. And this McCatherine is the lawyer there. He is he's a lawyer for the Cowboys.
Okay.
This guy, he's actually, he's out there in the, I know one of his offices there at the Star. Yeah, he does a lot of work for the Jones family and stuff like that. So Michael ain't messing around here.
Yeah, lawyer says I'm mad as hell. So there you have the latest on that. If you're being sued for $100 million and the video would help your case, would you refuse a judge order to submit the video? The only leverage they have is the unknown of what's on the video right now, right? And they're hoping they can use that unknown to negotiate a better settlement. That would be my guess on how this thing is playing out, but maybe they're just getting their ducks in a row. There was no further information about the explanation of why they weren't handing over the video, but if you have a week to come up with it and you don't, it does not look good for them. How about this Jeff Blasco story? From O-line assistant to running back coach, checking his coaching bio. He's been like an offensive quality control guy throughout a career in high school, college, and then the pros. Worked with Mike McCarthy from like 16 to 18 in Green Bay. Came over to the Cowboys in 20. Coached tight ends a little bit in college and maybe Green Bay as well. And then was the assistant O-line coach. So now he's going to be coaching running backs. That is an interesting background for a running back coach. I would assume you'd want something that played the position. But maybe they're satisfying other stuff here. Maybe you're marrying the running game with the offensive line a little bit better. A guy that's been working with all the offensive linemen. I'm not sure how this makes sense to them,
Or
Brian.
maybe you're just marrying the fact that your best friend and you don't want to let him go.
Hey, what's wrong with marrying your best friend?
Yeah, come on, Brian.
Just saying.
Isn't that what marriage is?
Sounds ideal.
Marriage, you want to marry your best friend, but that,
this is a Mike McCarthy guy.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a Mike McCarthy guy.
Well, hopefully
maybe he
this one
sees
works
something
out.
in him that no one's ever seen before.
No, I mean, I'll say this though. I know the experience. Andy Reid was a tackles tight end coach at Green Bay, and then he later became quarterback coach. So the one thing that Andy was really good at was he could tell you about how to block things up. And then he learned the quarterback aspect of seeing the back end of it. And that's why Andy, I think, is such a great play caller, because he knows how to marry protection along with routes.
Yeah, I know, and I like that. I like that. My guess is Andy Reid.
But this guy's not Andy Reid.
I was going
to say that right now.
Well, there's that, and then there's like how young was Andy Reid at that point in his career, and how old's this Blasco fella or
Looks like
Glasgow? 40.
Yeah,
Okay.
40. Jeff Blasco. Let me do some homework on the age of him as we get into ages.
He's a buddy of McCarthy. That's what he is. I mean, he said he was one of the guys that originally came on board and all that, and he's kind of as an assistant position was working with the Joe Philbin. And so now it's like, well, I can't get rid of everybody. We should have known something like this was going to happen when they were naming coaches, when coaches were coming on board and the running back coach spot was open and nobody knew what Blasco was going to do, because they hired a brand new assistant line coach to go along with Solari.
Mm-hmm.
So that's you knew Blasco was probably in some kind of limbo there, but hell, the running back spot's open. Let's just put him over there. He'll be fine.
Okay,
63.
I'm sorry?
63
years old?
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
Oh, he's an older gentleman. I didn't realize that. Well, hopefully with that age comes some wisdom for the running game.
Now, I will say, Broadus is looking a little funny. Hopefully, this is a situation where Walchuk is reading the internet.
That's what the internet is telling me now. I'm hoping maybe there's multiple Jeff Blascos, and this is the wrong one.
I think so. You might have got the wrong one.
I hope I got. I got Paul sacked here.
What are we doing over there?
Paul sacked by Google?
Started his coaching career in 2002. He's probably in his 40s. His picture looks 40s anyway. Maybe he's pulling a Benjamin
He
Button.
looks 63 to me.
What's the background? What's the bio of the 63-year-old version of the guy that we're talking about?
Plumber from Long Island, New York.
Are you on Facebook right now?
He's giving me a lot of established 1960.
Established 1960.
Is he a company?
Joined the Cowboys January 27th, 2020.
Okay, this
was
is the
with
guy.
McCarthy in Green Bay from 2016 to 2018.
And he started his coaching career in his
In his 40s. I just need a birthday. Can I just get a birthday from you? I mean, there's not a whole lot of information on this guy. It's not a big deal.
Did you just guess he was 60?
It's the first.
No,
thing
he's
that pops-
reading,
look, the
Broadus.
first thing that pops up is Jeffrey Blasco, age 63, also known as Jeff Blasco.
Okay.
Yeah, man. This guy, Walchuk did his homework here. That's a real research
I'm not
project.
BSing you here. I just need a birthday.
He's wearing his cowboy collar T-shirt and everything. How can you deny anything he says about the Cowboys right
I'm
now?
hoping that he's not. Personally, I don't care. I mean, if he's an offensive line coach, at least he knows where to tell these running backs to go, right? He knows how he's supposed to be blocked
He just
up.
doesn't know how to tell him how to get there.
The only cause for concern is that it's nepotism, and the guy's unqualified for the job. But Mike McCarthy wants to find him a gig because his heart aches for him. He knows he and his wife need the job, and you do have to wonder. Like we who'd we ask a couple of weeks ago? It was Bob Stoops. And he's like, your friends better than anybody. You hire the good ones. I think some people put too much heart in those decisions and not enough brain.
Yeah, and that's how you end up with a Mike Nolan or something.
Yep.
I do feel like, though, maybe this is just, as sad as it is, but maybe this is just the evolution of the running back position really not mattering all the way down to the coach.
What are you doing?
That might be the winner right there.
I'm
That's a good point.
I'm translating McCarthy. He said, I'm either going to fire you or I'm going to give you a job that you've never had before. And he felt like the better decision was to give the guy the job that he had never had before, because that job is apparently not a job that really matters all that much.
I mean, it's really run through the hole or use your instincts. There's
Break that
not
tackle.
So maybe the best use of the running back coach position is another guy to help the guys that really matter, aka the offensive line. You got something, Wolchuk.
I've found a birth date.
Okay.
Not 63.
I didn't think so.
Not
born
63.
in 63.
43.
73.
What?
I'm BSing.
Okay.
Yes.
Nice work,
I'm
Wolchuk.
BSing
You got me. You got me.
We're in a good age here. We're at a very good age.
Your fastball's
38.
working. I feel like you should go with Nancy tonight.
We're at 40.
Okay.
We're at a solid
That's a
40
good
years
spot.
old. I think we
He
got a
doesn't have his
guy.
hair
Not an
gel, and He
underachiever.
can't go out tonight. He doesn't have his gel.
And Brian, I thought about wearing the hair gel because it was day one of the draft show.
Yeah, you did a good job
But
today,
I
by the
didn't
way.
want to set the tone too sexy to start.
No,
I
you
think
did.
that's a good
You did
play.
a good job.
Yeah, don't
You really did.
over effort it.
So can we get an explanation on why you arrived at the point where he was 63?
More research.
Oh, wait a minute now. You were over there defending him earlier. What are you doing now?
He was turning his computer at me, and he was doing it with confidence, and he put his sausage finger on the screen. I couldn't say he was wrong in that moment.
I tried the same thing. He's so anonymous that your search for a Jeff Blasco will bring up random citizens.
Yeah.
And it's like populating different stuff. Like Google is like,
Guy
I'm
lives
not
in
sure
Rochester.
exactly who this is. Okay, Niners quarterback Brock Purdy has been waiting for swelling in his right. I swear to, it's not a joke. Okay, he's been waiting for swelling in his right elbow to reduce so he can have the torn UCL in his repaired elbow fixed. So he met with Dr. Keith Meister yesterday. The surgery is going to be delayed further. They're hoping it's a 6-month recovery, depending on the exact procedure that they need to do when they get in there.
Dr. Meister's our guy here, right, with the Rangers?
Yeah,
Okay.
he was out. He was out there in Arlington. So they'll meet again in a couple of weeks, and it does put his timeline in question. If they can do the surgery in a couple of weeks, then maybe he could play in the final couple of preseason games. But Niners probably hoping Trey Lance takes the job anyway. Stars hosting Chicago tonight, 8:30. It's a TNT game. Stars winless in their last 4. Chicago's won 3 in a row. But they're not that good. Stars haven't been scoring, so they're looking for a get-right game tonight, and they are still in first place by a point in the West. So there's that. Rangers a few days from their first spring training game. It's going to be Friday afternoon at 2 o'clock. Wolchuk has your Texas Rangers news today coming up at 3:40. And the U.S. women's national team is in town. They are hosting Brazil. I will have 60 seconds on soccer and the details of the USA's new star player before we are through. I will deliver that for you. We got a new star in the women's rankings. Okay,
Fantastic.
It went from Abby Wambach to Alex Morgan. Alex Morgan starting a family. We had a little bit of a void in the star department. Somebody stepped up, so I'll have the full report on that a little bit later on. But the game's tonight at about 6 o'clock, and you can get pretty good seats for about $130 each. It's a high demand ticket right there.
Sounds like it, dude.
Up there at Toyota Stadium tonight against Brazil. It's the She Believes Cup.
I hope we got another A name to be our female soccer superstar. I guess we'll all just have to wait and find out because we have an Alex, we have an Abby. Do we have another A dominant female soccer player floating around here?
I think you're going to like what we have going on. I think you're going to like it. Okay. When we come back, G-Bag Nation, we got the G-Bag of the day at 2:30 here for you. Best audio from the world of sports and elsewhere. What we learned about each team during the 2022 season plus playoffs. What they say about the Cowboys. What'd you learn? It's next in the nation.
You can wait 24 hours. You can wait 24 hours. Or you can find out Cowboys and NFL insider info immediately by listening to Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus, part of the G-Bag Nation.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. Yeah, I have an athletic story here, athletic.com. What we learned about each team during the 2022 season and playoffs. We've talked about, a lot of things we learned about the Cowboys. It's always interesting to see what the national outlet has to say. They say we learned that Dak Prescott's a quality NFL quarterback, but it's clear he and the Cowboys are at their best when Prescott is not asked to play superhero and Dallas instead leans heavily into the run-first defensive identity. Will Kellen Moore's exit lead to a smarter approach for Prescott and the Cowboys? I love that they use the word smarter because that's what Mike said their play calling needed to be. After Dak Prescott got hurt this year, Kellen Moore was coming in with Cooper Rush, and Mike McCarthy said we got to be smarter. So maybe that was a play on words. But here's my thing. I don't think it's the play calling that's most important. I think it's in emphasizing your run game and your play design and the offseason and the training camp and getting the guys better at executing the fine details of a running game. I think that's going to be the emphasis that could spell success for this Cowboys team because you're really got to be able to run the ball no matter who you're up against and force them to bring extra guys into the box to create that man coverage for Dak. I think they know that now, and I think this offseason is going to be about executing that as cleanly as possible. We saw in the Super Bowl, the Chiefs couldn't even pass it. That's what you come up against. They get 150 yards rushing. Patrick Mahomes makes some plays in the passing game, but it was right around 200 passing yards. So I think the ability to run the ball against really good defenses has to be their priority, and I do believe Mike McCarthy's going to do a better job at it.
Yeah, I think there is certainly something to be said for that because if you gave the Mahomes example there, and he's a guy that doesn't even really need it near as much as probably your own quarterback does. And to me, it wouldn't be emphasizing the quantity of runs. It's just the quality of the way you run the ball across the board. Like having something that you can lean on that is really that is really cool and something that is schematically advantageous for you at every turn, even if the player that you have executing it, like from a running back standpoint, isn't always that. Like if you have if this Solari guy is a next level offensive line Jedi, that's going to be sweet for your rushing attack. But I also think that needs to be a huge emphasis on putting good weaponry just across the board here. Wide receiver and stuff like that, dynamic players. But if you have a rushing attack that you feel like, in an efficient standpoint, hey, we don't have to turn around and hand the ball off all the time, but it's something that you can lean on, I think that would be huge.
Yeah, the dynamic passing game weapons are going to score the touchdowns. They're going to win the game, but you got to make the defense respect your running game first.
Absolutely. I think when you look at the Cowboys' best seasons and Dak's best seasons, right, he's been able to turn around and have that at his disposal, where he's got a reliable offensive line and running game. But there is something to where you can't be so reliant on we are just a running football team to where now, let's say for whatever reason you get behind in a game, we're not able to throw the football.
Yeah, if you are running teams into man coverage and you still can't pass against them, that is a huge problem that you have. And I think Tennessee ultimately found that out when they were the number one seed and couldn't win in the playoffs. Brian, what do you have on this for us?
Yeah, I kind of feel like, though, with, the thing I want this Cowboys offense to figure out, though, is we've talked about adjustments, and I know adjustments is kind of a buzzword, but what you mentioned Kansas City, and they realized, we can't throw the ball, but the one thing all year people were doing to the Eagles was running it. They were like 24th in the league in yards per attempt against them. They were bad. So that was something that that was the thing that kind of reared its ugly head for the Eagles in this game. All of a sudden, Kansas City's like, damn it, boys, we can't pass this ball today. All right, let's load this thing up with McKinnon and these guys, Pacheco, and see if we could just slam it at him and see if we can keep it going.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I want from Mike McCarthy is like when it's not conducive to running. Okay, how do we find something that could take advantage of? Because we were talking about Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore, it's like he gets into a game where all of a sudden he's just throwing it, or maybe he's trying to early run, and they're not getting anywhere. And you're like, come on, dude, stop banging your head against the wall. The Chiefs are a team to me that don't bang their head against the wall. They're like, listen, we know that Philadelphia can't stop the run. But I want the Cowboys to take a Kansas City approach and figure out if it's running, and I agree with you about trying to develop a better running game. I totally agree with that. But I also want them to, under Mike McCarthy now, figure out things that the opponents are just not doing a very good job of defending.
Yeah, find the weak point.
Find that breaking point for them, because Kansas City found it in this game. They knew all year going in, it's like, listen, these guys can't stop the run like most of the teams we've played this year.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, where a lot of people just focus on what we do, and this is what we do best, and so we do it, and like you said, you're kind of at times slamming your head against the wall and being able to say, hey, even though like the Chiefs, everybody would tell you, running is not their forte.
No.
They have Mahomes, they have Kelsey. Throwing is their forte for the last half decade. But for that night, that was the thing that needed to happen.
That was the path to victory for them.
Correct.
Was figuring out how, what are the adjustments they made at halftime, or the talks that they had at half for those 30 minutes while that concert was going on, was, listen, we've got to run the ball.
Yep.
We can't throw it. We can't separate. We don't have skill on the outside, even though they figured out with Smith-Schuster, they got him, but it took a while to kind of get that going.
Yeah.
But it was running is what got them it got them back in that game.
For the Eagles, The Athletic says we learned prioritizing the offensive and defensive lines always pays off. Indeed. The Niners, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are the best coach-GM tandem in the NFL. No other team could lose 2 starting quarterbacks and still make a run at a Super Bowl.
I think that's on Shanahan.
I was going to say.
I've talked to so many guys around and gals around the league. They're like, listen, John Lynch is a great guy. Kyle Shanahan is the one that's pulling the trigger on these things. And so fine. I mean, give him credit, but Shanahan's the one that's got the vision for where that football team's rolling.
With the Vikings 13-4, not even a steady QB, the best wideout in the game, and a creative young coach can deliver a franchise to the top when your defense can't stop anybody.
Right.
Yeah, we learned that about the Cowboys in 2014 and 2016, I feel like. Giants, Brian Daboll's a good coach. That's it. That's the lesson. Now the Giants just need to figure out the contract futures of Jones and Barkley and fortify the roster. Seahawks, sometimes less is more. Geno Smith is better than Russell Wilson. Smith's surprising effectiveness translated into greater consistency for the Seahawks. It is time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. For Lucius.
Hey, happy hump day to the Tolos. How you doing?
Outstanding.
We're almost there. Let's see what we got for you boys. Our winner from yesterday is CW39 weatherman Adam Kruger. His followers on social media like to challenge him to throw in rap lyrics or just anything basically into his weather report. Here he is throwing a little California love.
When it comes to rain over the next 7 days, though, California knows how to party. Look at all that wet weather there. It's no surprise there's a flood watch from Oakland to Sacktown, the Bay Area and back down. We're looking at about 5 to 7 inches in Southern California.
Dude's a stud.
Yeah, it's
Absolutely
pretty good.
A stud.
It's
Yeah.
pretty good. He is doing regulators. You know, you can't be any geek off the street to do this right here. You got to be a straight fire weatherman.
It was a clear black night, a clear white moon. Check out the time lapse as the kids are heading out to the bus stop. That wind about to make some bodies turn cold. Wind chills in the 20s. We're in need of something else. Our cold front just hit the east side of the USA. We're heading into a whole new era. But as we get into next week, those temps are high like every day. Coming up, though, I've got a forecast full of warmth, and it's going real swell. That 10-day forecast in less than 10 minutes.
Got a car full of girls, and it's going real swell. My man got jacked, and then his homeboy pulled up, and next you know, they headed to the hotel with some skeezers.
Yeah, they had a crazy night.
Took my rain, they took my Rolex, but hey, Nate Dogg came through, though.
He did, dude.
Little vibes. There we go. All right, let's see here what we got. Oh, we got a parrot singing some classic tunes right here. Apparently, this parrot knows Spanish. You guys want a parrot so they can like mimic everything?
You make them always sound very interesting when you play these things.
I think one was using like in a court situation one time, like as a witness.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. What did you see that, Mr. Barrett? Wow.
I don't think I'd want one, man. I just feel like the older I get, I have no time for cleaning up animal waste.
Birds can be a little messy. They used to be so fun. I clean out the bird cages when you had parakeets.
Yeah.
You just let them joints fly around the house and everything, and you clean it. Oh, that was half the fun was catching them and putting it back in there.
Yeah, they did a really good job getting up in the curtains and like the
so
rod
fun.
up there.
Make that little sound when they fly around. Here's a parrot singing some classic tunes. Excuse me.
Is that like an opera?
That's just some Spanish joint.
That's impressive.
Yeah, the parents got his heart broke, apparently. He's going through it,
struggling. He's struggling right now. Yeah.
He's going through it right
now.
Let's see what else we got. You guys see that Wheel of Fortune situation?
Bro.
I'm not going to watch it.
What a fumble, right?
Jeez.
All you had was
letter.
one letter. The phrase was like, what, fresh tropical fruit. One letter on the board, and you chose to spin again.
Yes, there is an ace. Yes, there is an ace. Solve it or spin it, but do something quickly. You won't get
I'll
buzzed
spin
out.
it.
Okay. Okay, what letter for you?
I'll go with a G.
What?
Juliana, it's your turn.
I'd like to solve the puzzle.
I bet you do.
Fresh tropical fruit.
Yeah.
Whoopsie. I take back everything I
When
said.
that happens and you're sitting at home, you're saying, how in the world can that? But sometimes it's a word that just doesn't want to come into focus for you. It did for you, and in addition to that $650, we're sending you to the island of Antigua.
To
rub it in a little bit.
That's the only reason she signed up for Wheel of Fortune, man. She wanted that trip, and she absolutely nailed it. And shout out to Sajak, because this was the teen one, right? This is teenagers.
Mhm.
This is our youth. This is supposed to be the smartest kids in the world.
She panicked.
And she did panic, but Sajak, he let her down easy there. I don't know that he usually would do that, but he's like, hey, this is a youngster. Let me let her down easy. But even he wanted to chuckle a little bit there, like, yeah, everybody at home is shaking their heads. We cannot fathom how this happened.
I think we heard some crowd gasp. I think we heard that.
Yeah, they was like, oh my gosh. How did she get here?
That was free money. That was free money.
Yeah, like mom and dad, like hands and face.
Oh, it's a tough one, man.
Last time we heard that, Brett Maher was trying to kick extra points.
That's true.
Brutal.
That's true. Come on.
They're sending him out again?
Yeah.
We got the effing kick.
We got two girls right here that apparently don't want to grow up to be women. They're scared.
Why do you want to be a boy?
Because we like being boys instead of girls.
Why wouldn't you want to be a girl?
Because your vagina bleeds and we don't like it. We're too nervous.
We're too nervous. Wow.
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
I think we could all empathize
I'd be
with
like,
that.
facts. I'm like, okay, I get it. I can talk you through this, but I understand.
Certainly understand the trepidation there.
Wow. You're making good points right now, kid.
Very anxious moments, apparently. Yeah, very honest parents, right? Yeah, explaining everything ahead of time.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not about 5 or 6. Maybe you roll it out a little slower. Don't want to scare them too much.
Yeah, man, have a soft opening on something like that.
You looking forward to that talk?
No, I'm not overly excited.
That's
about
mom
those.
business right there, bro.
Yeah,
That's mom business.
Yeah, that's mom.
Just sit in that bathroom until your mom gets back, okay?
I can't help you. I can't. I don't know. I can't. I don't know what to say. I don't know. What am I supposed to say?
I'll get you a juice box or something. Just chill out, okay? Don't come out here anyway.
Here's a popsicle.
Text me a link of what you want. I'll order it on Amazon. That's what I got.
Let's see here. Oh, this reminds me of Cool in Dallas. Cool in Dallas. You know how he's like, hey, baby, say hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Tell me you're doing fine. I'm doing great. You know, that type of situation Cool does with his lady. I say that respectfully, Cool. This man right here, well, a pizza man showed up to a house, and while the pizza man was delivering the pizza, a squirrel just like flew into the house at the same time. The lady was scared. I don't blame her. There's like a wild animal in your house at this point. But the husband was like, hey, man, hush.
Hey, how you doing today? Where?
Thank you. Squirrel got in, I guess.
Oh my God!
Stop yelling.
Stop yelling. We'll get it figured out. Oh, my God.
So that means the squirrel's still in the house. My man is just like grabbing the pizza and everything.
Yeah.
Tip included on this thing? How we doing?
Tell her to shut up.
They handle his business. You need to get on your way, sir.
Priorities.
Pipe down, honey. Pizza's
I'm
here.
going to go handle this like a man. Shove some pizza in my wife's trap. She won't close it, for the love of God. It is crazy how women can react to rodents, you know?
Yeah.
They're like, ah! Like, lately, they've been calling me into the bath for the skeeter eater bugs. They're like, get it! Oh,
Oh, jeez.
Like, okay, I guess I'll be the hero here.
Yeah.
Got me a paper towel and a step stool. Gonna take out this bug for you, ladies.
I won't do well with the rodent situation. If I end up dealing with like a rodent running around the crib, Would you be screaming if a squirrel got in there? I mean, if I know it's a squirrel, I'm not going to be screaming like I'm afraid.
Yeah.
But I am going to be on high alert. I'm not worried about the pizza anymore. I can assure you that.
I'm pretty excited. We're getting ready to handle some wildlife.
You ready?
Bro. Some leather gloves.
He's going right to that.
My dog was like, oh my God, y'all did this for me.
Yeah.
Pizza man is walking through for a pizza for y'all, and y'all bring a squirrel for me?
Let's go. Everybody's eating tonight.
Oh my God.
Pizza man let a squirrel in. 2 girls don't want to grow up to be women. Wheel of Fortune with the Brett Maher situation. Parrot singing classic tunes. Adam Kruger, Channel 39 weatherman. Brian, you start the voting today, sir.
I'm going to go with our weatherman, the champ.
Okay. Wolchuk?
I'm going to go with the champ as well.
It's 2-0, Lucius. How about you?
Oh, why do you want to be a boy? Yeah.
Samesies. Doubling down.
That is good.
You know, I was going to go with the pizza man letting a squirrel in and let the Tolos decide. So jump onto the @GBagNation Twitter account. We'll create a little bit of an Insta poll. Is it our champ, the Channel 39 weatherman, or is it 2 girls that don't want to grow up to be women? Okay. Follow us while you're there. We'll follow you right back. We'll have ourselves a powwow and some fellowship. Krusty's Corner is coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Well, there's a veteran receiver on the street. We'll talk about him next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, headlines at 7 a.m.
for the Weatherman. And he is now a three-time G-Bag of the Day champion. Tune in tomorrow at 2:30 for see if he can make it 4 in pursuit of 5. And if you ever miss the G-Bag of the Day, Lucius replays that for you during LA Live every evening at about 5:40. Okay, it's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. It was, that Weatherman's pretty strong, though. It's going to be a tough one.
Well, you voted for him.
Yeah. I know. It'd be a tough one to beat. I like that. All right. I teased about a receiver that's now on the street. And so I had to, Wolchuk's like, hey, man, ask the gang of 7 what they think about this guy. Yeah, I'm like, okay, I'll do that. A couple of them got back. But I'll tell you the receiver, and you guys tell me if you know the player and just your early thoughts of what you might think if the Cowboys should be interested. Robert Woods, who was with the Tennessee Titans this year. He's 30 years old.
Bobby Trees.
Yeah, 10 years in the league, and he was a second-round pick by the Buffalo Bills in 2013 is what he had 53 receptions this year for 529 yards, 10 yards of play, and then 2 touchdowns. I think I got that right. I can't read my own writing. But anyway, yeah, but he had over 500 yards receptions this year, but he only had the 2 touchdowns. His best game was in week 3, where he had 4 receptions for 85 yards, no touchdowns against the Las Vegas Raiders.
The Raiders.
You guys feel like that the Cowboys are going to be looking for veteran receiver help, or do you feel like, I know, Zach, you and I were on the draft show this morning kind of talking about that as a group. Do you feel like that the Cowboys would draft or receiver, or are they looking at adding a veteran guy? And when you start to think about veteran guys, you think about Odell Beckham and people like that. But does Robert Woods do anything for you guys as a potential signing?
I mean, if you're going short passing game, you're going to need guys like that. I don't think Robert Woods stretches the defense. But he's enough of a quality receiver and a good target, and you don't have them, right? So I think to give yourself some certainty, you should be interested in a guy like Robert Woods to add to your receiving room. And also looking to draft a guy in, at no less than the first 3 rounds. That's the way I'd approach it.
Yeah. I think they need to be addressing this in a multitude of different ways. If they just signed Robert Woods and said, okay, we're cool now at wide receiver, I would say, man, you're fooling yourself in a big way. But if this is a realistic play for them, because this is a veteran guy who's probably going to come on the cheap. And so this is the realm of player that they are probably thinking hard about when it comes to the way they like to do free agency. So he'd be a guy I'd certainly be open to. He doesn't solve your speed need, but he does solve a veteran receiver who can still consistently get open, find the soft spot in the zone, play some slot, play some on the outside as well. So there's versatility there. And so for the right price, I'd certainly be open to it.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a coveted guy. Like, I think the Rams might be interested in bringing him back. I know Cooper Kupp's already taken to social media saying, I'd love to have Robert Woods back.
The Bills as well. Both of those former teams of his make a lot of sense.
It absolutely would. I think the Vikings are a team. I've already seen their website writing articles about, we'd like to maybe add Robert Woods. Would it be fun to pair him with a Justin Jefferson and what they already have there? So he's a guy that has a skill set to do a lot of different things for you. And I don't think that he's a guy that blocks some young receivers either. So I think he's a dude you could sign and you could still draft a player as well.
I'm glad you said the word block, because I do think he's a quality blocking receiver as well in his time, like especially with the Rams. And we know Mick Sexton, the way he likes to run the football, he flourished there. And the other addition, I think he's probably a good screen game receiver.
He's very good at that.
And so if you're trying to upgrade your screen game, which I know we would all like them to, hopefully that's a plan of theirs, he would be a guy that would probably fit seamlessly there.
The gang of 7, 2 of my guys got back to me. I'm waiting for the others I reached out to, but one of them said he took a step back last year, but he goes, I promise you he will find a job.
Definitely.
He will definitely find a job is what this one guy said. And then my other guy said, because I asked the question, I go, does Robert Woods have anything left? And as my other guy said, yeah, as a possession third, his production was skewed by bad and inconsistent quarterback play.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing with the Titans this year, so some slack.
Right. He's like smart, knows how to get open, really good blocker, to your point, Chief. Just need the physical to make sure that everything lines up with him.
But he played all the games last year, or 17. So I guess he missed a game. But other than the year prior where he played 9 games, I think when you look throughout, he's a guy that consistently played.
He's been healthy.
Yeah. So I mean, it's definitely
he's a good player.
Yeah.
You know, Zach, I want to ask you this question though because I mentioned about the draft and stuff like that. I don't know about you, but I'm kind of finding that this receiving group is not as the quality. I think they're good players, but I don't think they're the quality of what we've seen the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
This draft.
Yeah.
So to me, I think adding that veteran receiver might be, we'll see what happens, with what they've got currently on, on their roster.
Yes.
But I kind of feel like that maybe if you're thinking about, receivers in need, let's go get one. It might not be as clean as you might think it might be.
Yeah, because we've seen a lot of these rookies come in and have immediate production.
Yeah.
But I do think you can find a guy that you like. I just don't know that you can assume that you're going to have the type of immediate production that you've seen in previous years with some of these guys that hit the NFL running. Unless you're able to get, one of the guys at the very top, and I think most likely they're going to be gone by the time the Cowboys are on the clock. You're just kind of crossing your fingers on one of those guys. So you're probably better suited at signing a veteran, and then you draft a guy that you like, and if you end up getting production his rookie season, then awesome. Then you've really gone ahead and hit that void and filled that need.
Right.
I'm just wondering where they're going to get some speed. Where are they going to get speed?
You've got some speed in the draft.
In the draft. The question is, the problem is a lot of these guys are so slight. And I mean slight weight-wise. I mean, there's a lot of these, 175, 180s. I mean, if you're going to throw these slants and stuff, this West Coast, that they're talking about, inside breaking routes and stuff, I mean, you need a little bit bigger body guy. And I just, I just kind of
Gallup's the only one of those.
Yeah, I'm kind of struggling with that right now because I do the guys who are really kind of the top guys are really
smaller guys.
Like Hyatt's the most realistic first round wide receiver, right? If you're going for the best of the best, like top 4 guys, Hyatt would be the most likely, and he's a slighter speedster. But I like that. I think they need a guy like that.
Well, so is your guy from USC, Addison.
But he
same
ain't
way.
gonna be there, right?
Yeah, no, Addison,
no
Hyatt, Johnston from TCU,
big boy,
Smith and Jigba from Ohio State. I don't see any of those guys being there. I don't. I think Dallas. If you're thinking, need is a wide receiver and you're going to get one in the draft, just be a little careful if you're thinking about it at 26. Just think about it being real careful.
That is definitely a bummer because I was, early on, I was thinking the Hyatt, if there's not a corner you like there, I thought Hyatt would be a guy that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Is he still, though, of those 4, the most realistic?
Yeah, I think he'd be the most realistic to make it to 26.
Even over Jackson Smith?
Yes, I think some might like him more, though, because of the size compared to a Jordan Addison, possibly.
Yeah, I think so, too. Real quick, while I got my last 30 seconds here, did you guys hear, Dom Capers, right? You guys all know about Dom Capers.
Great DC.
I saw a crazy picture of him today.
Did you see that? Dom Capers is he's back with the Carolina Panthers, and that's where he started. He was the first head coach there from 95 to 98. My man, have you seen the hairpiece he's got working today?
That's the crazy picture that I was. Okay, I'm
my
glad.
My man has got a hairpiece that is jet black.
Unlike anything I've ever seen in the world of
I've never
hairpieces.
seen this is one of the most impressive hair pieces I've ever seen.
You can't do that.
Yeah, on a 72-year-old man. He is not carrying
the
one
balls on this guy. Is that a bet payoff?
No,
Not bashful
exactly.
at all.
Not bashful at all. My man has been
Jet black, thicker than like a lion's mane.
What are we doing over there? But that's Dom Capers, 72 years old. He doesn't give 2 Fs about his situation at all.
You worked with him in Green Bay?
Oh, no, I was not with him. But I knew we competed against him when he was in Carolina. My man has been bouncing around collecting checks, but his hairpiece right now is legendary.
Well, that's an expensive piece. So he needs the work in order to pay for a toupee like that. He's fighting the same fight you're fighting, and I think you're fighting it better. I like your approach much better than his.
This would be a good bet payoff though if you had to wear like a Dom Capers wig for a weekend or something like that.
Whole weekend surprise next week, Broadus.
Oh, that'd be good. The webcam would like it. Be hot.
Jeez.
All these big leaguers coming up to talk to us in our broadcast booth, and you're
It's
in,
like just drenched.
in the most obvious
Get the Rudy
hairpiece.
Giuliani drip going down. That'd be nice.
Hey, NFL news of the day with Woolchuck's coming up. Where are we going with that, buddy?
Well, we got an update on Aaron Rodgers, and how about this when it comes to the pitch for Derek Carr with the Jets? My goodness, they're pulling out all the stops next on the Fan.
35 minutes of commercial. studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. There's Brian Broaddus, former NFL scout and executive. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. Woolchuck, Chiafalo, Carter Freeman. Myself, Gavin Dawson. If you see me, beer me, N.A. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Coming up at 3:20, Restroom Revelations. I'm trying to decide if I should sneak in a personal story for Restroom Revelations coming up in 3:20. Stick around. It's time now for Zach Woolchuck to deliver the NFL news of the day. Here he is, Woolchuck.
Yeah, we got a plethora of NFL stories to get to. We already told you Robert Woods getting cut by the Titans. They made a couple of moves today. They were $23.3 million over the cap. Before today's moves, they cut longtime left tackle Taylor Lewan. That saves them $14.8 million. They cut Robert Woods, as we mentioned. They also released linebacker Zach Cunningham and Randy Bullock, the former Texas A&M kicker. So all of those moves combined, they now save $37.7 million. Wow. So the former three-time Pro Bowl offensive lineman Taylor Lewan, that's probably the biggest name of the bunch outside of Robert Woods. I wonder if he goes and signs with another team, or does he just go ahead and do Bustin' with the Boys and do the podcast deal?
Well, he was floating around Radio Row, him and his running mate Will Compton, who's a former NFL linebacker. But I don't know, man. You can just it's hard to get it out of these guys. It's hard to pull it out. Even though he looked a little thin to me,
especially for you.
And I don't know how much these linemen fluctuate in the offseason. Yeah. Maybe it's usually like some guys will early on, hey, I'm not going to keep this extra 25 pounds that I got on. He looked, big and definitely this dude is a professional athlete, but it didn't look like offensive tackle big. So maybe you're onto something there.
So he looked like he was shredding some weight.
It seemed as though.
Like he's quitting?
I wouldn't go that far. It hasn't gone full Joe Thomas, But I was a little bit okay, this is a guy who's, doesn't have a game on Sunday. That's for sure. But it also goes back to, it's just another rendition of the old, hey, man, the salary cap is what you make it. They just farted out $30 million like it was nothing.
Yeah, I think, is he killing it in the podcast game?
Yeah, he Busting with the boys. Yeah. They're crushing.
And there's so much money in that.
The AJ Brown dog poop Nick Sirianni story from yesterday.
Yeah,
Busting with the boys.
Wow. Okay, I'll have to put that on my radar. And was that Woolchuck shredding some weight?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Instead of shedding,
I said
like
shredding.
Yeah,
I like shredding.
Well, because shredding is saying you're thinning out, but you're also
bulking up.
You're getting in that iron paradise a little bit.
All right, you know what you were doing.
I don't think he just completely left the weight room. Do you?
Yeah.
No.
He was looking shredded to you then.
He looks good.
Taylor Lewan,
Will Compton definitely does.
Yeah, he's still got the traps, and he's a guy that Will Compton was on a practice squad for a little bit this year. It was like he
was he really?
Yeah,
I thought he was completely.
He did some bouncing a little bit, I think, but no. Taylor Lewan looks like a guy who wakes up in the middle of the night and just decides now's the time. We got to get some heavy back squats in now.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. He's not staying away from the gym.
And listening to their show a little bit, they still seem like they're meatheads.
Well, and if you were that built, it'd be tough to let that go. It's I might not be playing football anymore, but damn it, I'm not going to let go of looking this damn good.
100%.
So, he could go full shed mode, but I think it's more just the shred.
More of a shred? Okay.
More the shred mode.
I like that. I would agree with that, too.
But who knows?
I think girls prefer the shred more than the shed.
More than the shed. See, I'm just full on shedding.
Yeah, but you will
pivot. Not shredding.
You'll pivot at some point to the shred.
I hope so.
You will.
At some point, you're right, though. I will. I'll need to do that. Now, this is very exciting.
You're going to have to do something with all that testosterone you got just skyrocketing in your veins right now.
Goodness gracious. Before we get to some audio clips, guys, we just got this announced. Netflix is going to do a quarterback docuseries. It's their newest docuseries. It's going to follow Patrick Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, and Marcus Mariota.
Wow.
This season. Now there could be some
The drop off there was pretty great.
Have they already followed him?
It's the best quarterback we've ever seen.
Yeah,
and Marcus Mariota. I hope they focus a lot of their attention on Mahomes.
Yes, Mariota quit, so I think there's going to be a lot of drama involved with that one. So
they want all sides of the spectrum.
In terms of talent, you're right, but in terms of intrigue and drama, there's going to be some fun with Marcus Mariota.
Yeah. They got elite, mediocre, and bad. Yeah, you get to see all the three different viewpoints of, and I guess they were mic'd up all.
They're mic'd up every game.
Yeah, it's going to be a gold
the
mine.
first docuseries that is with Netflix, NFL Films, plus Omaha Productions and 2 p.m. Productions. Quarterbacks mic'd up for every game this year. That's going to be an absolute blast.
They're trying to get their microphone back from Mariota, the company. He just took it home with him. Yeah.
After Arthur Smith said, "Hey,
Yeah,
I don't need you."
hey, you need to you can stay
Return
away.
it. Late fees are accruing, sir.
They're looking for the return postage on that thing.
The Omaha is really. I'm excited for this. It's fantastic. Do we have a release date?
No release date yet.
Okay.
But I'm hoping it's soon. It should be soon.
It should be soon.
If they're teasing it now, it's got to be relatively soon.
Okay, 2 of the 3 guys are snooze fest. What are we doing here?
Well, you are going to get the iconic airplane shirtless, chained up, flexing. We just got a regular season victory.
You know why? Because
they all cuss.
They all go after each other.
They kind of all do. Yeah.
They do. They don't. That's the one thing about Drive to Survive, and that's coming out. By the way, it's Formula One. That's how Formula One's got a lot of popularity here in the United States. Watch that, because these drivers are the biggest prima donnas ever. Egos out the door. The first driver and the last driver. There's only like 20 of them, and they all have egos, and they don't care. See, that's what I think that's what makes it. And then you got the team principals and all that. But to me, watching Kirk Cousins just kind of, go to meetings and talk to people, that doesn't do anything for me.
So we had Marshawn Lynch, who was making the rounds. I think he was on the I Am Athlete podcast, and that is the Brandon Marshall podcast. And I know we have kind of mixed feelings about Brandon Marshall now on the show.
He's a good dude.
He's great. Yeah,
he's a good dude.
Fantastic.
Eric missed it up.
No, we go way back, me and B. Marshall.
Yeah, I don't know. I disagree with all
right
of you.
way.
I don't think Brandon Marshall's
Apparently, we
a
were
good
breaking
guy.
protocol.
No, he was telling Eric what he needed to do the right way.
He completely was supposed to come on with our station the day before. And,
there's that.
And
Okay.
gave us the Heisman.
Yeah.
So we did it the right way. Then he told us to do it the right way. We didn't. So you guys can play nice. I'm going to call it like it is and say Brandon Marshall's a bleep hole.
Oh,
but that's okay.
Do you hate him?
I don't think he's a good guy.
Okay.
But that's okay. You guys can go ahead and be kosher
Each
about
his
it.
own.
That's fine.
Hey, man, if he put his hand on your shoulder and said, "Do it the right way, son."
Oh, I would have acted.
Might have scared you
I
straight
would have
to.
acted totally. Hey, we're good too. But in reality, bro, no, I actually would have said it to his face as well. I booked you yesterday, bro, and you didn't come on, so I did it the right way.
All right, let's take
Alpha
odds
won't, Chuck.
right now. Let's take odds right now. Say exactly what you just said. Oh, I would have told him in his face.
You don't think I would have?
Odds, Gavin.
Minus
I
5,000.
think he would have, but it wouldn't have been confrontational.
It wouldn't have been confrontational.
He
at
would have
all.
said, "Okay."
It sounded like you were going to be confrontational just a minute ago.
I
was
wouldn't have been
paraphrasing.
confrontational, but I would have told him what
Yeah.
the situation was.
Sir,
I would have said, Brandon, with all due respect, we did do it the right way. And
Yeah.
you didn't.
You flaked
Like
on
you
us.
You didn't hold up your end
We've
of the
been
bargain,
teasing
sir.
it all
you
day.
like you work at the United Nations or something like that, Mr. Diplomat.
I
over
am
there.
a diplomat.
He poked his breasts out when he said that.
I am a diplomat.
We recognize a gentleman from South Africa.
Look at me. But
I am the
Marshawn
Willy
Lynch,
Willy.
who I love to death, was on there, and he was talking about his fines with the NFL, and he had probably one of the best press conferences in the history of the league. I'm just here so I don't get fined. He went into detail on that and just how much those fines
lot of
really
money.
started racking up with the league.
So what I thought is, all right, it take them to come in there probably like 15, 20 minutes after the game is over, right? I done already probably done went in the locker room maybe with 2.5 minutes on there because we done already won the game. So I done already showered. By the time the team come in there, you feel me, I'm gone. So they, oh, well, where Marshawn at? Oh, he not here. He gone. So if I wasn't there, then how could I make myself available?
Hold on, you
feel what I'm talking about?
You ain't get the end of the game speech?
Nah, it was, you feel man, it was tough, man. I had the family outside. We gotta get to the, you feel me? So the fine started, accumulating, and it was from seasons before. And now, you feel me, they run it up. So it got, you feel me, though, it got to a pretty penny, though. You feel what I'm talking about?
What the number? My biggest fine was 2.2 million. What was your biggest fine?
You got me 1.2 from just not talking to the media.
1.2? And you were 2.2?
Yeah.
That was from the 2 years, didn't it? Yeah.
What about you, Lindell?
I think I was probably around like 60K.
I'm right there with you, about 85,000. That's it.
No way.
Listen, shout out to Jeff Fisher, though. Jeff Fisher did.
It is no way that you're telling us on live camera that you only got fined $85,000 your whole career. I'm a Saint.
No,
I'm a
you're
Saint
saying- I
compared
wasn't
to
saying my
y'all.
whole career. I was
Brandon
just talking
Marshall.
about that
I'm a
fine.
Saint.
Biggest
I'm a
fine you've ever
Saint. Pac-Man Jones. The
No,
chicken wings
no
going to
way.
New York.
I'm not going.
Your man told his head coach he ain't playing, and like you
Right.
said, he was punting the
Man,
balls
no
over there.
way, bro.
Dunk.
$1.2 million for not talking to reporters.
One-time fine.
Ooh.
That's insane.
Yes.
I love that he found the loophole, though. All right, fine. I'm going to get up here and I'm going to say what I want to say, and I'm going to say it over and over again until you guys get bored, and then I'm going to leave. I'm going to do this every day.
And now it is legendary. We also have an update on Aaron Rodgers, and this was just on NFL Live on ESPN.
He's out of the darkness?
He has emerged.
Well,
Hello,
and who
darkness,
knows if
my
we can
old
trust
friend.
this or not, right? Because nobody technically knows what the bleep's going on, according
Oh.
to Aaron Rodgers, right?
Oh.
Adam Schefter doesn't know. Now, he didn't call out Jeff Darlington by name. So this is Jeff Darlington on ESPN, and this is the latest on Aaron Rodgers and possibly returning to the Packers.
I've learned two things in the past 24 hours that make me kind of believe that the Jets, it's time for them to simply sign Derek Carr. The first of which is a conversation I had with a very important Green Bay Packers source, who quite honestly believes that Aaron Rodgers will be back with the Packers and that all of this is being overhyped. He looks at the contract that Aaron Rodgers signed last year, the commitment that he gave to the team, and believes that at the end of the day, Aaron Rodgers will be back with the Packers. There's another bit of information, and that is the impeccably sourced report from Diana Rossini talking about that the Jets told Derek Carr in his meeting that they believe that with the Jets, he will be a Hall of Famer. Okay? If that's not just total BS, if they're just not trying to inflate him, which maybe that is the case, go sign Derek Carr right now. You're potentially waiting on a guy in Aaron Rodgers who might or might not be available when you have a guy who is just in your building who you believe will be a Hall of Fame quarterback as a New York Jets player. What are you waiting on?
They pitched to Derek Carr that if he comes to the Jets, you will be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Unreal.
That's all we need to quarterback, just like you.
Real. I love it.
Yeah, if you sign for like $2 million a year,
full on salesman
I mean,
mode.
this is almost as cocky as me believing I would actually confront Brandon Marshall on Radio Row.
No, this is just full on desperation. This is what happens to you when you're an organization that, I mean, in all honesty, have they ever had, I mean, they had Namath, sure, and I think we can parse through that and say probably overrated as bleep. But besides that, they haven't had a great quarterback. You are an organization that's never had a great quarterback
Chad
ever.
Pennington didn't do anything for you?
Great. He had some good years. He had some years.
Mark Sanchez?
Boomer Esiason?
Testaverde years.
Richard Todd?
Kellen Clemens.
Brett?
Yeah, no, Ty does not go to the, I think that was a swing. I
Yeah.
think that was not a check swing right
No,
there,
I think you're
Dawson.
right. Derek Carr might be their best quarterback of all time.
Well, and it's
Yeah,
it's sad to
probably.
say, but those are the type of things that you say when you're a team as desperate as the Jets. That
Ken
when you look
O'Brien?
across their entire,
O'Brien?
I don't know, Broadus, you tell me, but they've never had. It's a bunch of Rick Myers
I don't think
or
they're.
something.
I don't think they're lying because like Bob Greasy's in the Hall of Fame and so is Lynn Dawson. Look at those guys.
That's
numbers,
true.
You know,
If
They're
they
not-
win a
they're not-
Super Bowl,
they're not lying.
maybe. But big highlight there, Jeff Darlington thinking he's hearing Rodgers might be going back to Green Bay with the Packers.
You guys notice how they're now anything to do with Rodgers, they're having to identify where the source is coming from because Rodgers, the way like, hey, they're not talking to anybody in my circles. My circles, you know, he's letting it be known that it's not coming from anybody in my group. So now these reporters are having to go, I've talked to a Packer source.
Yeah.
That's told me this.
Well, and notice he didn't say the Packers want him back. It's just he's going to end up being back
They
with the
don't.
Packers. They don't have a
They
choice.
don't.
They don't want him
They
back.
don't want him back.
But they don't have a choice. He gets to decide because his cap hit's huge. They owe him a ton of money. And so, in looking at the Raiders, I saw someone that was like, dude, Rodgers doesn't want to learn a new offense. So Nathaniel Hackett, his old guy from Green Bay with the Jets now, might make some sense, but he probably doesn't want to go to the Jets. He's a West Coast guy. He's a live in the darkness dude. He doesn't want to deal with that. So it honestly does make sense. Like if you don't want to go to the Raiders, and honestly, other than Devontae Adams, why would you? Josh McDaniels, bleep hole, learn a new offense, and be second fiddle to maybe third fiddle after Herbert. But Mahomes is King Dingo.
Yeah,
So,
but if you want to live in the darkness, Gotham City, where Batman's from, would be the ideal
Not
place
bad
to
at all.
do it.
That's
All
a good
fair counterpoint.
You can do that. Now, one last thing here for you. I think we have the first 2023 MVP bet of the offseason to be the worst bet of all time. A bettor at Caesar Sports has put $2 on Kenny Galladay to win the MVP next season.
Oh my gosh, what could those odds have possibly been? I actually kind of like this. $2 to win maybe infinite amount of money. Like this has to be the longest odds of all time.
Plus 100,000.
Yeah, 200 grand.
But everybody's roasting them because they said name a better way to spend $2, and it's like just go to Taco Bell and pick what you want.
Yeah. You know, why not, right? You're in Vegas, you're down to something. I pick somebody else, though. I mean, let's see what the odds are on Devontae Adams or a player who's actually good. You know what I'm saying? It is time now for Restroom Revelations. Texas Rangers today is coming up at 3:40. We're back in just a moment on The Fan.
Listen. Stream The Fan 24/7 all day, every day. Download the Odyssey app or listen live at 1053thefan.com.
Dawson back here with you. Wanted to chat Men's T Clinic. You know, it can be tough to take that first step to regain your lost. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin & Frankel. The consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. G-Bag of the Year on Friday. Plus, it is a double bet payoff Friday. So, big show coming up here in about 48 hours, Brian. Yeah, you stressing about that? You got another one to do here? Yeah, have you figured out what you're doing yet?
No.
Okay.
Eric's trying to get me to do the Chris Arnold one where I do the whole show without a shirt and have zinc oxide on my nose.
Yeah, sunscreen.
And then I have to tweet out a picture every hour?
Top of every hour, and you just write ooh-wee, and then you put hashtag Chris Arnold vacation. Hashtag Chris Arnold vacation. And it's just shirtless all show,
What are you looking at,
sunscreen
man?
on your nose. To me, that's like very easy. He almost literally, he had to go to the doctor on Saturday for what he put into his body with the hard-boiled orange Julius on Friday.
Yeah.
This to me is just simple. Yes, it's a little bit shameful, but you're not going to be the most shamed dude on the internet this week because whatever the coach we just talked about with the toupee. Dom Capers exists.
Yeah,
so
that
you're
looks
fine.
Terrible.
You're already good. Worst case, you're second most shamed old dude on the internet.
That's
this
a whole
week.
show without the shirt on, right?
Yeah, 5 hours shirtless, man.
I don't know about that. I don't think that's
It is kind of nippy in here.
See those high beams.
It is.
Yeah,
It looks. This is a little chilly.
It is.
We turn the heat up for you.
Do you messing with the air again?
No,
Seriously,
I always turn it up.
I was about to say.
Since it's been warmer the last couple of days, I haven't had to touch it. But if it gets cold in here, I will turn it up.
I'm frigid.
Absolutely.
I will determine here.
Well, maybe it'll be something to send him back into the bathroom. And for more on that, Eric Chiafalo has some restroom revelations.
Yes, sir. Thanks for the morning show, and
Professional.
we have some analytics here to bring to the table as well. We will carry the conversation, but it's the age-old question: when do you feel comfortable in a relationship to let them fly? Let's hit the sound and have a discussion.
That's right, buddy. You show that turd who's boss. Hey, just grab a hold of something, bite your lip, and give it hell. Come on. We're going to get through this.
Expressway, hump day, Sean, RJ, Bobby, Peyton. You'll get some chopping it up. Choppy's just throwing stuff around, throwing haymakers. And this was a particular haymaker he threw today. He's curious just about his coworkers and his good buddies and how comfortable they are when it comes to letting them fly, just ripping one or two around wifey or girlfriend, and how far into a relationship, if ever, do you feel comfortable doing that? I was blown away at how much of a fart prude Sean Sharif is. But here is just a little snippet of their conversation, and then I'll put your feet to the fire.
When did you break the barrier? When did you break the toot barrier with your significant other? How far in, Bobby?
Like me in front of her or her in front of me?
Well, both.
She still to this day will not do it on purpose in front of me. And I don't know. It was a while. It was like a year probably. And I still don't generally just aggressively do it in front of her.
This is my least favorite subject. I know it's RJ's favorite. I'm still at a 0.
Never.
Only on accident, maybe if it's during sleep. That's it.
Wow.
Never.
Because the average person does it 14 times a day.
Well,
just in general.
Somebody's doing it 0 then, and Wolchuk's making up for theirs and doing 28.
There we go.
Yeah.
Good work,
No,
Bob.
never her on purpose in front of me and vice versa.
So when you feel it coming, what do? You just step out of the room?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Every time.
Go to another room or
what?
If you're by yourself, or go to the bathroom.
Yeah, it is a fascinating discussion, and the text is already lighting up. 817, my wife was at about 10-year anniversary. We have now been married for 13 years, and I wish we had never started. I missed the time when I thought she didn't do that.
Oh, he was a decade into that whole thing before she
finally broke down.
She came clean.
I think now for me, I will not just let it rip, but I might be in the area. If I go into the master bathroom or something, and I am a peeing fart guy. I'll for the extra muzzle velocity. I'll do a little tense move, and sometimes the fart comes out at that point.
It's just collateral damage.
Yeah. So she'll hear it, and she'll be like, "Oh, gross."
But you're in the bathroom. I mean, that's all bets are off there.
And sometimes I'll forget she's around and I'll do it, but I'm generally not trying to at least have it be audible in her presence.
I was always bashful when it came to this in the dating scene. But once me and my wife became, okay, this is going to be my wife and we're having kids together, I've had a real heel turn with this. And this might be at or near the top of the list of her biggest grievances with me.
Okay.
And it's weird.
You're basically Wolchuk at home?
Yeah, I was never that guy because my daughters think it's funny, so it's it's funny, it's
you
great.
doing the pull my finger thing?
My wife can't stand it. Oh, I do all sorts of stuff, man.
There you go.
I'll put out
Put their heads under the cover.
I'll put out a fake cigarette. I'm not Dutch ovening these girls, but I mean maybe. But I'll put out a cigarette butt on the ground and then just kind of kick out, and they love it, dude. My wife can't stand it.
Yeah.
But I'm like, if you're married, you have to. This Walchuk shaking his head. There is something to being the backfire on this is real. If you are over aggressive with this, I've seen two extremely, I would say, rare cases, because most of the girls are not trying to get involved. They're not trying to go battle fart with you.
No.
But there are some rare breeds out there. And there may be someone to my left who has dealt with that before. Ooh. And I believe that was the tipping point in ending a particular relationship. And then one of my brothers dated a girl who started going, and it was like, wow, okay. And sometimes it can have a real negative effect.
If we haven't had kids, I'm not totally locked in, right. and a farting happens and she thinks it's funny and I'm seriously offended and she keeps going, that's absolutely a deal breaker.
100%.
I don't care. You were a 10, now you're maybe a 2.5.
Yeah, thank God. I'm very fortunate, and I feel bad for my wife because I'm not this way now. But she likes to conceal that. She's not trying to do that. I love it. It's very ladylike. But the two gentlemen that are also involved here, Wolchuk shaking his head.
Yeah, what
happened, Wolchuk?
I learned the hard way on this. You just need to not do it.
Yeah,
you just need to keep it to yourself. And I have been told one time actually that I let a couple rip in my sleep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
nothing you can do about that.
She laughed it off. Yeah. She was a good sport about it, and she's a sweetheart. But one of my exes, I just kind of brought it up. We'd been dating for a while.
Okay.
And I was just kind of when do we get to that point where it's okay, it's acceptable? And she was like, you know what, don't worry about it.
He had to talk with her, man.
So I just, I was vulnerable, I was open, I was honest, and I just kind of let the situation unfold. And I just, I started doing it. Well, then she started doing it.
Oh, no.
And it ended up being just not
the demise.
Just not a good situation.
No, I can imagine.
Not good. In fact, it was off-putting.
A lot of people say never at all. 12 years, never heard my wife fart. 20 years, and nope, not at all. My girl doesn't know she farts in front of me. She farts in her sleep.
Yeah.
Okay. Been with my wife 17 years. Never do it around her, says the 469. I'll let it rip in another room, says the 682. If she smells it, I'll blame it on our dog, and the dog's pretty cool about it. Well, that's good to know. I do have something I've been thinking about for the last 20 hours or so. I was like, man, should I share this on the show? Okay.
The answer is yes.
And it is of restroom revelation nature, so I guess this would be the segment to do it. Every night that I have practice, I have to hurry up to Plano. That's why I bail out of here as soon as the show's over. I say, hey, thanks, guys, and I'm gone. Well, as I got up there last night, I had to, duck into the porta potty real quick. So I'm flying in there into the parking lot. And
for a one-ski?
Yeah, for just a regular one-ski, right? And so there's two porta potties down there at the end.
Uh-huh.
And I'm in a real hurry, right? And I got a truck in front of me. You ever get stuck at a red light when you really got to go number one and you're thinking, should I just take this fountain cup and maybe get out and use my door as a shield? I was seriously considering that move. That's how bad I had to go. So I'm trying to fly in there, but there's families everywhere. So I'm really, trying to be respectful of that as well. Got a dust cloud behind the Scooby-Doo van as I pull up and slam on the brakes in front of that porta potty, and I jump in there. Now, further backstory, Lent starts today. I've been trying to clean out the system, right? So I had some prunes yesterday, and I had a double dose of the Metamucil fiber thins, right? I'm like, boy, I am going to be a well-oiled machine by the time I arrive at Lent on
right
Wednesday
now,
morning. I'm feeling pretty thin.
A little bit light on your feet.
Yeah.
So I get in there, and as I reveal to you, I am a little bit of a fart while I pee guy, and there we had a. Can I say the word shart? We had a definite shart situation on our hands. Now, I lucked out because right as I realized what was about to happen, right, this wasn't a fart. I clenched my cheeks. I did.
Okay, good.
Okay, which prevented things from falling into my pants, which is what it would have been. It wasn't like a little BB.
Oh no!
It was more like
full fledged.
Yeah, it
Loose?
was significant, right?
Did you hear what he
Substantive.
took? He's got prunes
Yeah,
and
he's
these
having a-
Metamucil.
Yeah.
working.
Getting old's gonna suck.
I thought I was well within safe grounds, but I was not. So luckily, it's rare in a porta potty you get a good roll of toilet paper. But not only did they have the one on the roll, which I usually don't want because that's in the spray zone. Okay, the spray zone, especially in a porta potty, is
Everybody knows about
rancid.
the spray zone.
So I had a brand new roll.
Yeah.
And it
You open up yourself there. And that.
it saved the day, but I was quite surprised.
I bet.
we needed quite a cleanup there on aisle 10.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, shout out to you though for the fast twitch muscles. I mean, they're still working back there for you.
That's impressive.
It was like, whoa, what is that?
Very impressive.
And I got to be, that's the first time that's ever happened to me. I've heard people talk about it. I'm like, that's not real. Unless you're on some sort of a medication or you have, the trots, you got diarrhea on your hands. I just didn't believe it could happen, but sure enough, it did. And thank God for that toilet paper roll, or I would have had like a Brada situation where I'd been looking for a towel or something.
Towel.
Yeah, that would have been brutal, man. Gosh, well, I'm happy for you. That could have been way worse. I imagine in that scenario, Dawson takes his T-shirt off and Coach is shirtless for the remainder.
That would have probably been it. Yeah,
I mean that's one move. That's one way to do it. I guess that's why you're wearing two shirts today, just in case.
You always
got to
be ready to rock.
The backup TP, if you will. I do want to get to the analytics on this, by the way.
Okay. Yeah.
Because they do say that. Most people consider, like 68% of people consider farting in public to be more embarrassing than having food in their teeth, something in their nose, or even having their zipper down. So people are, like, as a society, we are conscious of this. But majority of people, well over 70% of people say it's not a relationship deal breaker if you got a farter on your hands. So analytics backs it up, man. I think you should let it fly. It's not good for the tum-tum.
I think most women are just used to it. Unfortunately, we're disgusting. I don't know how my sister-in-law survives, really. My brother is a serial farter. Like, I would avoid his room after about age 13. It just...
It's got a little Wolchuk in him.
It just lingered.
It's unhealthy to let it back up.
That's right. Yeah. I understand that.
Hospitalizations are rampant with this, man. The Instagram model generation. These girls are going out on dates left and right, and they're
holding it all in.
They're holding it all in.
We had another OnlyFans death yesterday.
That is a very uncomfortable feeling of being on that first date and you're like extra cautious, so it is bundling up. And you get that feeling?
Oh, for sure. I'm telling you, I was very shy about this up until I got married. And my wife was like, "Wow, I wish I at least had known." I'm like, "I wish I had known. I didn't know that I was this guy. You think I feel good about this?"
You knew you were. I knew you were.
Maybe deep down.
Texas Rangers today is coming up next with Zach Wolchuk. What kind of baseball content do you have for us, sir?
Well, Jacob deGrom, is he a serial killer? And Marcus Semien taking on a leadership role. We're going to talk about that next on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line 877-881. team covering Rangers spring training. We're live from Surprise with guests, insight, and of course more hijinks beginning Monday on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. Hey, if you were bored by Sunday's All-Star game, I watched the whole thing because Abby was into it and I wanted to talk to her about basketball. It got the lowest ratings ever. The ratings declined 29% as it devolved further into what looked like the NFL All-Star game or Pro Bowl, where nobody was trying to play defense anymore. It was just guys standing around while other teams took turns at like a dunk line for about it. But then you got to the fourth quarter when they're set to set the target point, and guys had been trying over the last 3 or 4 years when you got to that point and they set the target score to honor Kobe. But this time they barely tried in the fourth quarter either. Maybe it was too much of a blowout by the time they got there. But a lot of people were checked out on that. It'll be interesting to see how the NBA adjusts. It is time now for Zach Wolchuk to deliver the Texas Rangers news of the day.
We're going to have Hip Hop Hooray, Matt Hicks himself, joining us tomorrow in the Nation at 6:20 p.m. So make sure you set your alarms for that. Love getting to talk with Hicksy. And he's actually going to be in the meeting where they go over the new rules for spring training. So he's going to be fresh out of that, so he can give us his update on his thoughts on that. Now, for those of you that don't know, like Matt Hicks, when we're up in the booth, he is the unofficial rule book. If we have any questions,
yeah, he's dialed.
Matt's the dude to know. In fact, there was one time he went, and I'm trying to remember which pitcher it was, but he literally went to the scorekeeper and got a couple of earned runs scratched because he thought they made a mistake.
Wow.
On it. And he was right. And MLB went ahead and said, you know what? You've brought up a good point here, and we're going to go ahead and correct this. So Hicksy is the man when it comes to the rules.
Saved somebody's ERA from going over 9 that day.
He did. He absolutely did. And it might have been Martin Perez, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. All
so,
right.
I mean, Hicksy is, he knows what he's doing when it comes to these rules.
The only thing he knows better than rules is Tribe Called Quest lyrics, I believe.
I was going to say delicious soups. He's a big soup guy.
Big soup guy?
Yeah.
Is he the guy that
Soup
you went up
du jour.
and you hugged him and stuff like
Yes.
that? He's
I
he's
did
very,
make contact
very
with
like
him.
phobic about that stuff.
Well, I don't know that he's necessarily more phobic than the next guy. What I did was overtly weird and absurd and very likely disrespectful when you think about the game of baseball. And
You're
just
in
how,
his
like,
area of work
very-
and you're hugging him, right?
Well,
And you never met him?
No, I had met him. I'd met Hicksy a handful of times. He definitely knows who I am. I was working the Rangers games on the board for years, so he at least knew my name. And I know he likes soup because I've had soup with him before. So I know him, but it's not like I see him all the time. I hadn't seen him. It had probably been 2 years since I had seen him. But we went to a game last season, and we went into the booth just to say hey to Eric and Matt, and Jared was like...
That's when we were all at the suite.
Yeah, that's right, when we did the suite.
Yeah.
And Jared was like, hey...
Spitzy.
Please just go while like in the middle of a call, just go put your sit next to Hicksy and put your arm around him and just don't say anything. And then kind of just walk away at some point.
Of course you did this.
Yeah, I ended up doing it. Yeah.
Well, it had to be
fun.
Eric. I mean, who else would it be?
Yeah.
Like, Matt's going to know something's up if it were me to do it because I'm around him and Jared so much. But him and Jared really, they're
Prank off?
Yes. They love to just go ahead and any way to just get under each other's skin, they will do that. They have a very playful relationship. It's adorable.
Yeah, so Hicksy thought it was weird. Thank God Jared ended up telling him that it was like a whole joke and I wasn't just doing that on my own accord. I needed that $10.
He'd be thinking like, what was that guy doing?
Yeah.
That'd be awesome. Now, Jacob deGrom was with the Rangers taking their team photos out there at spring training. And he is, I have this question, who is, I should say, your childhood hero?
Yeah.
Because Jacob deGrom had to fill out like school, first day of school style on a chalkboard.
Oh, all the players did that for day one of camp, right?
Right. They all wrote out, certain questions
or answers to the questions.
Answers to the questions. Yeah. And it's to get to know, aspects of your personality. So, such as your favorite color, your favorite food. And one of Jacob deGrom's answers, however, just were like, people were looking at him thinking, wait a minute, what? So under the childhood hero section, a place where normally people would write, okay, who's your childhood hero? Your dad, Batman, Nolan Ryan, maybe you're just whoever your favorite childhood baseball player was.
Skywalker.
Jacob deGrom wrote none.
None?
What?
No heroes?
He put a NA for not applicable on
he wrote the
childhood
word
hero.
He wrote the word none.
Full on. The word none.
None.
So
like NUNN.
Yeah.
Twitter is having
Like
a
the
lot
flying
of,
nun.
and he's just cheesing hard. You know, he's got the picture and all
It's a
the
good
other
picture.
answers.
Yeah.
You know,
Great smile.
and here he is, none for childhood hero. So Twitter is taking to this, saying childhood hero, none. I'm glad to
BS.
see DeGrom is still giving off serial killer energy.
Still?
Yeah.
This was a thing with the Mets? Like that's kind of his MO?
Apparently.
He's just bland.
Quite eccentric.
Another person quote tweeting, how can someone be the most electrifying pitcher and still have the personality of a wet blanket?
You can't have it all.
Yeah.
Somebody said this would be the person who goes, favorite TV show? The commercials.
Yeah. He thinks he's being cool or something.
I guess. I mean, he's got to have a childhood hero, right? Or did he not? I mean, maybe some people don't. Maybe nobody has a childhood hero. But we want to get to know a little bit of Jacob deGrom's personality, and here we go. He's just got no childhood hero.
So we've all heard of BD energy. Now there's a thing, SK energy.
Serial killer energy, which apparently Brian Broaddus was giving off during training camp.
Yeah, he was.
But the
he'll
whole
do that
making your
regularly.
bed and folding your dirty clothes, and
Yeah.
I didn't think there was anything wrong with it, for the record.
No,
Brian.
I always put my dirty clothes, I always fold them up. As I wear them, I put them back in my bag. So when we have to pack to come home, they're already packed. So I already packed my bag. I unpack it, and then I pack it as each day. And that way, at the end of the day, I don't have to like hustle around to pack my bag.
It's
already done.
commonplace, though, for every child to have their own hero, right? Like
I had my childhood
Yeah.
hero. You guys know who
Parents.
it was.
Emmett.
Yeah. Cartoon characters. He just thinks he's being the comedian contrarian, right? Like, oh, I'll do something for shock value, and it's just awkward and weird.
Maybe.
You're like, you're not even being good at shock value, dude. That's just weird.
I want to know some of his other serial killer traits. Like, if they're saying he
Yeah.
still has the serial killer energy, like, what are the other, like, what's the other evidence proving this? I'm
happy
gonna get
about
to
this.
the bottom of it.
This is a good talking point if we get to catch up with him next week at spring
Hey,
training.
how do you feel about this whole serial killer narrative?
You know, Jacob, I just want to ask you. You know, this is going around.
Honestly, if I could ask him one question, it might not be the serial killer thing, but I genuinely want to know how long it took him to do the small D, big G on the like the name in school when you put your name on
DeGrom?
the paper.
Yeah.
Like small D, big G. That's got to throw you off until
Yeah.
I would think middle school.
Teachers would never believe you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're getting docked
Like, what are
for
you
it.
trying? What are you trying to
Yeah.
pull here?
Yeah.
And we are getting some good responses, like maybe he met his childhood hero, and that guy was a jerk, or gal was a jerk. Or maybe that childhood hero grew up to do bad things.
That's why Walchuk doesn't want to meet Emmett. He doesn't want to find out that maybe he could possibly be a jerk.
And I had one really good interview with him. And I think that maybe that I should leave it at that. I don't know, because I'm having people tell me things that I don't want to hear. So I love you, and I'm just going to leave it at that. Now, Marcus Semien, I'm expecting all-star season from you, sir. If you look at Marcus Semien, we talked about this, and Levi Weaver just
What was
wrote.
his childhood hero?
I don't know. We're going to have to ask Marcus this. I didn't see the
Jacob
picture.
deGrom?
I didn't see the picture of his. I think he did write down Jacob deGrom.
DeGrom.
No,
Little
I think
D.
it was Sammy Sosa. But his average in April, where he started off terrible, was 240.
Oh.
In September and October, he bloated that up to 259. His OPS went from an 86 to a 112. That was his OPS plus. His slugging percentage went up from a 389 to a 484 from April to September in October. Now, Levi Weaver interviewed Marcus Semien. He asked him about this, and he talked about how you had the lockout, and Marcus Semien was very involved in this, and he wasn't able to be with the Rangers hitting coaches, and that had a big impact and a big reason as to why Marcus Semien feels like he started off the season slowly. He said, quote, they didn't know what I was doing, what I was thinking, so a lot of it was trying to figure out what I wanted to do, how I wanted to be the most consistent. It definitely took more time than what I wanted. He also talked about how most of camp last year was just trying to learn people's names. At the same time, there was added pressure to be that leader immediately because the team was so young, which is fine when you're trying to learn everybody with it being a different offseason. Camp was kind of a whirlwind. So now it's more relaxed for me. I feel a lot more confident. He also noted that he's being pushed by Bruce Bochy, and Bochy's going to have him lead off. Bochy's just talking all kinds of, saying all kinds of glowing remarks about Marcus Semien, and he is taking on a much more leadership type of role, being the veteran in the clubhouse with a lot of these young guys. And I'm really excited to see now year 2 as a Texas Ranger being able to be with the team, not having the lockout, not having, all right, now I've got the pressure of the contract. I've had a full off season. I've been able to be with the hitting coaches.
Got a real manager.
I think, yeah, absolutely. I think you're going to get the best out of Marcus Semien right out of the gate, and I'm expecting him to get back to an all-star form.
What are we hearing from Seager in that regard?
I don't think you're going to hear much from Corey Seager.
Oh, really?
By the way, the overwhelming feedback in regards to having a hero, I think even on the text, but especially in the Twitch chat, a lot of people are saying, hey, I didn't have a childhood hero. I'm still a
they
good
forget.
Dude. Yeah.
I think they forget. Every kid's got something, cartoon character.
Michael Irvin, childhood hero,
parents,
nicest guy.
Yeah, something like that. You just don't remember. You probably repressed that memory. That's my theory. How would you describe Dak and the Cowboys if it was a relationship? The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. Fun article on that, and we'll give you what they say about the Cowboys and other situations around pro football. It's next in the nation.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway. 35 straight minutes of sports and laughs each afternoon beginning at 5. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Describe the Cowboys' relationship with their quarterback if it was a romantic relationship. TheRinger.com set out to do just that. We'll tell you what they say about the Cowboys and Dak Prescott and other NFL situations here as we do open up hour number 3 of the nation. There's Brian Broaddus, former NFL scout, executive. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. Woolchuck and Shia follow. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And I'm Gavin Dawson along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, they say it's a ride or die type of relationship. You know those cute old couples who still hold hands on park benches?
Love it, man.
Writes The Ringer.
Warms my heart.
That's Dak and the Cowboys. It's crazy. I hadn't thought about them as being together for that long, but 7 years is multiple lifetimes in the NFL.
In dog years, that's crazy.
Yeah. Jerry Jones loves Dak Prescott, and Dak Prescott loves Jerry Jones, writes The Ringer. Those two will be together until death do them part, no matter how many brain cramps Prescott has in playoff losses to the Niners. There will be no separating these two. The same way old school Catholics frown on divorce, Jerry Jones frowns on ever admitting he is wrong. That's why Jason Garrett kept his job for a decade and why Mike McCarthy still has one. To be clear, Dak is worth keeping. But even if he weren't, Jerry would never let go. He did cling to Garrett. You know, you could say he clung to Romo. He definitely clung to Jason Witten. He's been clinging to some of these guys.
Stage 5 clinger.
Yeah, there's some clinging going on here, Broaddus. What do you think about this explanation? Is that a ride or die type of relationship?
You know what? I don't think they've characterized it right. I think we're closer to him possibly being gone from here.
Really?
Then yeah, I do. I just, but maybe the relationship with Jerry and him could be described that way. But with everybody else, there's going to get a point in time where I think that Stephen Jones, Will McClay, Mike McCarthy. With Mike McCarthy, there's a reason why Mike McCarthy took over the play calling, and I don't know if it was necessarily Mike McCarthy making that decision. I wonder if it was a discussion with Stephen and Will, and listen, we've got a big decision with this quarterback coming.
We only have billions. We don't want to pay millions for another play caller, McCarthy.
Well, that too. That could be. I mean, he didn't want to pay, I don't think Jerry wanted to pay $2 million a year to have an offensive line coach.
Yeah.
I think that's why Joe Philbin's probably not here anymore. But I have a feeling that maybe that we're to the point where they're looking at this next contract for Dak and not really, really, really sure. And they want McCarthy to try and make that determination for them.
Well, it's really interesting to me. I don't know what you guys on the truckwreck.com fan text think if you were going to compare this to a relationship. Sounds like Broaddus is saying maybe not on the rocks quite yet, but maybe a wondering eye would
I think
describe it.
Yeah, I think there might be some issues here. And I think the issues are, do we extend this thing? Do we take it even further? Or do we need to do something different here?
I think you have to, right? I mean, I think the Cowboys should know this. I mean, they've been with this guy for 7 years. That's
exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, 100%.
They know exactly what.
Yeah, and now you're living together. You got a lot of stuff going on. You're tied together. The bank accounts are joined.
You're farting in front of each other and stuff
like that.
Well,
dirty.
I will say Dak, via the interceptions, probably waited 7 years into the relationships to start farting, and now the Joneses are a little bit like, hey, I wasn't expecting that.
He waited to Dutch oven.
It's all come full circle now. I think that's good stuff.
I don't know if this is about Jerry more than it is about Stephen and Will. That's where I think this is.
Because Jerry will listen if they're convinced and they come really, really strong. We need to move on. I don't think Jerry is making any sort of an autonomous call, but it is a good piece of journalism here.
No, it really is.
I think a lot of people would agree with it. I think a lot of people would think to themselves right now that Dak and the Cowboys are going to keep Dak for a very long time. Yeah. I know when I listen to KNC plenty, Baskey and the fellas, they're like, yeah, this is probably going to be a relationship that inevitably goes, we're all looking for maybe the out is next year.
Yeah.
And we know how much they like the playoffs, and we know how much they probably don't want to take a giant cap hit, and so they're going to have to sprinkle and spread it out and keep them around.
Then why fire the coordinator if you felt like things were going along well?
Because you want to get
a scapegoat.
Yeah, you got to change things up and try a different approach. And I think Kellen Moore's
like
too
you
pass
care.
happy. Kellen Moore's too pass happy.
No, but I'm saying if everything was going along swimmingly, you would just keep everything status quo and try and build around it.
Well,
but to me, you're trying to figure something out. By McCarthy being the play caller.
You deep down in your heart know that this is not working great, but you're finding other things.
Oh no, it is working. It is working great. It's one of the top offenses in the league.
Yeah, it works in the regular season.
Yeah, it works in the regular season. When push comes to shove in big moments, they're realizing, okay, this is not working, so let's find the Kellen Moore scapegoat. Things are building up to be the Mike McCarthy scapegoat now.
I think Dak's the next one they get rid of. I think Dak's the next one they get rid of.
And I hope you're right, and maybe you are. I don't.
If in fact things where all of a sudden you don't beat San Francisco and you don't score enough points and you don't have playoff success.
To me, it seems like it's setting up to be Mike McCarthy's scapegoat.
Well,
there's nobody else that you could point to on that staff. He's the guy you have
Well,
to
it
blame
could be
now.
McCarthy and Dak at the same time. Both
Sure,
going.
sure. The timeline makes sense because right now it's difficult to move on from Dak because of the contract. You can't trade him, right, because of the cap and the negative cap hit that's going to have. Same thing with releasing him.
This is like wanting to get divorced, but you know you got a lot of trips lined up this year, and you're like,
right.
This isn't the year
easiest
to do
thing
it.
to do was, okay, Kellen Moore, mutual parting of ways. Kellen says, bleep you too. All right, now I'm going to go and call and get another job with the Chargers. I got one. Bye. Peace.
Yeah.
I'm out of here. Now we'll see what happens with Dak. Now we have another thing where let's see what you do with Mike. Does this help you? Is this fixable?
They know that something's got to change, but they're not thinking big enough. That's what I would say. Right? They're not even going to couples therapy. They're just, planning a vacation and hoping it fixes their relationship. But I think what they know is, guys, our formula is off. And really the only thing that could fix it is going all in financially, right? Getting your quarterback to take a massive pay cut like Tom Brady did all those years. You have to find an extra $20 or $30 million to build your roster out. They don't want to do that. So they're going to delude themselves into thinking we'll get this figured out by. But Andrew Brandt wrote today about how it is a myth that if you pay your quarterback, you can't win the Super Bowl, right? And he's right.
Yes, it is.
What you have to do is what the Rams, Bucks, and Eagles have done. And the Cowboys to this point have not shown a willingness to ride that salary cap roller coaster a little bit. So I think the reason that they're making their changes is just like us. They know things are wrong, but they don't want to. They don't want to make the big changes that actually could. And I don't think you got to move on from Dak. This is a front office situation. It's going to be very difficult to find a quarterback better than Dak Prescott, right? If you're moving on from Dak, it would be saying the NFL economy is broken. Quarterbacks and their agents have played their hands so well and so strong that they are handicapping every team that rewards a franchise quarterback. You can't win the Super Bowl. You can't win the Super Bowl. You can't win the Super Bowl unless you break out a credit card and borrow from the future to win now. That's the only way you can win now. So, you tip your hat to them and say, we need to reimagine what the economy of an NFL roster looks like. The quarterback has now made himself so important that it's better to actually just have a rookie like Brock Purdy or a guy on his third year like Jalen Hurts. That gets you much, much closer. Cowboys aren't going to make a big decision like that, unfortunately. Okay, you have relationship goals with the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. That is the ideal. They're also throwing the Bills and Josh Allen in here, which I think is interesting. That's probably the most conflicted quarterback as we head into this offseason. As far as does he have it or not?
I think he's got it, and the Bills had done a good job of giving him talent and weapons around him. Now they just need to replenish the receiver position, right? It just got old. Like, you've got Stephon Diggs, you've got Gabe Davis. They had Cole Beasley, and then they moved on from Cole Beasley, and then they brought him back. But now you just need to replenish the wide receiver position. They drafted Khalil Shakir out of Boise State. Does he end up becoming something? I think you need to keep improving on that offensive line.
You need a running game, too.
Sure. And they drafted James Cook.
Every team is in this situation that the Cowboys are in with Dak.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys are showing an unwillingness to manage the salary cap in the way that delivers success.
Yeah.
They're managing the salary cap to make the playoffs. The winners are managing the salary cap to win huge and then have a couple of top 10 picks. They're going back and forth from winning huge, top 5 picks. Now I get the elite tackles. I get the elite corners. I get the elite wide receivers, like your guy Jaylen Brown. Oh, and guess what? Now we're back in the mix, right? We free up cap space. Now I can afford a Hassan Reddick and a Darius Slay in back-to-back off seasons. The off season before that, we went and got Javon Hargrave. Like, there's a rhythm to this. And, the Cowboys looking at Dak and shrugging their shoulders and saying, he wanted too much of the pie, we can't do this. It's a flat-out lie. The reason you can't do this is you're not willing to move all in and then intentionally miss the playoffs because you're so damn in love with your TV ratings. I think that's the truth on the Cowboys.
Nailed it.
Joe Burrow and the Bengals, I would say that's got to be relationship goals as well, but they say ring shopping.
Yeah,
along with the Chargers and Eagles.
Hasn't gotten the contract yet, and you can see the Bengals botching that thing, man. They don't want to spend the big money. They've got themselves the most beautiful girl at the ball outside of Pat Mahomes, but they're cheapskates.
Yeah. Oh, no,
so they
that's
might not
the problem.
want to put the big enough diamond ring on her finger as they should.
I think that's a problem. I think when you're looking, and these owners are billionaires, but when you start to talk about having cash available to pay out these bonuses and stuff like that, that's where Jerry Jones and some of these owners, the guys in Denver have an advantage because they've got the cash to be able to lay that out to pay those huge bonuses. In Cincinnati, the Brown family, their only business is football.
Yeah.
No other business.
Yeah.
No other business there. No Walmarts or Blue Star or any of that stuff to kind of help you out.
They will not have the $200 million to go on a big free agent spree.
That's the thing about it is they will spend money, but they won't spend money like some of these other teams will.
Totally out of your league. This one's funny. The Jags and Trevor Lawrence. The Jags are your friend who has not had much luck with dating, and all of a sudden they're dating someone way out of their league.
That's the truth, man. But Doug Peterson, it is true. Doug Peterson and Trevor Lawrence together is probably way out of the league of the Jags. But hey, they're here, and hopefully they don't botch it.
They got 1 year to get it done in a big way. He's going to want a new contract next year.
It's amazing that they go from one of the worst NFL head coaches ever to a guy, like I say with Doug. And I know Doug, the way that just shows you that, everything that Urban Meyer should have done, Doug Peterson has been able to do. It's amazing, the turnaround with that team.
He got respect out of this big time.
He did.
Your guy Doug.
He absolutely did.
Yeah.
Yep.
They thought of him like as a passenger with great assistance and a really good team when the Eagles won it the first time. And
he can
that's
coach.
why he wasn't a hot candidate when he walked away from that job. But now it's obvious.
Yeah,
now I think everybody's going to see what you see, Brian.
He can coach.
I can coach his butt off, apparently.
Yep.
One guy who's not getting a lot of respect right now is a particular quarterback, and we could do this via stat of the day. It's because Paxton Lynch is now the only quarterback to ever be benched in the NFL, CFL, XFL, and USFL. Thanks to his benching this weekend in the XFL.
That's embarrassing.
That's a tough pill to swallow right there.
Spring League and CFL.
Who would ever like a guy like that?
I don't know, man. Whoever liked
That's
him.
embarrassing if anybody would like that guy.
That's true, dude.
Very embarrassing.
Whoa.
Tough to
Should've
scout
known
these
by his
quarterbacks.
mustache.
I'll tell you what, man. What are you doing?
Not easy.
How about rushed into marriage in an ironclad prenup? That is the Broncos.
Russ Wilson.
And Russell Wilson. You feel terrible for a Denver fan right now, and you just hope that it can be saved. Openly toxic relationship. You know anybody like this that it's obvious to everybody, but they feed off of each other? That's the Cardinals and Kyler Murray.
They're Ronnie and Sammy from
the Jersey Shore. Yes, they are.
Puppy love, Steelers and Kenny Pickett. Do you think he's an answer for them?
No.
He did surpass my year one expectations, but I don't know that he'll ever be more than just kind of a guy at the quarterback position.
Jury's out for me on him.
I don't believe he's going to be any sort of difference maker.
Now, Krusty, I might need your help on this because they say for the Giants and Daniel Jones, it's a case of when Harry met Sally. Do you know what the hell they mean by that?
Yeah, that was a famous movie back in the 80s.
Billy Crystal,
Meg
Ryan.
Meg Ryan. One of the scenes, that was in Cat's Deli in New York with a famous corned beef sandwich. Yeah.
So were they
Is that
friends
what got
for
her
a long
going?
time and then started dating after a while?
Yeah, it was a kind of a weird relationship.
Sometimes it takes love longer to unfold than you would expect.
Yeah.
For the Giants who drafted Jones in 2019, it took all the way until the midway of 2022. You believe in Daniel Jones? Is that the guy to worry about this division?
He's already said that. He has to walk that back now.
No, I don't.
You don't?
I have to. I'll tell you what, though. Mike Lombardi went on his podcast. He's like, who the hell is paying him $45 million?
An insane person.
That's what I'm saying, though. That's what I'm saying. The Giants. He goes, what are the Giants doing? If he were to leave, nobody in the NFL is going to pay him $45 million.
They're going to tag him and give him 32.
Every time Mike said something, I was like, oh, jeez, Mike, shut up. You're making sense.
Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, or Daniel Jones? Which one gets you closer? It's obvious. Sam Howell gets you closer, making league minimum.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of rookie quarterbacks that actually look decent because they're being protected. You cannot hit them. There's more quality receivers. It's easier to do this job, and we're still acting like it's rare.
They were in the playoffs with no wide receivers, and they finally got a coach and a coaching staff.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish the guy would have. Jason Garrett sent anybody back. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
To me, that's if you gave the guy a couple more years under this current staff, and then you had to make an evaluation, they made a mistake. They should have given him the 5th-year option. They didn't do it. That's the problem. They didn't know the coaching staff.
That's very true.
Set him back so far they couldn't even evaluate him on the 5th year.
I'm surprised you're not more humble after just admitting to your Paxton Lynch disaster.
Oh, who liked Paxton Lynch? What are you talking about, man?
Jerry.
Fish was intrigued.
Wooly Bully's top 10 at 420 is coming up next. Where are we going with that?
National Margarita Day. I got the top 10 most popular cocktails in America on National Marg Day. What's your favorite? Next on The Fan.
You can wait 20.
coming up on Friday. G-Bag of the Year plus a double bet payoff. Tune in for all the fun starting at 2 o'clock. It is time now, as it is every day at this time, for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 420. Here he is, the Woolly Bully himself, Zach.
Thank you very much, General. I appreciate you. It is National Margarita Day. I will bring you the top 10 most popular alcoholic beverages in just a moment on National Marg Day. We do have the Cowboys have officially named Scott Tolzien as their new quarterbacks coach. We speculated that would happen, but it is official, as our buddy Bobby Belt, Shereen Williams has gone ahead and shared that, Calvin Watkins as well of the Morning News. So Scott Tolzien, he's going to be the man to help Dak Prescott at quarterback.
Kind of felt like that was the path that was going to go with, try and keep everything in line to what they've been doing. And, all these guys have worked together. So I just, that wasn't one of those. The surprising one was our assistant offensive line coach becoming the running backs coach.
Yeah.
That was a little bit of a surprise. I kind of felt like that they were maybe trying to go outside. Always nice to kind of get some other, opinions, ideas.
Fresh blood. Fresh blood.
Absolutely.
Yep. Man, that was a swallowing a burp situation there.
Wow,
it's been a while since I've done that.
It was kind of seamless, honestly. If you wouldn't have called it out yourself, I would have said, no harm, no foul. Kudos to you.
Yeah. 817 said just pulled into Whataburger. Let's see how long it takes.
I guess 11 minutes. It depends on how many cars are in front of them.
That's a good question. 817, let us know. Report back. But I think you're going to go the full segment before you're in and out of that thing. So good luck.
Any chance they make him pull up to the door?
Definitely, there's a chance.
Oh, definitely, yeah, absolutely.
What constitutes
like even odds for that?
What constitutes the pull up to the door? How much do you have to order to have to pull up to the door?
They might just be waiting on fresh fries.
Yeah,
it could be as simple as that.
Be a lot of stuff.
Well,
have to reload the milkshake machine. All kinds of stuff.
And especially if they're ordering chicken, that's usually it.
Really,
the chicken takes longer to cook.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Is it usually the quantity, or is it like the specific item?
It might just be an item.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's not usually the quantity.
That fried pie?
Could be the fried pie, although I feel like they've got those ready to rock.
Whataburger is cooked to order, though.
It is cooked to order.
That's why it's always
That's
fresh.
a good point.
There's not a more frustrating feeling in that drive-through, though, than getting your food and there's like a car in front of you that hasn't, and you're just sitting there for minutes.
Yeah, minutes and minutes and minutes.
Oh, because you're stuck?
Yeah, that's what they're doing it for, is the people behind you.
I will raise you, as we think the Whataburger drive-through line is the longest. I think the Steak and Shake might beat it.
Oh, dude, Steak and Shake. I remember walking in there, and I don't know. It's been years.
I find them very efficient.
Mm-mm.
Really?
I do.
Maybe the one in Indy
Not my experience.
Not here.
The Steak and Shake?
Steak and Shake locally?
Never had a bad experience.
Ooh, 817's done already. That was 4 minutes. That was
Nice
4
job.
minutes in and out. That's a record.
He asked for a straw.
What'd you order?
He just went and got a
What
drink.
the
I need a
bleep did you
straw.
order, 817? That's outstanding.
Something not custom, right? Like the most popular item.
Number
Just
one.
as it's
Pie.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the fried pie. And they had the cookie.
You always want to get that cinnamon roll. I'll tell you what, a Whataburger pays off.
They bribe people with that now. Like if it's too long, they'll throw the fried pie. I keep saying fried pie. They keep throwing that in there though. If you're like waiting way too long, they'll like kind of give you, here.
That's
I appreciate
incredible.
that. Yeah. It's good business.
If you guys could change your first name, what would you change it to?
Kyrie.
Would you?
Yeah.
Robbie Anderson of the Arizona Cardinals.
He's trying to change it 3 times now, hasn't he?
He has now changed his name to Chosen. It is now Chosen Anderson.
Okay.
He chose Chosen?
Mm-hmm.
Chosen one. I'd probably
Okay.
go Jim McCormick, to be honest with you.
Jim McCormick.
Yeah, Jim McCormick Dawson. Got a nice ring to it.
Jim McCormick would have sold a ton of those things that you used to sell over the phone back in the day.
Yes.
Jim McCormick slayed selling those, hunting magazines or
That's
something?
right. Yeah, born salesman. Jimmy Mack.
He threw in a hunting knife just to make sure you.
Hell yeah.
got
It
the
was his
deal.
own personal one, too.
Yeah.
You like that buck knife I sent out for you? Copy the fishing and hunting news.
Jim
Thought you'd
McCormick,
appreciate it.
he does sound like a stone cold environmental badass, like outdoors guy.
Yeah.
817, if you send a pic of the receipt, we can't get the pics. KNC during the No Shirt 9 ruined that for us. I think that was a Colby Sapp thing. I think he botched it for the rest of us. So we can't get the pic. So I'm just going to need you to text in the order. Apologize. If it's a long one, then what can you do? But yeah.
Chosen is...
Chosen Anderson? That sounds kind of good.
Chosen Anderson.
214, I changed my name to Bartholomew.
Okay.
325, Brian wants to be called Mike Fisher.
Yes. Item.
I don't know that I would. I'm not in the business of changing my name.
I want to change your name.
I want to be Gardner McKay.
You want to be a
So you want to change first and last.
My name, yeah, I want to be Gardner McKay. That's
Okay.
the name I want to be. Gardner McKay.
I just want to be Malloy.
Malloy.
That's my first, middle, and last name.
Just Malloy.
That's
Malloy.
like my
Ahoy,
driver's
Malloy.
license just reads Malloy.
All right, Malloy.
How about
Get
if you just
over
be
here.
like Bono?
Those seem like last names.
What?
Gardner and Malloy.
Gardner
Yeah, last
McKay.
names.
Yeah, Gardner McKay.
Get it. All right, let's slide into the top 10 here. National Margarita Day. Go get yourself a margarita. Where do you think's the best marg in town? I'll shout you out for it. Text in 877-881-1053. But what's your favorite cocktail? As I've got the top 10 cocktails in America, the most popular, that is. You guys have a go-to beverage. Is it the margarita by chance?
The frozen margarita was a staple for many a year for me. Still is, just by taste alone, the one seed. It's pretty incredible. Rusty Taco in Denton back in college,
Yes,
dude. That
very
was
strong.
and their happy hour was insane. Like that was the thing. But now it's just ranch waters.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I thought it had to taste like candy, so I started in on the amaretto sours, which has a nice flavor to it.
Sure does.
And then, I was like, well, that's not very manly. But I didn't want a strong drink, so I moved over to gin and tonic, which was almost just like tonic water. And I was like, this is great. And in clubs, they like glow blue, which I thought was cool.
Oh.
And then when I became a man, I said, just give me a whiskey and one ice cube. That was my cocktail.
Get some bourbon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's nothing cooler looking than the like the Scotch glass with a little bit of Scotch or whiskey, and then there's like the ball cube, the ball
nice.
ice cube,
the ice ball.
The ice
Yeah,
ball.
the
there
ice
you
ball.
go.
Well, once it's the ball, it loses the cube.
Yeah, sure. It can't be the ball cube.
It's not a ball cube. But I did like your attempt there. That was adorable. We're getting Texan for the whiskey sour. That's my go-to, or it was my go-to. Now I can't use the sour mix anymore since I got into soda, but I was quite partial to the whiskey sour. Brian?
I'm just a Scotch on the rocks.
Scotch on the rocks. Okay. Lucius?
Margaritas, Mai Tais, and I would go by Butch.
Okay.
That's a good one.
That's my guy. That's my guy right there.
Butch is a badass for sure.
Butch Alexander. That actually sounds badass.
That does sound pretty good.
Butch Alexander.
Butch doesn't have low T issues.
No, he's a professional bull rider.
No, Butch is a badass. All right, so the honorable mentions here to the top 10 most popular cocktails in America. We got Sex on the Beach and the Manhattan. Those are the two honorable
I don't
mentions.
even know what either one of those consist of.
I could find out for you. I think they give me some description.
I feel like that Sex on the Beach tasted like a children's Tylenol. I had it one time in Tijuana. I was like, maybe they're trying to roofie me or something. I'm not sure, but I did not like it.
Tijuana.
Yeah.
You can't trust anything down there.
The Manhattan is bourbon, sweet vermouth, and a blend of rye whiskey. Oh, it's rye whiskey or bourbon. Sweet vermouth and orange bitters. That's the Manhattan for you.
No gracias.
The Sex on the Beach, though, I'm really not sure.
Yeah, later on that night in Tijuana, we were at a club and we ordered a couple of beers, and the long neck, Bud Light long neck was brought to me, and I thought something weird was in the neck, so I looked there and somebody had blown a loogie into the long neck. I was like, boys, I think it's time for us to go.
Oh no.
Yeah. We made a run for the border. I guess it was getting late. I thought that was pretty disrespectful.
That is disrespectful, but that was their warning shot.
I can't even.
Maybe it was a snot rocket. I might not be accurate. It might have been a regular snot rocket, not a loogie.
Either way, impressive accuracy.
All right, here we go. Sex on the Beach. Cocktail consists of vodka, orange juice, Passoa or peach schnapps, and cranberry juice.
Okay. Hold the OJ, and Broadus is all over that.
Yep, you can probably sub that out for something else if you want, Brian. Number 10, we've got the mimosa. Good for bottomless mimosas. I know you don't like that. There's several orange
How
juice
about just a
drinks
glass
on
of
here.
champagne?
Sounds like an orange Julius with some champagne in it. Is that what that is,
It's just-
basically?
yeah, literally, that's it.
It's pretty good. I had some of those.
Number 9 is a screwdriver.
That's another.
This is going to sound very dumb.
That's orange juice
Orange
and
juice and
vodka.
vodka.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what it is.
Yeah.
I was going to ask in a very silly way, what's the difference between the mimosa and the screwdriver? I can answer it for myself now.
Yeah.
It's vodka instead of champagne.
You got it.
Duh. Number 8, we've got the Moscow Mule.
Ooh, very popular a couple of years back, especially in those
Copper
copper
cup.
cups.
Yeah,
Copper
the
cups,
fancy
yeah.
cups.
Yeah, that
Yes.
looks cool. The condensation.
Number 7, shout out to Lucius. It's the Mai Tai.
The Mai Tai, man.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah, I don't think I've had a Mai Tai. I need to try one next time.
Yeah.
It's a tropical beverage.
It sounds delicious.
Yeah,
Reading the
summertime.
descriptions.
It's Mai Tai time.
I'm down for the Mai Tai, and we're getting closer. Before we know it, boom, it's going to be the summer. Number 6 is the daiquiri.
Daiquiris. Yeah, those are good. Those are strong. Oh, I do like a good pina colada, by the way. You start talking about beach beverages.
One time
pina
I went
colada.
to Mexico, I had a bunch of virgin pina coladas because I was only 13 at the time.
Hey, if you're going just for pure taste, the virgin pina colada is one of the greatest tasting things ever.
Yeah. Number 5, we've got the Cosmopolitan.
It looks pretty in a glass.
Cosmo.
Very cosmopolitan.
Yeah.
This is it originated in New York. It consists of vodka, orange liqueur, cranberry juice, and freshly squeezed lime juice. And Carrie Bradshaw made this very popular from the TV show Sex and the City.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this seems like a fancy one where the bartender's shaking stuff up and stirs it out there for you, and then, expects a big old tip. I never wanted to do anything that held up the line. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm line
You're like,
sensitive.
just get me a beer.
Yeah, I'll get anxious if I see you ordering something that's going to take forever. I don't want to order something that's going to take forever. Shot, beer.
If you order something that is so outstanding that you're making people wait, and then the drink comes, and then they're looking at you like, holy hell, what did this guy order? Now you're the trendsetter. Now people want to be you.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
You don't think so?
No.
Because now you look like Big Dog.
3 other people are burning holes in the back of your head. Like, what the hell, dude? Did you not see us? We
Well, that
need a
just
drink.
means you have a slow bartender. I don't think it's on you. I think it's more so on the server.
Yeah, I was gonna say my initial reaction is to blame the bartender there, but maybe I should be blaming the people that order.
You're right.
Like,
We
let's
should-
keep this thing simple, bro. Keep this line moving.
Bleep us.
You got places to go.
Okay, you guys sound like you never try and challenge the bartenders then.
Hell no. Why would you?
Just to make a drink. Challenge them like their knowledge of the bar. Like
I thought you were thinking like, bro, hurry up.
Well, clearly
No,
I don't
no.
have enough knowledge
No.
myself, so why am I going to challenge
Well, like I say, the mojito. When we were, you challenge like, hey, can you make a mojito and see if they can do it? Then that's what I always like to do. I kind of challenge. I like to challenge the bartender.
By the way,
see if they can make it.
That Malibu
But then again, you
mojito
might end
packed
up
a punch.
Somebody will be honest and say, I don't know how to make that.
See, that sounds like nice at a low key bar. You're at, you're going down the road. Like late at night when there's a line for the drinks and people are like, hey, bartender guy, there's like 2 people back there trying to serve 40 people.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
214 said, coming from a bartender, I hated making mojitos. It didn't look that bad, but maybe it's the mint.
Well, it's the muddling. It's the muddling of the mint and all that, and the sugar.
You got a lot of work to do with that wooden dowel.
What we had was delicious. We put that down quick, and you only needed one, and you felt that thing. It was good. Here's top 4 of the most popular cocktails on National Marg Day. Number 4 is a margarita. Number 3, we've got the espresso martini.
That's an interesting one.
I've had one of them.
It's kind of an after dinner drink, is what that thing really is.
Okay,
more than a
that makes sense because it was a bit. It kind of was chocolatey.
Yeah, it's more of a kind of a desserty.
Yeah,
drink.
and I had it before dinner.
Yeah,
and it didn't feel right. Number 2 is the Bloody Mary.
Now that is not overrated at all. The Bloody Mary, I think, in the morning with brunch,
good beverage,
really good. It's much more than that champagne and orange juice.
Bloody Marys are delicious.
Agree to disagree there, Broadus.
You don't like them?
No.
What's the
wedge
problem?
You wedge in a celery stick. I don't like the idea of just like drinking tomato juice or something.
But you can make them spicy.
Yeah, I don't like spicy drinks.
Oh, really?
Not for
that's
me.
actually not.
Do you like
surprising.
tomato soup?
Yeah, but if I never
Saltines?
had it again, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
But
I
that's
hear ya.
more of a meal. That's not a drink to me. I can't do even at the media party at the Super Bowl. They had a great on the rocks margarita, but they had jalapenos in it, and I threw the jalapenos out and then drank it. Like I'm not drinking spice. That's not it's not my deal.
But number 1, most popular cocktail in America is the old fashioned.
The old fashioned.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wolchuk. His top 10 every afternoon at 4:20 here on The Fan. Okay, when we come back here in the G-Bag Nation, it's time to go around the rim. Chiafalo is promising a ton of terrific association-related content, including your Mavericks, and that is next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, headlines at 7 a.m., the Expressway at 7:20, and we'll get you set for the Mavs' second half of the season.
Bach Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation, it is the time now for Eric Chiafalo to take you around the rim, get you set for the association, which is set to resume.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We may have pinpointed the exact moment it all turned to hell for Ben Simmons on a basketball court. Let's cut the lights out, put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. The G-Bag Nation's going all the way around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when you find out from Tankathon that the NBA remaining strength of schedule has the Mavericks with the single easiest remaining schedule the rest of the way. How about that? Let's go rack up some victories, boys.
Oh, yeah, it's about to get good. It's about to get real fun. It was disappointing. It was depressing. But they'll get it sorted, and they're going to get Kleba back. Shoot, yeah, I can't wait for these next 32 games.
Going to be a lot of fun. You have the Clippers and the Kings both as Western Conference teams dealing with the second and fourth most difficult schedule moving forward. So,
okay.
And those are two teams, obviously, that are going to be right there in the mix with the seeding with the Mavericks. So just a little bit of soup for the soul right now, chicken soup for the soul. For Mavericks fans, that's good news. You got to take advantage, though. This Mavs team is known for like no stars showing up on a particular team and taking that L. Hopefully, the Kyrie Irving trade has changed things, and they're going to work quickly to get that thing fixed up. Now, we do have a little something from Jeff Rowe, and Jeff Rowe at Barstool is giving us basically he's encapsulating a couple of important things from this NBA season. If you are maybe a little bit late to the NBA season party, you were just balls deep in football, you couldn't handle much more sports on a night-to-night basis. You needed a little pick-me-up, a little catch-up. Let's summarize this thing for you. What player made the most consecutive threes in a game so far this year? Would you believe me if I told you? Zach LaVine of the Bulls.
Oh, it's Zach LaVine.
Of
the Bulls.
You nailed it, man.
I thought he played for the Mavericks.
No, he should, but they don't think he's a good player or something.
What the hell?
Yeah, he made 8 3-pointers in one game consecutively this year.
Dang.
Okay,
was that in a row?
He's on fire.
Is it 8?
Yes, consecutively.
That's amazing.
Thank you, Broadus. I'm glad you clarified.
I still don't believe you.
Yeah, I don't either, honestly. That's a little bit crazy. Now, who missed the most 3-pointers in a game consecutively, you might ask?
Hardaway.
Is that right?
Dude, they deserve it. Put your
No
hands
way.
in the wall, Chuck.
We clapping?
No. You guys did not get it correct.
Westbrook.
But the fact that you both said that is legit, and it was a great answer. Westbrook, pretty decent answer as well.
Oh, dang it.
We actually have to go back to a particular game, which was probably just a terrible, terrible game to have to sit through. It's the Heat and the Wizards back in November. This was a game that ended 107-106 in overtime, but going into overtime, the game was tied at 104. So just imagine, the game ended at 107-106 in overtime, and it was tied at 104 to start
3-2
overtime.
for the 5 minutes of overtime.
Pretty disgusting. But in lead up to that, and the guy for the Miami Heat that took the buzzer beater missed 3 to lose the game had previously missed 10 3-pointers in a row during that game as well. His name's Max Strus.
Max Strus.
For 11 missed 3-point shots in a single game consecutively, brought us in a row. So that's pretty devastating. You also have this. This one's going to hit close to home. Has anyone failed to make a single 3-pointer for an entire calendar month while attempting at least 26 3-point shots?
Be Reggie Bullock.
Ooh, that's another very good guess there.
In October.
It was
Bertans.
I don't even know if he's taken 26 all season with
He
how much
tries.
bench riding he's been doing.
Yeah, he tries.
Dennis Smith Jr., boys and girls. Hello. The month of January was not kind to him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was a bad month. 26, 0 for 26 from downtown.
Probably throwing some insane dunks.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
he
made
at
up for
least
it.
one or two.
Crowd pleaser.
And we know that's not his most talented thing about him. Like his 3-point shooting or even his dunking. He would claim it's something else. Check his Twitter. About 7-8 years ago.
All right. Check your panties.
He's bragging about some other stuff. He is checking his panties. And then they have this, who is winning the Ben Simmons challenge? And that brings us to a story. But first, I need to let you know what the Ben Simmons challenge is. And it really is just who's the person that has the lowest percentage of shots taken per minute played. Basically, someone who's scared to shoot. Who's scared to shoot guy, which is the Ben Simmons stat. And you'd be surprised to find out that Ben Simmons actually comes in third for the season on the Ben Simmons challenge.
JaVale McGee.
JaVale McGee. No, it is not JaVale McGee. He probably doesn't meet the minutes threshold.
Dang it.
But it is Alex Caruso and Patrick Beverley, both averaging 0.2 shots per minute that they are on the floor.
They're going to be on the same team. Am I right about that? Caruso, Chicago.
Yeah, Bulls. Yeah, Beverly with the Bulls now.
two guys that don't want
to
pass.
Good thing they have Levine on there.
Pass.
Yeah, good thing they do have Levine. That's a good point. And assuming his knees will hold up. Now,
I think Alex Caruso was traumatized by Laker fans 3 years ago when they were livid with all the shots he was taking.
Yeah, he did have like a no reason type confidence.
Yeah,
that they had to beat out of him a little bit.
They did. He is
Verbally,
really big on the drive and dish guy. He's like, oh, he's to the rim, and he's like right there.
Yeah.
Oh, a dish, and I'm like, whoa. Shoot! What are you doing?
Right.
He does spectacular.
That was me right around the time the other team started calling that out when I'd be at the wire or whatever. Be like, man, we got to find a new place to hoop. They know I'm not shooting.
Every like 3 to 6 months, you're rotating courts.
Yeah.
So the story as it goes is an anonymous Eastern Conference coach saying that the Wizards are the team that officially broke Ben Simmons once and for all back in the 2021 playoffs. It was Sixers and Wizards, and they did the hack-a-Ben method, like hack-a-Shack. So they just knew this guy's not knocking down free throws. And the story goes, it says, when that happened, Ben and Bradley Beal, because Beal is a member of the Wizards, Ben and Beal had this sort of animated conversation. Ben said, quote, "I'm tired of you mother bleepers fouling me on purpose, man. I'm going to step up here and knock these two down. $5,000 says I will."
No.
Crotch first, Ben Simmons at the line.
On 2 free throws? I need 2-to-1 odds then.
I know, dude. I guarantee I'll hit one of these, and I'll bet you $5,000 I do it.
I will tell you this. So there have been games where, like, if a player misses 2 free throws in the fourth, everybody in the arena gets like free chicken. Like Ben Simmons comes to the line. The crowd is like
Tenders on the line.
It's like a World Cup game. They're all like screaming, like, miss this shot, me.
Yeah.
They're like screaming. They know they're like, we're gonna win chicken. We're getting free chicken tonight.
Chicken is
He
fried
says,
chicken.
on the line.
I'm going to step up here and knock these two down. $5,000 says I will, to which Bradley Beal replied, "You want to make it 20?
Oh.
And then he went up and bricked one.
Oh.
And then he never said another word the rest of the game. Poor Ben Simmons. That was the moment it
You
all
want to
ended
make
for him.
it 20.
Thanks, Chief.
Bradley Beal, man.
Yeah, that's good trash talking
like
right
that.
there. He said, by the way, we've been waiting for Beal to get out of Washington for a long time. The end might be finally near.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the end might be finally near. He said the frustrations get to be too much. It's kind of obvious that teams hasn't been able to rebuild since they sold everybody off. Owner of a local sports team slamming the media. Does he have a point? A good point? It's next right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's chat Frank.
Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific day as we have a little bit of Dallas Stars audio for you. The number 1 team in the West. They're back in action tonight hosting Chicago, but all the talk is about what their owner Tom Gallardi has said about yours truly, the DFW media. Here he was on a podcast up there in Vancouver. He thought we wouldn't be able to hear it down here in DFW. Got you, Tom. Here we go.
They've gone through stretches of their 8-year contracts where they haven't produced up to the level of their contract. And these are good guys. When I made those comments during the summer, a little bit of the issue in a market like Dallas is that we don't have a media that really holds us accountable. They do to a point, but our media in the U.S. in a market like Dallas tends to be cheerleaders. Mm-hmm. And so, I think sometimes these guys need a little bit of pressure and, public pressure.
Stars media getting taken to the woodshed here a little bit. I would say I kind of agree with it. Even though I don't pay attention to their coverage that much, I feel that way oftentimes about the Cowboys media. I feel it is way nicer here generally than New York. And then you add the fact that it's hockey and there isn't a huge fan base screaming for people to be held accountable. Like if you want to go on the warpath as a Dallas Stars media member, right, and rant and rave about their faults and how Jamie Benn is old and Tyler Seguin is washed up or whatever, you're going to alienate them and satisfy about 1,500 people. 1,500 people are going to be like, yeah, man, I'm right there with you. And I know 20,000 Dallas Stars fan rock that house. And the passion inside that arena when the Stars are playing is great. It is a hockey town inside that arena. There's a lot of people here that know hockey and are very passionate about it. There's just not enough of you to create the kind of pressure where a media member can build an audience off of being critical of you. I just don't think there's the opportunity there. And on top of that, I think DFW media is pretty soft.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think that Stars fan base allows you to be critical? I mean, they go to that arena every night. They've all got their jerseys on, and if you are critical of Bend or you are critical of Sagan or you are critical of, of Ottinger, anybody you want to be critical of on that team, do you feel like, the fans, will they turn on you? Because they seem like a very loyal. Like
they are. They're loyal. And they're diehard.
And they like when you sit in the arena, and you listen to them they cheer for the players. They individually yell, "Come on!" Come on, Andre, come on, Ben.
Right.
They come on. They kind of like it's almost like your mom and dad cheering for you. As a player.
Yeah.
You're kind of like, and I wonder if in this media that the guys and the gals that cover this team are like, if we go after these guys,
the fans aren't going to like us.
The fans are not going to like us, and they're already not reading our stuff.
It's interesting. I think it would be like a lot of other fan bases where if you go after Dak, a lot of the people are going to be like, yeah, that's right. And other people are going to be really mad at you.
Right.
I don't know, though. I would imagine there is definitely a hardcore portion of the Stars fan base that has those heated arguments with each other.
They don't want to hear Brian Broaddus talk negatively about the guys that they spent money on a jersey and season tickets.
Yeah.
And all the souvenirs. They're like, what the hell you know about hockey, Broaddus?
I think you're onto something, and I think maybe there is a defensiveness because they're fighting. They're fighting for their niche. They're fighting to not be as marginalized.
Yeah.
And they feel like the negativity continues to push them down, where maybe some positivity and excitement about them would make them a more popular ticket.
I'd say this about Tom Ghilardi. You're going on Vancouver radio, right? I don't disagree with what he's saying. Come on, 105.3 The Fan, talk to us.
Yeah.
You got an issue. Yeah. We're happy to have you on.
Yeah, you're a man, you're 40.
We're happy to talk to you. But how often does he do radio appearances? How often do we see Tom Ghilardi on TV here locally?
Yeah.
Right?
That's the other part of it, how much of a jerk
to go on
he is.
TSN. He'll do appearances in Canada, but he's not doing a lot here locally.
Yeah. That's a great point. You want to invest in the hockey community, make yourself visible, right? He is treating himself like an outsider here. Like, I can only go to Canada and talk hockey with people. That's just, that is kind of a weird deal, and he's not popular. He's not a great ambassador for the team at all.
I'm trying to figure out what, other than New York, like that's everybody goes to, New York. Yeah. Is there any fan base? Is there any city? Is there any other media that you can point to other than New York, who's known for being bleep hole brash? Is there another one?
I think Boston, Philly, Chicago.
Philly. Yeah. Okay, yeah, Chicago. Boston, Philly, Chicago.
Yeah, they're not those.
Probably Washington.
Yeah, those.
I mean, it's not working for the Bears. I mean, the Bears
Detroit.
have sucked for years. For as hard as
Detroit.
The Red Wings have been really bad for a few years.
Yeah,
I have a buddy that works in Pittsburgh too, and he says we got to talk about the Penguins.
Yeah,
nonstop.
the Pens. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
a half dozen or so.
And how many is it working for? Like Detroit, tough media. The Lions have sucked to high heaven forever. The Bears have sucked. I mean, what does it actually do? Like, we act like it actually does something. The Jets perennially suck. The Knicks suck. It doesn't actually help your team.
No, that's a good point.
It doesn't help your team at all.
That's your coach's job. Right?
Yeah.
Right. Like, and most good coaches are doing a good job of shielding their players from the ideas that the media is presenting. This is for us. This is entertainment.
Yeah.
This is, sports fans arguing over the game or what the team should do. This isn't
being grilled at the podium does not result in more wins.
Yeah. I mean, we heard Dak after every single game, he's having to answer to, you threw another interception. You threw another 2 interceptions. And he's saying the same thing. I got to be better. I got to correct this. It's a broken record, right? So we can be critical of Jamie Benn and Tyler Seguin. They're overpaid and they're not very good anymore.
And
although Sagan's been much better this year.
I feel like we kind of lump media in all as one when there's sections of it. Like, we are opinion givers. The people that are in there asking the questions are reporters. They're the ones that are trying to have some level of relationship with these people. They're trying to get the things that and there is unfortunately politics involved. If I'm a reporter and I want to get the best information possible, I can't mother bleep you at every turn, because then when I need to go get the reporting that I want, that I'm not going to get it. Like, these reporters, the good reporters are oftentimes, to an extent, buddy a little bit, and they're getting the story.
Yeah.
And that's what you want as a reporter.
Part of the job, building that relationship.
What does it benefit me as a reporter, not an opinion giver, but as a reporter, to go in there and just be the bleep hole of the presser every single time? What does that do for me when I'm trying to get information from you? Why would you give information to me if I'm always a jerk?
Zach,
makes no sense.
What's the guy, Mike Heineke?
Yes.
Mike Heineke.
No,
Heike, not Heineke. Heike. I got you.
Mike Heike, right? Okay. He was writing for the Dallas Morning News, right?
Mm-hmm. And now he's just DallasStars.com.
That's what I'm saying. They took him off the beat. Who's covering the Stars for the local newspaper? That's what I'm saying. They don't, if you want to, they don't have that.
Yeah, like you've got Saad Yousuf, who does a good job with The Athletic.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying, though. It's not like the morning news. It's not like, you want to blame the media and stuff like that. Sure. It's like, it's one of those things you're kind of like going, well, do people really care? And I think there's a ton of Stars fans that really do care.
Well, they're damn good this year. We should care about them.
Not enough. But I tell you what, I can understand somebody not wanting to be very critical of them.
I get it.
Because all of a sudden the fan base will turn on you.
And I do think just common knowledge, you do have some people that love their hockey and they love their Stars. But you grew up in Texas, right? Football is king. I think we all kind of grow up with a base knowledge of the NFL and football, right? Yeah. I don't think everybody knows hockey. It's not exactly a difficult sport if you took the time to just watch it. I think it's fun. I think it might be one of the most enjoyable sports to go to and attend and watch the game while you're there. I'd encourage anybody, if you haven't ever gone to a Stars game, go to a game at the AAC. Yeah. It's an absolute blast. They're at home tonight. They're playing the Blackhawks on TNT. It's going to be a great game.
You want to get really pissed off? There'll be a ton of Blackhawk fans there.
Yeah, Chicago's always.
They will be wearing their sweaters, and you'll be wearing yours.
But I do think that's also maybe a reason why the media is not overly critical. I think everybody kind of has a base knowledge and understanding of the NFL. Not everybody does about the NHL.
Walchuk, we need to figure out because Broadus just asked the question, who's covering this Stars team? And we had a guy on, and we hit him with the pork chop.
Matt
and he
DeFranks.
Did not. Okay, Matt DeFranks?
Yeah.
DeFranks. Okay, I'm going to go find this sound. It's hysterical.
He did not like it, and I tried, and he does not like us anymore because I reached back out to try and get him on again because we used to try and have some Stars.
You didn't handle the pork chop question?
Yeah, we used to do this thing where
Matthew DeFranks. I'm going to go find this, bro.
It started with John Owning, who does an excellent job. He's now with PFF. He used to be on the morning news covering the Cowboys. Yeah. And John Owning, one night, we had him on as a guest, and he covers the draft and the Cowboys. And
does a good job.
He was cooking pork chops on Twitter. And so I ended the interview. I asked him, I was like, so what's the secret with the pork chops? Eric loved it. So he pulled that question, and we just did it as a bit where at the end of every interview, we would end it with Eric's tease it up like, oh, Wolchuk's got one more question, and he would just fire off, what's the secret with the pork chops? And most guests wouldn't have an answer for it. They'd be like, what the bleep are you talking about? Unless you're Brian Broaddus, in which case Brian has an answer for it.
Yeah. I believe I answered it seriously as well.
I thought they were serious.
Me too.
That was like, a couple young guys don't know how to cook pork chops.
Mm-hmm. I said you don't overcook them.
Yeah, you don't make them dry.
Yeah, you don't make them totally dry.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
DeFranks was drawn off sides, and he didn't appreciate the question.
Well, it's very unprofessional with him.
Meanwhile, Heike enjoyed it.
Heineken.
You can have fun with Mike Heike.
817 Tommy is the worst owner in the city. That also includes Mark Cuban and Jerry Jones, and that's hard to do. No, you're right. Guys, I was heading to WinStar. There's a 50-minute traffic jam. Should I just turn around? No, sit through it.
Yeah, go for it.
You're fine. You have a mission. Okay. Have you ever guys ever been in an animal attack or witnessed one? A bad animal attack?
No.
No? Good. Man, you're lucky. Neighbor describes terrifying moment in which an alligator killed an 85-year-old woman. Yeah. It haunts me right now. There was nothing I could do, said the 77-year-old Florida woman. On Monday, watched helplessly as an alligator killed her 85-year-old neighbor. The woman, identified only as Carol, says her friend was walking her dog near a lake when the gator suddenly emerged, grabbed her by the leg, and dragged her into the water, bro. No way you retire in Florida if you can help it. Go to Arizona. Quote, I just remember her pushing her hair out of her face and getting air, and I'm saying swim. And she's saying, I can't. The gator has me. Wow. I never woke up this Monday morning and thought that I was about to be watching someone die being taken under by an alligator. Her dang neighbor. The alligator has been captured. Florida Fish and Wildlife officials on Tuesday issued a statement in which they reminded residents there are more than 1 million gators in the state and they can attack at any time. That's got to take the cake, She needed that guy who saved her dog while smoking a cigar.
Oh yeah,
a couple years back.
The guy that jumped in and pulled the little dog out of the gator's mouth.
You don't need a 77-year-old neighbor. You need that guy right there. But yeah, I guess in your 80s, it becomes difficult to evade a gator or a croc. We all know little horizontal movement. They're not going to be able to track you. They're going to give up. But that woman apparently did not have her lateral mobility that day.
Had a good run.
Oklahoma woman dies in a skydiving tragedy. Yeah.
No.
Thousands of feet in the air. This is why I would never do it.
Why?
The incident occurred Saturday in Sallisaw, Oklahoma. 44-year-old resident Heather Glasgow was skydiving After completing a successful tandem jump, Glasgow decided to try her hand at a solo dive. According to the Sallisaw Police Department, although her parachute opened, it became tangled. See, that's the worst. It can still get tangled. Your parachute can work, it's tangled.
And you don't know how, because you're inexperienced, you don't know how to get it undone.
No, you're done.
You don't know how to move your hands or anything to kind of get it undone.
Sent Glasgow into a spin, and she plummeted toward Earth. Police say she died after hitting the ground near the Arkansas state line. Not clear exactly how far she fell.
That's terrible. I would never do that either. There's just too much out of your control. Next thing you know, that parachute doesn't go. I mean, I'd be way too fearful of that.
Like, I don't know if it's the heights or the humans that most concern me. Like a roller coaster, like it's a little uncomfortable being up there, but I'm higher now than most roller coasters. It's trusting that the humans have engineered it properly and they're maintaining it.
Yeah.
All right, we got to run, Nation. When we return, it's time for the Expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted content is with you next, including Bobby Beld at 5:30, LA Live coming up at about 5:40 here on The Fan. I want to chat D&M Leasing, though. It's more important than ever if you are looking for a new vehicle to be aware of what D&M Leasing has to offer compared to the other guys. You know, the traditional finance companies are bringing back great day. This segment, The Expressway, is brought to you by our friends at Soda. That's state of the art. Bobby Belt's coming up here in about 10 minutes. LA Live coming up in about 20 minutes. Let's kick you off here with everything that's been developing here in the world of sports throughout your day. We will have, by the way, on Friday, a G-Bag of the Year show, and it is a double bet payoff as well. I'll be playing a little bit of Wolchuk's Mom Has Got It Going On, and Brian Broaddus has a payoff as